Chapter 3656. When Yang Shao first appeared and took the endless hourglass from the Wind Monarch, the connection between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai was cut off. However, when Yang Shui activated her spell, this layer of connection was reconnected. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could be sensed clearly. It was as if his life depended on the endless hourglass. Yang Shui didn't flip the hourglass like the Wind Monarch. Instead, she pointed at the hourglass. In an instant, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rolled and danced in the air. They broke through the restrictions of the hourglass and turned into a small sand current, spinning above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This meant that Yang Shui could activate the power of the Great Emperor's treasure. But he didn't see any trace of Yang Shui refining the hourglass. How did she do it? What's more, the hourglass had always been in the Wind Monarch's hands. The Wind Monarch had refined it here for 100 years before he could activate the power of the hourglass. But it was still limited. But Yang Shui was much stronger than the Wind Monarch. The small sand current turned 3 times and poured into the top of Yang Kai's head. It was as if they were invisible and poured into his body. Yang Kai's body shook, then he was overjoyed. Because when the 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rushed into the top of his head, he clearly felt his lost lifespan quickly returning. He raised his hand. His withered skin recovered its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood gradually became plump. This was a change visible to the naked eye. What was invisible to the naked eye was that his body gained some strength out of nowhere. His declining qi and blood were recovering. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He spent a lot of effort and almost died together with the Wind Monarch. At that time, he didn't think too much. He just felt that the endless hourglass couldn't be taken out by the Wind Monarch. Even if he died here, he wouldn't hesitate. But afterward he was really a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. But after he died, what would happen to the sealed world bead? What would happen to the demon territory? What would happen to the billions of creatures in the star boundary? And his family and friends? So he was afraid. But now, the lost lifespan was returned to him by the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He no longer had to worry about his death. With his lifespan restored, Yang Kai's injuries' star boundary was much better. He was no longer in a state of exhaustion, he was full of energy. Yang Shui's expression was extremely serious, and some small beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Obviously, this was not a small burden on her. After a stick of incense worth of time, her body began to tremble slightly and her face became extremely pale. Only then did she suddenly change her hand seals. Yang Kai only felt an itch all over his body as tiny grains of sand flew out from his pores. Looking at them carefully, what else could they be but flowing time divine sand? With Yang Shui's guidance, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand returned to the hourglass. Yang Shui took a few deep breaths. She waved her hand in front of Yang Kai like she was performing a magic trick. Immediately, a mirror appeared, reflecting Yang Kai's current appearance. She smiled and said, "Big brother, look at your current appearance. Are you satisfied with it?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and examined it carefully. There were some changes in his face, but they were negligible. At most, he was 5 or 6 years older. However, his hair was a little white, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Yang Shui sighed. "This is the best I can do now. In the future, when Shao and I completely refine the endless hourglass, we can get back all the lifespan you lost." Good. Yang Kai was already very satisfied. He was originally in a state where he was about to die of old age. Now that he had recovered to his prime, how could he not be satisfied? Yang Shui's methods caused him to be extremely shocked. However, he knew in his heart that this wasn't Yang Shui's method, but the endless hourglass. A treasure left behind by a great emperor, its power was truly unfathomable. Previously, the Wind Monarch had only unleashed a drop in the ocean of this treasure's power. After saying that, he asked again, "How many years of lifespan did I lose?" Yang Shui's eyes turned red again. She said softly, "A few 100 years." Her face was full of self-blame. If she worked harder, She might be able to get back all of her big brother's lifespan. She only regretted that her cultivation was not enough and that she could not refine it. Yang Kai laughed and patted her head. A few hundred years is just right. How can a big brother be younger than his little sister? As he spoke, he was about to stand up. Big brother, don't be in a hurry to move. You should first check yourself to see if there are any hidden dangers. Yang Shui held him down and turned to look at the Wind Monarch, who was curled up on the ground like a dead dog. Her phoenix eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. Leave this person to me and shower. It was the first time Yang Kai had seen the little girl so murderous. When she was only a few years old, even if she was annoyed, she would only pretend to be fierce and cute. Now that she had suddenly grown up and revealed her murderous intent, Yang Kai was really not used to it. However, she was his little sister after all. He liked her no matter how he looked at her. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Okay, but don't kill him. Keeping him alive is still useful." Yang Shui looked back at him and smiled. "Don't worry. If Shui wants him to live, he can't die even if he wants to." After saying this, she looked up at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao grinned. "I'll do whatever little aunt says." Clenching his fists, he walked toward the Wind Monarch amidst the crackling sounds. The Wind Monarch's body and mind were cold, and his hands and feet were cold. Although he was not in good condition, at least his hearing was still there. The conversation between Yang Kai, Yang Shui, and Yang Xiao had entered his ears. How could he not know that the boy and girl who suddenly appeared were Yang Kai's people? This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The ship was late and met with a headwind. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been taken away, the shrine guardian was gone, and the enemy had two fierce characters. What chance did he have of winning? He was also traumatized by Yang Zhao's beating just now. Therefore, when he noticed that Yang Xiao was walking toward him with a malicious look, the Wind Monarch hurriedly said, "I would rather die than be humiliated. Give me a quick death. I will wait for you on the road to hell." Yang Xiao grinned. "You trash. Didn't you hear what my little aunt said? If she wants you to live, you can't die even if you want to." He bent down and raised his hand, lifting the Wind Monarch up like a dead dog. On the other side, Yang Shui didn't even look back. She pointed her finger, and a dark light shot out from her fingertip and hit the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch's expression changed instinctively. He thought that the other party was going to kill him. However, he soon calmed down. Falling into the enemy's hands, dying a quick death was better than being tortured. But when the dark light entered the Wind Monarch's body, he was surprised. Because there was dark energy hidden in the light. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it was also very beneficial to him. The Wind Monarch could clearly feel that his injuries were recovering quickly. The wounds caused by Yang Xiao were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some strength was gradually growing in his body. But it was not enough to break free from Yang Xiao's grasp. He struggled a few times, but it was to no avail. Yang Xiao grinned at him. "A good show is about to begin. Please enjoy it." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and smashed the Wind Monarch to the ground. Yang Xiao was a dragon race and was born with great strength. He had cultivated in the Flowing Time Temple for 500 years and obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. His strength could already be considered as a strong master. When he smashed the Wind Monarch, there was a rumbling sound. The Wind Monarch fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body arched. Yang Xiao rushed forward. His fists turned into shadows and smashed on the Wind Monarch's body. He did not use too much strength. He only activated a little bit of his physical strength. Every punch caused the Wind Monarch great pain, but it did not harm his life. After a while, the Wind Monarch was beaten like a dead dog. He was only breathing out air. Fortunately, he was a fake emperor and had a strong vitality. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Yang Xiao. But then again, Yang Xiao wanted to keep him at the edge of life and death. If he really died, there would be no way for him to avenge his father and little aunt. When Yang Xiao stopped, Yang Shui flicked another dark light into the Wind Monarch's body. Just like before, the Wind Monarch's injuries improved and his strength recovered. For a moment he was a little shocked. Again. Yang Shao yelled and pounced on Yi Shiwen. Another round of punches. Yang Kai was also amazed. 2 times, Yang Shui had only shot out a dark light and the Wind Monarch had such obvious changes. With his eyesight, he could not see the mystery behind it. He could not help but frown and ask, "Is it a healing technique?" Yang Shui had been staring at her big brother without blinking, as if she could not get enough of him. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "It's not healing, but it has a healing effect." "Then what is it?" "Time reversal." Yang Shui saw that Yang Kai was interested and immediately explained with enthusiasm. Back then, Uncle Cheongqi wanted to take Shao to the 4 Seasons realm. He said that Shao was born with extraordinary talent and was a good candidate to cultivate the law of time. He came here to accept the inheritance of the great emperors. At that time, I was still young and at the age where I wanted to play, so I wanted to go with Shao. Uncle Cheongqi could not persuade me and could only agree. Sister Lu Yen also accompanied me to protect me, so we came here together. After explaining the past, Yang Shui continued, Shao was indeed gifted and was the best candidate to cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, but he could not control his temper. It just so happened that I was there, so we often played here together. Later, after a long time, I began to miss my parents and you, so I clamored to go back. However, it was easy to enter the 4 Seasons realm, but difficult to leave, so I was trapped here. Sister Lu Yen taught me how to cultivate, and it was peaceful for a while. My cultivation gradually entered a good state, so I discussed our cultivation with Shao. Then I found that what he cultivated was very simple for me. Uncle Cheongqi was also surprised when he learned about it. After several tests, he found that I could also cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, so from that time on, I studied the law of time with Shao until today. However, Shao and I have different research directions. Shao cultivates the future, while I cultivate the past. While speaking, Yang Shui raised her hand again and pointed at the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch had just been ravaged by Yang Shao, so with this finger, he recovered a lot. Yang Shui said with a smile, "That's it. To a certain extent, I can turn back time. His current state is the state he was in after his battle with you, big brother." Chapter 3657. The past was the past, the future was the present, and the past was the universe. The legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was divided into 2. Yang Shao and Yang Shui each comprehended one, and each had their own good fortune. They could both be considered as the disciples of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors. Because Yang Shui cultivated the power of the past, she could turn back time to a certain extent. Just like the technique she used on the Wind Lord, and just like the technique she used on Yang Kai before. Using the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Shui restored Yang Kai's lost lifespan. Wasn't this also a form of turning back time? Using the power of the hourglass, Yang Shui was able to turn back the Wind Lord's body condition to a certain period of time. Seeing the shock in Yang Kai's eyes, the little girl chuckled. Although this technique isn't weak, it has its limits. With my power, I can't bring someone back from the dead. I can't even do anything about some fatal injuries. She seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, so she said this. Yang Kai nodded. When he heard that she could turn back time, Yang Kai's first thought was to bring the dead back to life. If the law of time was really so powerful, once someone died in front of Yang Shui, wouldn't she be able to bring the dead back to life? If that was the case, then this power would be too precious. However, after hearing Yang Shui's words, he realized that this was a fantasy. If the law of time was really so heaven-defying, then the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. He, who truly controlled the law of time, should have lived as long as the heavens and the earth. A cultivator cultivated against the heavens, but he had to follow the heavens. Interfering with life and death was beyond the scope of a cultivator's ability. Yang Shui continued, because we cultivated the inheritance of the great emperors, Shao and I can control this thing. She was obviously referring to the endless hourglass in her hand. When Yang Shao appeared, he took the endless hourglass from the Wind Lord's hand like a snail. Yang Shui directly activated the power of the endless hourglass without any trace of sacrificial refining. All of this was related to their cultivation in the past few hundred years. They cultivated the orthodox inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. The endless hourglass was the original treasure of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. It was originally left here for their inheritors, so they naturally could use it easily. This was something that the Wind Lord couldn't compare to. Even if the Wind Lord spent 100 years to refine it, he still wouldn't be able to match up to it. Speaking of the endless hourglass, a trace of guilt appeared on Yang Shui's face. Xiao and I had long known that there was such an item in the shrine. However, Uncle Cheongqi had said that we had to wait until our cultivation had reached a certain level before going to retrieve the treasure. Who knew that it would cause Big Brother to suffer? It's not your fault. I deserve this. Yang Kai waved his hand. Previously, he blamed Cheongqi in his heart for not taking the inheritance of the great emperors and letting outsiders take advantage of it. He also suffered a great loss in front of this treasure. However, now it seemed that Cheongqi's actions weren't unreasonable. The endless hourglass was the inheritance of the great emperors. Although it was left for the fated ones, if they touched this thing too early, it wouldn't be good for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's cultivation. Only when they had a solid foundation could they use this treasure as they wished. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cultivate well and would lose themselves in front of the treasure's power, which would then affect their cultivation. Yang Shui frowned and looked back at the Wind Monarch who was being brutally beaten by Yang Xiao. Puzzled, she asked, "Big Brother, do you know how this person entered the shrine and refined this treasure?" Logically speaking, the flowing time temple had been closed for a long time. Unless they opened it from the inside, no one could open the entrance to the shrine. But now, not only did someone open the shrine, but they also took the endless hourglass and refined it. This made Yang Shui a little confused. If it was just refining the endless hourglass, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the battle between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai, the Wind Monarch was forced to urge the power of the hourglass to stimulate the power of the shrine's protection. Under the Wind Monarch's fierce attack, the entire flowing time temple was shaken. This awakened Yang Xiao and Yang Shui from their cultivation. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have known that so many things had happened inside the shrine. However, it was also thanks to the Wind Monarch's actions. Otherwise, Yang Kai would really have to hide in the small sealed world bead to survive. Yang Kai sighed and briefly recounted his encounter with the Wind Monarch and Immortal Dao, focusing on the existence of the remains of the great emperors. Yang Shui frowned when she heard this. She then raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Who else could it be but that old bastard Cheongqi? However, this guy was still in a deep sleep, just like when Yang Kai found him. His snores were deafening. Yang Shui explained, "When Shower and I cultivated the time principles, the flowing time temple would be affected. Occasionally, there would be a space-time distortion, so Uncle Cheongqi asked Shower and I to place a seal on him and Sister Lu Yen. That way, they wouldn't be able to sense the passage of time." After all, the two little girls had been cultivating here for hundreds of years, and Cheongqi and Lu Yen had nothing to do here, so waiting around was quite boring. After being sealed, they would be able to dream for 1,000 years, which was much better than waiting idly. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't wake up Lu Yen and Cheongqi before. Yang Shui stretched out a white jade finger and gently pressed it on Cheongqi's big forehead. She shouted softly, "Release." As her jade hand pressed down, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. Yang Shui stopped and waited. After a few breaths, Cheongqi's snores gradually stopped. His eyelids trembled a few times, and then his eyes slowly opened. A fierce aura instantly swept in all directions. After sleeping for hundreds of years, Cheongqi was obviously still in a daze, but after his vision slowly focused, he saw Yang Shui and Yang Kai. He couldn't help but be startled. His huge body twisted and changed, turning into a fierce-looking guy. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would definitely think that this guy was not a good person. But then again, Cheongqi was not a good person. How could the name of the ancient divine spirit be a rumor? "Greetings, young master." Why is young master here? Qiongqi looked fierce, but his words were polite. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't mention young master anymore." When Qiongqi was being chased by Li Wui and Jiao Feng from Spirit Beast Island, he happened to meet Yang Kai outside the Sky Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He wanted to use Yang Kai's name to get rid of his crisis. After some words, he became Yang Kai's young master. Of course, it was because he was seeking protection, but it was also because Yang Kai had cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now it seemed that this title had to be changed. After all, it was not Yang Kai who had inherited the mantle of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, but Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Qiongqi also understood. After pondering for a while, he changed his title and said, "Why is Old Master here?" He was promoted from Young Master to Old Master in an instant. Yang Kai was speechless. But thinking about it carefully, the flowing time Great Emperor was the only master of the old Qiong. Since Yang Shui and Yang Shao had become the disciples of the Great Emperors, then they were his young masters. Yang Kai was Yang Zhao's adoptive father and Yang Shui's elder brother. It was not wrong to call him Old Master. Not wanting to dwell on this, Yang Kai said, "Let Shui tell you." Although most of his lifespan had returned to his body, the fierce battle had exhausted him. He would not be able to recover without 10 days to half a month of rest. Yang Shui knew about her elder brother's situation, so she immediately told him everything. Hearing that the guy called Feng Jun had actually held the remains of the great emperors, laid down a great formation, and urged the power of the remains to summon the flowing time temple. After being destroyed by Yang Kai, he used the remains to break through the void and escape into the temple. After obtaining the endless hourglasses, Qiongqi could not help but frown. The process of the matter was not complicated. Yang Shui explained it clearly in a few words. If there was anything that Yang Kai did not understand, he would add on. After that, Yang Shui said, "Uncle Qiongqi, Shui wants to know why Master's remains are wandering outside, and where is his tomb?" The flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors had already fallen. This was known to all. Everyone thought that the tomb of the Great Emperors was in the flowing time temple, but only Qiongqi, Yang Shao, and Yang Shui knew that there was no tomb of the Great Emperors in the temple. There was only the inheritance of the Great Emperors in the temple. As the disciple of the Great Emperors, Yang Shui now had the responsibility and obligation to understand this. If not for other reasons, at the very least, she and Yang Shao had to pay tribute to the legacy of the Great Emperors. Hearing this, Qiongqi slowly shook his head. "The old master does not have a tomb." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Shui also looked at him inquiringly. If there was no tomb, then where did the Wind Lord get the remains of the Great Emperors? He couldn't have just picked them up from the roadside, right? Qiongqi said in a deep voice, "I didn't want to tell you this so early, but since we've come to this point, it's useless to hide it." After a pause, Qiongqi continued, "Back then, the old master was a genius and broke through the law of time. It only took him 1,000 years to prove the great Tao, gain the recognition of this world, and become the great emperors. When the old master was still alive, he could be said to be in the limelight and invincible in the world. Invincibility is the loneliest. The old master focused on cultivation, had no partner, and had no children. Together with me, he stayed in the flowing time temple. After a few thousand years, the old master suddenly came out of the secret room and told me that he had comprehended the Tao of mystery from outside the universe, and that he was going to travel the universe. He ordered me to guard the temple and wait for his return. The old Qiong naturally obeyed the old master's order and stayed in the temple. After a few hundred years. At this point, Qiongqi's frown deepened, and his pair of fierce eyes flashed with some fear, which surprised Yang Shui and Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him. Qiongqi was the ancient divine spirit, and had accompanied the great emperors of the flowing time temple for countless years. What in this world could make him afraid? Even if there were other great emperors in front of him, he would not show such an expression. But in fact, there was a trace of fear in the old Qiong's eyes, and even his voice trembled slightly. After a few hundred years, one day, the endless hourglass suddenly broke through the sky and returned to the temple. There was a remnant of the old master in the hourglass. the remnant of the old master was unclear, but the meaning behind it could not be clearer. There was great danger outside the universe, and the old master had fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body went cold and goosebumps covered his entire body. Chapter 3658. Since ancient times, there had not been many great emperors in the star boundary. Due to the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, there would never be more than 10 great emperors coexisting at the same time. After all, the astral plane had a long history. Over the course of countless years, one era would be annihilated and another would rise. When the previous era ended, a new one would take over. However, among the generations of great emperors, only 2 great emperors were far stronger than others. One was the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, who had killed 4 great emperors in succession in the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, and the other was the flowing time great emperor, who controlled the great emperors of time. Wukong was not dead, he was still alive. His soul had entered Duan Hongchen's body, and the 2 souls had merged into one body. Right now, nobody knew where he was, free and unfettered. But the souls of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had already dispersed and scattered. In terms of time, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor proved their Tao far before Wukong. There was a saying in the star boundary that if the flowing time great emperor and the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were in the same era, these 2 would definitely have a fierce battle. No one could judge who was stronger and who was weaker. However, it was precisely such an existence who comprehended the Tao of profound mysteries outside the universe while in seclusion. After roaming the universe for a few hundred years, he perished and his Tao vanished. Only his natal treasure, the endless hourglass, tore through space and returned. What dangers were there outside of the universe? Even the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor couldn't withstand it? In the universe, there were 3,000 boundless worlds. The star boundary was one of the worlds in this universe. The demon territory was also one of the worlds in this universe. Where did the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor go when they roamed the universe? What did he encounter? No one knew, not even Qiongqi. After the endless hourglass returned, Qiongqi was unable to suppress his grief. He wanted to come out of seclusion to avenge his old master, but he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were. How could he take revenge? He could only bitterly guard the flowing time temple, waiting for the right person to appear and pass down the mantle of the great emperors. Only in this way could he live up to the old master's wishes before he left. At this point, Qiongqi's expression was somewhat guilty. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Old Qiong, you're not kind." Yang Shui was extremely intelligent. How could she not guess what Qiongqi was feeling guilty about? Naturally, she also understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. After obtaining the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor, they had become the disciples of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It was reasonable for them to shoulder their master's revenge. That was why Yang Kai said that old Qiong was not kind. He smiled slightly and said, "Shui and Xiao were able to obtain the mantle of the master. This is both an opportunity and a blessing. The master's matter is our matter as disciples. Big brother, you don't have to be like this." Yang Kai frowned. On second thought, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had fallen outside of the universe. Now, although Yang Shui and Yang Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors, if they wanted to avenge the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, they would need to cultivate for many years. At the very least, they would need to have the ability to travel the universe like the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Who knew how long that would take, so it was meaningless to dwell on this now. And then, Yang Shui looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi shook his head. "There is no later. I thought that the old master had fallen outside of the universe. When the endless hourglass returned, I also went out of the flowing time temple to investigate, but I found nothing. Now, it seems that the old master's remains have returned to the star boundary, but this old servant didn't investigate thoroughly. If that wasn't the case, then where did the wind monarch obtain the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor?" While speaking, Qiongqi turned his head to look at the wind monarch. Yang Shui also looked over. The task of finding the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor would fall on the Wind Monarch. While Yang Shui, Yang Kai, and Qiongqi were talking, her hands weren't idle. From time to time, she would turn back time, so that the Wind Monarch wouldn't be injured too badly and die immediately. For the Wind Monarch, this was simply torture worse than death. Although Yang Xiao didn't use his full strength, his control was just right. Every time he was beaten to the brink of death, a mysterious light would shoot out from the girl's hand, and an invisible force would pull him back from the brink of death. Then he would be beaten up by Yang Xiao. The Wind Monarch had cultivated for so many years, but he had never thought that there could be such a vicious method of torture in this world. He had been on the brink of death for so many times, and the great fear and panic of death had completely swallowed him up. This was truly a situation where he couldn't live or die. Although he was a fake emperor, he couldn't maintain his original heart. At this moment, his body was shivering like a quail in the cold winter, and his eyes were full of terror as he looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao naturally heard their conversation. At this moment, he reached out to grab the Wind Monarch's collar, pulled him up to his face, and glared at him fiercely, "Answer whatever I ask you. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut open your abdomen and take out your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs one by one. Then I will soak them in wine and let you eat them. You have seen my aunt's methods. Believe me, even if she takes out all your internal organs, she can still keep you alive. You can live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years." The Wind Monarch's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his body was covered with big footprints. When Yang Xiao was talking, he couldn't help but think of the scene where his internal organs were eaten. He immediately shivered and nodded weakly. So what if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor? When the unbearable torture broke through the psychological defense, the fake emperor's performance wouldn't be any better. "Where did you get that skeleton?" Yang Xiao didn't waste time and went straight to the point. The Wind Monarch opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. He said the 2 words, "Eastern Sea." The Eastern Sea was vast, and islands were scattered all over the place. There were quite a few spiritual islands, and the most famous ones were the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any spiritual islands and sects in the Eastern Sea. On the contrary, there were quite a few spiritual islands and sects that depended on them. It was just that their sharpness was overshadowed by the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. 300,000 kilometers away from the Spirit Beast Island, there was one that went to the Lu Island, and there was one that went to the Lu sect. It was a small sect, and there were only 200 to 300 people in the sect, from the sect master to the disciples. There were countless small sects like this in the Eastern Sea. The Lu sect hadn't been established for a long time, just over 1,000 years. However, because it was located overseas, it was rich in resources and was able to survive. It had once encountered a crisis and was almost exterminated. The Wind Monarch was one of the disciples of the Lu sect. He was born overseas and was chosen by an elder on the Lu Island. However, his cultivation talent could only be described as associate. When he went to the Lu sect, his junior brothers and junior sisters who entered the sect later than him were all much more powerful than him. The elders in the sect didn't have high hopes for him, so they didn't bother to care about him. The Wind Monarch was very free. Other than doing his homework, he would play and play. He loved to dive and swim. Before he started cultivating, he could hold his breath underwater for 30 minutes and dive 100 feet down. After he started cultivating, he was even more incredible. He could easily dive 1,000 feet into the sea. He found the remains of the great emperors in the depths of the sea when he was diving. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but later on, he found out that the remains were extraordinary. He was careful and didn't report this matter to the sect. He only spent his free time studying and playing with the skeleton. He didn't know why, but since he obtained the skeleton, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his realm had soared all the way. However, no one discovered this except for him. Even the elder who led him into the sect didn't notice it. Although he didn't know the reason, he vaguely guessed that his changes were related to the remains. Naturally, he treated it more like a treasure. Gradually, His cultivation far surpassed the others. It would be fine if that was all, but later on, something happened that made him go crazy overnight. A demon grew in his heart and he slaughtered the entire Lu Island. After doing this, he didn't dare to stay for long. He fled the Eastern Sea and lived in seclusion for many years. The demon territory invaded, and the demonic path rose. He took the initiative to surrender and became one of the 4 great monarchs under the Pathmaster, his name spreading far and wide. He had been playing with the remains of a great emperor for so many years, and was also a false emperor elite. Naturally, he could tell that the remains were extraordinary. He was also loyal, and after joining the demonic heavenly path, he offered the remains to the Night Shadow Great Emperor, Qin. Qin was very impressive. He could see the origins of the remains of the great emperors at a glance, and naturally praised the Wind Monarch. Originally, Qin planned to come personally. Although he was one of the great emperors in terms of reputation and strength, he was probably not as good as the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He naturally cared about the things of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, before this, Qin had to guard the passage between the 2 worlds, so he couldn't spare any time. After Yang Kai returned from the demon domain and sealed the passage between the 2 worlds, the demon race was in an abyss of suffering, so he couldn't leave. Helpless, he handed the remains back to the Wind Monarch and ordered him to make the trip. Originally, everything was done quietly, but who knew that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse, and Yang Kai would ruin everything. The Great Array was destroyed, and the Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the 4 Seasons realm. The Wind Monarch could only escape here and refine the Endless Hourglass, then use it to control the Flowing Time Temple. After that, it was a life-and-death battle with Yang Kai. Even now, he couldn't understand how a mere 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator could fight him to the point where both sides were injured. In the end, he even provoked the 2 freaks, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, and even Qiongqi. The Wind Monarch felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Even if he died now, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. After asking for the reason, Qiongqi frowned. Only 1 remains? The Wind Monarch weakly replied, only 1. At this point, the Wind Monarch could only say whatever he wanted. If he said that there was only 1, then there should only be 1. Have you ever gone back to take a look over the years? The Wind Monarch coughed softly, blood constantly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He looked like he would die at any moment. Since I saw the remains of the great emperors, I naturally went back to investigate carefully, but I didn't find much. You should still remember that place, right? Yang Shui asked. The Wind Monarch gently nodded. Take us there. Yang Shui stared at him. This matter was of great importance, so she and Yang Xiao had to go there personally to feel at ease. The Wind Monarch couldn't find the other remains, but that didn't mean she and Yang Xiao couldn't. After all, they had received the inheritance of the great emperors and could sense it. If there were other remains of the great emperors at the bottom of the sea, as long as they were within a certain range, they would definitely be able to find them. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The Wind Monarch naturally agreed on the spot. Chapter 3659. Yang Shui turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, Big brother, wait for me here for 10 years. After 10 years, I will come out of seclusion. Yang Kai raised his hand and rubbed her head. Big brother will wait for you. If it was in the outside world, 10 years would be too long, but this was the Flowing Time Temple, where the principle of time flowed. 10 years here would not be long in the outside world. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to study a new secret technique. The Wind Monarch was at death's door and was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. Even if he was a fake emperor, he had to be obedient after entering the small sealed world, not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to make any waves. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went back to their seclusion. The little girl asked Yang Kai to wait for her for 10 years. She did not say what she wanted to do, but from her mysterious appearance, it was obvious that something good was going to happen. Before leaving, Yang Kai woke Lu Yen up. When the master and servant saw each other again, they were naturally happy. In the main hall, Yang Kai informed Lu Yen and Qiongqi about the recent situation in the star boundary. When they entered the Four Seasons realm together, the demon race had not yet invaded, so they did not know the situation in the outside world. When they first heard that the star boundary was in such a situation, both Lu Yen and Qiongqi were shocked. This matter was too sudden for them. They had just entered the flowing time temple to sleep, but who knew that the star boundary would be in deep trouble? Qiongqi would definitely follow Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to assist them in the future, so it was necessary for him to understand the current situation in the star boundary, lest the two children would be confused about the outside world when they came out of seclusion. The conversation did not take much time. A few days later, Yang Kai found a secret room and went into seclusion. Previously, in the demon territory, he used the sealed world bead to devour the continents in the demon territory, but the more he devoured, the more problems came. The world principles in the third territory were gradually perfected and had a tendency to devour and assimilate the second territory. The reason was that the world principles in the second territory were relatively low level, making it difficult for them to resist the invasion of the third territory. This was the same principle as water flowing to lower places. When there was more water in the third territory, it would naturally flow to the second territory. In the second territory, Yang Kai had devoured several cultivation stars in the lower plane star territory, forming a territory. There were several creatures living on the cultivation stars, and if left alone, those creatures would definitely be demonized. This kind of demonization was not like the demonization of demon heaven Taoist. Those creatures were weak, and once infected by the demonic qi, they would become mindless walking corpses. Those were creatures living on 3 cultivation stars, and the number was difficult to calculate. The demon territory had to be devoured, but the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars could not be left alone. Otherwise, what difference would there be between Yang Kai and an executioner? If such a thing really happened, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. It just so happened that the devouring in the demon territory could no longer continue, so he brought Yu Rumeng and the others back to the star boundary. If this matter was not resolved, the continents in the demon territory could no longer be devoured. The solution was not difficult, and the root of the problem lay with those creatures. He just needed to transfer those creatures out of the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was the master of Heng Luo star field, and in the star territory, there were many cultivation stars suitable for habitation and cultivation. As long as those creatures were brought back to Heng Luo star field and transferred to other cultivation stars, it would be enough. This method was the simplest, but it was not easy to implement. In the lower plane star territory, there were indeed many cultivation stars, but each cultivation star had its own complete set of systems. If a large number of outsiders were rashly sent, it might cause some turmoil. Take a city for example. This city originally only had 100,000 people living in it, and although there was friction and fighting, it could be considered a peaceful life. But if 20,000 outsiders suddenly joined this city, everything might be in chaos. It would be best if he could find an uninhabited cultivation star, but this was basically impossible. All the cultivation stars in the star territory had basically been explored. So, Yang Kai chose the second method, which was to separate the second territory from the small sealed world bead and make it a new world of its own. In this way, the crisis of it being swallowed by the third territory could be avoided. The second territory was swallowed by the sealed world bead, and since it could be swallowed, it could also be separated. However, this was a bit difficult for Yang Kai. Separating a world was tantamount to recreating the universe and refining the world. This method was even more difficult than Li Wu Yi refining Indefinite Mountain. However, if he succeeded, it would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation of the Tao of Space, enough to make his attainments in the Tao of Space world-shaking. It was difficult, but it also had huge benefits, so Yang Kai was naturally eager to try. What's more, even if it didn't work, he could still transfer those creatures to various cultivation stars. At worst, he could just run to a few more cultivation stars and settle down a few fewer people on each cultivation star. Creating the universe and refining the heavens and earth, Li Wu Yi had already done so. Boundless Mountain was his masterpiece, so to a certain extent, what Yang Kai wanted to do was the same as refining Boundless Mountain. Indefinite Mountain originally belonged to the star boundary, but Li Wuyi separated it from the star boundary and refined it into a small sealed world. The second territory was originally a small sealed world, but Yang Kai also wanted to separate it and refine it into a small sealed world. The experience of the seniors could be used as a reference. Indefinite Mountain was no longer in his hands. In order to repair the Universe Tower, it had been contributed to Star Soul Palace, but Li Wuyi had given Yang Kai a jade slip in addition to Indefinite Mountain. That jade slip contained Li Wuyi's various insights on creating the universe and refining the world. It could be said to be his highest attainments in space principles. A small jade slip was tantamount to a peerless treasure for Yang Kai. He didn't have the time to investigate it before, so he planned to study it properly after going to the lower star territory, but now he had 10 years to use, so how could he waste it? So Yang Kai went into secluded cultivation. The jade slip contained the essence of Li Wuyi's life of cultivation. Yang Kai was fascinated by it and soon entered a state of selflessness. In the flowing time temple, the principles of time pervaded. This was the legacy of the great emperors, not the work of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, but it was more or less related to them. They obtained the inheritances of the great emperors and cultivated the secret arts of the great emperors, which would stimulate the barriers in the flowing time temple and make the principles of time flow, making the time here different from the outside world. This kind of inheritance was not inexhaustible. Once the flowing time force was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer have such a miraculous effect. But for Kai Yang, these 10 years were nothing but a waste of time. Nothing happened for 10 years. Qiongqi and Lu Yan did not come to disturb him. Yang Shao and Yang Shui were also working hard, and Yang Kai was immersed in the jade slip, unable to extricate himself. Only Wind Chue was restless. After Yang Kai summoned him, he was not very willing to return to the small sealed world as there was no one to play with him. Over the past 10 years, he had been following Qiongqi and Lu Yan. All three of them were divine spirits. Although their origins were different, they could be said to have hit it off and gradually became familiar with each other. From Yang Kai, Qiongqi and Lu Yan also knew that Wind Shui was a strange beast in the territory of the demon realm. Although its intelligence was not high, its strength was not bad. They had fought many times over the past 10 years, so they knew each other's abilities like the back of their hands. However, such a strange beast was only the mount of the demon saint in the demon territory. Qiongqi and Lu Yan had a slight understanding of the strength of the demon saint. 10 years later, one day, the quiet flowing time temple suddenly buzzed. The sound was dull, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Yang Kai, who was meditating, was alarmed and gradually came back to his senses. He released his divine sense to check the surroundings. The next moment, Yang Shui's clear voice sounded in his ear. "Big brother, wait a moment. Shao, and I will be done soon." Yang Kai heard this and knew that the temple's abnormality was because of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, so he was relieved and continued to study the jade slip. The little girl said, "Soon," and soon, a month had passed. The temple's abnormality lasted for a whole month. Every day, every moment, the flowing time temple buzzed endlessly. Occasionally, a profound light would bloom from all over the temple, flickering with light. It was not until a month later that the temple stabilized when a long roar sounded. In front of the door of the secret room, Yang Shao leisurely appeared. He was dressed in white, spotless clothes, and his snow-white hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His figure was tall and handsome, and his face was like jade. In the end, he was from the dragon race and came from a good background. With his appearance and temperament, if he went out, he would probably charm thousands of women. The elegant young man bowed, cupped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome back, father." When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Congratulations, father." Yang Kai smiled. "Where did the joy come from?" Yang Shao said, "Seeing the light in father's eyes and the glow on your face, you must have gained a lot during your seclusion. This child congratulates you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just picking up the wisdom of others." 10 years of studying Li Wuyi's cultivation experience was just picking up the wisdom of others. Yang Shao also shook his head. Today I'm picking up the wisdom of others. In the future, Father will be able to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao. Yang Kai couldn't help but look him up and down a few times and said with disdain, "When did you learn to be so glib? The dragon race doesn't know how to flatter others. If your parents see you like this, they will definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Shao said seriously, "Everything this child has today was given to me by Father. I dare not accept Father's praise." "Bastard." Yang Kai scolded with a smile. "Are you trying to say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked?" I wouldn't dare. Yang Shao put on a cheeky grin and stepped forward to hold Yang Kai's arm, acting like a filial son serving his grandfather. "Father, please come with me. Little auntie has prepared everything, so we can leave now." "Okay, I'm still young." Yang Kai shook off his hand and walked out with him. Flowing Time Temple. The door was open. Outside the main entrance, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, Lu Yan, and Jue Feng were all there. Hearing the movement behind her, Yang Shui turned around and fixed her eyes on Yang Kai's white hair for a moment. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "Big brother, sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It just so happens that I also need this time. I'm basking in your light." He looked around and said, "If you're ready, let's go." Yang Shui nodded and glanced at Yang Shao. Yang Shao smiled and stepped forward, standing side by side with Yang Shui. In the next moment, the two changed their hand signs. Chapter 3660. Their spells were different, but the law of time that emanated from them was exactly the same. After a short while, Yang Shao looked solemn and stamped his feet on the ground. The temple buzzed, and a rumbling sound came from all over the temple, rolling like thunder. Yang Shui raised her hand gently and shouted, "Rise!" Rumble. The flowing time temple was uprooted, like a big tree, slowly rising from the ground. The flowing time temple was not only a temple, but also the palace of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. The so-called palace could be brought wherever one went, just like the palanquins and carriages of mortals. This was unimaginable for ordinary people, but it was common for the great emperors. The central control of the flowing time temple was the endless hourglass. Yang Shao and Yang Shui had spent 10 years refining the endless hourglass. Although they had cultivated the true teachings of the great emperors and could activate some of the power of the hourglass when it was in their hands, if they wanted to completely control the flowing time temple, they had to practice it well. After 10 years of hard work, now, the great emperor's palace had become the two children's carriage. The temple rose, broke through the void, and rushed out of the Four Seasons realm. In a nameless valley, the embodiment sat cross-legged on the ground, with two sculptures in front of him. They were not sculptures, but the two half-saint of demon race sealed by the divine technique of the great emperors. After a fierce battle, Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo only had time to show their faces, but they were sealed here before they could do anything. The former was like an angry Vajra, while the latter was like a lion hunting a rabbit, motionless. They looked no different from sculptures. The embodiment was a little worried. Although it had ascertained that the two half-saint of demon race were not in mortal danger, it could not break the restriction on the two after repeated attempts. Naturally, it could not help them regain their freedom. Although the embodiment and Yang Kai's cultivation were different, they had been through life and death together for so many years. It had also experienced everything that Yang Kai had experienced, so it could be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable. Now that it had the power of a half-saint, it could not do anything about the current state of Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo. Naturally, it was a little worried. Moreover, it had been more than a month, and there was no movement from the main body. It did not know what the main body had encountered in the Four Seasons realm. However, a month ago, its heart suddenly throbbed and it felt like it was going to die. It was Yang Kai's embodiment, formed by a wisp of Yang Kai's soul entering the body of the stone mongoose. Whether it cultivated to a half-saint or a demon saint, this would not change. It was born because of Yang Kai and it would die because of Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai met with an accident, it would be doomed. On the other hand, if something happened to it, Yang Kai would not be implicated. At that time, It and Zhao Quan were cleaning up the battlefield and had just settled the sealed Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo when the feeling of impending death suddenly hit it. It immediately understood that the main body should have encountered some trouble. It couldn't figure out how the main body was chasing the seriously injured Wind Monarch with a fierce beast like Shui Feng. How could it be that the main body was in such a state? It couldn't figure it out, but it was certain that something must have happened in the Four Seasons realm. However, it couldn't manage the main body's affairs. At the time, it immediately called Zhao Quan over and arranged for the future. After its death, it asked him to take Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo to the Seven Fog Sea and give the two half-saint to Li Wui. It also asked him to go to the High Heaven Palace and talk to the people of the High Heaven Palace. After arranging the future, the embodiment closed its eyes and waited for death. It didn't die and inexplicably survived until now. Zhao Quan was meditating on the side. He had also been injured before and had almost recovered in a month. The huge valley was quiet and silent. At this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised its head and a dignified expression appeared on its stone face. Two flaming eyes stared at a certain place in the void. A moment later, it suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" The moment the words fell, the embodiment's demonic qi wrapped Bai Ye, Bai Zhuo and 6 or 7 captives and retreated 30 li. Just as the embodiment retreated, inexplicable ripples spread in the void above the nameless valley. The calm void seemed to have turned into a lake and someone threw stones into it. Zhao Quan woke up from his meditation, looked up and screamed. As the ripples spread out, a huge silhouette slowly emerged from the ripples. How familiar was this scene? More than a month ago, when the Wind Monarch laid out the array and held the skeleton, such a thing happened once. He naturally knew that the outline that emerged from the void was the outline of the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, the Wind Monarch hadn't done his best. The Flowing Time Temple had shown its head and then retreated. Did it come again this time? Was the Wind Monarch still alive? Zhao Quan urged his emperor's qi and assumed a fighting posture. The embodiment was surprised and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Don't panic." The barrier between heaven and earth had opened and it had already sensed the aura of the main body. Since the main body was here, the reappearance of the Flowing Time Temple should be his means. It probably had nothing to do with the Wind Monarch. Kacha. The void shattered, and a huge palace slowly emerged from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the front of the palace, at the main entrance, several silhouettes entered one's eyes. Who else could it be but the main body in the middle? The embodiment smiled very happily. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Flowing Time Temple jumped out of the Four Seasons realm. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's palace reappeared after countless years. Old Qiong's face was filled with melancholy. Back then, wherever this palace went, there was no one in the star boundary who didn't worship it. Even the great emperors would travel thousands of miles to welcome it. But after the fall of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors, the palace had been silent in the Four Seasons realm until now. There was a successor. The old master had a successor. Others couldn't see it. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes. The huge palace covered the entire nameless valley. Its shadow was cast on the ground like a giant beast. Zhao Quan trembled and fell to the ground. The captives of the demon path from the emperor realm were even more shocked. Although they had become the demon race, their minds were still clear. How could they not know the origin of this palace? However, they didn't see the Wind Monarch's figure. They knew that from today onwards, the 4 great monarchs under the Tao Master would become 3 great monarchs. Jumping out of the void, Yang Shui waved her small hand and the seal disappeared. The temple quickly shrank, turning into the size of a palm in a few breaths and being put into her sleeve. Windchaser screamed. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He lowered his head and stared at Yang Shui's sleeve as if he had seen a ghost. He was probably thinking, how could such a big palace be stored in her sleeve? This sleeve can hold so much space. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the embodiment. He looked at Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo and asked, "How is it?" Previously, he had chased the Wind Monarch into the Four Seasons realm and didn't have time to investigate the situation of these 2 half-saint of demon race. He only had time to ask now. They didn't die, the embodiment replied. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't die. He was really afraid that Bai Ya and Bai Zhua had met with some mishap. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to you. Ru Meng and Bai Liamo, your hair has turned white? The embodiment frowned and looked at Yang Kai's head. When Yang Kai entered the Four Seasons realm, his hair was as black as ink, but after coming out, his hair had turned white. Although the embodiment didn't know what had happened, he could guess that Yang Kai must have had a fierce battle inside when he thought of the palpitations he felt before. I've aged a few hundred years. Yang Kai smiled. It wasn't a big deal. He was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan. In this realm, a few hundred years was considered young. They are. The embodiment looked at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Like Yang Kai, he felt that they looked familiar at first glance. He vaguely felt that he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Even if he could remember, he didn't dare to recognize them. In just a few years, the two children had grown up. It was too bizarre. It was troublesome to explain, so Yang Kai simply passed his divine sense to the embodiment. The embodiment pondered for a moment and couldn't help but stare. Shui? Yang Xiao obediently stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greet's second uncle. The embodiment was Yang Kai's doppelganger, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was his biological brother. Calling him second uncle was right. This stinky brat's mouth was filled with honey. With just one sentence, the embodiment laughed heartily. Yang Shui didn't know about the embodiment's existence. After all, she was too young when she left the High Heaven Palace and hadn't seen the embodiment. However, since Yang Xiao took the initiative, she also knew how to address him. When she called him second brother, the embodiment's mouth almost cracked open to his ears. After laughing, the embodiment said, "You came out at the right time. I need your help with this matter." As he spoke, he pulled Bai Ya and Bai Zhua over and placed them in front of him. The two half-saint of demon race were sealed by the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors. It couldn't lift the seal, but after knowing that the two children were the successors of the great emperors, it naturally could lift the seal. Since it was a family matter, it naturally had to help. The two children each stretched out a finger and pointed at Bai Ya and Bai Zhua's foreheads. In the next moment, the law of time surged and wrapped the two half-saint of demon race. Not long after, about half an hour, the two half-saints' eyes suddenly turned, and then the devil vitality in their bodies surged. Bai Ya roared, "Give me your lives." Bai Zhua shouted, "Die." They attacked together. However, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already prepared. When their bodies swayed, they both hid behind Yang Kai. When the two half-saints' divine technique reached Yang Kai, their expressions changed. They forcibly withdrew their power and retreated quickly. Then, with a muffled groan, they froze in midair. Forcibly withdrawing their power caused them some backlash, but it wasn't a big problem. The two half-saint had already reached the realm of freely withdrawing and releasing their power. After a while, Bai Zhua and Bai Ya walked back in confusion. They looked at the unfamiliar faces, especially Qiongqi and Lu Yan, and then looked at Yang Kai. They were very confused. Bai Zhua said, "What's going on? Where's the Wind King?" In his perception, he was preparing to attack the Wind King a moment ago, but in the next moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of him. There was no sign of the Wind King around. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's hair turned white, and he looked a few years older. Yang Kai turned to look at the two children and asked, "They don't know." Yang Shui smiled and said, "The principles of time have stopped. They can't sense anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood why the two half-saint of demon race reacted like this. During the time they were sealed, they couldn't see or feel anything. It was equivalent to being removed from their lives by the principles of time. It would be strange if they could react. Chapter 3661. After this explanation, Bai Ya and Bai Zhua understood and their expressions became dignified. They didn't know how many years ago the great emperors of the astral world had passed away, but the power of the divine technique in their remains made them unable to resist. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these great emperors had when they were alive. They were already half-saint, the strongest under the demon saint in the demon territory. The demon saint had the same status as the great emperors. Before, They hadn't discovered that the gap between them and the demon saint was so big. This time they were really shocked. However, the two half-saint weren't injured. The principles of time stagnation only sealed them and didn't cause them much harm. Even if Yang Shao and Yang Shui didn't cast the spell, they would wake up one day, but it would probably take decades or hundreds of years. After asking the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that only a month had passed in the outside world. This was as he had guessed before. 10 years in the flowing time temple was 1 month in the outside world. The error wasn't big. However, Qiongqi also told him that the power in the flowing time temple was the legacy of the great emperors. The two dolls had consumed a lot of it, and now there wasn't much left. Once this legacy was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer be magical. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but it required the two dolls to make progress in the principles of time. The Matian Dao's the Emperor realm had either died or been injured in the previous battle. The remaining 6 or 7 people were now captives. With Zhao Quan as an example, as long as Baizhua could cast the spell to extract the blood essence of these 6 or 7 people, he might be able to help them set things right. These people were all from the Emperor realm, so it would be a pity to kill them directly. At the beginning of the GZ army's establishment, there were many things waiting to be done and manpower was needed. Without saying anything, Yang Kai directly waved his hand and put the captives and the demon race's half-saint into the small sealed world, leaving the rest to Baizhua. It would be great if they could recover, but if they couldn't, they could only blame their bad luck. Originally, Yang Kai planned to go to the lower territory after this trip, but now that the flowing time Great Emperor was involved, the Great Emperors, he needed to go and personally investigate before he could feel at ease. Therefore, the trip to the lower territory could only be delayed for now. He didn't let Zhao Quan accompany him but asked him to go to the Azure Sun Temple and inform the temple of the situation. Previously, he encountered Little White and Murong Xiao Xiao on the road. Now that more than a month had passed, the temple must be worried. Perhaps they were sending reinforcements. Letting Zhao Quan make a trip would save Azure Sun Temple from working in vain. Yang Kai believed that the temple would soon spread the news to the Seven Fog Sea. Once there, this matter would be known in the Star Boundary. The High Heaven Palace's palace master, the commander of the GZ army, had just returned to the Star Boundary. He had defeated Demon Heavenly Dao in the Four Seasons realm, captured more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, and even killed the Wind Monarch Feng Monarch under the Demon Heavenly Dao's Dao Master. He had turned the 4 great monarchs into 3 great monarchs and cut off one of Kenye's arms. How satisfying was this news? It needed to be spread as soon as possible. It wasn't that Yang Kai loved fame, but this matter was beneficial to the morale of the various legions in the Star Boundary. It was also beneficial to the establishment of the GZ army. As the commander of the Star Boundary, he couldn't hide his strength when it was time to be in the limelight. Zhao Quan had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, participated in the defeat of Demon Heavenly Dao, and avenged the destruction of his sect. Naturally, he agreed to this matter and immediately set off for Azure Sun Temple. It was estimated that it would take less than half a month to reach the temple. After Zhao Quan left, Yang Kai and the others also set off. It took half a day to arrange a space array and teleport everyone directly to the island in the Eastern Sea. The space array on the island in the Eastern Sea was not far from the location of Dragon Island. It was left here by Yang Kai to facilitate travel to and from Dragon Island. At this time, it played a role. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally had a special sense for his birthplace, Dragon Island. As soon as he came out of the space array, Yang Xiao turned his head and looked in one direction. It was the location of Dragon Island, which was only 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers away from here. You can go back. I will take care of your honored master's matter with your little aunt. Yang Kai patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. When this brat was born, he was determined to leave Dragon Island. For this reason, he did not hesitate to hide his bloodline. But in the blink of an eye, after hundreds of years of cultivation in the temple, he had not seen his parents yet. He really missed them, especially when he heard from Yang Kai that after he entered the Four Seasons realm, his mother almost went berserk. Yang Xiao smiled. Dragon Island is there, we can't run away. Since this child has received honored master's legacy, he should know how to repay his kindness. After this matter is over, I will go home to see my parents. Yang Kai nodded, all right. Stretching out his hand, the pale wind monarch appeared in his hand. Yang Kai had stayed in the temple for 10 years, while Wind Monarch had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. The principles of time were pervasive. Although the small sealed world had a world barrier, since it was inside the temple, it was still infected. However, after 10 years, Wind Monarch had not been able to heal. Even now, he still looked like he had just been through a great battle. In that place, Yang Kai was the master, so it was naturally easy to prevent him from healing. Where is the Remain sect? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wind Monarch's spirit was sluggish. After 10 years of struggling at death's door, he was still a little dazed when he saw the light of day again. After Yang Kai asked for a long time, he finally reacted and said in a panic, "Master, please wait a moment, let me identify the direction." He was a fake emperor, so he could not call Yang Kai master. But after 10 years of waiting and suffering, how could he still have the demeanor of a fake emperor? He only hoped that he would not be tortured again. Yang Kai kindly pointed the way. This is Dragon Island, this is Spirit Beast Island, and that is where the Serene Soul Palace is located. With a reference, it was easy. Wind Monarch was born in the Remain Island, but he was good at the Remain sect. So he quickly identified the direction and pointed, this way, it should be within 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai casually stuffed him back into the small sealed world. Pushing his demonic chi, he wrapped everyone up and rushed in that direction. Under the surge of space principles, his figure flickered in the void. Looking at the lineup on their side, including Windchaser in the small sealed world, there were 4 half-saint of demon race on standby. Lu Yen and Qiongqi were 2 divine spirits who were not inferior to the half-saint fake emperor. Although Yang Shao and Yang Shui were only first-order emperors, they were the descendants of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could they be underestimated? The 2 of them had good aptitudes, but the reason why it took them hundreds of years to cultivate to the first-order emperor realm was because the inheritance of the great emperors was mysterious and unparalleled. Although their cultivation was slow, their strength was incomparable. This was their foundation. Yang Kai himself was a high-ranked demon king, and he could fight with Wind Monarch until both sides were injured. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. Even if there was a demon saint blocking the way ahead, they would still be able to put up a fight. What's more, they were just looking for the remains of the great emperors, so they probably wouldn't run into any trouble. Galloping along the way, they would occasionally pull Wind Monarch out to correct their direction. Above the eastern sea, rolling demon clouds passed by, scaring countless small sects. On the 3rd day, an island appeared in front of them. This island was not small, with a radius of several hundred kilometers. This was the place where Wind Monarch was born. Originally, there was a leaving sect on this island, but it had long been destroyed by Wind Monarch. Now, the leaving sect was occupied by a small sect. It was even worse than the leaving sect in the past. Back then, the leaving sect had a great emperor of the emperor realm, but now, the strongest person in this small sect was only a Dao Source realm cultivator. Yang Kai and the others were here to look for something, so they didn't want to disturb others. When they arrived, they dispersed their demon pressure and quietly spread out, each of them searching separately. Yang Kai didn't have much hope for this trip. The flowing time great emperor was wandering the world and encountered an accident. When the great emperors died, the endless hourglasses returned to the temple. Although one of their remains fell into the eastern sea, it didn't mean anything. But since they knew this news, they had to investigate. The group of 5 split into 4 groups. Lu Yen and Yang Kai went together. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, Lu Yen stuck close to Yang Kai and refused to be separated from him. The 2 children and old Xiong each went their own way. For several days, Yang Kai and Lu Yen traveled tens of thousands of kilometers around the territory of the Eastern Sea, but found nothing. However, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade slip flew through the air. A few days ago, Yang Kai refined a space spirit bead for Yang Shao, Yang Shui, and Qiongqi to contact him. If they were in danger, they could send him a message at any time or teleport to his side to take refuge. At this moment, the message came from Yang Shui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was surprised. You really found something? Shui Er's message in the jade slip was brief. Obviously, she was pressed for time and didn't have time to say much. But since she sent the message, she must have found something. It seemed that this trip to the Eastern Sea was not in vain. Yang Kai activated his devil chi to wrap Lu Yen and immediately activated the power of the space spirit bead. The next moment, the world spun. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yang Shui. Yang Shui was at the bottom of the sea, running at an unknown depth. When Yang Kai appeared, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him from all directions, causing him to let out a muffled groan and hurriedly urge his strength to resist. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Qiongqi also appeared one after another. Obviously, they had received a message from Yang Shui to join them. When the two of them appeared, they suffered a small loss like Yang Kai, but they were fine after resisting the pressure. Yang Shui didn't have time to explain anything and simply urged her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While flying forward, she pointed to the front and said, "Chase it, I can't catch up." It was pitch black under the sea, and there was only a faint light, but Yang Kai could still see a shadow quickly escaping ahead. The shadow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Yang Shui far behind. No wonder Yang Shui wanted to call for help. It turned out that she couldn't outrun the shadow. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The shadow in front of him was not a person, nor was it a sea beast. It was actually a mussel, an oblate mussel the size of a millstone. The mussel had no hands or feet, only a solid mottled shell, but it ran really fast. Water flowed down the mussel's shell, leaving a clear vacuum behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful place where all living things competed. Spirit flowers and plants could become monsters, and even birds and beasts could cultivate human forms. In the sea, there were abundant species, and naturally, there were also monsters. Chapter 3662. There were more types of sea demons than land demons, and they were also more complicated. This mussel was obviously a sea demon, but judging from its aura, it was already at the Demon King realm, and it was full of skills. It was born in the sea and grew up in the sea. The mussel was very good at escaping in the sea, so its speed was naturally very fast. How could Yang Shui catch up with it? Yang Kai did not know why the little girl was chasing the sea monster. Before he could ask, he heard Yang Xiao laughing, "Little ant, don't worry. Leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished his words, he turned into a small white dragon. The dragon's body was crystal clear like jade. It was white and flawless. It was very beautiful. After turning into his original form, Yang Xiao turned into a white light and went straight to the mussel. His speed was much faster than the mussel. Although Yang Xiao was not a water dragon, he was like a tiger in the forest. In this vast sea, there were very few creatures that could be faster than a dragon race. As long as he chased after it, the mussel would have nowhere to go. While chasing, Yang Xiao cast a spell and shouted, "The one in front, please wait. We have something to discuss with you." The sea monster mussel replied, "Where did this ignorant boy come from? How dare you chase after your grandfather? If you know what's good for you, stop right now. Otherwise, I will eat you." Its tone was very fierce, but it ran even faster. Yang Xiao was furious. "Bastard!" He opened his mouth and roared, which turned into a dragon's roar. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but who would have thought that he would be provoked by the mussel? Although it was wrong of him to chase after the mussel, it was too much for the mussel to keep calling him grandfather. He was a dragon race after all. Now that he had turned into the true form of the dragon race, which monster dared to call themselves that in front of him? Moreover, the adoptive father, Yang Kai, was right behind them. Wasn't the clam demon scolding the adoptive father as well? A dragon and a clam monster chased each other through the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up. With the space laws at his disposal, so what if he was tens of thousands of feet below the sea? If he wanted to chase after them, he could stop them with a few teleportations. The reason why he didn't chase was because he wanted to see Yang Zhao's abilities. In the Flowing Time Temple, he had abused the Wind Monarch like a dog. But at that time, the Wind Monarch was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been snatched away and he had lost his mind. Now that he had encountered a sea monster, he could test Yang Zhao's ability. However, he still separated a strand of his divine sense and attached it to Yang Zhao. If this stinky brat was really not strong enough, as his father, he would naturally fight together with him. Why are you chasing after it? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yang Shui and asked through telepathy. Yang Shui's eyes were frighteningly bright. The clam demon has something left behind by Master. It's very likely that it's also a skeleton. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he received Yang Shui's message earlier, he felt that Yang Shui should have discovered something. Now that he heard her explanation, he knew that she had really discovered it. Others might not have noticed the abnormality of the clam demon, but Yang Shui, as the cross-generational disciple of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and a practitioner of the divine technique of the Great Emperors, had sensed the aura of the clam demon from afar. That aura was extremely well hidden, and those who didn't cultivate the principles of time couldn't detect it. Yang Zhao also sensed it when he came, so he didn't ask and directly chased after it. Qiongqi was both excited and sorrowful. Little master, are you sure? He was excited because there really were remains of the great emperors in the sea. He was sorrowful because his old master had died without a complete corpse. The Wind Monarch had obtained a skeleton from the Lingering Island, and the clam demon also had a skeleton. The rest of the skeletons were scattered somewhere. Shui, wouldn't dare to be careless about master's matters, Yang Shui said solemnly. There was nothing more to say. Since they were sure that the clam demon had something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had to chase after it. Half a day later, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He stopped. He had attached a strand of his divine sense to Yang Zhao, so he could vaguely sense the situation over there. At this moment, Yang Zhao had obviously stopped. He had probably caught up to the clam demon, but Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Was it a confrontation or was it in the middle of a battle? He had to go over and take a look. With a jolt of demonic essence, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yen were all wrapped up. Yang Kai then activated the power of the space spirit bead. Under the surging power of the law of space, he traveled through the void and directly arrived beside Yang Zhao. They weren't fighting. They were in a confrontation. Outside a magnificent palace covered by a barrier of light, the palace wasn't very big, at most 1,000 feet in radius. At this moment, in front of the palace, a short man was glaring fiercely at the outside. This man had short arms and legs, and his large head was propped on his upper body. He had no hair, and his neck was short. He looked very funny. What was even funnier was that this man had a clam shell on each side of his body. At first glance, these two clam shells looked like two wings. Needless to say, this short man was the clam demon that Yang Zhao had just chased away. At the bottom of the sea, the magnificent hall should be his cave residence. Behind the clam demon, there were more clam demons. There were both male and female clam demons. The male clam demons were like him, bald and short, while the female clam demons were as beautiful as flowers. Their silky hair fluttered in the wind, and their bodies were tall and graceful. The two wings on their sides opened and closed slightly, just like wings. Although they were all clam demons, these men and women didn't seem to be of the same species. There were quite a lot of clam demons, more than 100 of them. However, their cultivation levels were not uniform. The strongest was undoubtedly the one that Yang Zhao had chased away. The rest were demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers. There were also a few little clam demons that looked like they had just been born not long ago. They were hiding in their own clam shells and looking outside curiously. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Zhao. The male clam demons were glaring at him angrily, but the female clam demons' beautiful eyes were shining. Their charming eyes were constantly scanning Yang Zhao's body. Yang Zhao had a good foundation. It was obvious when he was young. Now that he was an adult, it was even more impressive. If one were to use a word to describe him, it would be beautiful. Yang Kai had never seen such a beautiful man. Moreover, he had the heroic aura of a man, which was the most attractive to the female's eyes. The dignified dragon race, the son of the Dragon Island's great elder and second elder, was being stared at by so many female clam demons. His face turned red. When Yang Kai and the others appeared, Yang Zhao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. His eyes were drifting around, and he didn't even know where to look. Therefore, when Yang Shui appeared, she frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Xiao said meekly, No, we haven't fought yet." Yang Shui was puzzled. "Then why is your face flushed and your qi and blood surging?" Yang Zhao's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at the clam demons. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be blamed. It was just that those female clam demons were wearing too little. All of them only covered their vital parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Pairs of slender legs were swaying in front of him, making him dizzy. Yang Kai thought to himself, if he saw this scene when he was young, his qi and blood would be surging as well. Although Yang Xiao had been training in the shrine for more than 500 years, he had never seen such a scene. 500 years old, for the dragon race, he was only a child. He had never seen such enchanting beauties blossoming in front of him. He really couldn't take it. Seeing Yang Kai's strange smile, Yang Shui secretly looked at the clam demons lineup and quickly reacted. She looked at Yang Xiao with disappointment, then looked at the leader of the clam demons and said, "Yang Shui, the successor of the flowing time great emperor, greet senior. May I know your name?" This trip was to ask for the relics of the great emperors, so Yang Shui didn't call herself a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Instead, she called herself the successor of the flowing time great emperor. There were different ways to ask for it. They had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Moreover, the clam demons in front of them had both young and old. If a fight really broke out, should they kill them or not? It would be best if they could resolve it peacefully. Yang Shui opened her mouth. The clam demon looked at her from head to toe and snorted, "Is it you, little girl, who chased after me the moment we met?" When he was chased just now, the clam demon turned around and ran, so he didn't see what Yang Shui looked like. However, he still knew that it was a girl who chased after him. Now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her. Yang Shui smiled slightly. It was a hasty action. "Senior, please forgive me." The clam demon was furious. "The sea is so big, why did you chase after me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he said this, he raised his arm and said, "I didn't run because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. Who would have thought that you guys would take advantage of me and chase me to my doorstep? You've really gone too far. Do you believe that I'll eat you in one bite right now?" Yang Shui hurriedly said, "My king is kind and benevolent. I can't thank you enough. It's just that I have some reasons to chase after you. Please forgive me, my king." "Reasons?" The clam demon crossed his arms and looked insufferably arrogant. "There's a reason to chase after someone? What's the reason? Let me hear it." Yang Shui said politely, "I want to ask for something from my king." Yang Xiao calmed down and couldn't help but say, "Hand over that thing and we'll leave. We won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around the clam demon changed. The female clam demons who were admiring Yang Xiao suddenly turned cold and stared at him coldly. Needless to say, the male clam demons were all demonic qi and had cold expressions. The leader of the clam demons chuckled. "We want to ask for something," Yang Shui said. "Don't worry, my king. We're not asking for it casually. We're only making an exchange. We'll definitely satisfy my king." Before she finished speaking, the leader of the clam demons shouted angrily, "Don't mention this again. Seeing that you have delicate features, I decided to give you a chance. But I didn't expect you guys to be so ambitious. Get out of my way and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." The cave's restriction opened. The clam demons hid inside and spoke fiercely, but they didn't intimidate them at all. Yang Shui frowned. "My king, did you misunderstand something?" What misunderstanding?" The clam demons shouted angrily and didn't give Yang Shui a chance to speak. They waved their two short hands and said, "Get out of my way. It's not good to anger me." Chapter 3663. The clam monster waved his hand, and the seawater surged toward Yang Kai and the others. Although it didn't injure them, it was enough to show how powerful this clam monster was. Yang Shui's brows furrowed even more. The other party wanted to drive them away without a word. This was completely impossible to communicate with. After pondering for a moment, the little girl looked at the clam monster and said, "Excuse me." When she finished speaking, she took a step forward, pinched her fingers together, and gently pointed at the restriction in front of her. On the other side, Yang Shao didn't need to be told. At the same time that Yang Shui moved, he also raised his hands and pressed on the restriction slowly but firmly. Both of their movements were light, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. The clam monster sneered and stood in place with his arms crossed across the restriction. He looked at Yang Shui mockingly and said, "Little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This king's cave mansion's restriction has been refined by my clan for several generations. You think you can?" As he spoke, he couldn't finish his sentence. The smile on his face suddenly stiffened because when Yang Shui and Yang Zhao's hands touched the restriction, a series of cracking sounds came, and countless cracks appeared on the light curtain. The clam demon clan turned pale with fright. Those little clam demons who were peeking their heads out immediately closed their shells and hid their bodies inside, rolling to the back. The cracking sounds were incessant. The eyes of the clam monster leader were red. He raised his head and stared at the restriction of his cave mansion. His face was full of shock. Those cracks didn't come from the restriction, but from his heart. He couldn't understand. The strength of these two children was obviously not high, so how could they do this? There was no time to think. After a few breaths, accompanied by a crashing sound, the cave mansion's restriction shattered. "How dare you!" the clam monster leader shouted, and the rest of the clam monsters also urged their monster chi. A great battle was about to break out. A few silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by the cries of the Clam Clan, 4 half-saint of demon race appeared at the same time and surrounded the clam demons in all directions. Not only that, Qiongqi transformed into his true form and opened his mouth to roar. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a dozen clam demons in one gulp. Lu Yen pinched her small hands together and the image of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. It was a magnificent sight. Wherever the fire phoenix was, the seawater would turn into nothingness. There was no need for so many people to deal with such a group of clam demons. Any one of them, Lu Yen or Qiongqi, could easily slaughter them all. However, Yang Kai still summoned all of the half-saint to help him, not to kill, but to intimidate. He had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was not good to kill them. However, if they were to fight, it was inevitable that there would be some accidental injuries. If they were to really get into a fight, the situation would not end well. Therefore, it was better to directly display a lineup that would make the clam demons feel despair and make them retreat. When the 4 half-saint of demon race appeared, the clam demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies that were about to attack suddenly stopped. When they sensed the strength of the half-saint, their expressions became even more chaotic. When Qiongqi and the fire phoenix appeared, the group of clam demons felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of people were they? Other than the 2 young people, the rest of them were not easy to deal with. Their powerful divine senses shrouded the entire area, making the clam demons' mouths dry. They could not help but clamp their shells together, as if they could find a trace of security by doing so. They originally thought that the clam demons did not need to be afraid of the other party since there were not many of them. Who knew that the situation would change like this? The leader of the clam demons was tactful. Therefore, after being startled for a moment, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The 4 half-saint of demon race were all summoned by him, so it was difficult for them not to attract attention. He also realized that the person in charge of the other party should be him. A trace of unwillingness and humiliation flashed in his eyes. The leader of the clam demons said, This time, the clam demons admit defeat. Bang Bang Air will give you what you want. However, there is only one thing. If you dare to harm the lives of my children, the clam demons will not rest until you are dead. As soon as he finished speaking, all the clam demons turned pale with fright. They all cried out mournfully, "King!" There were even some clam demons who had a fierce look on their faces. They looked at Yang Kai and the others one by one. They gritted their teeth and said, "King, you don't need to be afraid of them. At most, we will die. We will fight with them." Fight. "King, give the order." Bang Bang Air shouted angrily, "All of you, shut up." Everyone had courage. If he really gave the order, the clam demons would really fight with their lives. However, what would the result be? With the strength that the other party had displayed, he could easily wipe out the entire clam demons. These 100 people were not enough to even fill the gaps between his teeth. He was the leader of the clam demons. Naturally, he had to think for the entire clan. Sacrificing himself in exchange for the safety of the clan was worth it. If anyone dares to be noisy again, you will be punished according to the clan's rules. His gaze swept across. As expected, no clam demons dared to speak. After being the leader for so many years, they still had some dignity. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Kai again. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and reached his hand into it. When he took it out again, his hand shone brightly. Under the pitch-black sea, there seemed to be a full moon. The moon was the size of a dragon's eye and emitted a gentle light. It was a pearl of the highest quality. It was a pearl, and also Bang Bang Air's demon core. The demon core flowed in the pearl, and it was astonishing. There were even sounds of waves. Bang Bang Air turned his head and extended his hand. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Take it away." He didn't look at it because he was reluctant to part with it. How could he be willing to part with it? After cultivating for so many years, all of his cultivation was in this monster core. If he lost his monster core, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. Yang Shui was stunned. Yang Xiao chuckled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "King, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We didn't come here for this." Bang Bang Air's monster core was of the highest quality. A 12th order monster core was of extremely high quality, not to mention that his monster core had displayed such a strange phenomenon. It was even more precious than ordinary 12th order monster cores. If placed outside, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, what use did Yang Kai have for it? He had plenty of monster cores in his space ring. Back in the savage, desolate ancient land, he had collected tens of thousands of monster cores from the beast tomb. 12th order monster cores could be found everywhere. Bang Bang Air's monster core was so precious that Yang Kai really didn't want it. From the very beginning, the clam demons had misunderstood. Bang Bang Air was a little stunned and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. "You don't want this?" Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "You don't want this?" Yang Kai shook his head seriously, "I don't want it." What human didn't want the clam demons' monster core? The clam demons found it difficult to survive in the sea, and the main reason was that they were constantly hunted down by the human race. The clam demons' monster cores were different from those of other monster races. Some human race women liked them the most and would place them in their boudoirs. At night, they would emit a soft glow, and if they wore them often, they would be able to maintain their beauty. Therefore, when Bang Bang Air saw Yang Shui, his first reaction was that this beautiful woman had come to steal his monster core, so he naturally ran away. Later, when he was chased to his cave mansion, Yang Shui came to ask for something else. Bang Bang Air naturally thought that she was asking for his monster core and naturally refused. How could he have known that this was not what Yang Shui wanted? Bang Bang Air was overjoyed and said with relief, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared this king. I thought you guys. Hee hee." As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the monster core back into his stomach and rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. Yang Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She also wanted to explain things clearly, but the other party didn't give her a chance at all. She couldn't even finish her sentence, so how could she explain it clearly? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. A group of clam demons echoed, all of them smiling. As long as they didn't come to steal the monster core, everything was fine. The clam demons were afraid of stealing their monster cores, otherwise, they wouldn't have settled down in such a deep sea. They were hiding here to avoid the masters of the human race. Bang Bang Air scratched his head again and looked at Yang Shui. Then what do you want? Yang Shui finally had a chance to explain the purpose of her visit. A skeleton. Bang Bang Air's expression suddenly became serious and he asked in a deep voice, "What skeleton?" Yang Shui said with a smile, "This little girl's master's skeleton. If I'm not wrong, that skeleton is on the king. Please take it out for me to see." Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Shui from head to toe and immediately shook his head. "Impossible, impossible." When Yang Shao heard this, he suddenly became angry and said in a fierce voice, "Hey, clam demon, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. This young master is kind and doesn't want to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people." Yang Shui raised her hand and looked at the clam demon with a smile. "What does the king mean?" Bang Bang Air ignored Yang Shao and only looked at Yang Shui, saying in a deep voice, "I do have a skeleton on me, but it's impossible. It can't be your master's. Little girl, I'm afraid you've made a mistake." Yang Shui said, "I can't make a mistake. I'm practicing my master's secret technique. My master's skeleton can sense it. It's on the king now." Bang Bang Air nodded. "I do have a skeleton, but this skeleton has been passed down from generation to generation in my clam clan. I don't know how many years it has been. If that skeleton is really your master's, then how old are you? I don't think you're that old." After nodding, Bang Bang Air shook his head again. Yang Shui smiled and her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to inform you that my master has indeed passed away many years ago. My junior brother and I have only obtained the opportunity to inherit master's legacy by chance. We have never had the chance to meet him, but there is one thing that is absolutely true. Since we have inherited his legacy, my junior brother and I are his disciples. Since master's remains are out there, it is only natural that we, as his disciples, should welcome him back." Bang Bang Air suddenly understood what was going on. He blinked his eyes and said, "I heard you mention the descendant of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Then his master's name, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors." Yang Shui replied. Bang Bang Air gasped and said in surprise, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors?" Although he was a sea monster, he had also heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's name. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Although the Clam Clan knew that the skeleton was extraordinary, they didn't expect that the origin of the skeleton was so great. Since ancient times, he was the only great emperors who had mastered the law of time. After the shock, Bang Bang Air showed a complicated expression. "I see, no wonder, no wonder." Yang Shui asked curiously, "My king means..." Bang Bang Air quickly waved his hand. "I don't dare, I don't dare. In front of the descendant of the great emperors, please forgive me for my rudeness." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and bowed. Bang Bang Air of the Clam Clan greets the two supreme divinities. Chapter 3664. When they first met, the leader of the Clam Clan was running away in a panic. Now, the leader of the Clam Clan was bowing to them. His attitude had changed several times, which was really confusing. When he bowed, the rest of the Clam Clan also bowed together. Even the newborn clams were no exception. They had short arms and short legs, but they imitated the appearance of their leader. They were so childish that it made people want to protect them. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. "What is the meaning of this, king?" Bang Bang smiled. "There were many misunderstandings before, but I didn't expect that it was actually a misunderstanding. We don't recognize each other, so Bang Bang was rude. Please don't blame us, Supreme Divinity." Yang Shao blinked. "Is the Supreme Divinity you're talking about my master?" This was a bit strange, so he had to ask clearly. Bang Bang nodded quickly. "Yes, I'll let you know. Our Clam Clan has been blessed by the Supreme Divinity for many years, so we worship him as the Supreme Divinity and worship him in the clan for generations. However, we didn't know the Supreme Divinity's name until today, when we found out that he was the legendary Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. We're ashamed. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Master is not dead? Even Yang Kai's expression became serious. If he was dead, how could he continue to do favors? Bang bang, shook his head. Not so. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone. It was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of white jade. However, this bone was not the same as the one Feng Jun took out. It should be a forearm bone. Yang Shui said that the remains of the great emperors were on Bang Bang, and she was not wrong. The leader of the Clam clan had refined the remains of the great emperors in his body before spitting it out now. Seeing the white bones, Yang Shao and Yang Shui immediately knew that these white bones were the remains of their master. Others couldn't detect it, but they could clearly sense the aura of the principles of time hidden in them. It was another skeleton. Qiongqi's eyes turned slightly red. It seemed that the old master had really died without a complete corpse. He didn't know what kind of dangers existed outside the universe that even a great divine technique like him had ended up in such a state. Bang Bang Air took out the white bone and held it in his hand. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He only hesitated for a moment before holding the white bone with both hands and respectfully handing it over. This should be what you are looking for. Yang Shui nodded and took the bone solemnly. When the bone entered her hand, her body shook slightly. She didn't seem to do anything, but the bone actually flashed with light. Then, golden lines appeared on the surface of the bone. A strange aura spread out, causing everyone's thoughts to stagnate. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years. When everyone came back to their senses, the bone was still a bone. There was no abnormality. But no one thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. The flowing time great emperor was extraordinary. His bones were divine. Even if he had died many years ago, there was still divinity hidden in his remains. This divinity was usually not obvious. It would only appear when the successor came in contact with it. The last trace of doubt in Bang Bang Air's eyes disappeared. Looking at Yang Shui, Yang Zhao's eyes became much gentler. Just now, Yang Shui said that she was the successor of the flowing time great emperor, but there was no proof. Only now did Bang Bang Air really believe it. She smiled slightly and said, "My clam family's ancestor accidentally obtained this thing. He only saw that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know the mystery inside. It was passed down from generation to generation. Today, it can be considered to be returned to its original owner. Congratulations." Yang Shui put away the bone, looked at Bang Bang Air and said, "Just now, the king said that it was Shizhuan's favor. What does that mean?" Bang Bang Air hurriedly waved his hand. "Since you are Shizhuan's disciple, I dare not call you king. You can just call me by my name." After a slight pause, Bang Bang Air said, "How old do you think Bang Bang Air is this year?" This was a strange question, but since it was asked, it was definitely not a casual question. It must be related to the flowing time great emperor. Yang Shao immediately said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but you don't look old. The demon race has a long lifespan. I guess you are 2,000 years old." Bang Bang Air shook his head. There was no need for others to continue guessing. He gave the answer himself. "I don't remember exactly how old Bang Bang Air is this year, but I am indeed 8,000 years old." Yang Kai and the others were surprised. 8,000 years old. Compared to Bang Bang Air's cultivation, this was a birthday boy. It was rare that he didn't look old. But soon, everyone realized that it was probably the work of that white bone. Sure enough, Bang Bang Air explained, "I am a monster king, a high-grade monster king. Logically speaking, I can't live for so long, but I feel that I am still young. It's not that the Clam clan is born with a long lifespan, it's the ability of the Shizhuan's remains. When the ancestor obtained the remains, although he didn't discover the mysteries within, he found that the remains in his body gave him a long lifespan. Therefore, every leader of the Clam clan has a long lifespan. Except for those who died fighting other demon races, the oldest one lived for more than 13,000 years. It's all thanks to the Shizhuan's remains that we can live this long. The Clam clan has lived in this vast sea for a long time. Although we don't fight, there are occasional disasters. The Clam clan is few in number, and there are not many strong people. We have faced disaster several times, And it's all thanks to the Shurzuin's remains that we can turn misfortune into fortune. Bang Bang Air said, to be honest, the Clam Clan doesn't know the mysteries of the remains, and we can't use it normally. But if my life is in danger, it may be possible to activate the power within and wipe out the enemy. Bang Bang Air was the leader of the Clam Clan. If even his life was in danger, then the clan was really on the verge of death. And under such circumstances, the remains of the great emperors could release some power, and it was as if Bang Bang Air was receiving divine help. This had never happened to him, but it had happened to the previous leaders of the Clam Clan. Because of these two reasons, the Clam Clan worshipped the owner of the remains as the Shurzuin and worshipped him for generations. It was just that they didn't know who the owner of the remains was until today. After explaining, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, the Shurzuin is a great benefactor to our clan. Today, not only did we learn the Shurzuin's name, but we also know that the Shurzuin has a successor in the world. The Clam Clan is overjoyed, and so is Bang Bang Air. Yang Shui said, Your Majesty is too polite. Junior brother and I would like to thank Your Majesty for returning the remains. Bang Bang Air waved his hand and said, That's what we should do. The Shurzuin has protected our Clam Clan for so many years. Since you are here, the remains should be returned. She didn't know if it was true or not, but Bang Bang Air said it very sincerely. The main thing was that she couldn't refuse. A group of people from the half-saint of demon race were eyeing her covetously. If she dared to say no, it would be a disaster in an instant. Yang Shui said again, If Shurzuin's remains are returned to me, will it affect Your Majesty's body? Bang Bang Air lived so long because of the remains of the great emperors. Now that the remains were taken away, she didn't know how long she could live. Hearing this, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, It would be a lie to say that it doesn't. However, I can't live as long as the great emperors, but I can't live less. Calculating my current situation, I can live for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. Yang Shui nodded and said, In the future, my senior sister and junior brother will definitely think of a way to compensate Your Majesty. That's not necessary. Bang Bang Air kept waving his hands and exhaled a long breath as if he had let go of something. He said warmly, It's my honor to have the two of you here. If you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me? Bang Bang Air has another important thing to tell the two of you. Yang Shui glanced at Yang Kai after hearing this. Yang Kai smiled and said, If that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. They chased after them and took away the remains of the great emperors that the Clam Clan had kept for so many years. It wouldn't be right for them to just turn around and leave. Since they were sincerely inviting them, it wouldn't be a big deal to go in and be their guests. Bang Bang Air was overjoyed. He turned around and shouted, Our distinguished guests are here. Little ones, get busy. Bring out all the good food and drinks for Your Majesty. When the Majesty shouted, the little clams also shouted. In an instant, the Clam Clan was busy. More than half of the clams turned around and went into the cave to prepare. The rest of the clams welcomed the distinguished guests together with their Majesty. Yang Kai took the lead, Lu Yen was at the side, Qiongqi and a few half-saint of demon race followed closely behind. Yang Shui also followed, and Yang Xiao was at the back. It wasn't that he walked slowly, but it was mainly because he was surrounded by a group of beautiful clams. Little White Dragon was very beautiful. When there was a conflict before, the beautiful clams didn't show anything. Now that they had a misunderstanding, they all surrounded him. They were really beautiful, with different temperaments. Little White Dragon's face was so red that it was dripping blood. Before he could say anything, two beauties of the clam tribe grabbed his hands and dragged him into the cave. Seeing his stupefied appearance, the beauties of the Clam tribe giggled. Beside him, a fragrant wind lingered. Little White Dragon was like an immortal, seeing stars. Entering the cave mansion, Kai Yang stood in front of a statue. This statue had existed for who knows how many years. It was placed in the middle of a square inside the cave mansion. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It could be seen that the person who had carved this thing was very proficient in this field. Using a sword or an axe, the statue's movements were perfectly executed. The only thing that puzzled Kai Yang was that this statue did not have any facial features. Bang Bang, stood at the side and explained respectfully, "The Clam clan received the Supreme God's legacy, but we didn't have the fate to see the Supreme God's true face. And ancestors set up this thing here for the Clam clan to worship and worship. They didn't know what the owner of the skeleton looked like, so no facial features were carved. However, they knew that the owner of the skeleton was definitely extraordinary, so the sculpture was majestic." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Do you want to complete it? It just so happens that someone here has seen the Great Emperors." Bang Bang was shocked. The flowing time Great Emperor had fallen for countless years, but there was actually someone who had seen it? How long had this person lived? However, since there was such a good thing, how could she refuse? She quickly said, "This is the wish of my Clam clan's ancestors. If it can be completed, it will be my Clam clan's fortune." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Qiongqi. Among this group of people, only old Qiong had seen the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Although Yang Shao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the Great Emperors, they didn't know what the old man looked like, so when they heard this, they looked at Qiongqi expectantly. Old Qiong didn't decline and flashed out from behind Yang Kai. His expression was very dignified. He looked up at the huge sculpture, and a trace of nostalgia and grief flashed across his face. After a while, the nostalgia and grief disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Old Qiong's demonic aura shook slightly. He raised his hand, and the demonic aura condensed at his fingertips, turning into a carving knife. He flew up, and the carving knife turned into an afterimage. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 3665. Old Qiong did not stop at all. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Although he was not good at this, with his strong cultivation, it was just a piece of cake for him. Even though it was just a piece of cake, Old Qiong was very serious. Every turn of the knife mark was condensed from his life's cultivation. After 30 breaths, Old Qiong put away his knife. Everyone looked up with different expressions, but most of them were surprised. The flowing time Great Emperor, what a great reputation. Even though he had fallen countless years ago, there were still legends about him in this world. Such a character was definitely different from ordinary people. Such an expert would definitely be extremely rare in this world. But in fact, when Old Qiong restored the honor of the Great Emperors, everyone found that the flowing time Great Emperor looked very ordinary, very ordinary. With such an appearance, if she was placed in a crowd, no one would pay too much attention to her. But what did the Great Emperor's abilities have to do with their appearance? He was the flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors, so his ordinary appearance would be extraordinary because of his name. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yang Shao and Yang Shui went forward and personally burned 3 sticks of incense for their master and kowtowed a few times. After the ceremony, Bang Bang Air led everyone into the main hall. The hall was filled with a strange fragrance. The Clam clan had already prepared a banquet and were only waiting for the distinguished guests to take their seats. A beautiful Clam clan girl was arranged beside each of them to serve them gently. Below them, there were even Clam clan girls singing and dancing. A disaster turned into a misunderstanding, and now they could see the 2 esteemed disciples of the Supreme Divinity. Bang Bang Air was very happy and kept toasting. Although the Clam clan lived under the sea, there was no lack of resources here, especially their homebrewed wine. It was mellow and rich, and it had a special taste. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Bang Bang suddenly said, "I'd like to let the 2 of you know that in this sea, it's not only the Clam clan that has received the Divine Lord's favor, but there are other sea clans that are in the same situation as us." The Clam clan worshipped the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor as the Divine Venerables. Thus, the 2 disciples of the Divine Venerables were the Venerables. Addressing them as such was a form of respect, so there was nothing wrong with it. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, you mean," Bang Bang smiled and said, "This is the important thing that I wanted to tell you just now. Previously, I didn't know the identity of the Divine Lord and that there were still successors in this world. Now that the 2 of you have come to find me, I can't hide it from you anymore." He paused for a moment, then said, "The supreme god's remains of my Clam clan were passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, along with some words. Our ancestors said that the Clam clan isn't the only one that has received the Supreme God's remains. In this sea, there are other sea clans that have also received the Supreme God's blessings and have been thriving in this vast sea. Upon hearing this, Yang Shao, who had been drinking, stopped drinking and looked at Bang Bang. He asked, "Your Majesty, do you know where those sea clans are?" Bang Bang smiled and said, "I don't know about the others, and I can't be sure either. However, there's one place that's very likely." Yang Shui and Yang Shao asked together, "Where?" 50,000 miles west of our Clam clan's territory is the Shrimp clan's territory. That old shrimp most likely has the Supreme God's remains in his hands. Most likely? Yang Shao raised his eyebrows. Bang Banger said, "Because that old shrimp has lived for many years. If it wasn't for the Supreme God's remains, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived so long." The Clam clan had the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, so they were very clear about the use of the remains. The Shrimp clan's situation was very similar to theirs, so naturally, they would have such a guess. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Shao immediately stood up and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Shrimp clan and get our teacher's remains back." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Shui. "Little Ant, what do you think?" Yang Shui called him junior brother, and he called Yang Shui little Ant, so their relationship was a bit messy. Yang Shui nodded and said, "Let's go together." Bang Bang quickly said, "Your Majesties, please wait a moment. The Shrimp clan's situation is quite different from our Clam clan's situation. They might not be willing to return the Supreme God's remains, and they might even think that you two are liars. Let me gather my men and help you too." Yang Shao glanced at him and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, do you have a grudge with that old shrimp?" If there was no grudge between them, why would he be so proactive and look like he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife? Although Yang Shao had been cultivating in the lookout for 500 years, he was not a fool. How could he not see this point? However, he was just asking casually, so he did not wait for Bang Bang to explain anything and continued, "This is a family matter of the flowing time Great Emperor, so there is no need for your Majesty to worry about it." No matter what Bang Banger's intentions were, as long as they knew that the Shrimp clan had the remains of the great emperors, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had to go there. Bang Bang was a little embarrassed, but since Yang Shao had said so, he did not have the intention to force it. He immediately said, "Then, Bang Bang wishes both your Majesties a great victory." After finding out the whereabouts of another great emperor's remains, the two descendants of the flowing time Great Emperor did not want to wait the moment longer and were about to depart. Bang Bang pointed out the direction and respectfully sent everyone off. On the vast sea, everyone was galloping. Suddenly Yang Kai stopped. Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and the others also stopped immediately. Only Yang Shao rushed out and quickly flew back. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, "Father, what did you find?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He looked at him and then looked at Yang Shui. "You have all grown up." Yang Shao and Yang Shui were a little confused by this inexplicable sigh. They looked at him in confusion. Yang Kai continued, "When you grow up, you have to walk your own path." Yang Shui was smart and immediately understood. "Big brother, do you have something to do and want to leave?" Yang Kai rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Yes, there is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Then Big Brother can go by himself. You don't have to worry about me and Shao." Yang Kai's face became serious. "Not only am I leaving, but I also want to take your sister Lu Yen and Uncle Qiongqi with me. I am afraid that there will be strong enemies this time, so I need more people." Hearing this, before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Shao became excited. "Then let Elder Auntie and Old Qiong go with Father. Little Auntie and I will take care of Shizhuan's matter." Yang Shui nodded. The two of them obtained the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor and finally came out of seclusion after more than 500 years. They were like fierce tigers coming out of the mountains. If Yang Kai was by their side, they would be a little restrained. Now that they heard that Yang Kai was going to take Lu Yen and Qiongqi with him, although they were reluctant, it was exactly what they wanted. Yang Kai smiled. "Although the two of you have made some progress in your cultivation, You must remember that there is always a higher mountain in this world. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtain the inheritance of the great emperors. You must know that even your Shizhuan couldn't do this back then, let alone you two little kids. Father, I am more than 500 years old. Yang Shao explained seriously. He was no longer a little kid. Yang Kai ignored him and continued, although there is a difference in seniority between the two of you, you are about the same age. When you go out, you must take care of each other. Be careful. After a pause, he said, if you encounter any danger, remember to use the space spirit bead. Yang Shao and Yang Shui nodded together, we will remember. Also, when you are done here, Shao, remember to go back to the Dragon Island. Shui, go back to the High Heaven Palace. Wow, father, you are so long-winded. Yang Shao curled his lips, but before he could finish, Yang Kai knocked him on the head. This brat was shameless and giggled. Then I won't be long-winded. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a chicken. Yang Shao and Yang Shui looked at each other, turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the sky. Yang Kai, Qiongqi, and Lu Yan stood in place and watched with narrowed eyes. When the voices of the two disappeared from sight, Yang Kai said, let's follow them. Unless it is a life or death situation, try not to make a move. Fear of a strong enemy, and the need for more manpower, was just nonsense. Yang Kai was going to the territory of the lower world star. How could there be a strong enemy? What's more, he still had 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world. If he really encountered a strong enemy, those 4 would be enough to deal with it. The reason for this was that this was a rare opportunity for the 2 kids to check the results of their hundreds of years of cultivation. If Lu Yan and Qiongqi were to follow them, they would definitely have someone to rely on. Yang Kai had to find a way to take Lu Yan and Qiongqi away from them and let them face things alone. Whether it was setbacks or opportunities, it was their own business. Even if a flower in a greenhouse bloomed, it would only be beautiful for a moment, not to mention the wind and rain. Qiongqi understood this truth, so when Yang Kai secretly told him about it, he agreed. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue following the 2 kids. His own affairs had been delayed for a while, so he needed to get started as soon as possible. Qiongqi nodded, hid his figure, and quietly followed. Lu Yan, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, she just raised her head and stared at Yang Kai, her big black and white eyes as clear as a clear spring. Yang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed her head. 2 to 3 times, he rubbed her head until it looked like a chicken coop. Lu Yan, on the other hand, was smiling with a satisfied look on her face, not saying a word as she chased after Qiongqi. With Qiongqi and Lu Yan secretly looking after them, Yang Kai was relieved. On this sea, there should be no one who could threaten their safety. Everyone left, big and small, all at once, leaving Yang Kai standing alone in midair. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and slapped it directly on his chest. Yang Kai used all his strength in this slap, and with this slap, 2 of his ribs were broken. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy, soaking his clothes. His face was pale for a while, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Standing in place, Yang Kai coughed for a while, then panted for a moment before urging his space principles and activating the space spirit bead on his wrist. His principles surged, and Yang Kai directly disappeared, arriving at the other end of the space spirit bead in the blink of an eye. With a solemn expression, he blurted out the words he had prepared, GZ Army, Yang Kai greets Iron Blood. A proper greeting suddenly turned into cursing, which was too sudden. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to be disrespectful to the great emperors, but the scene in front of him was too unexpected. Even if Yang Kai had imagined thousands of scenarios, this scene in front of him was definitely not one of them. Chapter 3666. If Yang Kai wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes, he naturally had to go through the Star Court. Now that the Star Court was under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he activated the space spirit bead that was connected to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Previously, in the 7 Mist Sea, Yang Kai had specially gifted one to the Great Emperors. Logically speaking, after the space spirit bead was activated, Yang Kai should appear next to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the demonic chi was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight to the demon race's army. Powerful divine senses extended from all directions and locked onto Yang Kai. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little confused. He subconsciously thought that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had broken into the demon race's camp, but when he looked around, where was the Iron Blood Great Emperor? Instead, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the high-rank demon king closest to him. That high-rank demon king was a corpse demon and was covered in rotting flesh. He was only a meter away from Yang Kai, almost touching Yang Kai's face. A putrid odor assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils, causing his face to darken. The corpse demon was also stunned. A person had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. No one would be able to react in time. However, the corpse demon's eyes lit up in an instant, clearly recognizing Yang Kai's identity. Pleasantly surprised, it opened its mouth and roared. The rolling demonic chi rushed toward Yang Kai. At the same time, it raised its arm, which rapidly elongated and grabbed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also stretched out a hand. With the rolling of his demonic chi, he activated the dragonization art and turned his hand into a dragon claw. The moment both of their hands touched, Shermo's angry howl turned into a mournful wail. His outstretched arms crumbled like fried dough twist. Shermo hurriedly changed his move. His small body swayed and turned into a mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was in the shape of a human. One could vaguely see Shermo's original appearance. However, it was made up of tens of thousands of corpses. Inside the mountain of corpses, corpses were struggling and screaming. Their voices contained a strange power that could shake one's mind. The mountain of corpses was huge, like a real hill. Yang Kai's dragonization art was also fully activated. In a flash, he transformed into a half-dragon body that was more than 300 feet tall. The two behemoths collided head-on, exchanging blows. Dragon roars shook the sky as corpses fell like rain. After 3 breaths, the mountain of corpses collapsed. The corpses that formed the mountain of corpses turned into pus before they even hit the ground, filling the sky with a foul stench. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall dragon body stood tall. His left hand held an object that emitted a thumping sound. If it wasn't Shermo's demon heart, what else could it be? In a single exchange, Shermo's demon heart had been plucked. He could no longer maintain his original appearance. He reverted to the size of a normal person and collapsed to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that could be seen from the front, but there was nothing inside. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him. His golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless majesty, as if he were a high and mighty god. He exerted force in his hand and the demon heart in his hand shattered. Shermo was heavily injured in an instant, but he didn't die immediately. A high-rank demon king had more than one demon heart. If one was destroyed, there would be more. But as long as the demon heart wasn't destroyed, the demon race wouldn't die. Shermo howled in pain. Foul blood spilled from his mouth. He crawled up and tried to flee. Yang Kai raised his foot and stomped down. The ground trembled as his foot landed, and a pool of blood exploded under his foot. This time, Shermo didn't even make a sound. In less than 5 breaths of time, a high-rank demon king had fallen. Yang Kai's specialty was fighting above his realm. Now that he had become a high-rank demon king, he could even put up a fight against a false emperor like the Wind Monarch. What did killing a fellow high-rank demon king count for? With Shermo dead, Yang Kai opened his right palm, revealing a small bead. The Space Spirit Bead. It was the one Yang Kai had given to the Iron Blood Great Emperor in the 7 Mist Sea. There were only 2 reasons why this Space Spirit Bead had appeared on Shermo's body. The first was that Shermo had killed the Iron Blood Great Emperor and then plundered his spoils of war for the Space Spirit Bead. But could a high-rank demon king kill one of the great emperors? That was obviously impossible. Even if Zhan Wu Hen stood in place and let the high-rank demon king fight for 100 years, the great emperors wouldn't be injured. A high-rank demon king couldn't possibly kill the great emperors, so there was only one possibility left. The great emperors had secretly placed the Space Spirit Bead on Shermo's body. The uses of the Space Spirit Bead were no longer a secret in the Star Boundary. It was convenient for communication and fast for teleportation. When Yang Kai had given the Great Emperors a space spirit bead for no apparent reason, Zhan Wuhen knew that Yang Kai had something to do with him. The Iron Blood Great Emperor didn't like Yang Kai, so he didn't say anything and directly accepted it. Then, he turned around and placed the bead on a demon king. Once Yang Kai activated it, he immediately appeared in the demon cave. When he understood this, Yang Kai's face darkened. His 300-foot-tall half-dragon body killed a high-ranked demon king as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. After killing it, his face turned gloomy, as if he didn't have enough fun killing it. The demon race was trembling with fear. The huge demon race camp was filled with densely packed demon race troops. At this moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A few figures sped over from afar, all of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. It was obvious that they had sensed the commotion here. A half-saint speed was extremely fast, and they would arrive in a few breaths' time. They hadn't arrived yet, but their auras had locked onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept a glance over them, and lightly inhaled. Soon after, his voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. "Tell Kan Yi to wash his neck clean and wait for me. There will be a day when I will definitely take his head." When he finished speaking, Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint of demon race closest to him and lightly sneered. He took a step forward, and his huge figure disappeared. After a few breaths' time, several figures landed at the place where Yang Kai had appeared. A few half-saint of demon race finally arrived, but Yang Kai had already left. Only a pool of filthy blood remained. The half-saints' expressions were very ugly. Under the heavy army, Yang Kai came and went as he pleased, and even killed a high-ranked demon king while he was at it. He even left behind such a ruthless sentence. How could the half-saint have any face left? Although this action didn't cause any harm to the demon race, and they only lost a high-ranked demon king, it was equivalent to being slapped in the face. However, the half-saint couldn't understand. What was Yang Kai trying to do? Did he come here just to show off his strength? Or was it because of that sentence? Wasn't that a bit too childish? After racking their brains for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what scheme Yang Kai was hiding. They could only pass down the order to be on guard. How could Yang Kai have any schemes? He was also shocked when he suddenly appeared in the midst of the demon race's army. Fortunately, Kan Yi wasn't nearby, or else he wouldn't have been able to return. The half-saint couldn't separate heaven and earth and prevent him from leaving, but Kan Yi definitely could. If he really encountered Kan Yi nearby, he would probably die there. He cursed Zhan Wuhen in his heart, and was extremely angry. However, since he had already come and killed a high-ranked demon king while he was at it, it would be too abrupt if he left immediately, so he casually left behind some ruthless words. They weren't ruthless words. Yang Kai really did have such thoughts. Compared to the demon saint of the demon race, Yang Kai hated Kan Yi even more. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, he didn't care about the living beings of the Star Realm, opened a passage between the two realms, and led the demon race's army to invade the Star Realm, causing the Star Realm to be in an abyss of suffering and suffering. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, Kan Yi had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and it was his nature to acknowledge his ancestors. In the battle of Eternal Heaven, Ming Yu was alone and without help. Kan Yi hid at the side and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Ming Yu was severely injured, and that was the root of the disaster that followed. It could be said that Kan Yi's sneak attack was definitely the last straw that broke Ming Yu's back. Kan Yi had to bear at least half of the responsibility for Ming Yu's death. Yang Kai had received Ming Yu's favor, so he naturally had the responsibility and obligation to avenge him. Kan Yi had to be killed. When he appeared again, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and a fragrant bed surrounded him. Yang Kai was stunned again. This was a boudoir. He turned his head and looked, and met a pair of sparkling eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai had just spat out a word when he couldn't say anything else. His gaze moved downwards. First, he saw a slender and fair neck, then a full and towering semicircle, and then a flat and smooth lower abdomen. "You're still looking." Yang Inflammation was furious. He raised two fingers and jabbed at Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful scene, Yang Kai hadn't recovered from his shock before Yang Inflammation suddenly launched a sneak attack. He couldn't react at all, and was directly stabbed in the eyeballs. In an instant his eyes hurt, and he saw stars. When he cried out, his body involuntarily took a few steps back. He steadied himself and blinked hard, tears flowing out of his eyes. Although Yang Inflammation had a sense of propriety and wouldn't really hurt him, it was certain that his vision would blur for a while. After a long while, his vision finally focused again, but his eyes were completely red as if he had contracted pink eye disease. Looking up, Yang Inflammation was already dressed neatly, and was looking at him with a cold smile. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He could see traces of killing intent from that smile. How could he not know that he was unlucky again? He used the Space Spirit Bead to find the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he didn't find him, and fell into a demon's den. Since he couldn't find Zhan Wu Hen, he looked for Yang Inflammation. She was also a member of the Star Court, so it was the same to look for her. Unexpectedly, Yang Inflammation was changing clothes, and the timing of her arrival was really too coincidental. This matter was troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This matter starts from Senior Zhan Wu Hen." "Get out," Yang Inflammation said. Yang Kai was startled. "Get out." Yang Inflammation pointed at the door and said word by word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang didn't say a word. He turned around and walked towards the door. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him. With both hands in his sleeves, he silently counted to 10 or so. Coughing lightly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come in." Yang Inflammation's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open with a smile and saw that Yang Inflammation was already sitting at the table, holding a cup of tea and gently sipping it. Her posture was elegant, and her red lips were alluring. Without waiting for her to greet him, Yang Kai directly sat down. Yang Inflammation smiled. "You really don't think of yourself as an outsider." The killing intent was gone, and so was the coldness. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and drank a few cups to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Why do you think of yourself as an outsider?" Chapter 3667. Yang Kai chatted with Yang Inflammation for a while and relaxed the atmosphere a little. Seeing that she really wasn't angry, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He then asked her about the current situation of the battle in the Star Realm. Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "The demon race's escape route has been cut off, and many demon saints are powerless to come to their aid. Now, only Kan Yi is left to preside over the situation, so what kind of waves can he make? What's more, you've brought back so many helpers from the demon territory, and there are even 3 demon saints. The time, place, and people are all on our side. If Li Wu Yi still can't wipe out the invading demon race in one fell swoop, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, this kind of matter can't be rushed. If we want to settle this matter, we won't be able to succeed without a few years of hard work." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that while he was busy, the 54 armies of the Star Realm had already finished assembling. They fought steadily, forcing the demon race into a small area in the Western Territory. They had already launched a few probing attacks, and each time, they achieved a great victory. In addition, Chang Tian, Yu Ru Meng, and Bei Li Mo had formed another army to disrupt the morale of the demon race's army. These days, quite a few demon race members had already brought along their families to join them. The situation was very good, but Yang Inflammation was also right. This kind of matter couldn't be rushed, and needed time and effort. Although the demon race's escape route had been cut off, the number of invaders that had invaded the Star Realm in the early stages was still uncountable. Wanting to completely annihilate or subdue such a large base was indeed not a simple matter. Firstly, they had to guard against the demon race's desperate actions, and secondly, they had to guard against the stragglers from the demon race infiltrating the Star Realm. The 54 legions each carried out their duties and surrounded the demon race in an iron formation. Once the time was ripe, a heaven-shaking battle would begin. The GZ army had just been established, and they had neither generals nor soldiers. Everything was in the midst of preparation, so they probably wouldn't be able to make it in time. However, Hyoji was in charge there, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry too much. Furthermore, the elimination of the demon race in the astral world was just the beginning. The ultimate goal was to return to the demon territory and completely devour the demon race. In the future, the GZ army would shine brightly and make a name for itself. After talking about the war, Yang Yen changed the topic. Do you need something from me? If there was nothing else, Yang Kai wouldn't have used the sealed world bead to appear beside her. Yang Inflammation was well aware of this. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After so many years of friendship, there was no need to stand on ceremony. "Where's the Iron Blood Master? I want to see him," Yang Kai said. Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master are currently working together to track down Kenye's whereabouts. Previously, I specifically instructed you not to contact him unless it's extremely urgent. If you really have something to say, tell me, and I'll pass on the message for you." Yang Kai was stunned. The two masters are looking for Kenye's whereabouts? He instantly understood why the space spirit bead that he had given to the Iron Blood Master would appear on a demon king's body. Kenye was the only one left in charge of the demon race. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the king and shoot the horse. As long as they could get rid of Kenye, the demon race's army would collapse without a fight, and the Star Realm's army would also be able to avoid many losses. However, Kenye's honorific title was Night Shadow, and he was best at concealment and sneak attacks. Even if the Iron Blood and Serene Soul worked together, it would not be an easy task to track him down. The slightest movement would alert the enemy. As a precaution, Jianghu Hen first threw away the space spirit bead, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear at a critical moment and alert Kenye. That must be it, my ass. Yang Kai originally wanted to find a suitable excuse for Jianghu Hen throwing away his space spirit bead, but now it seemed that Jianghu Hen was prejudiced against him. Otherwise, he could have stored the space spirit bead into his space ring. With the space ring isolating the inside from the outside, Yang Kai would not be able to directly connect to that space spirit bead. Not being able to find an excuse to comfort himself, Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, "Master is not here, so it's the same to look for you. And I need to make a trip to the territory of the lower plains." Actually, Yang Kai still wanted to find Jianghu Hen to refine another army commander's token for him. Although the original army commander's token was still there, the sealed Great Emperor's divine technique was already gone. Yang Kai had used it in the Flowing Time Temple. Without the Great Emperor's divine technique token, he felt like something was missing. Because of this, Yang Kai had even slapped himself before leaving, making himself look miserable. He wanted to tell Jianghu Hen about the hardships of the Jianfeng monarch after meeting him. However, now that he couldn't even meet Jianghu Hen, there was no need to mention this matter. If you want to go, then go. You're the guardian of the territory of the lower plains. That's your territory. If you want to go, who can stop you? Yang Yen couldn't help but laugh. How do I get there? Yang Kai blinked and looked at her. Yang Yen said curiously, haven't you already refined the source of the territory of the lower plains? If you can communicate with the source, it will guide you. Yang Kai shook his head. I know what you're saying. I've tried it before, but there's a barrier between the heavens and the earth. If that barrier isn't broken, I can't enter the territory of the lower plains unless I can break the barrier. Yang Yen was still smiling. When did you try it? You can try it again now. Yang Kai frowned. It seemed that she wasn't joking with him. He immediately immersed himself in communicating with the source of the Hung Luo star field. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Yang Yen explained, the star boundary and the star field are inseparable and closely related to each other. If we take a tree as an example, then the countless star fields in the lower realm are the roots of this tree, while the star boundary above the star field is the crown of this tree. We cultivators are the fruits born on this tree. The fruits are nourished by the roots and slowly grow. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the fruits to return to the roots. But if you're the guardian of the lower planes of the territory, you can use the source of the lower planes of the territory to find the root of your birth. Yang Kai nodded. He had known this for a long time. When he first refined the source of the Hung Luo star field and returned to the lower planes of the lower planes, he tried it. As long as he could communicate with the source of the lower planes 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 of the lower planes, he could feel the existence of the lower planes 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 of the lower planes. If he couldn't break the lower planes of the lower planes of the lower planes, he would never be able to return, even if he was the master of the lower planes of the lower planes of the lower planes of the lower planes. And this barrier and isolation came from the star boundary. Hung Luo star field was his territory. Naturally, it would always be open to him. Back then, Yang Kai thought that he could not go back, so he came to look for Zhan Wu Hen. Normally, when a lord of a star territory wants to return to his own star territory, he does need to go through the star court. However, you are different. You have obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. You have the recognition of the star boundary. As long as you want to, the star boundary's barrier will not stop you. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked curiously, then, where is the star court? What does it look like? He had heard of the star court a long time ago. He thought that he would be able to take a look this time, but he didn't expect to see it. Yang Yen smiled. Star court is just a name. It's not a place. Ah. Yang Kai was surprised. Yang Yen explained, a long time ago, the star boundary and the lower star territory could freely travel. As long as you were strong enough, you could go to the star territory if you wanted to. If you wanted to go back to the star boundary, you could go back to the star boundary. There were no obstacles. However, you also know about Wukong. Wukong is just a very special example. Other than him, there were other powerful people who wreaked havoc in the lower star territory. It's just that they didn't cause as much trouble as he did. A jackal suddenly ran into the home of a group of white rabbits. Naturally, it could do whatever it wanted. Even if the laws of heaven and earth restrained the jackal's fangs and claws, how could the white rabbits be a match for the jackal's size? Wukong was a relatively special jackal. In order to practice the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, he wreaked havoc on one rabbit nest after another. Wherever he went, the stars would collapse and the star territory would be wiped out. After the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, the surviving great emperors gathered together and spoke one after another. They felt that it was not a good idea to let things go on like this. The lower star territory was the root of a big tree. If the jackals and wolves caused too much trouble, the tree would also die. Therefore, the great emperors joined forces to lay down a restriction in the star boundary. From then on, the people in the star boundary could no longer easily return to the star territory to do evil. For this reason, the great emperors also specially set up an organization called the Star Court to monitor the situation in the lower star territory. The Star Territory Protector was also born. The Star Court was an organization, but there was no specific location. When the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, the Iron Blood Castle was in the Star Court. When the great emperors of the Serene Soul were in charge of the Star Court, the Serene Soul Palace was in charge of the Star Court. If it was the turn of the great emperors of the secular world, the Star Court would be where they were. Because the restriction was jointly laid down by the great emperors, it could only be performed by using the recognition of the star boundary. Therefore, the restriction was not very useful to people who were also recognized by the star boundary. In other words, the great emperors could ignore this layer of barrier. Yang Kai could not return to the star territory before because he did not have the recognition of the star boundary. Now it was different. He had obtained the bright moon opportunity and the recognition of the star boundary, so he could come and go as he pleased in the star boundary territory. However, this did not mean that he could go to whichever star boundary territory he wanted. Without the star territory origin to guide the way, who would know which route was the Hung Luo star field with so many routes in the star boundary? Fortunately, he had the star territory origin. The origin and the star territory were closely related. No matter how far away they were, there would be some connection. This connection was not clear, but it was real. Only people who had refined the origin would be able to sense it. What are you going to do in the lower star territory? Do you still have your woman there? Young Inflammation smiled. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to go to the lower star territory because there was the suppression of the star boundary law. No matter how strong you were, you could only use the power allowed by the star boundary law. This was very uncomfortable for the strong people in the Emperor realm, unless they were the guardians of the star territory or had the support of the great emperor's restrictions, such as the people in the star court. Yes, I still have 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I need to bring them over. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Young Inflammation sneered and waved his hand. Go. Bring them over for me to see. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He laughed loudly. Then I'm leaving. Chapter 3668. Before he left, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and waved his hand, summoning the dead Wind Monarch out of the small sealed world. Wind Monarch still looked the same as before. Although he had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years, he couldn't heal his wounds at all. The only reason he could live until now was because Yang Kai had some use for him. Yang Yan's phoenix eyes narrowed as she swept her eyes over this figure and muttered, "The wind is laughing? How did you catch him?" "You know him," Yang Kai smiled. "How can I not know him? He is one of the 4 great emperors of Demon Heavenly Way. He is very famous." Yang Yan smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Wind Monarch lay on the ground and showed her a flattering look. It was sad that a dignified fake emperor had fallen into such a situation. Yang Yan looked Yang Kai up and down again. "No wonder you were injured. Even your hair is white. Are you okay?" Yang Kai's chest was stained with blood, but it was self-inflicted. The injuries he suffered in the battle with Wind Monarch had been healed for 10 years. Yang Yan was a little curious before. After not seeing Yang Kai for so long, even his hair had turned white. Now she understood. It must be because he consumed too much energy in the battle with Wind Monarch and lost a lot of his lifespan. It's okay. Although there were some twists and turns, the result is good. I will leave this person to you. He is one of the 4 great emperors, so you should be able to get a lot of useful information. Leaving Wind Monarch alive was mainly to dig out some information about Demon Heavenly Way from him. It would be best if he could follow the clues and find the hiding places of the other 3 great emperors. Demon Heavenly Way was the cancer of the star boundary. Although it wasn't as large as the demon race's army, they were very secretive, so it would be difficult to find them. Now that he had caught a big fish like Wind Monarch, he naturally had to make good use of him. Yang Yan nodded. "I will remember your contribution. I will tell Li Wu Yi later. Also, tell the great emperors that in order to catch the Wind Lord, I even used the divine technique in the order of the army commander. Later, ask him to give me another copy." Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity. Young Inflammation chuckled. "No problem. Whether or not we can make up for it depends on the great emperors." Yang Kai didn't insist. I'm leaving. Come back early." Yang Kai nodded. His mind connected with the power of the origin in the star territory. His body shook and he suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Inflammation. This time, when Yang Kai communicated with the origin of the star territory and traveled to the Hung Luo star field, he suddenly fell into a colorful world. His surroundings were grotesque and variegated. Time and space were infinitely distorted. There was no sound, no shadow. There were only dazzling colors. Yang Kai could feel himself moving at an incredible speed, but he couldn't control the direction of his movement. He didn't panic. He inexplicably understood that he would arrive at his destination. Yang Kai carefully enjoyed this extremely special trip. It didn't take long, perhaps only 3 to 5 breaths of time. Yang Kai only blinked once before the dazzling colors around him suddenly faded. Then, Yang Kai found himself in a vast star field. An indescribable feeling of joy rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt as if he had returned home. He had indeed returned home. Yang Kai didn't need to look carefully. He knew that he had returned to the Hung Luo star field. The star territory origin he had refined resonated with this star field. Inside the star territory, the stars were brighter at this time, emitting a dazzling light. Throughout the star territory, on the cultivation stars, hundreds of millions of creatures looked up in surprise. They didn't understand why the sun and moon today were bigger and rounder than usual. Not far away, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, each time accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that in the void, two fleets of unknown forces were attacking each other. The battleships were fierce-looking, with the longer ones several thousand feet and the smaller ones dozens of feet. Star cannon after star cannon shot out dazzling white light towards the opposing battleship camp. The two fleets had about the same number of battleships. One side was painted red while the other was painted black. The strength of both sides was about the same. Yang Kai didn't know how long they had been fighting, but both sides had suffered considerable damage. Some of the severely damaged battleships were pulled to the rear for emergency repairs. The battleships at the front activated their defenses, dodging and attacking at the same time. The scene was indeed in full swing. However, based on the current situation, it was likely that both sides would suffer in the end. No one would be able to gain any advantage. Yang Kai watched for a while, blinked, then raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed his left hand at the red fleet while his right hand at the black fleet. He clasped his hands together and moved them left and right. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun and the people in the two fleets felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, there was no trace of the enemy in front of them. Even the position of their own fleets had deviated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the original battlefield. For a moment, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to stay in place. They dragged the damaged battleships and rushed back to their nests. For the cultivator of the two fleets, today's encounter was extremely bizarre. But for Yang Kai, it was just a casual act. It was like seeing a small stone while walking and casually kicking it. He wasn't trying to save people. Although he was the master of the astral boundary, the billions of creatures in the astral boundary all had their own destinies and opportunities. He couldn't take care of them alone. But seeing others fighting to the death as soon as he returned home was a bit of an eyesore. So he took action and pulled the two fleets apart. He really pulled them apart, directly pulling the two fleets hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A moment later, seeing the two fleets fleeing in panic, Yang Kai turned around and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai flew down from a dead planet. It could be seen that this dead planet used to be glorious. There were still some strange-looking buildings left on the planet's surface. But the flowing time Great Emperor had been very long, so only a few vague traces of these buildings were left. The origin of the dead planet had long been destroyed. There was no sign of life on the stars. Yellow sand was everywhere. Even the periphery of the stars was full of fierce gales. An ordinary cultivator couldn't even get close, let alone fly down. The environment was bad, but Yang Kai didn't care. He came to the territory of the lower planes to study the Tao of divine technique. He wanted to create the universe and refine heaven and earth. The dead planet was just right. If there was a cultivation star with life, he couldn't do it. Looking for a tall mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and focused, calming his mind and regulating his body. This took more than 10 days. After 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the law of space surged. His divine sense surged and covered the entire mountain. The mountain buzzed and rubble rustled down. Vaguely, the tall mountain seemed to be in a trance. If an outsider saw this from afar, they would definitely cry out in alarm. This was because the mountain seemed to have shrunk in size after being in a trance. The shrinkage wasn't obvious, but it really did shrink. Even the mountain seemed to be a few feet shorter. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open. His eyes were bloodshot. The high-rank demon king who could kill powerhouses of the same level as him with a raise of his hand seemed to be facing a great enemy at this moment. His demonic chi surged endlessly. As his demonic chi surged, the mountain also surged, constantly expanding and shrinking after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Kai Yang suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. The mountain had returned to its original state, but the originally barren mountain now had countless huge cracks all around it. Those cracks were like ravines, dividing the mountain into tens or even hundreds of pieces. Blinking, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. After seeing Li Wu-yi refine Indefinite Mountain and carefully studying the jade slip he had left for him, Yang Kai more or less had his own understanding of the heaven and earth refining technique. At first, he didn't think it would be difficult, but when he started, he discovered that the difficulty was not ordinary. Indefinite Mountain was much larger than the barren mountain below, but it was still refined to the size of a palm by Li Wu. It wasn't that the space of Indefinite Mountain had shrunk, but that the law of space had played a role. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the space was still the same. If anyone didn't believe it, they could enter Indefinite Mountain and take a look. What Yang Kai wanted to refine was not Indefinite Mountain, but it was much larger than Indefinite Mountain, enough to accommodate the inhabitants of 3 cultivation stars, so even if it was smaller, it didn't matter. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight. One had to slowly familiarize themselves with it. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to use the barren mountain below to practice, but he discovered that although the mountain was barren and the star had died, the mountain was still a part of the star. Refining a mountain couldn't be rid of the star refining technique, which was a bit too much for him right now. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, sat down to meditate for a while, and then shot up into the sky. Shortly after he left, a gust of wind blew over, and as the wind blew, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain turned to dust and scattered with the wind. It wasn't that the wind was too strong, but rather that Yang Kai had failed to refine it. The space principles had crushed every inch of this mountain, so the barren mountain had been reduced to dust. This was the result of a failed refinement. It was precisely because he knew this would happen that Yang Kai had chosen this barren mountain to practice on. Otherwise, if he tried to refine this beautiful world and failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who would have thought that the difficulty would be too high and he would fail? If the difficulty was too high, he could only lower his expectations. Yang Kai flew into the sky and spent only a day to find a meteorite sea. In the star field, there were many such meteorite seas. The predecessor of these meteorite seas was probably the cultivation stars. The stars had died and shattered, turning into large and small meteorites that drifted endlessly through the star field. A sea of meteorites was the remains of a cultivation star. These meteorites flew through the star field and would occasionally collide with other stars. If one was unlucky, those stars would also shatter, and the meteorite sea would grow larger and larger. This was also one of the dangers that cultivators often encountered in the star field. These meteorites flew extremely fast and covered a large area of the star field. Once encountered, there was no place to escape. If one was too weak, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. Chapter 3669. When Yang Kai was roaming star territory, he had encountered this kind of meteorite sea several times. This time, taking the initiative to search for this meteorite sea reminded him of many past events, and he couldn't help lamenting how weak he had been back then. Finding a meteorite about the same size as the barren mountain from before, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on top of it. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai began meditating. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his demonic chi surging, his divine sense surging, and the space principles filling the air. As Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the meteorite under his but also constantly shrank and expanded, but the situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, the barren mountain didn't change much after expanding and contracting, but this time, every time the meteorite expanded and contracted, its size would shrink. Again and again, round and round, 7 days later, the huge meteorite was only half its original size. Another half a month later, the meteorite was only a few dozen meters wide. A month later, the meteorite was the size of a millstone. But Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, instead becoming more solemn. The space principles and demonic chi fluctuated more and more rapidly, causing the millstone-sized meteorite to expand and contract faster and faster, but the progress was getting slower and slower. A man who had walked 100 steps was half a 90. Yang Kai had cultivated for so long, so how could he not understand this simple truth? Strictly speaking, this meteorite was the first small world Yang Kai had refined, so he couldn't be careless or make any mistakes, so Yang Kai put all his attention into it. Time passed little by little, and the millstone became smaller and smaller. It took Yang Kai a month to refine the 1,000-meter meteorite to the size of a millstone, but it took him a full 3 months to refine this millstone, and the further he went, the slower the refining progress became. Since the beginning of the refining, a full 4 months later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and stretched out his hand, catching a bead in the palm of his hand. The bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, and it didn't have the slightest aura, just a stone bead. However, Yang Kai held it in his hands as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few laughs, Yang Kai's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he fainted. In a flash, the Dharmakaya, Bai Ye, and Bai Zhuo appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, the two veteran half-saint of demon race groaned at the same time, and their expressions changed abruptly. When the two devils appeared, the flow of demonic qi in his body suddenly became sluggish, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Not only that, in the star field, a great hostility descended upon them. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at them, monitoring their every move. Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo both thought that there was a strong enemy nearby. How could they not react? Don't panic. It's just the suppression of the laws of the world, the avatar hurriedly explained. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye hadn't experienced this before, but they understood the mystery behind it after thinking for a while. The plane was low level and martial arts were weak, but the world was still a beautiful place. It wasn't alive, but it had a spirit. When it sensed the power of two existences that were beyond this world, it would naturally reject them. This was its means of self-protection. Yang Kai also encountered it when he returned to the territory of the star field. It wasn't a privilege of the two half-saint of demon race. After hearing the Dharmakaya's words, the two half-saint of demon race relaxed. However, at this moment, a huge meteorite silently approached them from behind. Even someone as strong as Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo didn't notice it. The meteorite directly hit the back of the two half-saints' heads, causing them to stagger. The half-saint was very strong. Even if they were hit by such a huge meteorite, they wouldn't be injured at all. On the contrary, the meteorite was torn apart. However, such an encounter was really embarrassing. It was just a meteorite that hit them. What if it was a fierce divine technique? The Dharmakaya lightly coughed and said, "Generally speaking, people above the Origin King realm who come to this world have bad luck. The world was hostile, and even the world didn't care about them. Naturally, they wouldn't have good luck. The two half-saints of the demon race weren't so bad, just being hit by a meteorite wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had tripped and fallen when he came here." "Why is that?" Bai Zhuo frowned. The Dharmakaya said, "The territory of this star field doesn't like you." What he said was inexplicable, but it was the truth. Who would like a few insects in an ant's nest? "Then why are you fine?" Bai Ye asked curiously. He clearly noticed that the Dharmakaya wasn't suppressed by the world principles here. The Dharmakaya grinned and pointed at Yang Kai. "The territory of this star field is his, so it is also mine. He was his family, so how could he drive them away?" "Why is he asleep?" Bai Zhuo asked curiously while looking around vigilantly for the meteorite that was shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was indeed asleep. Although he wasn't snoring, he was definitely not unconscious. While sleeping, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had encountered something good in his dream. Although the two half-saint of demon race had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they didn't know what happened before. On the other hand, because the Dharmakaya was Yang Kai's clone, he could freely open and close the small sealed world, so he could see what Yang Kai was doing outside. When he noticed that Yang Kai had fallen asleep, he immediately appeared. "My mind is tired, I consumed too much energy, but I'll be fine after some rest." While speaking, the Dharmakaya took Yang Kai back into the small sealed world and placed him in the medicine garden for the two little wood spirits to take care of. The two half-saint of the demon race stood on the meteorite and looked at the vast star field, both of them sighing with emotion. Such a beautiful scenery had never been seen in the demon territory. The demon territory was dying, so not to mention the continents that had already disappeared, even the continents that still existed were faintly filled with death chi. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by ordinary members of the demon race, but with the strength of a half-saint, how could they not notice it? The demon race wanted to find a way out, so they invaded the star field. Looking at the star field, this star field was indeed a little low-level, and its world principles couldn't accommodate too much power, but where was there not vitality? Even the meteorite sea they were in seemed to be filled with death chi, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't give birth to new vitality after tens of thousands of years? This was something the demon territory couldn't compare to. Baya took a deep breath and said, "Brother, if I want to go out and take a look." Since they were here, they naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery here. In any case, the Dharmakaya said that this star territory belonged to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai shouldn't encounter any danger here, and he didn't need their protection. Bai Zhuo also nodded, obviously having the same idea. "Are you sure?" The Dharmakaya looked at them with a strange expression. Baya said, "Is there anything inconvenient? If there's somewhere we can't go, please let us know in advance. Bai Zhuo and I won't set foot there." The Dharmakaya waved his hand and said, "No." After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. Both of you have a space spirit bead, so you can return here at any time." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuo and Baya cupped their fists at him and soared into the sky from the meteor. Behind them, the Dharmakaya opened his mouth and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Be careful." But the two half-saint of demon race had already run far away, so he didn't know if they heard him. Yang Kai had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the demon race had been eliminated, and the creatures of the star boundary were living and working in peace. He accompanied his wives on a scenic tour, and his days were very happy. Just as he was immersed in his dream and unable to extricate himself, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw two little people sitting side by side on a branch less than a meter away from him. Their legs were swinging as they stared at him with great interest. Seeing him open his eyes, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both covered their mouths and smiled. Yang Kai sat up straight and stretched, feeling very comfortable and refreshed. Looking around, he found that he was in the medicine garden of the small sealed world bead and immediately understood that this should be the work of the Dharmakaya. Glancing at the two little wood spirits, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing so mischievously?" The two little wood spirits quickly restrained their laughter and sat upright, shaking their heads together. Yang Kai blinked and laughed. "Am I sleep-talking?" The two wood spirits couldn't help but laugh together. "What did you say?" Yang Kai scratched his head. He hadn't slept like this for a long time. First, it was because his mind was exhausted, and second, it was because he had made great progress in the universe refining heaven and earth technique, so his tired mind was relaxed. He didn't know if he had said anything shameful to make the two little wood spirits laugh like this. Of course, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would not pay any attention to him. Hand in hand, they flew into the depths of the medicinal garden, leaving him to wonder. Since he couldn't ask, Yang Kai didn't want to force them, so he shook his head and flipped his hand, summoning a stone into his palm. This stone the size of a baby's palm was the result of Yang Kai's 4 months of hard work. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached his goal, it was at least a good start. This stone was the meteorite that was several thousand meters wide and comparable to a barren mountain. Under the blessing and refinement of space principles, it had become like this. No one could achieve this except for those who cultivated the space divine technique. After playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the stone and left the small sealed world bead in a flash. The Dharmakaya stood guard outside, standing on a meteorite several times larger than the previous one. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the Dharmakaya grinned, "I found a place for you." Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and smiled, "Just what I wanted." In the end, this was his own avatar, so sometimes he didn't need to say anything to know what it was thinking. Yang Kai had planned to find a meteorite of this size to refine again, but the Dharmakaya had found one ahead of time. The meteorite under his feet was more than 5 times larger than the one he had refined before. With such a large size, the difficulty of refining it would naturally increase, but Yang Kai estimated that it would take no more than 4 months. Although he had only practiced once, he had already understood several key points, so if he refined it again his efficiency would be greatly improved, so it wouldn't be as difficult as the first time. Moreover, as his comprehension deepened and he became more proficient in refining, this kind of thing would become easier and easier in the future. Atop the meteorite, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as the Dharmakaya nodded. "I'm going back." Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and put it back into the small sealed world bead. Chapter 3670. After retrieving his embodiment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. In the star field, 2 figures were rapidly approaching. They were just 2 small black dots when Yang Kai first noticed them, but after a few breaths, they became the size of a broad bean. After a while, they landed in front of Yang Kai. They were the 2 half-saint of demon race who had gone out to enjoy the scenery of the star territory. Yang Kai smiled at the 2 of them. "How is the scenery of the star territory?" Baizhuan nodded lightly. "It's spectacular and beautiful." Baiya continued, "Magnificent and magnificent." The 2 half-saint of demon race looked amazed. They were so happy that they didn't want to go back. It was as if they couldn't wait to settle down in the star territory and never return to the lifeless demon territory. Yang Kai nodded and said bluntly, "Were you struck by lightning?" Baiya smiled arrogantly. "We are the half-saint of demon race. We can control the sun and moon and crush the stars with our fists. What kind of lightning dares to strike us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt flashed in the void, like a swimming fish, and struck straight at Baiya's back. Fortunately, they were still members of the half-saint of demon race. Although this murderous intent came silently, Baiya reacted quickly. He turned around and punched the lightning bolt. With a loud crack, the lightning bolt disappeared and Baiya took a few steps back. It wasn't that Baiya was weak, but under the suppression of the world principles, he couldn't use too much strength. If he forced himself, he was afraid that this star territory would launch an even crazier counterattack. Purple lightning flickered in the void, and the star field's divine lightning was flickering. It could strike again at any time. Baizhua sniffed and smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, you're still free and unfettered in the small sealed world. It's not suitable for us to show up in this world." Yang Kai laughed and quickly took the 2 half-saint of demon race back into his sealed world bead. When he returned to star territory from the star boundary, Yang Kai also had bad luck. Not to mention tripping while walking, being struck by lightning was a common occurrence. Now that he saw others with such bad luck, Yang Kai couldn't help but gloat. The thunder and lightning in the astral world might not be able to do anything to the 2 half-saint of demon race, but it was truly annoying. How could they still have the mood to appreciate the scenery in the territory of the astral world? Naturally, they hurriedly returned to hide and seek peace and quiet. After taking in the 2 half-saint of demon race, Yang Kai once again immersed himself in refining. Days passed, and the asteroid sea never stopped, continuing to move forward, as if it was sliding towards the end of the star field. However, as time passed, the huge asteroids in this asteroid sea decreased one by one, while the number of stones in Yang Kai's hands gradually increased. He couldn't succeed in refining every time. Once he failed, no matter how big the asteroids were, they would explode into dust in an instant. The crushing power of the space principles was not something these asteroids could resist. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space had become increasingly profound. 3 years of universe creation and world refinement had brought him more benefits than so many years of cultivation. After all, this was a matter of pursuing the essence of the Tao of space, and it was also a form of self-improvement. Now, refining the asteroids was no longer as difficult and superficial as it was in the beginning. With just a thought, a small world could be formed. No matter how big the asteroids were, they couldn't meet the needs of Yang Kai's cultivation. He left the asteroid sea and shuttled through the star territory. When he encountered a suitable dead star, he would fly down and escape into the core of the dead star to sleep. When he woke up, the dead star would become a stone bead. In the cultivation of the Tao of space, Yang Kai made rapid progress. He felt as if a door had opened in front of him, and there were endless golden lights and endless treasures waiting to be excavated. Awakenings could be long or short. The longest was a year and a half, while the shortest was 3 to 5 months. It depended on the size of the dead star. The bigger the dead star, the more difficult it would be to refine, and the more time it would take to refine it. Conversely, it would be easier. His connection with the star boundary was not cut off. Although he was in the star territory of the lower star territory, Yang Kai was the master of the star boundary territory. He had advantages that others didn't have. With the help of the space spirit bead, he could contact the High Heaven Palace or the Seven Fog Sea at any time. The situation in the star boundary was good, and the demon race was powerless to resist. It could be said that ever since Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Now, the demon race that had invaded the star boundary had either been killed on the battlefield or absorbed into the demon-suppressing army commanded by Chong Tian, Yu Ruming, Bai Liemo, and the others, causing their strength to plummet. Under the encirclement of the 54 legions, a single battle had already tipped the scales of victory and defeat. There were also many casualties in the star boundary, but in war, this kind of thing was inevitable. The various legions were aware of the situation, and the number of casualties was also within an acceptable range. Not only did the demon race suffer heavy casualties, but the demonic path also suffered heavy losses. The Wind Monarch was handed over to Yang Inflammation by Yang Kai. Falling into his hands was no different from falling into the hands of the Great Emperors. The Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask about this at all. He directly used a soul-searching technique on him, and then found out a lot of secret information about the demonic heavenly Tao. With this information, the Seven Fog Sea eliminated hundreds of strongholds of the demonic path, and also killed a general of the demonic path. After the Wind Monarch, the Fire Monarch was ambushed by the Seven Fog Sea in an inconspicuous town in the northern territory of the star boundary. Li Wu-yi personally led the team, and there were more than 10 pseudo-emperors under his command. Although the Fire Monarch was not weak, he could not escape. Unfortunately, they were not able to capture him alive. In the desperate battle, the Fire Monarch self-destructed, and the Seven Fog Sea was also covered in dust. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The situation was good, but the war between the two worlds was far from over. When the demon race broke the seal one day, an even fiercer war would set off a frenzied tide. At that time, every corner of the two worlds would be engulfed. It was because of this that the star boundary urgently wanted to solve the internal problems, eliminate the invading demon race, and cut off the wings of the demonic path. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai, and there was no need for him to go back. Therefore, he stayed in the territory of the star boundary and continued to explore his own space Tao. One day, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. The original Death Star had disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and a rolling stone bead appeared in his hand. However, looking at the stone bead, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although it was said to be deep sleep, in reality, it was just a state where one's body entered the star core and fused with the stars. This was a state between waking and sleeping. This was also a cultivation and refining method that he had discovered in recent years. It was very efficient and also allowed him to better understand the laws of space. Therefore, in this state, he was aware of everything that happened in the outside world. However, he would not have any reaction at that time. After waking up, everything would be imprinted in his mind. A Death Star turning into a stone bead was nothing new. In the beginning, Yang Kai was a little excited, but after doing this kind of thing many times, he gradually got used to it. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that there was a living person inside the stone bead in his hand. In other words, there was a living person in the original Death Star. This person was not someone who had lived on this Death Star from the beginning, but an uninvited guest who had suddenly intruded a month ago. Yang Kai was at a critical moment of refining at that time, so how could he care about it? As a result, when refining the Death Star, this person was also refined inside. However, the other party had no idea that the Death Star he lived on had been refined into a stone bead in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai focused his vision and peered inside the stone bead, only to see an almost imperceptible little figure hiding in a cave on a barren mountain, peering up into the sky. The little person should be injured. The blood on his clothes had dried up and his face was a little pale. Even though he had been hiding here for more than a month, he had not recovered. He originally wanted to scout out the enemy's situation, but when he looked up, he saw an incomparably huge figure blocking his field of vision. That figure was so vast that he could no longer see the sun, moon, or stars. There was only this figure. Caught off guard, Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground in fright. No one would be able to react well if they were caught off guard by such a scene. However, before she could understand it clearly, her vision blurred and she suddenly found herself in a star field. Looking around, she saw a white-haired young man standing beside her, looking at her helplessly. On the other hand, the Death Star she had been hiding on was gone. The little person looked surprised, somewhat unsure whether what she had just seen was real or an illusion. If it was real, how could there be such a huge creature in this world? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. The main reason was that she had been so frightened just now that she did not see what the huge figure looked like. If she had seen it clearly, she would have exclaimed because the young man in front of her was exactly the same as the giant. Inexplicably being in a star field, Yang Kai was very alert and immediately retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai while staring at him vigilantly. "Who is it?" At the same time, she swept out her divine sense, trying to spy on Yang Kai's depths. With a thought, Yang Kai released his origin-returning realm aura and asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the other party up close, Yang Kai found that she was a woman in her early 20s. Her figure was plump and her legs were long and slender. What was even more surprising was that she was a First-Order Origin King. Yang Kai was a little surprised. In the Star Territory, the Origin King realm was the peak. In the early years, all the Origin Kings were famous and he knew most of them, but none of them matched up with this woman in front of him. Obviously, she had just broken through to the Origin King realm in the last few decades. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the woman's face became fierce and she ground her teeth and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll dig your eyes out." So fierce. Kai Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Strictly speaking, he had only casually glanced at the other party. He hadn't even looked at her carefully, but she had still scolded him so harshly. It was obvious that this woman's temper wasn't very good. The woman looked around suspiciously and asked, "Did you see something just now? What are you referring to?" The woman frowned as she looked up at the star field and waved her hand impatiently. "Nothing, maybe I was mistaken." Chapter 3671. "You seem to be injured," Yang Kai pointed out. The woman became even fiercer. "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me about my own affairs. You don't get along." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't want to argue with her anymore, but he still kindly reminded her, "Then you need to run quickly. There are a few starships coming from that direction. I'm afraid they're looking for you." As soon as this was said, the woman's face changed, and she turned her head to look in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. Sure enough, she saw a few huge starships quickly approaching. It seemed that they had discovered her, so she couldn't help but grit her teeth and spat, "Humph." Saying so, she turned around and flew off in the opposite direction. But not long after flying out, she suddenly turned back and, under Yang Kai's stunned gaze, grabbed his collar and fled with him, cursing as she ran. "Are you stupid? Are you going to wait for death there?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, how could he not know that this woman had a grudge with those starships? She had been hiding on the Dead Star before, probably trying to get rid of her pursuers, but now that the Dead Star had been refined by him, she had no place to hide and was exposed. However, the fact that she could turn around and take him with her showed that although she was fierce, she wasn't a bad person. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have cared about the life or death of others at this time and would have just run for their lives. Towards this woman, Kai Yang didn't really like or dislike her, but her actions gave Kai Yang a good impression of her. He couldn't help but ask, "I have no grievances with them, they shouldn't do anything to me, right?" The woman glanced at him and sneered, "Which cultivation star did you come from? How could you have survived until now with such simple thoughts? Haven't you heard that wherever Sand Scorpion passes, Not even a blade of grass grows? Sand scorpion? Yang Kai raised his brow. The woman shouted, "Enough nonsense. If you want to live, shut up, or I'll throw you away right now." The dignified high-rank demon king, the guardian of Heng Luo Star Field, was being scolded by a mere first-order origin king. Yang Kai was really speechless. However, although he did not know what Sand Scorpion was, he guessed that the few warships behind him must be space pirates. Space pirates existed in the territory of every star field. They were more or less, strong or weak, and they did business without any capital. They wandered around the star field, bullied the weak, and robbed people. Generally, when a warship business group encountered them in the star field, they would either pay for the passage or fight a bloody battle. Heng Luo Star Field used to have two of the biggest pirate groups, Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. However, ever since Yang Kai became the Star Territory Protector, these two pirate groups were completely uprooted. However, the pirates were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. After one group was wiped out, another group would emerge. When the woman appeared, the several warships there had already discovered her tracks, and at this moment, they were naturally in hot pursuit. Although the woman's cultivation was good, she was still injured. At this moment, she was dragging Yang Kai, a burden, so her speed was greatly reduced. How could she be faster than these powerful warships? The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. After being scolded, Yang Kai became quiet for a while, but seeing that the woman could not get rid of her pursuers and was about to reach a dead end, he could not help but ask, "Don't you have a star shuttle?" The woman's face was cold as she stared straight ahead. "It's broken." Yang Kai nodded and said, "The situation is not good. They're about to catch up." "Can you shut up?" The woman turned her head and glared at him fiercely. She felt that this man was too noisy. She was running for her life, but he was still chattering away. Yang Kai smiled and obediently shut up. After a while, the woman sighed, "I've implicated you. We can't escape. Later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. If you can survive, remember to go to Blue Cloud Star's Boundless sect and tell them to evacuate. Otherwise, Sand Scorpion's revenge will be disastrous." Kai Yang was stunned. "You're going to risk your life to make me escape? How noble was this?" Yang Kai could not help feeling a little moved. In comparison, secretly hiding his strength and following her to watch the show seemed a little despicable. Having said that, he did not mean to do this, it was just a coincidence. The woman grit her teeth and said, "Do you think I want to? I can't escape, so I can only give it a try. Why don't you stop them while I escape? With your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll die without a burial." After saying so, her expression eased a lot. "Besides, you probably won't be able to escape, but there's always a chance. In short, I've implicated you. If we die together, don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs." Yang Kai sniffed. "What did you do to provoke them? Why are they chasing you so relentlessly?" The woman sneered. "Sand Scorpion is brutal. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just killed their third master." At this moment, an old voice came from the warship behind them. The voice was so sharp that it sounded like metal rubbing against metal. It went straight to the heart as if a cat was scratching it, making it very uncomfortable. You killed my third brother. If I don't avenge him, Sand Scorpion will never rise again. Don't worry, when I catch you later, I'll make you beg for death. Boundless Sect and Blue Cloud Star will also be destroyed, and they will be buried with my third brother." "So ruthless?" Yang Kai was shocked. The woman named Mei Jiao sneered. "Sand Scorpion style has always been like this. Whoever provokes them will be destroyed. Not only will the people who provoke them be unlucky, but even their sect and cultivation star will be unlucky." She turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered, "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Such a deranged person, the heavens will not tolerate it." Major laughed. "The heavens? If there is such a thing as the heavens in this world, then what is the point of cultivation?" The delicate woman laughed wantonly and arrogantly, with quite a heroic spirit, which made people look askance at her. After laughing, she sighed, "I only hate that my cultivation is not enough. If I am strong enough, I will definitely purge this territory of filth and return it to its former glory. Yang Kai stared at her. Miss, you have great ambition. Meijio snorted coldly. If the master of this territory does not act, then we can only rely on ourselves. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Master of this territory? What do you mean? Meijio frowned and looked at him. Where did you come from? You don't even know that this territory has a master? Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. Meijio said, what an ignorant boy, this territory originally had no master. A long time ago, there was only one star-field great emperors. Later, forget it, let's not talk about that guy, he is so annoying. If I have the strength, I would rather run for my life. Yang Kai was very guilty. Do you know that guy? Naturally, I don't know him. Major gritted her teeth. If I know him, I will definitely ask him whether he still cares about this territory. If he doesn't, I will. Star territory has been full of war in the past few years, and now is the time to recuperate, but a lot of filth appeared out of thin air, and he doesn't care about it. What kind of master of this territory is he? Yang Kai lowered his head, only to feel that Meijio's words had turned into a giant hammer that smashed his head, making him somewhat unable to raise his head. Star territory has indeed been full of war in the past few years. The invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory swept the entire territory of Star Territory, and although they were expelled in the end, the Hengluo Star Field also suffered a lot. Meijio seemed to have a lot of resentment towards the master of this territory of Star. She didn't know if it was because there were pursuers behind her and she had nowhere to go, but she cursed endlessly. Her words weren't that bad, but they were full of resentment. While she was cursing, suddenly, her hand tightened, and Meijio's pretty face changed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword was placed on Yang Kai's neck. Her pale face was a little red. Why are you grabbing my hand? Yang Kai quickly explained, don't be impulsive, I just want to give you something. Before Meijio could ask more, she felt something in her hand. Looking down, she saw that the man beside her had actually given her a stone. It was an extremely irregular stone the size of a baby's palm. Meijio frowned. What is it? She scanned it with her divine sense, but couldn't see anything strange about this stone. There was no aura at all, as if it was just a stone picked up by the roadside. She didn't understand why Yang Kai gave her such a thing at this time. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This is a divine object, and there are endless mysteries inside. With the help of this thing, maybe we can... Are you out of your mind? Meijio glared at Yang Kai. In this life and death crisis, he was still joking. What kind of divine object was this? Endless mysteries? With her origin king realm cultivation, she couldn't see anything special about this stone at all. Her long sword was still on Yang Kai's neck, and she was still running away with Yang Kai. With a cold expression, she said, Speak, are you deliberately taking advantage of me? Yang Kai wore a helpless look and ignored her, simply turning his head and looking behind him. Meijio didn't know if it was her instinct, but when she threw the stone, she threw it in the direction of the pursuers. At this moment, the stone was approaching the battleships at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Meijio still questioned, Do you think I won't do anything to you when you're about to die? Let me tell you, even if I die, I will let you die first and make you suffer. Just as she was speaking, she saw Kai Yang grin from ear to ear and say, Hit! A dazzling light suddenly bloomed, drowning Meijio's vision. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes and turning her head to look in the direction of the light source. In the next instant, Meijio's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped as she stared blankly behind her. Thousands of kilometers behind, several sand scorpion battleships that were chasing them all exploded at this time, and the dazzling light was the light of destruction when the battleships exploded. Inexplicably, the battleships exploded. Even though they were thousands of kilometers away, Meijio could still see it clearly. Not a single person on the battleships managed to escape. All of them were buried with the battleships. Chapter 3672. The Sand Scorpion battleship exploded, and the star pirates died without a complete corpse. Meijio's face was filled with confusion, excitement, surprise, and fear. She had inexplicably escaped from a crisis and was naturally pleasantly surprised, but it was impossible for the battleship to explode for no reason. It could even be said that in the entire star territory, there was no force that could do this in an instant. The strength of this force was beyond Meijio's understanding. However, she was also an intelligent woman, and in the blink of an eye, she thought of the key point and could not help but exclaim, leaving Yang Kai behind and rushing back the way she came. After an incense stick's worth of time, she returned, clutching the stone tightly in her hand, her expression fluctuating. When she came closer, she looked up and down at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just casually thrown the stone away, yet the Sand Scorpion battleship had been completely annihilated. She did not use the slightest bit of strength in that throw. In other words, the result was all due to the power of the stone. But strangely, she did not feel the slightest fluctuation of power from the stone at all. Such an object could be called a divine stone, and how could someone who could take out such a divine stone be an ordinary person? She already suspected that Yang Kai was some old monster who had hidden his strength to tease her. Yang Kai shook his head and did not answer. If she had not scolded him before, he might have revealed his identity, but he was first scolded by her, and now he had to tell her that she was scolding him. Wasn't he crazy? Smiling slightly, he pretended to be enigmatic. "It is fate that brought us together, so I'll give this to you. Since Miss is ambitious, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly faded. Meijio raised her hand, "Wait." But when she looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared, causing her to feel a little annoyed. How could she not know that she had really encountered a powerful master? However, she did not give up and continued to search for Yang Kai in the nearby starry sky, only giving up after a full month of being unable to find him. He then found a secluded place to heal himself. After his injuries were healed, he went straight to the nest of the sand scorpions. Along the way, she found a dead star to test the power of the divine stone. She found that this thing didn't need to be driven by energy at all. The divine stone didn't need to be pushed at all. As long as it was thrown, it could cause great damage. For a moment, she was amazed as if she had found a precious treasure. Half a year later, news came from the Star Territory that the Sand Scorpion pirates in the territory of Calamity Star had been annihilated. Their base had been destroyed, and none of the members of the Sand Scorpion had escaped. They had all been eliminated by a mysterious expert. When Meijio annihilated the Sand Scorpion pirate gang, Yang Kai was hiding on a dead planet not far away from where he and Meijio had parted ways. However, he had to hide his whereabouts, and Meijio would not have been able to discover him even if she was right next to him. The law of space surged as Yang Kai focused all his attention on the sealed world bead. After years of painstaking cultivation and research, it was finally time for Yang Kai to see the results. How could Yang Kai dare to be the slightest bit careless? For this reason, he even released his embodiment to protect himself. If the hidden danger of the small sealed world in the second territory was not eliminated, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the mainland of the demon territory. Therefore, he had to separate the second territory from the small sealed world. When the sealed world bead devoured the second territory, he did not expect that one day he would have to separate it from the small sealed world. It seemed that the devouring that day was unnecessary, but if it weren't for this, how could Yang Kai have calmed down and studied and cultivated for so many years? How could he have achieved what he had today? Everything in the heavens was as simple as drinking and pecking as this. Immersing his mind, Yang Kai slowly spread out his consciousness and covered the second territory, separating it from the small sealed world little by little. Inside the small sealed world, the second territory buzzed constantly as strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if doomsday was coming. The billions of creatures living inside were all panicking. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the sky. When he appeared, he was the heavens and the earth. He smiled and said, Don't panic, don't be afraid. His voice spread to every corner of the second territory, as if it had a magical power that comforted people. With the urging of the law of space, the sealed world bead gradually changed. A small bump appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead that he had been holding in the palm of his hand, as if it had grown a small tumor. As time passed, the small tumor grew bigger and bigger, gradually becoming 1/10 the size of the sealed world bead. At this moment, the sealed world bead looked like a gourd, with a large bead connected to a small one. It looked very strange. The space principles around Yang Kai also surged more and more fiercely, turning the place into a black hole that swallowed everything. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. The small tumor on the sealed world bead gradually grew to half its size, making the sealed world bead really look like a gourd. One day, 5 years later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and the crazily surging space principles calmed down in an instant. Holding the gourd-sealed world bead in one hand, Yang Kai used his other hand as a knife and slowly chopped down. The speed was so slow that if one didn't observe carefully, they would barely notice the movement. And this chopping motion took 3 years. After 3 years, Yang Kai had only chopped down half of the gourd, but after 3 years, the palm in the sky suddenly chopped down. In an instant, Yang Kai's eyes widened and his pupils became bloodshot. Demonic chi rushed out of his body like a flood, and even his divine sense was sucked dry, causing his knowledge sea to become empty. Suddenly, there seemed to be a light cracking sound as the gourd-sealed world bead split into two. The large bead remained intact while the small bead spun in the palm of Yang Kai's hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small bead, forcing himself to squeeze out more of his strength. The space principles surged and wrapped around the small bead, suppressing the universe and stabilizing its surroundings. The bead's rotation gradually slowed down, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. However, Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, and instead became even more nervous. After 8 years of hard work, success or failure would be decided at this moment. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious at this moment. After a while, when the small bead had completely stabilized, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the bead into his palm, flicking his finger and sending the bead into the star field. When Yang Kai made his move, the bead was only the size of a soybean, but in the next moment, the bead suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. It flew forward, expanded again, and continued to expand. In just a few dozen breaths, the bead had turned into a huge planet, stretching across the star field. Even though it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could see that it was the size of a millstone. It couldn't expand any further, as it had reached its limit. The area of the second territory was fixed, so after it was extracted by Yang Kai, it naturally had its own limits. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed it at this new stars, stopping them somewhere in the star field. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation inside the stars and found that everything was stable. Although there was some damage, it wasn't serious, and there weren't any casualties. Only then did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief and sit down on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the small sealed world again, there was nothing unusual. Although the second territory had been extracted, it didn't affect anything else. Only then did Yang Kai truly relax. Success! After returning to the territory of the star field for more than a decade, the hidden dangers of the small sealed world had finally been resolved. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he couldn't help chuckling. His happiness wasn't just because of the small sealed world, but also because of his own gains. After more than a decade of hard work, refining the star field and creating stars, Yang Kai's cultivation had soared, and although his cultivation hadn't improved much, his attainments in space principles were no longer comparable to what they were 10 years ago. Just as he was feeling happy though, the embodiment suddenly spoke from the side. "That woman has been looking for you for several months." Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before asking casually, "Which woman?" There was no need for the embodiment to answer though, as Yang Kai had already seen this woman. Previously, with the embodiment protecting him, Yang Kai hadn't been able to find any trace of him, but now that he had completed the star refining, such a big movement couldn't be concealed, so naturally, the person who had been searching nearby saw him and immediately flew over. Yang Kai chuckled and took out a few spirit pills, stuffing them into his mouth to recover while looking at the person flying over, his embodiment flashing directly into the sealed world bead. After a stick of incense worth of time, a beautiful figure landed in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a complicated gaze before cupping her fists and saying, "Jade Cloud Star's boundless sex Meijio, greets master." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai smiled. Although his face was pale, his spirit was still quite good, mainly because he had solved a troublesome matter and was in a good mood. "Are you the master of Star Territory?" Meijio asked respectfully. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart and just wanted to confirm it. After all, the divine stone Yang Kai had given her was simply too bizarre. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the strongest in this star field, but over the past few years, she had relied on this divine stone to act heroically in the star field, uprooting the strong and helping the weak. None of her subordinates had been able to withstand a single blow, and even Origin King Realm Masters had been crushed to death with a single stone. She had single-handedly wiped out most of the pirate gangs in the star field. Basically, all she had to do was find the lair of those pirates and throw the divine stone out. Thinking about the huge figure she had seen on the dead star, and then the dead star disappeared and a strange man appeared in front of her, over the past few years, the more she thought about it, the more certain she was that Yang Kai was the master of Star Territory. If it was just a guess before, then seeing stars being born in the star field with her own eyes just now was enough to confirm it. In this Star Territory, besides the mysterious master of Star Field, who else could do such an incredible thing? Being exposed, Yang Kai didn't deny it and smiled. "Yes, I am that, the irresponsible master of Star Territory." Meijio was embarrassed and bowed her head. Disciple spoke without thinking before. "If she has offended you, please forgive her, master." Chapter 3673. Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't blame you for not knowing. Besides, what you said is right. Since he became the master of the Star Territory, he went to the star boundary. How could he manage the matters of the Star Territory? It was indeed irresponsible." Seeing that Meijio still wanted to say something, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I just finished a big thing and my body is a little weak. If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing else, please protect me. I need to adjust my breathing for a while." Meijio's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and her face bloomed with glory. It is this disciple's honor to be able to protect the master. She also knew that with Yang Kai's ability, why would he need her to protect him? As the master of the Star Territory, he could even create stars out of thin air. What in the Star Territory could hurt him? He said this just to give her some face, and she became more and more convinced that Yang Kai didn't care about the previous matter. When she didn't know that Yang Kai was the master of the Star Territory, Meijio had a lot of complaints about the master of the Star Territory. She felt that this guy had such a big name, but he didn't care about the matters of the Star Territory at all. But now that she thought about it, she felt that she was a bit unreasonable. The master of the Star Territory had such a great divine technique, so there must be more important things waiting for him to do, such as creating stars. How could he care about trivial things? Master, naturally, was busy with big things. While Yang Kai was meditating, Meijio secretly looked at him a few times and found that this master of the Star Territory was also dignified. His black hair revealed some yin-si, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Meijio couldn't help but want to laugh when she remembered that she grabbed his collar and took him to escape. Looking at the entire Star Territory, she was afraid that she was the only one who had experienced this kind of thing. For more than 10 days, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and recovered. It was not until 10 days later that he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Meijio hurriedly greeted him with a respectful attitude. There was no longer a fierce look on her face, and there was admiration in her beautiful eyes. "Master, you have worked hard." Young Kai wanted to stretch, but when he saw Meijio's admiring eyes, he was embarrassed to say no, so he had to show her the demeanor of a master. Meijio accepted this and said with a radiant face, "Sir is too polite, disciple is not tired." In any case, she was an origin king. Not to mention guarding for a dozen days, she could even guard for a dozen years without any problems. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, "Now that this matter is over, it's time for me to go. Many thanks." Kai Yang looked at her. "Is there something else?" Meijio blinked and her long eyelashes trembled. She hurriedly said, "If Master is free, I would like to invite you to take a look over there. The star field over there seems to be a bit strange." "Strange?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How is it strange?" Meijio shook her head. "I can't tell. When I passed by there a few months ago, I felt a different aura. At that time, I was looking for Master's traces, so I didn't dare to go closer to investigate. Now that I think about it, there does seem to be something wrong there." Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Meijio suddenly became anxious, and there was a hint of grievance in her tone. "What disciple said is absolutely true. Master, please understand." Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me take a look." Saying so, he immersed his mind and checked the situation on the star above his knowledge sea. He had the star territory's source, which reflected everything in the star territory. If something really happened in the star territory, he only needed to communicate with the source to investigate. He didn't have to go there in person. In the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard!" If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but now that he looked, something really did happen, and it wasn't a small matter. Meijio thought that Yang Kai was reprimanding her and was so scared that her face paled and her eyes turned red. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you." As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the star field. His gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of kilometers. He frowned and asked, "When did you pass by there?" Meijio calmed her mind and whispered, "Almost 7 months ago." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. "It's not too late." Saying so, he waved his hand and wrapped Meijio in his demonic chi before taking a step forward. Even with Yang Kai's protection, Meijio still felt dizzy. By the time she recovered, she had already appeared in another star field. She didn't know how far away she was from where she had just been, but when she looked around, she saw a different scenery. She immediately determined that this was the star field she had passed by 7 months ago. She couldn't help being speechless. At that time, it had taken her several months to rush from here to where Yang Kai was in seclusion, but the Star Territory Lord had taken her back to this place with just a single step. It was clear just how powerful the Star Territory Lord was. However, at this moment, the scenery in front of this star field was somewhat different from what she had seen before. At that time, she only felt that there seemed to be some dangerous aura here, so she didn't dare to get too close. But now, at a glance, the huge star field had a blue color that was rapidly advancing in her direction. Wherever the blue color passed, the star field would be invaded. Meijio was absent-minded. "This is..." Yang Kai sneered. "Someone took advantage of this king's absence to invade this king's territory." This kind of thing had happened once before in the Hengluo star field, and at that time, the entire star territory was implicated and countless cultivation stars were plunged into misery and suffering. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, Meijio reacted, "The great desolate star territory is causing trouble again?" Last time, it was Wu Heng, the star territory lord of the great desolate star territory, who committed crimes. He didn't expect to go out for wool and come home shorn. He didn't swallow the Hengluo star field but lost a large part of the star field. After that, the two star territories were connected to each other, so when he noticed that there were signs of his own star territory being swallowed, Yang Kai subconsciously thought that Wu Heng was making a comeback. That bastard was scolding Wu Heng. Now, a lot of the star territory had been swallowed, but because the swallowed part originally belonged to the great desolate star territory, which was also swallowed by Yang Kai before. He didn't notice it at first until Meijio reported it. Meijio said coldly, "It seems that they have forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. Master, please give the order. This disciple will go and gather all the major forces in the star territory. This time, we will definitely teach them a lesson." Yang Kai didn't respond, but just frowned and stared at the encroaching blue. Taking a closer look, the situation this time seemed to be a little different from the last time, but as for what was different, Yang Kai couldn't tell. While he was in doubt, the embodiment suddenly sent a message from the small sealed world bead. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched, showing a headache. But soon, he made a decision and said to Meijio, beside him, "Quickly retreat, I will go and take a look." As he said this, he rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the blue light that was trying to devour him. A fragrant wind blew beside him, but Meijio didn't listen to him. Instead, she chased after him and said while flying, "Disciple is willing to do her best." Yang Kai was speechless, but since she was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse her, so he had to wrap her up with his demonic chi. Not long after, the two of them plunged head first into the azure color. Suddenly, both Yang Kai and Meijio felt as if they had fallen into water. Taking a closer look at their surroundings, they realized that they were indeed underwater. However, with the protection of their demonic chi, the surrounding water was unable to penetrate their bodies. Meijio looked shocked. She couldn't understand. They were flying in the star field, so how did they end up in water? Moreover, this water seemed to be different from ordinary water. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. Pulling her along, he turned and rushed straight up. With a splash, the water splashed in all directions as the two of them rushed out of the water. Meijio had rich combat experience. As soon as she came out of the water, she urged her Saint Chi, her beautiful eyes looking around to check the situation of the enemy. At the same time, she grasped the divine stone in her hand, ready to throw it out at any time. But after a glance, she couldn't help but be stunned. The place they appeared in wasn't the territory of the great desolate star, but in a garden. The area of the garden wasn't too big, and one could see the end of it at a glance, but the scenery was good. There were rockery, small bridges, and flowing water. There was a pavilion in the garden, and a small pond in the corner. She and Yang Kai had rushed out of the pond. The water of the pond was blue, exactly the same as the blue color of the star field in the star field. Meijio was stunned. The pond under her was only a few dozen meters in diameter, but when she was in it before, she clearly felt like she was in a vast ocean. But soon, she showed a look of shock, because the world energy in this garden was unimaginably rich. Her aptitude was good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the Origin King realm. But if she could cultivate in such a place, the efficiency would definitely be 100 times faster. Is there such a paradise in this world? Not only was the world energy rich, there seemed to be something else, but her martial Dao level was too low, so she couldn't comprehend it at all. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was you who did it." Hearing this, Meijio followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She saw a person sitting in the pavilion over there. It was a hale and hearty old man with white hair and a beard. The old man had a kind face, and he had quite an immortal aura. What shocked Meijio wasn't the old man's appearance, but that she clearly looked around carefully before, but didn't find any trace of this old man. It was only when Yang Kai spoke that she noticed him. At this moment, a chessboard was placed in front of the old man named Wuxia. The black and white characters on the chessboard were entangled with each other, and a strong murderous aura came out of the chessboard, straight to her mind. Just glancing at the chessboard, Meijio's face turned pale. At the same time, she felt very strange in her heart. This old man is so bored he's actually playing chess with himself. And it's hard to tell who will win. The old man in the pavilion raised his head, looked at Yang Kai for a while, and laughed. "Why are you here?" Chapter 3674. Why can't I be here? Yang Kai flew into a rage. He stepped into the pavilion and looked down at the old man with hostility. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Previously, When the embodiment transmitted a message saying that it had sensed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Yang Kai had a bad feeling. Now that he entered the pavilion and saw that it was indeed Wukong who was causing trouble, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The last time he saw Wukong, he was still in the ancestral territory. He didn't expect that when they met again, he would come to invade his own star territory. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Hongchen was in the same body as him, Yang Kai wouldn't talk nonsense with him. He would just beat him up. Although Wukong was one of the great emperors, he shouldn't have fully recovered yet. Yang Kai was more than a little stronger than when he was on the Dragon Island. He even had 4 half-saint of demon race subordinates following his orders. If they really fought, he wasn't afraid of him. Yang Kai entered the pavilion, and Mei Jiao also followed him in. She stood behind Yang Kai with a vigilant look on her face and tightened her grip on the god's stone. It could be seen that the master of the star territory and this old man knew each other, but their relationship wasn't very good. The master of the star territory was prejudiced against the old man, so she naturally didn't put on a good face. Wukong blinked and then smiled. "That star territory is yours?" He was also a smart person. At first, he was surprised to see Yang Kai here, but soon he understood the cause and effect. "What do you think?" Yang Kai leaned over and slapped the chessboard in front of him. The black and white chess pieces were shaken, and they were in a mess in an instant. Wukong frowned and looked at the chessboard. He sighed leisurely. "I'm about to win. Look at you. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight, sigh?" Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai directly flipped the chessboard. This time, the black and white chess pieces weren't in a mess, and they all flew up. Wukong laughed. "Do you know that a lot of people will die if you do that?" There was no need for him to say anything. After Yang Kai flipped over the chessboard, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, countless palm shadows appeared in the pavilion. The palm shadows closed and merged back into his body. Yang Kai hugged a large pile of chess pieces, his face filled with shock and fear. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai. "Mana? Have you become the demon race?" When Yang Kai didn't make a move, he couldn't see it. But when Yang Kai made a move, his demon yuan surged with astonishing momentum. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see some clues. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale. He looked down at the chess piece in his arms, his eyelids twitching. "What are you doing?" Wukong didn't answer the question. Interesting. You've actually become the demon race, but why haven't you lost your mind? If it's convenient, can you let this old master take a look?" Yang Kai coldly said, "You can take a look if you want, but you can't do it for free." Wukong smiled and nodded. "If you have any questions, just ask." Yang Kai snorted and sat down on the chair opposite Wu Guang. He carefully placed the chess pieces in his arms on the chessboard one by one. He didn't return to his original position, just placed them properly. Then, he carefully examined the chess pieces and made sure that there was nothing wrong with them before letting out a long sigh of relief. Mei Jiao didn't understand why Yang Kai attached so much importance to the chess pieces. She curiously glanced at the chessboard and suddenly became sluggish. She stood in place with absent-minded eyes, as if her soul had been sucked away and she had suddenly become a walking corpse. Suddenly, a gentle force wrapped around her body. Mei Jiao suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face was pale as she said in horror, "Master, this chessboard and chess pieces, I know." Yang Kai nodded. Mei Jiao's face turned even paler when she heard this. If she had suspected that she had seen wrongly, then after hearing Yang Kai's answer, how could she not know that what she saw was true? That chessboard wasn't a chessboard at all. It was clearly a vast star field. Those chess pieces weren't chess pieces at all. They were impressively stars. The seemingly amiable and sage-like old man in front of her was actually using the star field as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces to play chess with himself. Suddenly seeing such a scene, Mei Jiao's origin king realm cultivation was naturally taken aback. If Yang Kai hadn't acted in time, she was afraid that she would have really become a walking corpse. Only now did she understand the meaning of the old man's words. Those chess pieces were real stars. Each of the stars contained billions of lives. Yang Kai had flipped the chessboard, which was equivalent to flipping the star field. The chess pieces flew out, and the planet shook. How could people not die? Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and collected the chess pieces that had flown out. Otherwise, he would have really caused a lot of deaths. Meijio was completely stunned. She didn't understand whether this was reality or an illusion. If it was an illusion, it was too realistic. If it was reality, could anyone in reality do such a thing? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand. Wukong didn't hesitate and put 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He then separated a part of his consciousness to check the situation inside his body. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Senior Hongqin is here. If you can kill me, then do it." Meijio thought that Wukong was playing chess by himself, but Yang Kai knew that he was playing chess with Duan Hongqin. Since the great emperors of Hongqin could play chess with Wukong, they could naturally stop him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Wukong would harm him. Wukong smiled lightly and showed a disdainful look. That old ghost has already been refined by this king. There is no such person as Duan Hongqin in this world. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This old master is alive and well." Yang Kai grinned, "Greetings, senior. This junior is very happy to see that senior is well." Wukong nodded and looked at Meijio, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and said, "Little girl, you look pretty good. Did you just take her in?" Yang Kai felt embarrassed. "She is from the Star Territory. She happened to be here, so I brought her over." Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said to Meijio, "Little girl, since you are here, why don't you stay and serve this king? This king can teach you the supreme Tao." The great emperors of Hongqin were the most free and easy people, but since the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, they were tied together with Wukong. There was no wine to drink, no meat to eat, and no beauties to surround them. They were so bored that they were about to rot. It was rare for someone to come here, so they naturally wanted to stay. It wasn't that they wanted to do anything, but it was better to face a beautiful little girl than to face Wukong all day. A great opportunity, a supreme fortune, was placed in front of her, but Meijio's face turned pale and she shook her head like a rattle. She didn't know the situation, but she felt that the old man in front of her didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, he seemed a little crazy, so how could she dare to stay? As for the Supreme Tao, who knew if what he said was true or false, so she didn't want it. Upon seeing this, Wukong didn't force her and just sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, he nodded to Yang Kai and said, "You tell him." Yang Kai nodded and pointed at the chessboard, asking, "What is this?" Wukong tilted his head and carefully checked the condition of Yang Kai's body, and without thinking he replied, "The Blood Sun Star's territory." Although he had guessed it in his heart, when Wukong admitted it, Yang Kai still sucked in a breath of cold air. "You refined a star's territory into this?" Yang Kai didn't know where the Blood Sun Star's territory was, and he had never heard of it, but he thought that it was one of the lower stars' territory, an existence similar to the Hung Luo star field. But now, it had turned into a chessboard in front of him. Wukong chuckled, "What's so strange about this? There are many in the sky." Yang Kai looked up and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the sky, there were large and small nebulas circling around, some as big as dustpans and some as small as wash basins. They were separated from each other by a little distance, seemingly incompatible with each other. If it weren't for Wukong's words, Yang Kai would only feel that these nebulas were a bit strange, but after listening to him and taking a closer look, how could he not see that these nebulas were really a star's territory? Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in these nebulas, the cultivation stars were as small as dust, and on these dust, there were billions of creatures living. But these creatures were the same as the chess pieces on a chessboard, completely unaware of their own situation and still doing what they should do. The situation in your body is really strange. It is obviously full of demonic qi, but why is your body not affected? How can you ensure that your divine sense is clear? Wukong asked. You know about demonic qi? Yang Kai asked. Wukong smiled mysteriously. I know a lot of things you don't know. Aren't you in the ancestral territory? Why you here? What is this place? Yang Kai didn't feel like arguing with him about demonic qi. The most important thing now was to figure out what he was doing. This is the ancestral territory, Wukong replied. Nonsense. Yang Kai cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the ancestral territory before, so how could it be like this? But thinking about it, this old man could refine a star territory into a chessboard and nebula, so it wasn't strange for him to refine the ancestral territory into a garden. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and asked, a small world? Wukong smiled and shook his head, a large world. Yang Kai paled and looked at Wukong in horror, but he knew that Wukong wasn't exaggerating. Meijio had only noticed that the world energy here was extremely rich, but she hadn't noticed that the world principles here were also extremely vigorous. Just as the star boundary and the demon territory were both large worlds, although this place was slightly inferior, it wasn't too far off. Wukong didn't seem to notice Yang Kai's expression and said, there must be some kind of treasure in your knowledge sea that can keep your soul clear. This old master wants to take a look, open your divine sense. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai refused without hesitation, frowning as he turned his head and looked around. You entered the ancestral territory from the Dragon Temple in order to refine the ancestral territory. Yes, the ancestral territory is the source of all the lower star territory, so refining the ancestral territory will allow this king to achieve twice the result with half the effort. What do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Wukong smiled and shook his head. I can't tell you that. After a pause, he said, but since you are here, I have something I need your help with. Do you think I will help you? Yang Kai sneered. Wukong ignored him and continued, I want your star domain. I didn't know that you were the master of that star domain. I just happened to devour it at the right time. But it doesn't matter. Whether that star domain has a master or not, no matter who the master is, I will devour it. Not only your star domain, but all the star domains in the lower planes, I want them all. Yang Kai's voice trembled. If you want to die, I can help you. Chapter 3675. Wukong laughed in spite of himself. I haven't seen you for many years, but your tone has changed a lot. It seems that you haven't lived in vain all these years. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, I've always been like this. The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor, who was known as the #1 great demon since ancient times, had a good temper. Even if Yang Kai repeatedly offended him, he didn't get angry and said with a smile, let's talk nicely. Your words are full of sarcasm, so we can't talk anymore, don't you think? Yang Kai restrained his expression. Although his expression was still indignant, he suppressed his anger and said lightly, what are you scheming? Wukong raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. The chessboard and chess pieces immediately turned into specks of starlight, twisting into a nebula that flew into the sky and hung there. Then, a tea set appeared on the table in front of him. He looked at Meijio, who was standing behind Yang Kai with a smile and said, Girl, can you make tea? Meijio didn't know whether to answer or not. She looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't have any objection, so she nodded and said, I know a little. Although she knew that the old man in front of her wasn't a good person, she also knew that he was definitely a powerful person. No matter his nature was good or bad, she should have respect for the strong. Thank you. Wukong gestured with his hand. Meijio glanced at Kai Yang again. Seeing Kai Yang nod his head, she walked over to the table and respectfully knelt down, then began to cook in an orderly manner. Wukong looked at her for a while and confirmed that Meijio really knew how to make tea. She didn't know a little as she said, but seemed to be very proficient in it, so he smiled and nodded. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, This king does have a plan. This king wants to plan something that is related to the lives of the people and the survival of the star boundary. Look at you, you asked me, so I told you, but now you are looking at me with such a distrustful look. What do you want this king to do? Go on. Yang Kai gestured to him with his chin. I'm done. Wukong smiled. That's all. Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong shook his head slowly and said, Of course you won't believe me. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, even if you don't believe in this king, you should believe in Hong Chen. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, this king and Hong Chen's souls merged into one body. It's not as simple as you think. It can be said that if we are willing, we can open each other's secrets and see through each other's thoughts. It's not convenient for me to tell you what I'm going to do. Your strength is too low, so it won't do you any good to know. However, Red Dust knows, and he agrees. Yang Kai frowned. As Wukong said, he didn't believe this old man, but if Duan Hongchen also cooperated, then he couldn't help but think about it. In order to solve the hidden danger of Wukong, the great emperors of Hongchen repeatedly entered the Shattered Star Sea with the identity of a Dao Source Realm cultivator to search for Wukong. He was called Hongchen, and while he played in the world of mortals, he was also attached to the world of mortals and sheltered them. If Wukong's plan was really harmful to the star boundary, Duan Hongchen would never agree. Looking straight into Wukong's eyes, as if he wanted to see through the truth and into the depths of his knowledge sea, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, Senior, is what he said true? Naturally, he wasn't asking about Wukong, but Duan Hongchen. This time, Duan Hongchen didn't answer with his physical body, but directly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai's mind, and said in a helpless tone, Although I don't want to admit it, what this old ghost said is true. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have allowed him to act so recklessly. This old ghost's strength was higher than ours in the past, and he knew a lot of things that we didn't know. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea. I can only say that people who are different cannot work together. Yang Kai was surprised, not because Duan Hongchen had confirmed Wukong's words, but because of the pain in the great emperors of Hongchen's tone. It was because of the result of the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea was an unprecedented battle started by the great emperors of the star boundary in order to get rid of the evil Wukong. In this battle, 4 great emperors fell one after another, and Wukong's physical body was shattered, and his soul escaped. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with this battle. Even though 4 great sovereigns had fallen and the star boundary had paid a huge price, the great sovereigns had died a worthy death in order to remove the malignant tumor known as heaven-devouring great sovereign. But now, listening to Duan Hongchen's tone, Yang Kai actually had a feeling that the battle in the Shattered Star Sea was wrong. If this was really the case, how could the 4 fallen great emperors rest in peace? Duan Hongchen continued, But you can rest assured that with me watching over him, even if he messes around, there will be a limit. Just take these stars as an example. Although he refined them, he didn't harm a single life in these territory, nor did he destroy a single star. He just used the ancestral territory as the foundation to fuse those stars with the ancestral territory. Yang Kai gently took a breath, calmed down the tumbling emotions in his heart, and frowned. What exactly is it that is related to the safety of the star boundary? Duan Hongchen replied, This matter is indeed a bit troublesome. It's useless to tell you now, so don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good. When the time comes, you will naturally know. If it was Wukong who said this, Yang Kai would definitely spit in his face, but it was Duan Hongchen who said this. Even if Yang Kai was itching to know, it was not good for him to ask more. He gently nodded and said, Every star territory in the lower plane has to be refined and integrated into the ancestral territory? Duan Hongchen said, Your strength is not bad now, so you should be able to feel the changes in the ancestral territory. Old Ghost said that this place is a big universe, and it is not wrong. According to his and my estimation, if all the star territory in the lower plane is integrated, the ancestral territory can indeed become a big universe. At that time, the ancestral territory will not be inferior to the star boundary in the slightest. You should know that every star territory in the lower plane is separated from the ancestral territory. Now that it is integrated back, it is just returning to the origin. It would be best if all of them can be integrated. If there is 1 or 2 star territory missing, no one can say what the result will be. Yang Kai pondered for a long time and then said, "What will be the consequences of the integration of the star territory?" The most direct consequence is that your identity as the master of the star territory will be lost. As for the other consequences, it is nothing. The original life in the star territory will be the same after the integration. It will not affect them. It can even be said that they will gain some benefits because of this. If the big universe of the ancestral territory is formed, the integrated star territory will naturally benefit. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Before I came down, someone told me that the star boundary and the lower plane star territory are like a big tree. The star boundary is the high crown of the tree, and the star territory of the lower plane star territory is like the roots of the tree. Now that Wukong has taken away these roots and integrated them, it will not affect the star boundary?" Roots and tree crown? There was a hint of surprise in Duan Hongchen's voice. This statement is quite interesting and not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely correct. The relationship between the star fields and the star boundary is indeed like the roots and the crown of a tree. After the integration of the star fields, the star boundary will naturally have some impact on the star boundary. The biggest impact is that if the cultivators in the star field have enough cultivation to break free from the shackles of world principles, they will no longer enter the star boundary but the ancestral territory. As for the star boundary, it has long been set in stone and the living beings in it will reproduce endlessly. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Seeing Senior again today, Senior seems to agree with Wukong's actions. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, in order to destroy Wukong's soul, Duan Hongchen did not hesitate to die together with him. He even regarded him as a scourge. Although he was later stopped by Yang Kai, he also tried his best to solve his own problems. But seeing him today, he actually stood on the same side as Wukong and spoke for him everywhere. This made Yang Kai think more about it. He did not know whether Duan Hongchen was like this, or whether he was deceived by Wukong, or whether Wukong had done something to Duan Hongchen. This old man is not deaf. Anyway, this old man is much older than you. Can you respect this old man and not call me Wukong? Why does it sound so unpleasant?" Wukong looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Then how do you think I should address you? Respect you as senior?" Wukong smiled and said, "I know you have a prejudice against this old man. In this world, who doesn't know this old man's name and doesn't have a prejudice against this old man? But when this old man became famous, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. When did this old man's actions hurt your interests in the slightest? Now, you fear this old man like a tiger and avoid this old man like a snake or a scorpion. It's just an old rumor that people echo. Nowadays, how many people in the star boundary understand this old man's temperament?" Yang Kai sneered and said, "According to what you said, you had difficulties in your actions back then?" Wukong chuckled and said, "I didn't have any difficulties. I killed those people, destroyed those stars, and destroyed the territory of the star boundary. It's natural for me to have a bad reputation, but there is always a reason, and it's not as simple as you think. There is a mystery behind this matter. So far, only Hongchen knows about it. The others, even the great emperors, don't know about it." After a pause, he said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's drink." While they were talking, Mei Jiao had already brewed the fragrant tea. She poured a cup for Wukong and another for Yang Kai, and then sat down obediently. Yang Kai glanced at her and pushed his cup in front of Mei Jiao. Mei Jiao was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Master, this disciple appreciates your kindness." In front of the master of the star territory and the master of the star territory, even the master of the star boundary territory had to address him as senior. How could she have the right to drink tea? It was already a great honor to be able to serve by his side. She still knew her place. "Just drink it, it's definitely good stuff," Yang Kai said and stuffed the cup into Mei Jiao's hand. Although he hadn't tasted the tea yet, just by smelling the fragrance, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not ordinary tea. With his current high-rank Demon King cultivation, drinking this tea might not be of any use, but with Mei Jiao's first-order Origin King cultivation, this was an opportunity, so how could he miss it? Chapter 3676. When Mei Jiao heard this, she couldn't say anything more, mainly because she also felt that this spiritual tea was extraordinary. Since Yang Kai had said so, she could only obey. She picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Suddenly, her body shook and her eyes widened. She froze in place, as if someone had cast a spell on her. However, it only took a moment for her to recover. Her eyes shone brightly as she gulped down the tea in the cup in just a few mouthfuls. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and casually poured another cup for her. Mei Jiao's face was suddenly filled with fear, as if she was flattered. Duan Hongchen's voice sounded in his mind. If it is harmful to the boundless secular world, this old master will fight to the death to stop it. Otherwise, this old master will help with all his strength. These words were in response to Yang Kai's previous question. Although there was no direct response, it showed that the great emperors of the secular world felt that Wukong's actions were not harmful to the Star Boundaries territory, but rather beneficial. Yang Kai gently nodded. He held the teacup and took a sip, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. After pondering for a while, he said, "The two of you should know about the flowing time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors, right?" Wukong smiled. "It's a pity that we didn't meet before death." Since ancient times, the Star Boundary had given birth to countless great emperors. Each new generation replaced the old, and each new generation produced talented people. However, only two great emperors were famous. One was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and the other was the flowing time Great Emperor. The world wondered, if these two great emperors lived in the same era, which one would be stronger and which one would be weaker? Not only did the world think so, but Wukong also thought so. He was able to fight against the combined forces of many great emperors by himself. Although his physical body was destroyed, he was able to kill 4 of them. There was no doubt about his strength. It's just that before the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, before the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, and before Wukong became famous, the flowing time Great Emperor had already fallen. He regretted that he could not live in the same era as the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Otherwise, he would have competed with him for supremacy. The master of the flowing time Great Emperor was beaten to death. Yang Kai looked into his eyes. Wukong's smile stiffened. In Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, Duan Hongchen exclaimed. A moment later, Wukong's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you know? You're not surprised?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Wukong coldly snorted, "This king has also been beaten to death, what's there to be surprised about? As long as one's strength is strong enough, who in this world can avoid being beaten to death? Tell me, what do you know about the flowing time Great Emperor?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know much, and I only learned about it recently. The flowing time Great Emperor Master left a flowing time temple in the 4 Seasons realm. More than 10 years ago, a guy named Wind Monarch took a skeleton to the 4 Seasons realm, arranged a large array, and stimulated the power of the skeleton, almost summoning the flowing time temple from the 4 Seasons realm. As for that skeleton, it contains the power of time." Wukong frowned. "What does this mean? That skeleton is the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. If it wasn't the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor Master, how could it connect to the flowing time temple and draw it out of the Great Emperor's palaces? And this is just one of the skeletons. In the Eastern Sea, there are many more skeletons that were obtained by the ancestors of the monster race in the sea. It is said that they were picked up by accident, and no one knows how many years have passed since then." Wukong's expression became even more dignified as he listened to Yang Kai's explanation. How could he not know that the skeleton of the flowing time Great Emperor was found outside, and that he died without a complete corpse? He had been beaten to death because he had provoked the wrath of the crowd. The other great emperors had joined forces to fight to the death, but they were not strong enough. But in the era when the flowing time Great Emperor lived, he was almost respected, and the flowing time Great Emperor himself did not do any evil, so how could he be beaten to death? Who had the ability to do so? Yang Kai continued, "The flowing time Great Emperor Master once subdued the ancient divine spirit Qiongqi as his mount. Although the flowing time Great Emperor died, Qiongqi is still alive, and has been guarding the flowing time temple ever since. By chance, Qiongqi has a good relationship with me. According to him, when the flowing time great emperor master was in seclusion in the temple, he suddenly comprehended a mysterious principle outside the universe, and broke out of seclusion to travel the universe. But decades later, when the life treasure of the flowing time great emperor master returned to the temple, there was no news of him since then. Combined with the skeletons, it is not difficult to guess what happened to the flowing time great emperor master that year. He must have encountered some danger outside the universe, and finally died. Wukong nodded. Combined with Yang Kai's words, there was no problem with this inference. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and continued, the flowing time great emperor master's death shows that there is a great danger outside the universe, and even a powerhouse like him is powerless to resist. Just now, you said that the conspiracy is related to the common people and the safety of the star boundary. Wukong, have you also traveled the universe like the flowing time great emperor master? If so, what did you see? What kind of scenery is it outside the universe? No one knew who was stronger between Wukong and the flowing time great emperor, but these two were definitely stronger than the average great emperors. If the flowing time great emperor could travel the universe, Wukong might be able to do the same. Yang Kai's eyes were burning, staring at Wukong without blinking, not letting go of the slightest change of expression on his face. Unfortunately, Wukong didn't react at all. His ruddy face was like an ancient well without any ripples. After a long silence, he said, I don't know anything about the flowing time great emperor, and I can't be sure whether the danger he encountered is related to my conspiracy. What I can tell you is that there is indeed a great danger outside the universe. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. You really have been outside the universe. Wukong shook his head. I haven't been there. It's just that there is a trace of spiritual awareness in the unseen world. It's because of this feeling that I didn't dare to go. Didn't dare to go. It wouldn't be strange if these words came from anyone else, but from Wukong's mouth, it was a little creepy. While speaking, Wukong raised his hand and wanted to pour himself another cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He directly picked up the teapot and stuffed it into Meijio's arms. Take it back and drink slowly. Don't drink too much at once. 1 or 2 cups are enough. Meijio was stunned. She looked at Yang Kai and then at Wukong. She wanted to put down the teapot, but her face was full of reluctance. But if she just held it like this, it would be too unsightly. She just drank 2 cups of tea. How could she not know the endless magical effects of this tea? After going back, she would find a place to meditate in seclusion. Her strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Now that Yang Kai stuffed the remaining half of the teapot into her hands, Meijio was really grateful and frightened. Wukong laughed and put down the empty cup. He waved his hand and said, Forget it. It's fate that we met. Girl, take it. Meijio's voice trembled. She bowed and saluted, Thank you, senior. She held the teapot in her arms like a treasure and wouldn't let go no matter what. Wukong put his hands in his sleeves, glanced at Yang Kai, and said, Don't think too much. I am not sure what dangers there are outside the universe. What I am doing now is just preparing for a rainy day. Although your strength is not weak now, it is still too low in my eyes. It is useless to think too much. As for the lower plane star territory, I won't fuse with you first. In any case, there are still some lower plane star territory. I will wait until I finish fusing with the others and see the situation. How about it? If Wukong was only doing it for his own selfish desires, Yang Kai wouldn't have agreed. He would have fought with him here. But now that he knew some inside information and Duan Hongchen had said it first, it would be too unreasonable for him to hold on to his identity as the master of the lower plane star territory. So, he nodded and said, All right, but let me say the ugly words first. It doesn't matter if you fuse with me, but if you dare to harm even a blade of grass or a tree in the lower plane star territory, I will not let you go. Wukong chuckled, Old Duan is watching. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. Okay, my business is done. Old Duan has something to ask you. Let him talk to you. Yang Kai straightened his face and asked, Senior, what are your orders? The old man's face twisted and squirmed, and soon, it turned into Duan Hongchen's appearance. It was probably because Wukong's soul had retreated, and Duan Hongchen was in charge of the physical body. Duan Hongchen moved his body a little and frowned. Did something big happen in the upper plane recently? Yang Kai said calmly. Senior, you mean, Duan Hongchen said, about 15 years ago, this old man suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. I didn't know why, but after thinking about it, something must have happened in the upper plane. Moreover, it was related to the other great emperors. Yang Kai, have you heard anything about it? After he finished asking, he saw Yang Kai's mournful expression and couldn't help but tighten his face. Did something really happen? He and Wukong had been staying in the ancestral territory for all these years, and they hadn't returned to the territory of the upper plane. They didn't know what the situation was like in the territory of the upper plane. However, the great emperors were all recognized by the heavens of the upper plane. When one of them died, the natural sign of the upper plane would sense it. It was just that Duan Hongchen wasn't in the upper plane, so this feeling was a little vague. 15 years ago, calculating the time, was when the Battle of Eternal Heaven took place. Yang Kai said in a low and deep voice, Master Mingyu has died. Duan Hongchen looked startled and asked subconsciously, Mingyu is dead? How did she die? Even though he had guessed that something major must have happened in the upper plane that was related to the great emperors, he couldn't have imagined that one of the great emperors had died. Since the battle of emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the great emperors hadn't died for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the great emperors were immortal, it was just that things had happened too suddenly. How many years had it been since he and Wukong came to the ancestral territory? How could Mingyu have died for no reason? Master Mingyu died at the hands of this junior. Yang Kai replied. As soon as these words came out, Duan Hongchen was startled again, but he soon understood. On the other hand, Meijio looked at Yang Kai in shock. She didn't know what the great emperors were, and she didn't know who Mingyu was, but she could guess some things from the conversation she heard. Mingyu was a top powerhouse and a good person at that, but this powerhouse, this good person actually died at the hands of the master of the upper plane of the upper plane's territory. Meijio couldn't understand it, only feeling a mess in her head. No wonder, no wonder. Duan Hongchen gently nodded. No wonder when I saw you this time, I felt Mingyu and the aura of the upper plane. So that's why. Yang Kai was surprised. Senior isn't angry? He thought that after he said those words, Duan Hongchen would definitely ask him why he killed Mingyu, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Chapter 3677. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. Although Mingyu was promoted to great emperors after the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, as great emperors, he was the strongest fighting force in Star Boundary. If he was unwilling, how could you kill him? He was actively seeking death, wasn't he? After a pause, he continued, was he facing a certain death situation, and then asked you to kill him? No, with your temperament, I'm afraid that even if Mingyu asked, you wouldn't really kill him. In that case, he should have taken advantage of your unpreparedness and died at your hands. Because Mingyu died at your hands, you obtained his world recognition, which is why you have the aura of him and Star Boundary. Am I right? Four eyes met, Yang Kai was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Hongchen had been dragged to this territory by Wukong for many years, so he had not heard anything about Star Boundary, but he had almost inferred the truth of the matter just from a predetermined result, which showed how meticulous his mind was. But that's not right. Duan Hongchen suddenly frowned. Even if Mingyu died at your hands, how did you obtain his world recognition? When a great emperor dies, the recognition of the will of heaven and earth will naturally dissipate between heaven and earth. It will wait for the birth of the next great emperor before it can be added to their body. Could it be that when Mingyu died, the recognition of heaven and earth couldn't dissipate and could only merge with your body? If that's the case, Mingyu didn't die in the Star Boundary? Yang Kai took a light breath. The place where Mingyu Master died is indeed not in Star Boundary. Duan Hongchen showed a look of understanding and nodded. Tell me, what happened these years? Demon plague. Yang Kai spat out two words. Duan Hongchen's expression turned cold. The demon race? Yang Kai nodded. Senior should still remember the demon nest in the southern swamp and the awakening of Azure Sun Temple's demon sense, right? Back then, Yang Kai was entrusted by Azure Sun Temple's chief disciple, Xia Sheng, to accompany a woman named Hua Yu Lu to explore the cave mansion in the southern swamp. They thought that they would be able to find some benefits, but they did not expect to inadvertently unseal a demon nest and release many sealed demonic senses, causing a commotion in the southern territory. At that time, one of the Heavenly River Valley Gong family's patriarch, Gong Yu, who had been possessed by the demon sense. Yang Kai and the others chased him all the way until they finally reached Azure Sun Temple, Ti Yang and the others, and Yang Kai and An and the others chased after him, they Chuan Hongchen's demons, and finally, Yu and possessed Hu's, and Yu, and the Hong Yu, and Yu and Hong Heaven. At that time, Duan Hongchen happened to be in Azure Sun Temple and was in the Divine Ascension Mirror, trying to solve the problem of his body being occupied by Wukong, so he knew about this matter. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Duan Hongchen nodded, "Of course I remember." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was only the beginning. First, the demon nest was unsealed and the awakening of demon sense took over. The Southern Territory was in turmoil for more than 10 years before it gradually calmed down. Everyone thought that the trouble had been dealt with, but who knew that there would be an even bigger conspiracy behind it? Junior heard that among the current 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the most mysterious one is the Western Territory's Shadow Great Emperors, Night Shadow from the Shadow Kill Hall. Our seniors don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Now, it seems that it is not that he is mysterious, but that he is deliberately hiding it. Great Emperor's Night Shadow, Ken Yi, carries the bloodline of the demon race's shadow demon. He is a chess piece that the demon race has planted in the Star Boundary. Even with Duan Hongchen's calm temperament, his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Among the 10 great emperors, no matter whether they were familiar with each other or how close they were, they had always interacted with each other after so many years. When he was roaming the mortal world, he had also been a guest at the Shadow Kill Hall and had even come into close contact with Ken Yi, but even so, he did not find anything wrong with Ken Yi. He never would have thought that one of the 10 great emperors would carry the bloodline of the demon race. In ancient times, the demon race had invaded the Star Boundary. Yang Kai knew about this, so it was impossible for Duan Hongchen not to know. If there were some fish that had escaped the net, or if there were some women in the Star Boundary who had been abducted, humiliated, and given birth to a child, it would make sense. Ken Ye's demon race bloodline could probably be traced back to the last war between the two realms. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, as if he was mocking and sorrowful. With one of the great emperors as a spy, and the demon race having been plotting for a long time, they naturally found the right opportunity and easily broke through the barrier between the two realms, opening a passage between the two realms. Unfortunately, we were unaware of this at that time. The great emperors who heard the news went in one after another to investigate the situation, but in the end, they were ambushed by the demon race's demon saint. Bright Moon Master fell into the demon race's territory in order to cover for the others to escape. Later, this brat was entrusted by the Master of Heaven's revelations and used a ruse to become the demon race's territory. On the surface, this brat became the demon race, but in reality, he went to find out the whereabouts of Bright Moon Master and see if there was a chance to bring him back. Yang Kai paused for a moment, then continued, "Speaking of this matter, I still have to thank Wukong. If it wasn't for the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics being unacceptable to the world, I wouldn't have been able to find a suitable reason to play this ruse." Entering the territory of Become the Demon Race was very smooth. This junior found the trapped Bright Moon Master in a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. At that time, the Master was seriously injured, and the demon race's demon saint laid down the 12 Great Demon Formation. In addition, the blood demon Saint Shueli laid down a boundless sea of blood to trap him. Bright Moon Master bitterly held on in the sea of blood within the Great Formation. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene of seeing Bright Moon for the first time in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Duan Hongchen interrupted, "This old man knows that the demon race's territory is also a large universe. The demon saint you speak of should be in existence not inferior to the great emperors, right? How many demon saint do they have? Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior is correct. In the demon race's territory, the demon saint's status and strength are indeed comparable to the great emperors of the star realm. As for the number, there are no less than 12. When Duan Hongchen heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, revealing a troubled expression. The star realm originally had 10 great emperors, but he was held back by Wukong in the ancestral territory. At that time, Bright Moon had fallen into the demon race's territory, and Qin Yi had defected. This meant that there were only 7 great emperors left in the star realm to preside over matters. On the other hand, in the demon race's territory, there were 12 demons saint eyeing them covetously. In addition to Qin Yi, who had defected, it was 7 against 13. The difference in numbers was somewhat large, almost twice the difference. With a difference of 2 times the battle strength of the peak, there was no need to think about this war between the two realms. The star realm's side would be incomparably difficult. Wrinkling his brows, Duan Hongchen asked suspiciously, According to what you said, Bright Moon had fallen deep into the demon race's territory at that time, and was even heavily injured. It was the best opportunity to kill him, so why did the demon saint only trap him and not kill him? Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, This junior also had this question, but after Bright Moon's master explained it, I realized that it wasn't that the demon saint didn't want to kill him, but that they had a bigger scheme. They were scheming for the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth. When Duan Hongchen heard this, he only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization, so that's how it is. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain too much. He already understood what the demon race's territory was planning to do at that time. Under the circumstances at that time, they indeed had the strength to kill Bright Moon, but what about after killing him? At most, the Star Realm side would have 1 less peak battle strength. If Bright Moon died, and there was no suitable vessel, the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his body could dissipate and return to the Star Realm. But if they trapped him and didn't kill him, they could find a way to refine Bright Moon and let the demon race's territory devour the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on Bright Moon. Then they could expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon race's territory. It had to be said that the demon race had a good plan. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything after that. With Duan Hongchen's thoughts, how could he not have guessed it? When the final battle broke out, Bright Moon felt that there was no hope for him to escape and died at the hands of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was someone from the Star Realm, so the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his identity would naturally merge with Yang Kai's body. There was no other choice. You've done well. Duan Hongchen didn't ask any more questions and didn't let Yang Kai continue to explain. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. At that time, if it were any other great emperors, they would have made the same choice, but fortunately, you have appeared in front of this old master again. It seems that although there were dangers, you were able to turn the situation around. Bright Moon Star Realm's recognition was transferred to Yang Kai, so Duan Hongchen could almost imagine what kind of reaction the demon race had at that time. They must have been red-eyed and hunted down Yang Kai. No matter what the process was, at least Yang Kai was still alive now. The Star Realm should thank you, and us old fellows should also thank you. If the portion of the Star Realm's recognition was seized by the demon race's territory, then the Star Realm would no longer be complete. At that time, no one could say what the consequences would be. Yang Kai was terrified. Senior is too serious. I only hope that I won't disappoint Master Bright Moon's trust. Duan Hongchen sighed and suddenly took out a pot of wine and 2 cups, filling one for himself and one for Yang Kai. He then raised the cup to the sky, offering a toast to his old friend, and drank it in 1 gulp. Yang Kai also offered a toast. Perhaps because he suddenly learned that one of his old friends had fallen, Duan Hongchen's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. After drinking a cup of wine, he was silent for a long time. He just sat there, not speaking, not moving, and his aura was still. After an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his complexion had returned to normal. All good things must come to an end. In the eyes of the great emperors, life, old age, illness, and death had long been a thing of the past. How is the situation in the star realm now? Seeing that you still have the mind to come to this lower plains territory, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Duan Hongchen asked. He and Wukong had other important matters to attend to. It would be best if the situation in the star realm was stable, but if the war was tense, he really had to consider whether he should return to the star realm to support the other great emperors. The first few years were quite difficult. After all, the demon race was well prepared, and the star realm was caught off guard, but now it has stabilized. When this junior returned from the demon race's territory, I cast a spell to seal the passage between the two worlds. As the passage between the two worlds is not open, there is no reinforcements from the demon race's territory that can be mobilized. Relying only on the demon race's army left in the star realm, they can't make any waves. Chapter 3678. Yang Kai smiled and continued. Previously, this junior received news that the remaining demon race army in the star boundary has been annihilated, and those who are still alive have been subdued. Now, the star boundary's 54 legions have gathered in the western territory and are resting in front of the passage between the two worlds. Once the time is right, they will launch a large-scale counterattack. Duan Hongchen's expression brightened and revealed a look of joy. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the crisis of the star boundary for a long time, he finally had some decent good news. However, after shouting, his expression turned gloomy. The flames of war and the separation of life and death have caused the boundless secular world to suffer. Yang Kai also sighed. The war between the two races has swept across the two worlds. No one can stay out of it. Duan Hongchen nodded and said, "Later, I will ask Old Wu to leave a secret door in your territory. If the situation in the star boundary is dangerous, remember to come and inform this old master. This old master doesn't want to miss such a big event." Good, if there is anything I need senior's help with, this junior will definitely come and inform you. Duan Hongchen continued, "As for your territory, I will help you keep an eye on it. If possible, I will try my best not to move, but if by any chance, I may need your cooperation. But you can rest assured that with me watching, Old Wu will not add to the killing." "I trust Senior." Yang Kai nodded and was silent for a moment before saying, "If Senior has nothing else, then this junior will take his leave. Go, I hope you can bring some good news when we meet again." Yang Kai got up and bowed. Meijio also quickly stood up, holding the teapot in her arms as she respectfully bid farewell. Duan Hongchen gently waved his hand and a gentle force suddenly wrapped around the two. In the blink of an eye, the two had returned to the star field. As far as the eye could see, the blue color that covered the star field was quickly fading away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel suddenly appeared in front of them, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai knew that this void corridor should be the secret door left by Duan Hongchen. Through this corridor, he could enter the ancestral territory and meet with Duan Hongchen. The passageway flashed and disappeared. However, Yang Kai could sense that it was still there. It was just that he could not see it. Moreover, even if others passed by, it would not matter if they directly passed through. Only by locking onto the other end of the passageway could they travel through the void. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled at Meijio and said, "I should also go. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Meijio was startled and immediately reacted, "Master wants to go back?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. What are your plans?" Meijio lowered her head and looked at the teapot in her arms. Biting her red lips, she said, "Find a place to cultivate in seclusion and go to help Master as soon as possible." Yang Kai chuckled. "Then thank you in advance. I remember you said before that you are from the Jade Cloud Star? Let me give you a ride." This was almost the edge of the star field. It was extremely desolate. With Meijio's current cultivation, flying in the star field would take several years before she could return to the Jade Cloud Star. While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at her forehead. With a thought, Meijio suddenly disappeared. The moment before she disappeared, Meijio anxiously said, "Master, take care." After sending Meijio away, Yang Kai gently took a breath and walked in the star field. There seemed to be invisible stairs under his feet. After 5 or 6 steps, his whole body suddenly merged into the void and disappeared. 3 days later, in the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai was wearing a jade robe, a jade crown on his head, and a python belt on his waist. He had the bearing of a great master as he sat in the middle of the hall. On the left side below, Hyoji reported loudly, "Master has not been here for more than 10 years. The GZ army has taken shape. Now, the army has a total of 378,462 people, of which 280 to 90 are above the emperor level. Imitating the other armies, this humble one has divided the army into 10 towns. Among them, the central army has 20,000 elites guarding the commander's flag. The central army is headed by Yang Shao and Yang Shui." At this point, Yang Shao and Yang Shui stood up and cupped their hands together. "This humble one greets master." Yang Shui still had a serious expression on her face, but Yang Shao was smiling mischievously. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his hand. A large order flew out and he said in a deep voice, "Yang Shao and Yang Shao, listen to my orders. Take the central army order and follow me into battle to kill the enemy. We will eliminate the evil and protect the righteous path." Yang Shao received the order and became much more serious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Yes." Hyoji's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and looked at Yang Kai. "Master, the central army's responsibility is to guard master's side and protect master's safety. Someone else will go into battle to kill the enemy." "Is that so?" Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed softly. He changed his words and said, "Then the two of you will follow me and listen to my orders at any time." Yang Shao and Yang Shui responded again in a deep voice and left. Hyoji continued, "Outside the central army, there will be 9 towns of eagle, ox, scorpion, dragon, snake, flower, dragon, and phoenix. Tianfeng town has a total of 30,000 people and is responsible for supervising the army. The head of Tianfeng town is Lu Yan and the assistant is Su Yan." 2 figures came out of the ranks, one big and one small. The big one was dignified and generous, while the small one had a glassy body and clear eyes. They cupped their hands together. "Greetings, master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and passed another order, saying, "Since the 2 of you are responsible for supervising the army, you must act impartially and not be biased. On the battlefield, no matter who it is, bewitching people's hearts, behead them. Disobeying orders, behead them. Shaking morale, behead them. Fearing battle and running away, behead them. Stealing battle achievements, behead them." Lu Yan received the order and answered together with Su Yan. After they left, Hyoji opened his mouth again and introduced the duties of the other 8 towns one by one. As the army commander, Yang Kai naturally knew these things like the back of his hand. Only then would he be able to command the troops on the battlefield in the future. Among them, Soaring Eagle Town had the least number of people, only a few thousand, but their overall strength could not be underestimated. The head of the town was led by one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle Town was a scout town, mainly responsible for scouting out the enemy's movements on the battlefield. Even if it was an army of ordinary people, those who could take on the role of scout were the elites of the army. Only the most elite group of people would be able to scout out accurate information about the enemy and pass the information back. This was not an exception for the various armies of the Star Realms. There was also Heavenly Dragon Town, which could be said to be the strongest town in the GZ army. The head of Heavenly Dragon Town was Zhu Qing, and the deputy head was Zhu Lai. Most of the experts in Heavenly Dragon Town were brought over from Dragon Island. Just the Emperor Realm alone had more than a dozen experts, accounting for about 1/5 of the GZ army in the Emperor Realm. With Hyoji's report, the structure of the GZ army gradually became clear. The army consisted of 300,000 people, with 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The middle army that guarded the commander flag was one line, with 2 people in the head and no deputy heads. They were led by Yang Shao and Yang Shui respectively. The Heavenly Phoenix town that was in charge of supervising the army was led by Lu Yan and Su Yan. The Soaring Eagle town that was in charge of scouting was led by Ying Fei. The Poison Scorpion town's head was Xie Wei, The Fire Bull Town's head was Shi Lei, the Angry Dragon Town's head was Li Jiao, the Heavenly Fox Town's head was Hu Fei, the Falling Flowers Town's head was Du Mi, the Spirit Snake Town's head was Qi Lian, and the Divine Dragon Town's head was Zhu Qing. Every one of them was a familiar face, and every one of them was a friend, a relative, and a family member who had fought side by side. Among these many heads, aside from Yang Shao and Yang Shui who were slightly weaker, every single one of them was a third-stage Emperor Realm Venerable, and every single one of them was a high-rank Monster King. It could be said that among the 55 armies in the Star Realms, there had never been an army with such a luxurious lineup. Compared to the high-end combat strength of the other armies, the GZ army's lineup could be said to be extravagant. To be able to achieve such a level, aside from Yang Kai's personal connections, it was also inseparable from the Seven Mist Sea's strong support. More importantly, it was Hyoji's hard work over the past 10 years. Although Yang Kai had been in the Star Realms territory for the past 10 years, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Star Realms. He was able to get in touch with the High Heaven Palace. From Hua Qingxi's report, Yang Kai knew that Hyoji had been running around for the past 10 years, running around tirelessly for the GZ army. Not to mention the others, although the various Monster Kings, Xiawei, Shi Lei, Ying Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, and Qi Lian were originally serving in the High Heaven Palace. After the War of the Two Realms, they had left the High Heaven Palace and returned to their respective Saint Masters to listen to their orders. Without Hyoji's constant running around, trying his best to rope them in and persuade them, how could the Luan Feng and the others be willing to let these 6 Monster Kings out? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay and contribute to the army under their command? Li Jiao's side was easy to persuade. He was originally in the Bingshan army, and the army commander of the Bingshan army was Bing Yun. More than 10 years ago, when he found out that Yang Kai was going to be the army commander of the GZ army, Bing Yun let Li Jiao go to help him. There was no need to talk about the experts on Dragon Island. When Yang Kai wanted to establish the GZ army, they naturally wanted to join him. No army commander could stop them, and even the Seven Mist Sea couldn't do anything to them. This was only the level of a main town. Under the main town, there were camp commanders and Wu guards. The position of Wu guard was still acceptable, as it could be reluctantly taken up by someone from the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, the camp commander had to be overseen by someone from the Emperor realm in order to convince the masses. Where did the people from the Emperor realm come from? Weren't they all roped in by Hyoji? Over the past 10 years, Hyoji had visited the 54th Route Army. Almost every Route Army commander had been roped in by him. It wasn't that those army commanders were easy to talk to, but Hyoji was simply too shameless. He relied on his identity as the son of the great emperors to act shamelessly. No one could deal with him. The Seven Mist Sea had received countless complaints from army commanders. Li Wui also didn't know how many times Hyoji had talked to Hyoji. On the surface, Hyoji agreed, but once he left the Seven Mist Sea, he would do whatever he wanted. He was a real pain in the ass. In the past 10 years, Hyoji had offended almost all of the 54th Route Army commanders. Now, those army commanders were most unwilling to see him. It could be said that they feared him like a ferocious tiger and avoided him like a snake. When they heard that Hyoji had come to visit, they had to avoid him no matter how strong they were. Otherwise, he would ask for people the moment he sat down. Chapter 3679. After more than 10 years of hard work, he had gathered a huge amount of resources for the GZ army. Not to mention anything else, just this hard work alone was enough for everyone to see. They no longer had any objections to his status as commander of the GZ army, and they were even more impressed with Yang Kai's discerning eye for talent, allowing him to get Hyoji to join the GZ army. Otherwise, how could the army be so large today? Today, in the High Heaven Palace's main hall, the GZ army's elites, venerable sovereigns, and Monster King were all gathered. How grand was this? Commander Yao's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Hyoji continued, an army doesn't stand without a flag. Where the flag is, the army's morale will be. Where the flag is, the army will be invincible. Master, please light the flag. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every army had their own flag. Where the flag was, it was where the army's commander was. A flag was where the army's morale rested. When the GZ army was first formed, they should have a flag as well. However, Yang Kai hadn't been in the astral realm all these years, so this matter had been delayed. This was a good opportunity to confirm it. The High Heaven Palace and Hyoji were already prepared. After he finished speaking, 10 High Heaven Palace disciples walked in from outside the main hall, each holding a flag. They stood in 2 rows in the middle of the main hall, shook the flags in their hands, and raised them up high. Hyoji said, "These are the 10 flags that this subordinate and the main towns have carefully selected. We will use whichever master thinks is the best as the commander's flag." Yang Kai nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the 10 flags with his hands behind his back, carefully examining them. It had to be said that Hyoji and the main towns had indeed put in a lot of effort for this commander's flag. After all, this thing could be considered the symbol of the GZ army in the future. It couldn't be too flashy, but it had to be majestic enough. It also had to have some symbolic meaning, so people would know that it was the GZ army's commander's flag. The flags were all different. As Yang Kai looked at them, Hyoji explained what each of the flags represented. Yang Kai nodded from time to time. However, after looking at all the flags, he didn't express much. Instead, he frowned. Seeing this, Hyoji said, "Master, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, this subordinate will ask them to modify it again." Yang Kai said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. To be honest, these 10 flags were all very good, any one of them could be taken out, but Yang Kai always felt that something was missing." "Then which one does Master prefer?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Our GZ army is different from the other armies. We were the last to be established, but our overall strength is the strongest. In the future, we will definitely be one of the main forces on the battlefield. We have a lot of responsibilities, so the commander's flag needs to be different from the other armies. It has to be eye-catching." After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Hyoji immediately signaled outside with his eyes. Immediately, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace went to prepare. The 10 disciples holding the commander's flag left one by one. Not long after, a few more disciples rushed in. 2 of them landed on the ground and separated to the left and right. Each of them held a piece of white paper that was the size of a normal flag and hung it in the air. The other disciple prepared a brush and ink and stood beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the white paper. However, he didn't immediately start writing. Instead, he looked at the white paper with a solemn expression. Xie Wei was sitting next to Hua Qingxi. Seeing this, he leaned over and whispered, "Master, are you proficient in the Tao of painting?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and quietly replied, "I've never heard of it." A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face as she secretly prayed that Yang Kai wouldn't cause any trouble. The commander's flag was the face of the GZ army. If Yang Kai carelessly drew it and carried it out, the face of the GZ army would be lost. She also knew that her palace master's temperament was relatively free and easy, but this kind of thing couldn't be done carelessly. Just as she was feeling anxious, she suddenly felt the temperature in the hall drop sharply. A kind of bone-chilling feeling spread throughout her body, and she instinctively circulated her emperor qi. When she looked up, she was shocked to find that Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused. An invisible murderous intent almost condensed and swept out in all directions. Everyone in the hall felt as if countless needles were stabbing into their bodies. Yang Kai raised his hand, picked up the ink-stained brush, and placed the tip of the brush on the white paper. After only 2 breaths of time, he finished drawing. After handing the brush to the disciple beside him, Yang Kai lightly retreated a few steps and looked at his masterpiece from afar. He chuckled and said, "And this is it." The group of people couldn't wait to see what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper that made him so satisfied. They all craned their necks to look at it. Hyoji was standing close and could see clearly. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He originally wanted to say something, but soon his furrowed brows relaxed and he waved his hand at the 2 disciples who were holding the white paper high. The 2 of them stood opposite each other and held the white paper high above their heads, facing the crowd. Many of the masters in the hall finally saw what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper. It was actually only one word, a large kill character. It couldn't be said to be beautiful, but the strokes were vigorous and vigorous. When they looked at it, the kill character seemed to have turned into sword lights, slashing towards them. Everyone's hearts trembled. Hyoji promptly said, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Everyone in the hall stood up and cupped their hands, shouting, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Good. Since no one has any objections, this matter is decided. Our GZ Army's commander's flag will be the kill character. Our GZ Army's duty is to kill all demons who dare to invade the star boundary and let the demon race know that the star boundary is not a place where they can come and go as they please. We will follow the master's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure jumped out from the crowd and cupped her hands, reporting to the master, "This lowly one is willing to lead the flag for the master. As long as the flag stands, I will live. As long as the flag falls, I will die." Yang Kai glanced over and discovered that the one who jumped out was Fu Ling. This girl came from Dragon Island and was a 7th-rank purple dragon. The army was naturally organized in the Divine Dragon Town. As for the flag bearer, it was the Middle Army's responsibility. It had nothing to do with her. It was obvious that she had some selfish motives for jumping out at this time. Yang Kai chuckled. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Hyoji said, "Master, it's not impossible. The Divine Dragon Flag Bearer will increase the might of our GZ army." Yang Kai glanced at him and thought about it. What he said made sense. He nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. Then I will appoint you as the flag bearer of the GZ army. You will be in charge of the flag. As long as the GZ army is not destroyed, the flag will not fall. Master, don't worry. This lowly one will protect the flag with my life." Fu Ling was overjoyed. She took the white paper from the 2 disciples and ran out happily. Yang Kai only decided on the appearance of the flag. The real commander's flag still needed to be refined. Naturally, he had to find Hoyu. The organization, duties, and commander's flag had been decided. There was nothing else left. Yang Kai looked around and said in a clear voice, "The remaining threat of the demon race has been eliminated. 54 armies in the Western Territory are preparing for war. How can our GZ army miss out on such a big event? Everyone, go back today and check your deployment. 3 days later, at dawn, troops will leave the Western Territory and follow me into the Demon Territory to eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons." The hall was filled with voices. The Monster King's shouts were the loudest, almost turning the hall upside down. During these 3 days of free time, Yang Kai accompanied his wives and parents, enjoying the happiness of a family reunion. In this expedition to the Western Territory, apart from Xia Ningchang, who was responsible for refining pills, the other 3 wives were all going to battle. Su Yan was in Tianfeng Town, Shuiyu was in the middle of the army, and Dragon Lady Shanqing Luo was in Spirit Snake Town, under Qi Lian's command. It had to be said that after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, his wives had made great progress. Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, and Xia Ningchang had all broken through to the Emperor realm. Although Su Yan's cultivation did not increase, her strength had greatly increased. Of course, this was due to the Star Boundary's world energy tide, but it was also due to his wives' extraordinary aptitudes. After all, in the territory of the lower plane, his wives were already outstanding. Their aptitudes were many times better than the average person's. His parents' strength had also improved, but Yang Kai did not feel at ease letting them go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, people were dying every moment. Even if they were the Emperor realm's 3rd order, fake emperor, and half-saint, so what? No one could guarantee that they would not be the next to die. In such a dangerous environment, how could Yang Kai let his parents participate? If he really let them go to the battlefield, Yang Kai would not be in the mood to command the army. He would probably have to stay by his side and protect them at all times. The Yang family fourth master and Dong Suzhu also knew that after this parting, the dust of the war of the two realms would likely settle, so even though they were extremely reluctant and worried, they didn't show it on their faces and instead just smiled and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly. On an ice plain dozens of miles away from Towering Palace, a cold wind blew, and snow danced in the air. 300,000 people were gathered on the ice plain. There might be a lot of people, but it was completely silent. The location of the gathering had been set long ago. After all, with so many people, the High Heaven Palace could not fit them all, so they simply gathered on the ice field. The 300,000 people were divided into 10 groups at this moment. Each group had more people and less people, some had a few thousand people, while some had tens of thousands of people. All of them were looking in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. A moment later, a stream of light rushed over. When it entered the eyes, it was still a few dozen kilometers away, but in the next breath, it was already in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left a long streak of light in the sky. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Army Commander, Master." The shouts were like landslides and tsunamis. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The falling snowflakes froze in the air at this moment and suddenly collapsed. With a crash, a blood-red flag that was hundreds of kilometers long suddenly spread out in the sky. When the cold wind whistled, the flag fluttered. Under the moonlight, it looked as if there was blood flowing on it. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was bleeding. There was only a big word "kill" on the flag. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this word seemed to be alive. Its murderous aura made the bright moon dim. The flag hung behind Yang Kai and covered the sky. In front of the flag, Yang Kai's figure was as small as an ant, but as tall as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3680. As the "kill" banner fluttered, 300,000 pairs of eyes focused on it. The giant "kill" word seemed to want to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all demons and monsters in this world. Their blood boiled. In this world of ice and snow, when the commander's flag was unfurled, every member of the GZ army felt their blood boiling. Hyoji smiled. A few days ago, when he saw Yang Kai write the word "kill" on a piece of white paper, he had wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, this was the first decision Yang Kai made after returning. It would not be good for him to refute it, so he endured it. But now, it seemed that it was fortunate that he did not refute it at that time. The commander's flag was simple and clear, and when it fluttered, the word "kill" was enough to ignite the army's bloodlust. "Kill!" Hyoji raised his hand high and clenched it into a fist as he roared. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The heavens shook and the earth shook as the 300,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices converged, filling the air with a chilling aura. Even in the High Heaven Palace, several dozen li away, the disciples who stayed behind could clearly hear these cries of "kill." Looking at each other from afar, they knew that their own army was about to set out to kill the enemy. By the time the dust settled, how many of the 300,000 people would be able to return in one piece? How many would be wrapped in horse hide and die on the battlefield? Deep veneration. On Medicine Pill Peak, Xia Ningchang, like the other disciples who stayed behind, gazed in the direction of the army, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Jiying stood beside her and sighed softly. "You know his abilities. He possesses the space principles and is best at escaping and preserving his life. There is no need to worry too much." "I want to go with him." Xia Ningchang bit her lip. Jiying said, "Didn't we agree on this? He also told you that you are an alchemist emperor. Staying here to refine pills is more important than going with him to the battlefield. Every pill you refine here may save a life on the battlefield." "I know," Xia Ningchang nodded, "but I still want to go with him." Jiying still wanted to persuade her, but Xia Ningchang did not give him a chance to speak. Under the night wind, her voice was as soft as jade. "Brother, do you know? Ever since we left Tongxian realm, we have been apart from him more often than not. As a man, it is a good thing that he can work hard. We are very happy that he can protect us from danger. but we still want to be with her. Even if we encounter danger, we want to face it together. When he was not here, we worked hard to cultivate so that we could one day be by his side and share his burdens. Now that the opportunity has come, Big Sister, Aluo, Shuiyu, and Big Sister Qing have all gone with him. I want to stay here and refine pills because the quality of the pills I refine is extraordinary and the refining efficiency is extremely high. I also have other responsibilities. Turning her head, she looked at Jiying, her beautiful eyes full of pleading. But brother, I really want to go to the battlefield with him and fight side by side with him. I don't want to shelter him from the wind and rain, I just want to help him kill a few enemies and lighten his burden. Jiying opened his mouth but eventually smiled and said, "Go, he hasn't left yet. It's not too late for you to go now." "Brother." Xia Ningchang looked at him in amazement. Jiying smiled and said, "Whether it is going to the battlefield or staying here to refine pills, we are both contributing to the star boundary. There is not much difference. Don't worry, brother will refine your spirit pill for you. Besides, it is rare to be willful in this world, so it is better to follow your heart than force yourself." Xia Ningchang was overjoyed. "Many thanks, brother. I'll go now?" Seeing Jing nod, he quickly bowed and turned his head to look at the banner with the word, "Kill," written on it several dozen kilometers away. His eyes bloomed with sincere joy as his figure flickered and he rushed in that direction. "You will definitely return safely," Jiying shouted from behind. "I know, brother, you take care too." Xia Ningchang's cheerful voice echoed along the way. Several dozen kilometers away, the sounds of battle shook the sky. Yang Kai looked down with a solemn expression when suddenly he raised his brow and looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped and the clamor that soared into the sky turned silent in an instant. Everyone looked back. They saw a ray of light quickly approaching and landing on the ground, revealing Xia Ningchang's figure. The little senior sister did not look at Yang Kai but directly went in front of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, cupping her hands and saying, "High Heaven Palace's Xia Ningchang has come to receive orders." Yang Xiao was startled and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai was his adoptive father, and Xia Ningchang was the youngest among the sisters, so how could he accept such a bow? On the contrary, Yang Shui smiled and looked at Yang Kai, then at Xia Ningchang, gently nodded and said, "Enter the ranks." Xia Ningchang ran happily to the middle of the army and stood there. Even though she was wearing a veil, the joy that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. On the eve of the army's departure, there was an extra person in the middle of the army, and even Yang Kai, the army commander, did not agree to it. This was simply overstepping his authority. After letting Xia Ningchang enter the ranks, Su Yan looked up at Yang Kai on the heavenly Phoenix Town's side and raised her chin, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to say anything, just try it." Yang Kai pretended not to see and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He coughed lightly and said, "Everyone is here. Let's set off." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead flew out, rolling in midair. Its huge body covered the sky as it bit down ferociously. The army of 300,000 disappeared in an instant, all of them swallowed into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking back, he saw Fu Ling, who was carrying the flag, looking at him with blinking eyes. Fu Ling was the flag-bearer of the GZ army. When Yang Kai arrived, she naturally did her best to carry the flag and stood behind Yang Kai, escaping the fate of being swallowed by the rolling bead. Looking at each other, Fu Ling smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, is it just the two of us left?" Saying so, she threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, looking eager to have a go. "Put away the flag." Yang Kai glanced at the blood-red flag behind him. Hearing this, Fu Ling nodded and urged the dragon yuan in her body. The 100-kilometer flag wriggled and soon turned into a palm-sized flag. Fu Ling put it away and looked at Yang Kai. "Brother-in-law, let's set off. The journey is long, you have to take care of others. Get the hell in there." Yang Kai simply ignored her flirtatious glances and simply pulled her into his sealed world bead, immediately feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the next moment, space principles surged and Yang Kai disappeared. In the Seven Mist Seas main hall, a huge sand table stood in the middle of the hall. The scenery on the sand table was clearly a miniature version of the two-world passageway. At this moment, more than 20 people gathered around the sand table, all of them at the third stage emperor realm and above. There was no lack of fake emperors among them. They were all army commanders of the various armies in the star boundary. Facing the sand table, Li Wu-yi pointed at the sand table and said, Ding Chou Army will be in charge of this spirit array, with Bing Wei Army as support. You must ensure that the spirit array operates effectively without any mistakes. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes, General Master. Another middle-aged man looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Old man, can you do it? You're already so old, so don't try to be brave. If you can't, my Bing Wei Army will be in charge of this spirit array, and your Ding Chou Army will be the support. The elderly man chuckled meaningfully. If this old master can't do it, do you think you can? General Master's eyes are like torches, so he naturally knows that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Don't be noisy, just obediently assist this old master in killing the enemy. When we get back, it's not impossible to get 10 or 20% of the credit. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's nose became crooked from anger. Just as he was about to say something, Li Wu-yi said indifferently, Don't argue. The deployment of the array is the result of the great emperor's discussion. This king is only responsible for conveying the message. If you have any objections, you can speak to the great emperors. As long as the great emperors agree to let you swap, this king will not stop them. Hearing that this was the decision of the great emperors, the two army commanders stopped quarreling, but the middle-aged man still felt a little indignant and glared hatefully at the elderly man, clearly feeling that his Bing Wei army was stronger than the elderly man's Ding Chou army and should be the one to make the decision. Li Wu-yi pointed to another place. This spirit array is... Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to sense something and took 2 steps back. The next moment, as the space principles fluctuated, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing this, Li Wu-yi smiled slightly. You're finally here. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt dozens of gazes on him. Even though these gazes did not deliberately release any kind of pressure, he could not help but feel his heart tighten, knowing that the owners of these gazes were definitely not lazy. Looking up again, his eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the people gathered here were either third-order Emperor Realm Masters or false emperors? Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be holding an important meeting. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Master. Greetings, seniors. Li Wu-yi reached out and patted him on the shoulder. It's good that you're here. And let me introduce you. Turning his head, he looked at the others in the hall and smiled. This is the Palace Master of the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace, Army Commander Yang Kai of the GZ Army. Many of you are familiar with him, and some of you are meeting him for the first time. However, in the future, we will all be comrades on the battlefield, so we will need to cooperate with each other. There were indeed a few people in the crowd that Yang Kai knew. Not to mention Li Wu-yi. Yang Yan was also present, and there were also Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, Bing Yun, the 3 Saint Masters of the ancient wildlands, and a few of the top-ranked Monster King. However, other than these people, he was not familiar with most of them. Although Yang Kai had long known that the star boundary was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and that there were many false Emperor Realm Masters who lived in seclusion, he was still surprised to see so many false emperors here. However, on second thought, even the demon path had 4 great demon overlords, which meant that there were at least 4 false emperors, so it was not surprising that the star boundary had so many false emperors. Among the many gazes, there was one that was extremely cold. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Yimou. He could not help but grit his teeth. He had no friendship with Zhang Yimou. Chapter 3681. The first time he met Zhang Yimou was in the Star Territory. Zhang Yimou was also a member of the Star Courtyard, and the Great Desolate Star Territory's Wu Heng was his subordinate. Back then, when Wu Heng urged the Great Desolate Star Territory to devour the Heng Luo Star Field, Yang Kai naturally did not agree and fought with him. Wu Heng was no match for Zhang Yimou, and in a life-and-death crisis, he summoned Zhang Yimou to help. At that time, it was Yang Inflammation who appeared and resolved the crisis for Yang Kai. It was also at that time that Zhang Yimou saw that Yang Kai seemed to have traces of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques were so famous that Zhang Yimou was naturally jealous. So after returning to the star boundary, he tried to find traces of him and finally blocked him outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces to fight fiercely and suffered a big loss. In the end, Qiongqi appeared and beat Zhang Yimou into a pig's head. After 2 grudges, when they met again at this time, it was almost a situation of enmity between 2 enemies. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good expression. If it was before, he might have been afraid of Zhang Yimou, but now, not to mention the 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world on standby, his own strength had also greatly improved, so he was not necessarily afraid of him. It was fine if Zhang Yimou did not come looking for trouble, but if he dared to, Yang Kai would definitely let him know that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The other corps commanders were not clear about the grievances between the 2, but they felt that there was something wrong with their expressions when they met, so they vaguely guessed that there should be some kind of gap between the 2. Li Wu-yi and Yang Inflammation were clear about it, but now that the demon disaster had not been eliminated and the enemy was in front of them, it was naturally not good to say anything, so he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. The overall situation is more important. Yang Kai nodded without a trace. Almost half of the Star Boundaries Legion commanders were gathered here, and Li Wui introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. Even though Yang Kai had a good memory, after a round of introductions, he could only remember the names of the Star Boundaries Legions. The main reason was that the division of the Astral Legions was based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be difficult to differentiate them. However, this wasn't a big deal. In the future, when they fought together, they would naturally become familiar with each other. Compared to the other armies, the GZ army was nothing more than a baby in its infancy. Regardless of seniority or cultivation, Yang Kai was still considered a newcomer. Thus, many of the other commanders treated him warmly. Most of them would praise him with words like, "Every generation produces talented people," or, "Heroes emerge from the young," to form a good relationship with him. However, when he introduced an old man, the old man glared at Yang Kai with displeasure, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended the old man. Looking at the old man's face, he had never seen him before. How could he have offended him? He thought to himself, is this guy in cahoots with Zhang Yimou? If that's the case, I'll have to be more careful in the future. I don't want to be tricked by these 2 on the battlefield. However, Li Wui smiled and said, "Don't blame Master Fu for looking at you like that. Master Fu is the Legion commander of the Wu Yin army. Hyoji used to be part of the Wu Yin army." Hearing Li Wui's words, Yang Kai finally understood. He laughed and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master Fu." Yang Kai thanks Master Fu for letting him go. Hyoji used to be this old man's subordinate. In the end, he lost to Yang Kai for a while and was poached by Yang Kai. Then, in just a few years, he was able to gather such a large amount of resources for the GZ army. Naturally, the old man was depressed. When Hyoji was in the Wu Yin army, he didn't display such ability. Now that he was gone, he was able to display such strength. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Hyoji go no matter what. With Hyoji around, the size of the GZ army might be the glory of the Wu Yin army. Old man Fu snorted and said, "What are you thanking me for? What's there to thank me for? You can only blame this old man for not being able to see clearly and letting the Wu Yin army's pearl be covered in dust. For the Wu Yin army to be under Lord Yang's tutelage, it might be his own good fortune." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, Lord Yang, the Wu Yin army's GZ army originated from my Wu Yin army. Without the Wu Yin army, your GZ army wouldn't be as large as it is today. This old man doesn't want any benefits from you. In the future, if my Wu Yin army needs anything on the battlefield, the GZ army is on call at any time." Yang Kai immediately replied. Old Man Fu's tense expression immediately relaxed. He smiled and said to Yang Kai, Lord Yang is not bad. In the future, our two families should get closer. No problem. Master, you are all seniors who have fought on the battlefield for many years. This Yang is new here and has many things to ask of you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Master Fu. Ha! The old man surnamed Fu laughed heartily and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. On the battlefield, if there is anything your army needs, don't hesitate to call this old master. As long as this old master still has a single breath left, he will definitely lead the army to support you so you won't suffer any losses at the hands of those demon beasts. Then I'll thank Master Fu in advance. At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in many years. It took a bit of time to introduce them one by one. After a while, Li Wui said, There are other army commanders who aren't here for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the sand table. He knew that this group of people had gathered here to discuss important matters. He immediately said, Then I'll go outside and wait. I'll come back later to ask Master about the battlefield. Don't be in a hurry. Li Wui raised a hand to stop him. Stay and listen. When the time comes, we'll need your GZ army's help. Yang Kai wanted to go outside just to avoid arousing suspicion. Since Li Wui had said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After the commotion, everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Li Wui's confident voice could be heard. Yang Inflammation quietly crept to Yang Kai's side and nudged him with his shoulder. His eyes were fixed on the sand table as he transmitted his voice. What are you doing in the territory of the lower plains? How come you've been gone for more than 10 years? I thought you wouldn't come back. I'm studying secret arts and cultivating the divine technique. Yang Kai replied truthfully. Yang Inflammation curled his lips. If you want to cultivate, you can just go to the star boundary. Why go to the territory of the lower plains? Tell me honestly, are you hiding some woman there? What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The war between the two worlds is not over yet. How can I be in the mood to do such things? Besides, do I lack women? Yang Inflammation snorted. You can't say for sure. As the old saying goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine is inferior to a mistress, and a mistress is inferior to a mistress. Who knows what you're thinking? Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he changed the subject. I saw an old friend in the territory of the lower plains. Can you guess who it was? Your old flame. Yang Inflammation didn't even think about it. Ah! Yang Yan exclaimed before quickly covering her red lips with her hand. It was only because she had cried out in surprise that several dozen pairs of eyes in the hall turned towards her in an instant. Yang Kai quickly adjusted his expression and also pretended to be puzzled as he stared towards her. She reacted quickly and quickly pointed to the sand table. This array is very important. Don't you need a large army to guard it? Li Wui shook his head. There's no need for that. This is a death spot. It doesn't matter if the demon race doesn't enter it, but if they do, they won't be able to return. In other words, this spot was deliberately left empty to lure the demon race in. Yang Inflammation gently nodded, a look of understanding on her face. Li Wui continued, but Yang Inflammation quietly stuck out her tongue and waited for a while before sending another message. You saw Wukong? How did you escape from him? Yang Kai smiled. He didn't do anything to me, so why would I escape? Besides, Wukong and Senior Red Dust share the same soul. Wherever he is, Senior Red Dust will also be there. That's true, Yang Inflammation nodded. Is Senior Red Dust all right? Not for the time being, but I heard some news from them. The specific situation has been recorded in a jade slip. You can pass it on to the great emperors for me. Why don't you go yourself? I've just arrived and I'm busy with many things. Where would I find the time? It's settled then. More than a decade ago, Yang Kai used the Space Spirit Bead to teleport to the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, only to be tricked by him. There was no way he would meet him again. It's not impossible for me to pass it on for you, but what do you have to give me? I don't have anything valuable on me. How about I give myself to you? Oh, come to my room tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Young Inflammation's eyes flashed with a cold light. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement for half a day before everyone gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Bing Yun nodded slightly to Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Kai also nodded. After everyone left, Li Wui sat down on a chair and a maid immediately came in to serve him tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Li Wui asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Kai Yang sat on the chair next to him, separated from him by a table. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "It's already been resolved." "That's good." Li Wui was relieved and drank a few more mouthfuls of tea before putting down the cup. "You should have heard what I said just now, right?" Yang Kai recalled the instructions he gave to the various corps commanders before and said, "Do we need to wait for the Great Array to be completed before we can open the passage between the two worlds?" He originally thought that after returning, he could open the passage between the two worlds and then kill his way into the demon territory. Who knew that things were not like that at all? The astral boundary had other arrangements, so they still needed to wait. Li Wui patted the armrest of his chair and said, "The demon race is brave and the demon race is good at fighting. The astral boundary doesn't have much of an advantage, especially in terms of numbers. We are at a great disadvantage. If we really open the passage between the two worlds and kill our way into the demon territory, even if we have 55 corps commanders, I'm afraid we won't have a good end. It can even be said that if we really do this, we will be the ones to lose in the end." Yang Kai nodded. Among the people in the astral boundary, he was the only one who had been to the demon race's territory. He knew what the demon race's situation was like and how powerful they were, so he naturally understood that Li Wui's words were not exaggerated at all. Chapter 3682. Over the past decade or so, Astral Boundary has been embroiled in continuous battles to purge its enemies. The results have been pretty good. The remaining demon race forces in Astral Boundary have either been annihilated or subdued by Longevity Sky and the others. Even Demon Sky Path has been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise its head. Sect Master Kan Yi was even injured by the Iron Blood Master several years ago and has been in hiding ever since. However, these 10 or so years have also been a buffer period for the demon race to prepare. The passage between the two worlds has been sealed for so long, who knows what the situation is on the other side. Li Wui shook his head with a smile. Perhaps after the passage between the two worlds is opened, the demon race forces on the other side are preparing their troops and waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Senior is right. That's why we can't attack them, at least not so recklessly. Li Wui stood up and walked to the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai. "You know the situation of the passage between the two worlds. The entrance is only so big, and there is a limit to the number of people that can pass through at one time. If Astral Boundary's army rashly enters, they will definitely be at a disadvantage, and vice versa. That's why we need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. Once the various armies are ready, we can open the passage between the two worlds and wait for the demon race forces to arrive." Yang Kai nodded. "Demon territory won't last long, and the demon race is more anxious than us. If they discover that the passage between the two worlds has been opened, they will definitely send people to investigate. If they send too few people, it will be useless, but if too many come, they will be eaten in one bite." Li Wui chuckled. "Exactly. They should be the anxious ones, so we only need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. As long as the defense line is not broken, the initiative will always be in our hands. It won't be too late to attack when Astral Boundary gains the upper hand." Yang Kai thought for a moment. "Then I'm afraid it will take a long time. Maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years. As long as Astral Boundary stability can be maintained, any price is worth it." "I understand." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "The GZ army has arrived at the battlefield. If Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to let me know." Li Wui said, "There's no need for your GZ army to set up the defensive formations. The other armies will take care of it. However, your GZ army has something to do." Once the passage between the two worlds opens and the demon race swarm over, your GZ army will have to face the enemy head-on. In the meantime, I'll arrange a place for you to set up camp and have the army train. A battle between two armies is different from an ordinary battle. In the vast sea of people, sometimes cultivation isn't the key to victory or defeat. Fortunately, although your GZ army is new, there are still many veterans in it. Pass down the order and let Hyoji handle this matter. He naturally knows how to handle it. Understood. Yang Kai agreed. Li Wui then led him to the giant sand table and drew a territory with his hand. With this as the center, the GZ army will set up camp in a radius of 1,000 li. You can handle military matters on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the other commanders, or you can ask me. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. After identifying the direction, he flew into the sky. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the desert of the Western Territory. He stood in the void and looked around. He could vaguely see the original location of the passage between the two worlds. That place was originally the border between the demon territory and the star boundary. It was also the place where the demon race gathered. However, after Yang Kai returned more than 10 years ago and sealed the passage between the two worlds, that place gradually became desolate. Until today, there was no one there. Although there was no sign of life there, everyone in the star boundary knew that if the demon race came, they would still come from that direction. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had mobilized the various legions to set up a large formation with the passage between the two worlds as the center. 55 legions had surrounded that barren land so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They were only waiting for the demon race to break through and walk right into the trap. Looking around, there were large barracks several thousand li to the left and right. They were crowded with people. It was obvious that these were the garrisons of the various legions in the star boundary. Every few thousand miles, there would be a large group of such huge barracks, encircling the passageway between the two worlds in a huge circle. While he was observing, a profound light shot into the sky from a large barracks several thousand li away from his right. The light was dazzling and resplendent as it streaked across the horizon. In just a dozen or so breaths, the profound light arrived in front of him and revealed the figure of an old man. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Master Fu. This old man was the army commander of the Wu Yin army, Fu Renjia, whom he had met in the Seven Mist Sea's main hall. When they had first met, the old man had spoken bluntly to Yang Kai. In fact, he was quite an interesting person. Fu Renjia laughed loudly. I was wondering why this place had been empty all this time. There was no army stationed here either. It turns out that Army Commander Li had long planned to leave this place for Lord Yang. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he had come from and raised his eyebrows. Is that where the Wu Yin army is stationed? That's right. Fu Renjia's face was full of joy. It seems that we will be neighbors from now on. As he spoke, Fu Renjia cupped his fists and said, I will have to ask Lord Yang to take care of me in the future. I dare not, I dare not. Yang Kai hurriedly returned the gesture. This is my first time here. I will have to ask for Master Fu's guidance. I don't know anything about military affairs. Fu Renjia laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as Hyoji knows, it's fine. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to poach him from this old man? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and turned his head to look in the other direction. He said, Master Fu, do you know which army is stationed over there? Fu Renjia said in a low voice, Sangamo. Yang Kai was startled. Before he could react, Fu Renjia laughed loudly. I'm lying, I'm lying. This old man loves to joke with people. Lord Yang, please don't mind. Army Commander Li knows that you and Sang Yamo don't get along, so why would he arrange for you to be neighbors? Sang Mo's Jia Xian army is on the other side, far away from you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Master Fu can tell? Fu Renjia said, although I don't know what grudges you have with Sang Yamo, this old man is not blind. How can I not see? This guy Sang Yamo, this old man also doesn't like the look of him. He's not a good person. If you really have grudges with him, you must be careful of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled and didn't comment. Fu Renjie quickly changed the topic. Facing the passage between the two worlds, on your left is this old man's Wu Yin army. On your right is the Bingtian army. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the army commander of the Bingtian army, right? Senior Bing Yun. When Yang Kai heard this, he was delighted. He turned his head and looked to his right. It seemed that Li Wu Yi was still taking care of him. These two neighbors, one had a good relationship with the other, and the other was easy to get along with. When the war comes in the future, it will be convenient for them to work together. Fu Renjie smiled. That's Bing Yun. TSKC. Speaking of which, although there are many women in the Bingtian army, the number of people who killed the demon race is no less than any of the men. Bing Yun is also a commander. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Since Lord Yang is here, where is the GZ army? I've long heard that the GZ army is full of experts and has a grand lineup. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to see it. Can this old man broaden his horizons?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Just in time. Master Fu, please inspect it." As he spoke, he took out the sealed world bead and formed a hand seal. When the sealed world bead was thrown forward, his divine consciousness surged. The void trembled, and a visible layer of ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever the ripples passed, the army hidden in the sealed world bead was revealed. The army still maintained the rolling formation that engulfed them. 10 towns, 10 formations. In a breath, 300,000 people descended like divine soldiers. In an instant, heads were moving, and killing intent was rolling. But it wasn't over yet. Among the crowd, Fu Ling rushed out and stood behind Yang Kai. He waved the flag in his hand. With a whoosh, the 100 miles kill flag covered the sky. It was dark red, as if blood was flowing from the sky. 300,000 people raised their hands in unison, and their voices were as loud as thunder. "Greetings, Army Commander Master." The sound waves gathered and rushed to the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color. The corners of Fu Renjie's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the Wu Yin army, which was thousands of miles away. Then he looked at the GZ army in front of him. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. The Wu Yin army wasn't weak. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fu Renjie thought so too, but comparisons were always bad. Now that he saw the might of the army in front of him and compared it to his own army, he suddenly felt like he was the king of a mountain. He couldn't be compared. Then he looked at Hyoji below. Fu Renjie felt his heart ache. Yang Kai carefully observed the old man's expression and knew that he had been somewhat irritated, so he didn't dare to make any more noise, quickly saying, "With this place as the center, within a 1,000-kilometer radius will be our army's encampment. Each town will divide their own territory and set up camp." Another roar of acknowledgement sounded, and the army immediately got busy. "Good, good, good." Fu Renjie took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. The GZ army is like a tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon descending into the sea. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things on the battlefield. "Master Fu, you flatter me." Fu Renjie turned to look at the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I've long heard that Lord Yang has a space artifact that can hide living people. I've never had the chance to see it. I guess this is it, right?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously grasped the sealed world bead tightly. He thought to himself, "This old man can't be thinking about my treasure, right?" Although they hadn't known each other for long, this old man was very easygoing and open-minded. However, the more open-minded he was, the more likely he was to lose face. How could Yang Kai not be wary of him? This is called the sealed world bead. It was given to me by Master Yang Inflammation years ago. However, although this thing is mysterious, it can only be used by those who possess the power of space. It's useless even if someone else has it. As soon as he said this, Fu Renjie's shining eyes dimmed. This old man really wants to steal my treasure? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Renjie didn't give up. He smacked his lips and said, "Lord Yang possesses the power of space and is proficient in the laws of space. Can't he refine this thing and allow those who don't possess the power of space to use it? Take the space spirit bead for example. This thing is also related to the laws of space, but it's also being used in the army now. Chapter 3683. How far was the Third Order Dao Source Realm from the Emperor Realm? If one understood, the distance would be as small as a piece of paper. If not, the distance would be as wide as heaven and earth. Many things in the world were like this. For example, the sealed world bead could hide a living person. Fu Renjie said, "Lord Yang, this is what I think. Such a treasure is hard to come by. If we can promote it in the army, it will definitely be of great use. Think about it, if I am fighting a strong enemy alone and the situation is in a stalemate, and I suddenly summon a few strong helpers, how will the enemy react? What will the outcome be? Also, I don't know if Lord Yang has thought about it, but this treasure is most suitable for marching an army. Just like this time, Lord Yang came from the Northern Territory alone. How can the time he spent leading the GZ army here be comparable? On the battlefield, mobilizing an army is a very troublesome matter, but sometimes, speed is the most important thing. It is really a headache. However, if we have a treasure like the sealed world bead to help us, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, I understand what Master Fu is saying. Perhaps I can try to refine something similar to the sealed world bead. If Fu Renjie had told him this before he created heaven and earth and refined heaven and earth, he might not have thought of anything. However, after more than 10 years of meditation and cultivation, Yang Kai immediately thought of many things after hearing Fu Renjie's words. The sealed world bead was refined by a powerful senior. Since someone had done it before, it might not be impossible for him. Moreover, he had more than 10 years of experience to learn from. He didn't dare to say that he would succeed, but Yang Kai was at least 60% to 70% confident. Fu Renjie's eyes lit up. Lord Yang can really do it? I'll try my best. Fu Renjie rubbed his hands and chuckled. Then this old man will have to thicken his skin and negotiate with Lord Yang in advance. If he can really refine something like this, the Wu Yin army will want a share. Well said. If we really succeed in refining it, we will definitely reward Master Fu. Fu Renjie laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. If your GZ army needs any help in the future, don't hesitate to call this old man. Thank you, Master Fu. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Fu Renjie waved his hand and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's get closer to each other in the future. Lord Yang has just arrived and is busy with military affairs. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit you another day. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Fu, take care. As soon as they sent Fu Renjie off, Hyoji flew over to ask where the commander's tent should be set up. He had chosen 3 decent places for Yang Kai to decide. Yang Kai didn't mind too much and told him to do as he pleased. He turned around and busied himself with the rest of the army. Just as Li Wui had said, although the GZ army had just been formed, there were many veterans in the army. Even if there were some new recruits who didn't know anything about military affairs, they quickly familiarized themselves with the new recruits. The army busied themselves. When night fell, the 800 li of camp stretched out. Tents crisscrossed with each other, and the army was at its peak. The commander's tent was placed in the center of the camp. It was extremely eye-catching and separated into an inner and outer tent. The inner tent was where Yang Kai rested and had all the necessary amenities. The outer tent was where the higher-ups of the army discussed matters. It was spacious and there was even a large leather drum outside the tent. It had been refined so that when it was struck, the sound would travel 1,000 li. It was enough to ensure that the entire GZ army could hear it. The Southgate army had also set out with the army this time. They led a group of formation masters to set up a large formation outside the commander's tent. Inside the camp, Hyoji had arranged for people to patrol. The demon race had yet to appear, but the camp was already filled with an austere atmosphere. Yang Kai was sitting in the outer tent when a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was Su Yan, who was wrapped in a fragrant wind, entering the tent. Yang Kai smiled, but Su Yan's expression was serious. She walked over and cupped her fists. Master. Cough, what's the matter? Yang Kai wasn't used to his wife suddenly acting so formally. However, there were outsiders in the tent, so he couldn't appear too casual. Su Yan said, I heard that the Bingtian army is stationed on the right. This humble one hasn't seen Master for many years and would like to pay him a visit. I hope that Master will allow me. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, let's go together. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Bing Yun. Previously, in the Seven Misty Palace, before Bing Yun left, she had sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him to settle down and pay her a visit. He didn't know what she had to say, but Yang Kai had originally planned to pay her a visit. Now that Su Yan had this idea, he naturally would go with her. Su Yan nodded and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After leaving the commander's tent, the two of them identified the direction and soared into the sky. A moment later, the two of them were already 1,000 li away from the GZ army. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yan to come closer before reaching out and holding her soft hand. Su Yan fidgeted for a moment and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally relaxed. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai, but let him do as he pleased. However, she never thought that Yang Kai would go overboard and pull her into his embrace. Su Yan's face turned red. She placed her hand on Yang Kai's chest and tried to maintain a distance from him. She said in a small voice, "Don't be like this." No one saw. Yang Kai was thick-skinned and used even more strength in his hand. Even if no one saw, you can't be like this. As she spoke, Su Yan ruthlessly pinched Yang Kai's arm. While he was in pain, she took the opportunity to break free from his grip. She pursed her red lips and said, "We sisters have discussed it. In the army, there is no such thing as love. No matter in front of others or in private, we can't be too close to you." Yang Kai was shocked. "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? When did you discuss it?" Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "The night before we set off." "Who suggested this? What nonsense?" Yang Kai's face was fierce, and his eyes shone with an ominous light. "You don't need to know who suggested it. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. You have to set an example in everything you do. There are hundreds of thousands of eyes in the army watching you. If you don't act like a Legion commander and indulge in your selfish desires, the GZ army won't be an army." "So, junior brother, what junior brother?" Yang Kai glared at her. Su Yan changed her words and blushed with embarrassment. "Husband, just bear with it. In the future, there will be a time when you'll be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor." "Bear with it until when?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He had a bad premonition. Su Yan said in a small voice, "When the dust of the war of the two realms settles." Yang Kai chuckled. "You are really my good wives. You're always thinking about your husband. I'm so touched." Su Yan pinched his arm. "Don't say such things out of anger. You know that we are doing this for your own good." Yang Kai's interest waned. He smacked his lips and said, all right. In the future, I will restrain myself and discipline others. That should be fine, right?" He sneered in his heart. Such an important matter was decided without even discussing it with him. "Who cares about you?" Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. "I will make it up to you in the future." Yang Kai beamed with joy and pulled Su Yan back into his embrace. "How will you make it up to me?" Su Yan blushed again and didn't say anything. Yang Kai continued to chuckle and changed the topic. "Tell me honestly, who suggested this?" "I won't tell you." Su Yan shook her head. Her hair brushed past Yang Kai's cheek, tickling him. "Was it that girl Zhu Qing? I knew it had to be her. Only she would suggest such a thing. Just watch how I deal with her later." Yang Kai said fiercely. "It wasn't her. Don't ask." Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She made a mental note to stay with Zhu Qing when they returned to avoid being taken advantage of by Yang Kai. A few thousand kilometers wasn't too far. Yang Kai and Su Yan both slowed down and arrived at their destination in the time it would take for a stick of incense to burn. Flying over, they arrived outside the camp. Immediately, someone blocked their way and shouted, "Who are you? The Third Day Army's camp is not to be trespassed." As soon as the voice fell, A figure jumped out and raised her hand. Don't be rude. The person who had just arrived took 2 steps forward and bowed. Greetings, Brother Yang. Junior Sister Lu? Yang Kai looked at her and chuckled. It has been many years since we last met. Junior Sister has already broken through to the Emperor realm. As expected, your talent is extraordinary. Congratulations. The person who had just arrived was also an acquaintance. She was Lu Xianyun, who was born in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and had fallen into the Blue Feather sect together with Yang Kai. When she entered Bing Yun's tutelage, Lu Xianyun was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator. After so many years, she had also become a master in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was gratified. There was nothing happier than seeing an old friend safe and sound. Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. I can't compare to little junior sister. Little junior sister entered the sect the latest, but her talent is the best. Honored master is full of praise for her. The little junior sister she was referring to was naturally Su Yen. Junior sister Lu, you are here for... Yang Kai looked at her. Lu Xianyun said, on the orders of my honored master, I am here to wait for master. Unconsciously, she had changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. It was not that she wanted to alienate him, but there were rules in the army. It was inappropriate to keep calling him brother and junior sister. She turned sideways and gestured, Master, please. Yang Kai nodded, thank you for your trouble. They walked all the way to the commander's tent. Lu Xianyun stopped and turned back. Master, please wait a moment. I will report to honored master. Yang Kai had nothing to say since he was already here, so he waited outside the tent with Su Yen. After a while, Lu Xianyun came out with a strange expression. Honored master is not here. Master, please follow me. Yang Kai said, does Senior Bing Yun have something to deal with? If so, I can wait here for a while. Lu Xianyun shook her head. I don't know. Honored master left a message saying that master is here and will take you to another place to see her. Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Lu Xianyun. He looked around at the Bingchen army. Along the way, they met many Bingchen army soldiers. They quickly stopped and bowed. After walking for a while, the 3 of them came to another tent. There was a formation outside the tent, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, since Lu Xianyun was here, it meant that Bing Yun should be here. After stopping, Lu Xianyun cupped her hands and said, Honored master, the GZ Army's Lord Yang has come to visit. Bing Yun's voice immediately came from inside. Come in. Lu Xianyun reached out and opened the curtain. She smiled at Yang Kai and Su Yen. Please. Yang Kai stepped inside and raised his head, only to see Bing Yun looking at him with a smile. Just as she was about to salute him, she suddenly noticed another pair of eyes staring at her. He turned his head and saw a pair of clear eyes. Chapter 3684. Bing Yun wasn't the only one in the tent. Ji Yao was there too. Yang Kai looked at the decorations in the tent and realized that this should be Ji Yao's tent. Ji Yao was the commander of the Bingchen army and had a high position. Naturally, she had the right to have her own personal space. However, he didn't know why Bing Yun would meet him here. Greetings, senior. Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and bowed. Behind him, Su Yen also bowed. Disciple greets master. Bing Yun smiled and raised his hand. Rise. We aren't outsiders. There's no need to be so courteous. Yang Kai straightened his body and looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun. He smiled. We haven't seen each other for many years. Junior sister Yao is still as elegant as ever. Ji Yao lowered her head and bowed. Greetings, brother. Her voice was soft and slightly trembling. It was hard to detect. Sit down and talk. Bing Yun pointed to a chair at the side. Yang Kai was terrified. Junior can just stand in front of senior. Bing Yun glared at him. Don't call me senior. Now that we are all army commanders, we should be on equal footing. In the future, on the battlefield, my Bingchen army might have to trouble you. Do you have to be so courteous with me? Since he had already said this much, Kai Yang thought about it for a moment, then no longer insisted and sat down. Bing Yun smiled. That's right. Not to mention that our 2 sects have always supported each other. My precious disciple's heart is also with you. We are a family. You don't have to be so courteous in the future. Yang Kai had a guilty conscience. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he nodded. Bing Yun changed the topic. I heard from Army Commander Li that you have been in the lower dimension territory for the past 10 years? Is everything okay in the lower dimension territory? Yang Kai replied, everything is fine in the lower dimension territory. There aren't any major issues. That's good. Bing Yun nodded. Yang Kai originally thought that she had called him over because she had something important to discuss with him, but who would have thought that after they sat down, Bing Yun didn't have anything to say, so she just casually chatted with him. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all her questions. On the other hand, Bing Yun had been the Legion commander for many years. Yang Kai was new here and had some questions to ask her. Bing Yun did not hide anything and shared her experience of leading the army to fight against the demon race. Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot, so he memorized it carefully. As the two of them chatted, Su Yan and Ji Yao were also whispering to each other behind their backs, smiling from time to time. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, nor did he know why they were so happy. Half an hour later, while Bing Yun was drinking tea, Su Yan said, Master, when Disciple was cultivating recently, Disciple's Emperor's core felt blocked when it traveled to Dantian. Is there a problem? Bing Yun turned to look at her. Su Yan blushed and lowered her head. Bing Yun smiled. Come with me, I'll check for you. Yes. Su Yan responded respectfully and followed Bing Yun out of the tent. After the two of them left, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Ji Yao. Junior Sister Yao, is there a problem with Su Yan's cultivation? If there was a problem with cultivation, it was not a small matter. If it was light, one's Emperor's core would reverse and impact the meridians. If it was serious, one's cultivation would go astray and become the demon race. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. Why haven't I heard her mention it? Ji Yao faintly rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, then turned and walked into the tent. Kai Yang was bewildered by her actions, so he asked a few more questions. Who would have thought that Ji Yao still wouldn't pay attention to him? After entering the tent, she directly closed the bead curtain. Yang Kai was anxious and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but this was related to the secret of Ice Heart Valley's secret art. He wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, so he couldn't act rashly. After walking around the tent for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His eyes darted around and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Logically speaking, if there was a problem with Su Yan's cultivation, she should have told him. Moreover, Bing Yun didn't have to avoid him and directly took Su Yan away. Today's matter was a bit strange. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to the entrance of the tent and poked his head out to take a look, only to see that the outside of the tent was empty. The cultivator who had been standing guard outside was nowhere to be seen, and there were no patrols around. Retracting his head, Yang Kai sniffed and looked around with a guilty conscience before walking over to the bead curtain, clenching his fists and coughing lightly. Junior Sister Yao. There was no reply from the tent, but Yang Kai clearly heard Ji Yao's breathing become a little faster. Can I come in? Yang Kai asked again. There was still no reply from the tent. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yao's low voice called out, Who's stopping you? Her voice was soft and slightly resentful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, lifted the bead curtain, and stepped into the tent. This should be Ji Yao's resting place, but it didn't have the usual lavish decorations. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were relatively indifferent in temperament and didn't have much desire for luxurious living facilities, so Ji Yao's tent was clearly decorated at a glance. Only the pink curtain hanging above her bed added some color to this small space. At this moment, Ji Yao was sitting on the edge of the bed, her side facing Yang Kai. Her head was lowered, like a statue, not moving at all. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her white cheeks. Rubbing his hands together, Kai Yang walked briskly, like old man Wang sneaking into Widow Li's house in the middle of the night. He was acting like a thief, acting like a thief. Coming to Ji Yao's side, Yang Kai sat down and reached out to grab her soft shoulders. Ji Yao twisted her body to get rid of him, turning her back to him. Yang Kai chuckled and stretched out his hand to squeeze her shoulder. What's wrong? Are you angry? Tell me who provoked you. Ji Yao sighed and whispered, I don't have the face to see anyone. What? Yang Kai was puzzled by her words. What do you mean you don't have the face to see anyone? Ji Yao sighed again, turned around, looked into Yang Kai's eyes, and said helplessly, why do you think Honored Master called you here to see you in my tent? Do you think little junior sister really has some kind of problem with her cultivation that she needs Honored Master's help? Yang Kai had already thought of this, but at this moment he pretended not to know and asked in a stunned voice, you mean? Ji Yao blushed and said, Honored Master deliberately came here to see you, and little junior sister casually found an excuse to leave with Honored Master in order to give you some space alone with me. Yang Kai's eyes widened. They all know? Ji Yao covered her face with her hand. I really don't have the face to see little junior sister in the future. What should I do? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her hand away from her face, comforting her. Even if that's the case, it's nothing. Since Senior Bing Yun and Su Yan know, then we don't have to be so sneaky in the future. Ji Yao shook her head, her hair fluttering in the wind. If little junior sister wasn't little junior sister, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But she is little junior sister. If this were to spread out, as a senior sister, how could I steal junior sister's man? Then what should we do? They already know. Ji Yao bit her red lips, hesitation and struggle in her eyes. After a moment, she looked at Yang Kai and said miserably, let's not meet in private in the future. This is the last time. Yang Kai blinked. Before he could say anything, Ji Yao had already leaned over and lightly pressed her cold lips against his. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Yang Kai didn't have time to taste that touch of cold softness. Ji Yao had already stood up and said in a trembling voice, go! How could Yang Kai leave? He reached out and pulled Ji Yao into his arms. While she was gasping in surprise, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. For a moment he was in a daze, his mind was in a mess. On the fragrant bed, two hot bodies were entangled. At first, Ji Yao resisted a little, but after 3 to 5 breaths, she was already panting heavily. Her arms were wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, her clothes were messy. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Ji Yao didn't resist this time. In the past, when he took off her clothes, she would firmly defend it. But this time, she didn't resist at all. Encouraged by this, Yang Kai became even more ferocious. While he was busy, Yang Kai's movements suddenly paused. His eyes widened as he reached out and grabbed the quilt beside him, covering Ji Yao's messy clothes. Then, he turned his head and looked over. Ji Yao was panting, her face flushed red. Gasping for breath, she said, "What?" As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be another person in the room. Thinking back carefully, there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation of energy just now. Ji Yao was shocked. Looking over, she saw a graceful figure standing beside the bed. The owner of the figure lifted the pink curtain and stared in front of her with a shocked expression. The person who came didn't seem to expect to see this scene. For a moment, she was in a daze. "You Rumeng." Ji Yao frowned. She immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. At the same time, she also knew how she appeared here. She must have activated the space spirit bead connected to Yang Kai. That was why she appeared here. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently. He laughed and said, "Rumeng, why are you here?" There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Yang Kai was half lying on Ji Yao's body. At this moment, he didn't know whether to get up or not. Even if it was a woman close to him, she would be ashamed to be seen like this. "I just came to see you," Yu Rumeng said casually, "because I felt that you were nearby." With the heart seal secret technique, when Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield in the Western Territory, she had already sensed it. However, it was inconvenient for her to move during the day. Moreover, Yang Kai was new here, so he must be busy with many things. So, she thought that she would find him at night. Who knew that after activating the space spirit bead, she would appear in a woman's boudoir? After saying this, Yu Rumeng realized that it was others who should be panicking. Why should she be panicking? She immediately sneered, "This is really surprising, huh?" If the person on the bed with Yang Kai was Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, or any other woman that Yu Rumeng knew, she wouldn't be surprised. However, The one lying under Yang Kai was Ji Yao. Yu Rumeng knew Ji Yao and was no stranger to her. Chapter 3685. This. Yang Kai scratched his head and couldn't come up with a decent excuse for a long time. Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai and then at Ji Yao and sneered, "You've been busy for a long time and still haven't taken off your clothes. Aren't you too useless? Do you need my help?" Help with what? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yu Rumeng glanced at Ji Yao and chuckled, "This girl's primordial Yin hasn't faded yet. Obviously, she's still a virgin. If it's her first time tonight, there will be a lot of unfamiliarity. I'll look after her and pass on some experience to her." Don't make trouble. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little weak. He didn't know if Yu Rumeng was talking out of anger or something else. Yu Rumeng curled her lips and said, "If you want to eat, then eat. What are you afraid of? You have so many women, have I ever cared about you? Anyway, it's just one more." As she spoke, she suddenly smiled and her beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring light. "Why don't you and I do a demonstration first and let my sister watch from the side?" Not only did she say this, but Yu Rumeng also really put it into action. Her delicate body flashed and she had already climbed onto the bed and sat on top of Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately froze on the spot. Ji Yao also couldn't bear it and quickly jumped down from the other side of the bed. She bit her red lips and said, You guys talk, I'll go outside and take a look." She fled in panic. Behind her came Yu Rumeng's charming laughter. After Ji Yao left, Yu Rumeng looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly with a smile. A pair of jade hands gently stroked Yang Kai's chest, giving him a strange feeling of numbness. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "This is not good. After all, this is Ji Yao's room. Isn't this like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? Why don't we change a place? Don't you think this is very exciting?" Yu Rumeng bent down and looked at him with charming eyes. Yang Kai shook his head, then nodded vigorously. Yu Rumeng's jade-like hands wandered up and down her chest. Her clothes were gradually unbuttoned. Yu Rumeng's breathing quickened. She blew air into Yang Kai's ear while she spoke. Her voice was almost sleep-talking. "When did you get together with her?" Not long, not long." Yang Kai reached out his hands and held her slim waist. Yu Rumeng swatted away his mischievous hands and assumed a posture of wanting to take the initiative. She chuckled and said, "No wonder people say that a wife is not as good as a concubine and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. It turns out that you like this kind of thing. There's no such thing." Yang Kai flatly denied, his blood boiling. "Originally, when Su Yen and the others sent me a letter to form an alliance, I didn't want to bother with them, but now it seems, ha." Yang Kai was stunned. "Su Yen and the others want to form an alliance with you? What alliance? Oh, you're also communicating with Su Yen?" Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "They are all your women, so naturally I should get to know them. In the past 10 years when you were not here, although I didn't see them much, I did send them a lot of messages. My sisters are not bad, but there are a lot of them. However, you are strong and full of tricks, so I don't think they will be left alone in the future." "What kind of alliance do they want to form with you?" Yang Kai asked. He had an ominous premonition. Yu Rumeng laughed again and again. "What alliance? They just want to say that in the face of a great enemy, you, as the army commander, should lead by example and not be too self-indulgent." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "Did you agree with them?" "Why would I agree with them?" Yu Rumeng sneered. "This queen does not need others to tell her what to do." "That makes sense. You absolutely can't agree with them." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "I didn't agree at first, but now it seems." As she spoke, she suddenly twisted Yang Kai's waist with so much force that Yang Kai's face distorted and he let out a strange cry. "It's time to form an alliance with them. Anyway, you can sneak outside. Why do you need us sisters to serve you?" The strange cry alarmed Ji Yao in the outer tent. Ji Yao asked nervously, What's wrong?" Yu Rumeng reached out and covered Yang Kai's mouth, not letting him speak. She gasped and said, "No, nothing." There was no movement in the outer tent, and it was quiet. After a while, Yu Rumeng turned over and got out of bed, coldly snorting, "Stinky thing. Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she stepped out. After a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and reached out to ruffle her hair and wrinkle her dress. She opened the bead curtain and came to the outer tent. Jiao looked over in horror, her beautiful eyes widening. Yu Rumeng's face was flushed red, her charming eyes like a moisturized flower, smiling sweetly at her. "Tonight he's yours." She walked out of the tent and soared into the sky. Jiao looked outside and then back at the inner tent, frowning and hesitating for a long time, but still feeling a little uneasy. She quickly walked in. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai lying on the big bed, his eyes lifeless, as if his body had been hollowed out. Jiao's eyes reddened as she walked forward and helped him up, leaning against him, distressed. "How could this be? What did she do to you?" Yang Kai glanced at her and sighed, unable to speak. He couldn't tell her that it was because Yu Rumeng didn't do anything to him that he was like this. Originally, it was a good thing, but with Yu Rumeng's interference, he lost all interest, so he got up and dressed. After a while, Yang Kai and Jiao walked out of the tent. Su Yan was already waiting outside. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Su Yan frowned. "Did Rumeng come just now? You saw her?" Yang Kai blushed. Su Yan said, "Honored master said that she sensed Rumeng's aura. Why did she come?" She looked at Jiao worriedly, wanting to ask if she disturbed them, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yang Kai stammered for a while, unable to say anything. The two bid farewell and Jiao sent them off. After returning to the GZ army's encampment, Su Yan returned to Tianfeng town's camp, while Yang Kai returned to the commander's tent alone. Hyoji came to report that the GZ army had just arrived at the encampment today and had already set up camp. He asked for instructions on how to train the army. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai also knew that the GZ army had just been formed and had not yet fought a battle against the demon race, so their foundation was not stable. However, there was no battle to fight now, so they could only train on their own. He immediately gathered his thoughts and summoned the 10 leaders of the town to discuss training matters. Most of the leaders of the town had been tempered on the battlefield, so their understanding of military matters was much greater than Yang Kai's. Each of them expressed their own opinions, and Hyoji learned from their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. After summarizing everything, they quickly came up with a plan. Yang Kai passed down the order. When there was no battle, the army was to train according to the plan. The leaders of the town loudly agreed. When the meeting was adjourned, it was already late at night. Yang Kai was just about to enter his tent to rest when a guard came in and reported, "Master, Ling Shi's fan commander, Master Xen Yu has made some food and is bringing it over." Yang Kai did not react at first, but after thinking for a while, he realized that the so-called fan commander was most likely referring to Shanqing Luo. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and said, "Tell her to come in." The guard obeyed and left. A moment later, Shanqing Luo's waist swayed gracefully as she walked in carrying a food box. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, she politely bowed. "This humble servant greets Sir. Sir must be tired, so this humble servant has prepared some snacks for Sir." Yang Kai laughed. "There are no outsiders, so don't be so polite. Come, let me see what delicious food you made." Today, Yang Kai had been tormented by his women. First, he hit a wall with Su Yan. Then he failed with Jiao. Then he was caught in bed by Yu Rumeng. At this time, Shanqing Luo was so considerate that Yang Kai was really touched. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and put the box of food on the table. Then, with a twist of her waist, she turned around and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai hugged her and reached out to open the box of food. His expectation turned into shock. There's nothing. The food box was empty. There wasn't any food in it. Shanqing Luo smiled coquettishly. Her plump buttocks rubbed against Yang Kai's thighs. It was shockingly elastic. Her tender body was also burning hot. She reached out to draw circles on Yang Kai's chest and said in a soft voice, "There is, but I don't know if it's to husband's taste." After saying that, she tapped her red lips and smiled gently. Yang Kai understood what she meant. He immediately became vigilant. "Did your eldest sister send you to test me?" Shanqing Luo smiled even more happily. She reached out and waved at Yang Kai. indicating for him to come closer. Yang Kai leaned back and shook his head like a rattledrum. He said vigilantly, "If I go closer, won't my wives immediately activate the space spirit bead to catch me in the act?" Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She reached out to grab Yang Kai's ear and pulled him closer. She put her red lips on Yang Kai's and exhaled, "I was the one who suggested the alliance and left you alone." Yang Kai was furious. He was about to teach her a lesson when he saw her sly smile. He suddenly understood, "You want to eat alone." Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly, "So what if I do?" Yang Kai was shocked. "How dare you? Let your eldest sister and the others know later, that's my business." Shanqing Luo raised 2 fingers and lifted Yang Kai's chin. She blew air at him. "I don't know if husband has the guts. If you don't, Luo can leave now." Yang Kai sneered. He picked up Shanqing Luo by the waist and strode into the tent. "Let me see if tonight's supper is to my taste." Shanqing Luo hugged Yang Kai's neck and couldn't stop giggling. The GZ army was at its peak, and its lineup was unprecedentedly strong. When comparing the strength of an army, the GZ army was definitely a giant among the 55 armies in the astral boundary. The other armies couldn't compare to them. The strong soldiers and fierce generals added luster to Yang Kai's face. On the second day after the army set up camp, all the commanders of the various armies came to visit. Yang Kai got to know quite a few people. When the commanders observed the army's drill, they couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. They wished that they could take his place and lead this army to attack the demon's den and flatten the demon's territory. Yang Kai handed the army over to Hyoji. He had nothing to do. During the day, he received the commanders of the various armies and chatted with many reclusive experts to improve their relationship. At night, he ate the supper that Luo sent over. The days passed quickly. After a few busy days, the GZ army finally calmed down. Chapter 3686. On the 7 Mist Seas side, the spirit array that surrounded the passage between the 2 worlds was still being set up. The mobilization of the various armies and the adjustment of the spirit array was not something that could be completed in a day or 2. According to Li Wuyi's estimation, it would be considered fast if the spirit array could be completed within half a year. Therefore, the 7 Mist Sea had issued an order that the passage between the 2 worlds would be opened in half a year and a year at the latest. At that time, the decisive battle with the demon race would begin. The various armies of the star boundary were eager to fight. Yang Kai had returned to the lower star territory. He was proficient in space principles and had obtained the approval of the star boundary. He had refined the star territory source. If he wanted to return to the star territory, he did not need to go through the star court. He had an advantage that other star territories did not have. Last time, it took him more than 10 years to create the star boundary and refine the star boundary before he finally separated the small sealed world from the second territory. This time, he wanted to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead. He had this idea because he was awakened by Fu Renjia's words. Fu Renjia was right. If he had a space artifact, it would be very convenient for the various armies of the star boundary, whether it was marching, fighting, or taking the enemy by surprise. Refining a space artifact was a piece of cake for Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, the meteorites and dead stars that he had refined before could be regarded as space artifact. If it was in Yang Kai's hands, it would be able to accommodate living people and take in living creatures. But those without space principles would not be able to use them. Therefore, the only problem in front of him now was how to let those who did not understand space principles activate the power of these artifacts. With the precedent of the space spirit bead as a reference, it would not be difficult to solve this problem. Yang Kai was confident that he could solve this problem before the decisive battle, but it would take some time to refine them. In the core of a small dead star, Yang Kai woke up as if he had fallen asleep. The space principles turned into invisible vibrations that spread out and affected the entire dead star. Under the effect of the space principle, the size of the dead star strangely shrank. After an unknown period of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes once more, the Death Star had already transformed into a round pearl. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pick up the round pearl, and then frowned as he sized it up for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he put it away. Half a day later, Yang Kai appeared beside Su Yan in the Western Territories' GZ army camp. Su Yan was meditating in her own tent. She sat cross-legged on the bed. At first glance, she saw Yang Kai appear beside her. She thought that he was going to do something bad. She blushed and said, "Husband, don't mess around. It's still daytime. If you mess around, I will call for help." "Why are you calling me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her up. "Come with me." Su Yan was stunned. "Where are we going?" "To test out something," Yang Kai casually explained. When they left the tent, they happened to encounter a group of patrolling soldiers. When the patrol captain saw Yang Kai and Su Yan walk out of the tent together, he immediately waved his hand and led his team away. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted from behind. The patrol captain's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and said with a sad face, "Master, this subordinate didn't see anything." After saying this, he looked at his subordinates and asked, "Did you see anything?" Everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum. Su Yan blushed. She didn't know whether she should explain or not. Yang Kai led her to the patrol captain and stuffed the bead in his hand into her hand. He pointed to the patrol captain and said, "Take him in." Su Yan looked down at the round pearl in her hand and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Did you succeed?" Before Yang Kai left, he had told the higher-ups of the army about his plan, so when Su Yan heard this, she thought that Yang Kai had succeeded. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know. That's why I asked you to try." Su Yan nodded. She stood in front of the patrol captain and held the round pearl in her hand. Her emperor chi and divine sense surged, enveloping the area in front of her. Opposite her, the patrol captain trembled like a quail without a nest in winter. With a sad face, he said, "Master, this subordinate really didn't see anything. Shut up." Yang Kai interrupted him. The patrol captain immediately fell silent and his body trembled. After a while, Su Yan's emperor chi calmed down and she withdrew her divine sense. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head. "It's useless." She tried several times but couldn't take the person opposite her into the round pearl. Sure enough, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. He took back the thing in Su Yan's hand and frowned, wondering where the problem was. With a soft gulp, the patrol captain, who had been standing in place and didn't dare to move, gulped nervously. He didn't know what would happen if he interrupted the two masters' plan. Yang Kai looked up and asked, "Why are you still standing here?" The patrol captain whispered, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go patrol." The patrol captain, Ru Meng, hurriedly saluted and led his team away. Yang Kai stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the higher-ups of the army came to visit him. However, Su Yan knew that he must have thought of something important, so she ordered people to set up defenses around him. She even personally guarded him, not allowing anyone to come close. 3 days later, Yang Kai raised his brow and revealed a look of joy. Grinning meaningfully, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This time, Yang Kai stayed in the lower territory for much longer than the last time. Last time, he only spent half a month, but this time, it took him a full 2 months before he appeared. He still appeared directly in Su Yan's tent. With the previous experience, Su Yan was more experienced and didn't rashly warn him again. The two of them left the tent together and met with a group of patrolling soldiers. As they stared at each other, the patrol captain's face darkened. "Why is it like this again? Last time it was like this." He had been scared for nothing for a while. 2 months later, a similar scene appeared again. He secretly made up his mind to never patrol this area again. Not daring to run, he braced himself and walked up, cupping his fists and saying, "Greetings, master." Yang Kai looked at him and muttered, "Why do I feel like you look familiar? Are you a disciple of the High Heaven Palace?" The patrol captain replied respectfully, replying to Master, "This lowly one has always wanted to join the High Heaven Palace, but did not have the good fortune to do so." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "In the face of danger, serving in the GZ army is the same. This king now has an important task for you. one that concerns the survival of the star boundary. The patrol captain was flattered and straightened his back. Master, please instruct this lowly one. This lowly one will do his best until the day he dies. It's not that serious, just stand still and don't resist. Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan. Take him. Su Yan circulated her emperor qi and poured it into the round bead in her hand, her divine sense surging towards the patrol captain. In the next moment, the patrol captain suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a few soldiers looking at each other. Yang Kai laughed loudly and couldn't help but pick up Su Yan next to him and spin her around a few times. Su Yan cried out in surprise, and when Yang Kai put her down, her face was as red as blood. The few patrol soldiers in front of them all stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they hurriedly looked up at the sky or down at the ground. Try taking a few more. Yang Kai waved his hand and said. Su Yan was a little embarrassed, but when she heard this, she decisively stopped hesitating and circulated her emperor qi, taking the few people in front of her into her bead. Immediately, she felt much less embarrassed. Try a few more and see where the limit is. Yang Kai led Su Yan through the camp, leaving behind a barren land wherever they went. Half an hour later, Hyoji stopped Yang Kai and Su Yan somewhere in the camp, his expression solemn. Master, something has happened. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. Seeing his expression, something big must have happened. Hyoji said in a deep voice, this lowly one suspects that someone has broken into the camp. Yang Kai's face sank. Who would be so bold? Hyoji shook his head and looked around vigilantly. I don't know yet, but the intruder is definitely a master. He quietly wiped out more than 70 of our patrol teams without making a sound, and there were no signs of a fight. This lowly one has quietly ordered all the main towns to investigate the camp and find the intruder. Master, why do you have such an expression? Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan and said, Master Fu, the commander of the Wu Yin army, asked me to reserve this thing. Send it to him when you have time. Also, tell him that this thing is closely related to one's spiritual energy cultivation, so tell him not to exhaust himself. Su Yan nodded obediently. I'll continue with my work. Yang Kai coughed lightly and ignored Hyoji, communicating with the star territory source, and his figure quickly blurred. Hyoji frowned. Where is Master going? What about the intruder? Su Yan glanced at him and sighed softly, tossing the round bead in his hand to Hyoji. Hyoji caught it with a puzzled expression. He used his divine sense to explore it, and the next moment his face lit up with joy. Master succeeded. Su Yan nodded. This is a joyous occasion. With the help of this thing, my star boundary army. Hyoji suddenly frowned. No one broke into the camp, right? Those patrol teams that disappeared were all taken in here? Su Yan nodded again. He told me to do it. Hyoji blinked and let out a long sigh. It was really tiring to have such a boss, but the birth of the space artifact in his hand diluted some of his dissatisfaction. He quickly pulled himself together and said, What is this thing called? I see that the space inside is not small. It's more than enough to accommodate any army. Su Yan said, he called it the One Realm Bead. The space inside is not small, but if you want to take living things in, you need to expend your spiritual energy. The amount you can take in is closely related to your spiritual energy cultivation. One Realm Bead. Hyoji raised his eyebrows. Is this derived from the Sealed World Bead? That's quite appropriate. I wonder, with Madam's cultivation, how many people can you take in at once without damaging your combat strength? Su Yan replied, I tried for a long time just now, and I feel that it shouldn't be a problem to take in 3,000 people at once. Even if there is a consumption, it won't affect my combat strength too much. Chapter 3687. 3,000. Hyoji's eyes flashed. Su Yan was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so her soul wasn't that strong. If she could obtain 3,000, then he would definitely be able to obtain even more. If that was the case for first-order emperors, then what about second-order emperors? Third-order emperors? What about false emperors? Since the function of the One Realm Bead was closely related to one's soul cultivation, then naturally, the higher one's soul cultivation, the more effective it would be. Holding the One Realm Bead, Hyoji said, "Madam, I feel that we shouldn't hand this over to Master Fu for now. I want to find more people to test its functions first. Anyway, the Master is still refining it, so it won't be too late to give one to the Master later. As for the Master, I will explain it to him. I won't let him be a villain who goes back on his word." Su Yan heard this and said, "The Master has instructed that when he's not around, Yao Zhang army should act according to his discretion." Hyoji smiled, "Many thanks, madam." After the birth of the first One Realm bead, the news spread like wildfire. After all, Yang Kai and Su Yan had taken in more than 70 patrol teams when they were testing it. Although Hyoji had immediately issued a gag order, the news of the One Realm bead still spread quickly. The GZ army's camp became lively again. All the army commanders came to visit, but when they couldn't find Yang Kai, they stared at Hyoji. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the One Realm bead in Hyoji's hand, like hungry wolves staring at delicious food. Fu Renjia said that Yang Kai had promised to give it to him, so he confidently asked Hyoji for it. How could the other army commanders agree? The counterattack was imminent, and with the One Realm bead in hand, it could play a huge role in crucial moments. At this time, no one was polite to Fu Renjia. When Zishan said that Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so the One Realm bead should belong to Azure Sun Temple and should be safeguarded by him. Lei Hong said that Yang Kai was born in the Southern Territory and received the legacy of the great emperors. Now, it was time for him to return the favor. For a time, everyone, whether they were familiar with Yang Kai or not, argued in the GZ army's camp. Some hot-tempered people even rolled up their sleeves to fight. Fortunately, the One Realm bead was in the hands of Hyoji. Although Hyoji's cultivation wasn't very high, only at the second-order emperor realm, he was the son of the great emperors. Even if the various army commanders were jealous of the One Realm bead in his hands, they could only play the emotional card. If it were someone else who was in charge of the One Realm bead, it would have been snatched away long ago. Even Bing Yun, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, got involved. He specially called Su Yan over to ask about the One Realm bead. Su Yan was at her wits' end after the Bingshan army incident. She contacted Yang Kai, but there was no response. She knew that Yang Kai was probably focused on refining the realm bead, so she could only wait quietly. After half a month of arguing, the matter alarmed the Seven Fog Sea. Li Wui ordered Hyoji to send the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Army Commander Li said that he would study it properly. Others were afraid of Hyoji's identity as the son of the great emperors, but Li Wui wasn't. Hyoji didn't dare to disobey the orders of the army commander, so he obediently sent the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Hyoji returned from the Seven Fog Sea and glared coldly at the group of army commanders. Everyone knew that the One Realm bead probably wouldn't return after going to the Seven Fog Sea. Now, they could only wait for Yang Kai to return from Star Territory and see if he could bring back more One Realm beads. Therefore, even though the One Realm bead was gone, the army commanders still stayed in the GZ army. Hyoji couldn't chase them away no matter how hard he tried. Needless to say, they were extremely annoying. Yang Kai's wives were surrounded by countless female experts from various armies. Women were usually easier to talk to. The army commanders couldn't find a breakthrough from Hyoji, so they could only set their sights on Yang Kai's wives and take the roundabout route to save their country. In Star Territory, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out about this. He didn't expect the One Realm bead to be so popular. However, after thinking about it, a space artifact that could store living things had never appeared before. Now that they were about to launch a counterattack, the army commanders were naturally envious. He sent a message back to Hyoji and asked him to pass on the message. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for the army commanders to get a One Realm bead on the day he returned. After the news spread, the GZ army finally stopped, and the army commanders returned to their respective armies. Refining the One Realm bead wasn't difficult. Apart from the first One Realm bead, which took Yang Kai a lot of effort, he simplified the refinement process. After all, the army commanders only had a maximum of 1 million people, and most of them only had a few 100,000 people. Taking into account the army commanders' cultivation bases, It would be enough as long as the one realm bead could hold a few 100,000 people. The larger the space, the longer the refinement process would take. In order to increase efficiency, there was no need to go through so much trouble like the first one realm bead. There wasn't much of a difference in finding a bigger meteorite to refine. One by one, the one realm beads were born in Yang Kai's hands. Basically, he could refine one every 5 to 6 days. However, there were more than 50 army commanders in the astral plane. If he wanted to ensure that every army commander had one, time was a little tight. Time passed. Beside the passage between the two realms, the army commanders rested their heads on their spears. With these army commanders as the core of the formation was about to take shape. Everyone knew that the day of the counterattack was not far away. Every cultivator grasped this final moment and worked hard to increase their cultivation base and strength in order to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds covered the sun, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light between heaven and earth. The army commanders' camps were quiet, and patrols were constantly coming and going. The world trembled slightly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if it had always been there. The figure couldn't be seen clearly, and its face couldn't be seen clearly. Its entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness. The figure raised its head and quietly looked at the sky. 1,000 miles away, in the demon race's camp, Yuru Meng, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped down from her bed and floated out of the tent. At the same time, the curtains of 2 nearby tents opened, and Chang Tian and Bei Liemo appeared at the same time. Looking at each other, Bei Liemo turned her head and looked at the place where the passage between the two worlds was originally located. Frowning, she asked, "You too also felt it?" Chang Tian nodded silently, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep, piercing through the void, silently colliding with the pair of eyes 1,000 miles away. Yuru Meng was puzzled. Why is he here? Wasn't he injured by iron blood and serene soul? What is he doing here at this time? Bei Liemo giggled. Maybe he's here to court death? Yuru Meng glanced at her coldly. Is it funny? Bei Liemo curled her lips. Your man hasn't been here recently. Are you not satisfied? Why are you venting your anger on this old lady? If you are really not satisfied, this old lady will help you find a few men to vent your anger. Scram! As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. Bei Liemo and Chang Tian also noticed it and looked in that direction. They saw several streams of light chasing after them, each exuding an earth-shattering aura. Surprisingly, they were the great emperors of Star Boundary. The great emperors obviously also noticed it and immediately rushed to the battlefield from the Seven Fog Sea. Although they were far away, they all glanced in this direction. Chang Tian nodded gently, which was considered a greeting to the great emperors. The majesty of the great emperors filled the air, and the 55 armies of Star Boundary were alarmed. In an instant, every camp was lively, and countless cultivators walked out of their tents and looked at the source of the light with admiration. With a few swishing sounds, 3 streams of light cut through the sky and appeared in front of the various armies, revealing 3 figures. Even in the dark night, the 3 figures were dazzling. Those who had seen the great emperors proudly explained to their companions that this was the Iron Blood Great Emperor, this was the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and this was the Martial Beast. The 3 great emperors stood side by side, with the Star Boundary army behind them and darkness in front of them, a darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. In the GZ army, Hyoji stood in front, and the various commanders stood behind him. Yang Kai was not here, so Hyoji was in charge. After observing for a while, Hyoji frowned in confusion. Why did the great emperors suddenly come here? Who would know something that even he did not know? Hyoji did not give up and looked back at the various commanders. Did any of you hear anything before this? Everyone shook their heads. That's strange. Hyoji was puzzled. Zhu Qing said, the great emperors seem to be confronting someone. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at her. Hyoji asked, are you sure? Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. I can't see clearly, but there is indeed someone there. There was a collective gasp. If Zhu Qing had not said this, they would not have understood, but with her reminder, they all focused their eyes and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a blurry figure on the other side of the passage between the two realms. Great Emperors of Night Shadow, Hyoji exclaimed. If there was anyone in this world that could make the three great emperors work together and confront them, it could only be the other great emperors. And right now, in the star boundary, there was only one person standing opposite the great emperors. Western Territory, Shadow Great Emperors of Night Shadow, Qin Yi. Zhu Lai asked the same question as Yu Rumeng. Wasn't he injured by the Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master? Why would he appear here? It was no secret that Qin Yi had been injured. Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Serene Soul Great Emperors worked together to pursue Qin Yi. After a shocking battle, Qin Yi was defeated and was hit by the Iron Blood. He went into hiding and did not appear until today. Maybe he has recovered? Fu Lingtian answered. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. Not to mention whether the great emperors could recover in such a short time. Even if they had recovered, they should not appear here. To him, enemies were everywhere on the battlefield, so it was unwise to go in alone. No one understood Qin Ye's intentions. Zhu Lai faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Hyoji obviously thought of this as well, and his expression was extremely solemn. As one of the great emperors, Qin Yi could not be so stupid. Since he appeared, he must have a purpose. No matter what that purpose was, it would not be a good thing for the star boundary. Fortunately, the three great emperors had sensed his presence and rushed over immediately. No matter what scheme Qin Yi had, they should be able to stop it in time. Besides, Hyoji turned his head and looked in another direction. He had heard that there were 3 demon saints from the demon race there. Since those 3 had defected to the star boundary, they would definitely not sit idly by. 6 against 1, how could Qin Yi win? Chapter 3688. There was no clash of auras, no clash of energy. Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior appeared at the same time and confronted Qin Yi, who had come alone. They merely looked at each other through the void. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to kill Qin Yi, but Qin Yi wasn't easy to kill. Rashly making a move wouldn't help at all, and it might even implicate the Astral World Army guarding the surroundings. Last time, Iron Blood and Serene Soul had joined hands to chase after Qin Yi, but in the end, they only managed to injure him. The great emperor's Night Shadow, who had the Shadow Demon bloodline, was unparalleled in the art of concealment and escape. If he wanted to hide, no one would expect to find his tracks. Heaven's Revelations was already acting in secret, and Flower Shadow and Ice Feather were also quietly coordinating. They were only waiting for Heaven's Revelations to divine that sliver of fate and lock onto Qin Ye's aura. At that time, he would have nowhere to go. There was a long silence. The oppressive atmosphere was like the darkness before the storm, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult to breathe. Are you a man or a woman? Mo Huang was the first to break the silence. He had kept this question in his heart for a long time, and it was very uncomfortable to not ask it face to face. Iron Blood and Serene Soul slowly turned to look at him. Mo Huang shrugged. Aren't you guys curious? Anyway, I'm dying of curiosity. Iron Blood and Serene Soul retracted their gazes and looked at Qin Yi together. Qin Yi didn't answer, as if he didn't hear them. Mo Huang was a little embarrassed and curled his lips. Why are you here? Iron Blood asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and vigorous. Just by listening to his question, it seemed like he was just exchanging pleasantries between old friends, not a confrontation between life and death enemies. Qin Yi still didn't answer and stood rooted to the ground like a wooden stake. The 3 great emperors looked at each other, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but they were also happy to stall for time. Serene Soul silently contacted Heaven's Revelations and asked how much longer they would need to completely lock onto Qin Ye's aura. They only needed to wait for Heaven's Revelations to succeed, and then they would launch an attack and fight to the death. Heaven's Revelations was obviously busy and didn't have time to respond. Gao Zhan's disciple replied. Using divination to lock onto the aura of a great emperor, even if the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who claimed to know the past and the future, personally acted, it was still not an easy task. What's more, things had happened so suddenly that heaven's revelations didn't have time to make much preparations. Whether the secret technique would succeed was also unknown. Serene Soul received the reply and secretly sent a message to Ironblood and Beast Warrior. The two secretly smacked their lips when they heard it. A stick of incense wasn't long, but it also depended on who they were delaying. As one of the great emperors, even if Kan Yi appeared here, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Whether they could delay him or not, no one was sure. However, the worst-case scenario would be a group attack. In any case, the great emperors wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they worked together. However, if they alerted the enemy, it would be wishful thinking to get rid of Kan Yi once and for all. Can you turn back? Zhan Wu Hen asked again, his face full of sincerity. You were born in the Star Realm and grew up in the Star Realm. You obtained the recognition of this world and became one of the great emperors. Why do you work for the demon race and destroy millions of lives? Serene Soul also said, if you turn back, we'll let bygones be bygones. Beast Warrior said, but you have to first tell us whether you're a man or a woman. Heh. Under the night sky, a light laugh was heard. Kan Yi, who hadn't moved or responded since he appeared, finally spoke. It seemed to be scornful, disdainful, mocking, and sarcastic. The voice entered everyone's ears and was extremely clear. However, the strange thing was that no one could deduce Kan Yi's gender from this voice. The voice wasn't unpleasant to the ears. In fact, it was very pleasing to the ears. However, just by listening to this voice, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man, but it was also possible to say that he was a woman. No one had heard such a strange voice before. Hyoji already felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned to look at Su Yen and said, send a message to Master and inform him of the situation here. Su Yen replied, I've already sent a message. Yang Kai had previously instructed that if something big happened here, he must be informed immediately. Kan Yi's appearance on the battlefield was a big matter, so Su Yen immediately contacted Yang Kai. What did Master say? Hyoji asked. Su Yen shook his head. No response. Maybe he's busy. Hyoji frowned and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He ordered, everyone, quickly return to your respective camps. Clear your troops and remain vigilant, in case of any unexpected events. The people who were waiting to watch a good show heard this and all agreed, quickly returning to their respective camps. The personal guard beside him swallowed and asked Hyoji, Master, do you think they'll fight? Hyoji said, Yi Ying's appearance is a rare opportunity. How could the great emperors miss it? After saying that, he shook his head. However, I'm afraid we can't interfere in the battle between the great emperors. We can only try to protect ourselves. If the great emperors fought, the aftermath of the energy would wreak havoc, and it would definitely be a world-shattering situation. On the other side, Kan Yi stopped laughing and suddenly shouted, Duo! His hands, which had been hidden in his sleeves all this time, shot out at lightning speed and formed a seal in front of him. His emperor's chi surged, and in an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. A buzzing sound came from all parts of the star realm. A sudden change. Zhan Wu Hen had already made his move. He had been paying attention to Kan Yi's every move, and when Kan Yi spoke, he had already taken a step forward. He didn't seem to move at all, but his entire person had already rushed in front of Kan Yi and lightly punched out. The fist seemed weak, but it shattered the void, and a crimson bloody light blossomed on the fist. Following closely behind Ironblood was the martial beast. It wasn't that Mo Huang's reaction was slower than Ironblood's, but that he had made his move at the same time that Ironblood had made his move. Which of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm had an undeserved reputation? A faintly discernible bestial roar came from Mo Huang's body. He waved his hand in the air, and his thick hand grasped an axe. The axe was covered in rust, like a woodcutter's axe that had been left unused for many years. But when this axe chopped down at Kan Yi, the sky changed color. Serene Soul stood in place and didn't follow, but her divine sense surged like a tide. A formless divine sense attack had already turned into a divine sense spear that shot towards Kan Yi's mind. Kan Yi moved and the 3 great emperors moved. A great battle was about to erupt. Things happened in a hurry, and no one reacted in time. If there was enough time, Ironblood and the others would be more willing to wait until Heaven's revelations was used before making their move. But Kenyi obviously wouldn't give them this opportunity. He came here alone, and without even a word of communication, he had already made the first move. The entire world revolved around the four great emperors, and everything quickly retreated. The four of them were at the center of the world. A world-destroying punch came crashing down, an axe that could turn the universe upside down, and that ferocious divine sense spear. Even though Kenyi was also one of the great emperors, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending if he were to take these attacks head-on. At this moment of life and death, Kenyi actually didn't move. Ironblood raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. The power of his fist was much more ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter heaven and earth. The instant the fist was about to touch him, ripples suddenly appeared behind Kenyi's back, and a black spot the size of a dustpan appeared behind him. In the first place, it was the darkest time before dawn, but that black spot was darker than any other darkness. As soon as the black spot appeared, it suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it transformed from the size of a dustpan into a black spot with a radius of more than 100 feet. Zhan Wuhen's fist landed on Kenyi's body, but strangely he didn't feel any force. His whole body directly passed through Kenyi's body, and plunged into the black spot, disappearing without a trace. Mo Huang's axe struck down, but also returned without any effect. The axe cut through Kenyi's body, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood. Mo Huang humphed coldly. He knew that Kenyi's secret technique should be a technique similar to turning reality into nothingness. It looked like it didn't feel any force, but in reality, it was just an ingenious method of neutralizing the attack. Zhan Wuhen's axe was raised diagonally again, and his emperor's origin surged madly. The shockwave spread outwards, and with the axe as the center, the surrounding space shattered. At the same time, Serene Soul's divine sense attack arrived. With the combined power of the three great emperors, even if Kenyi turned reality into nothingness, he still couldn't block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew backwards, his aura rapidly declining. In an instant, Kenyi was seriously injured. Mo Huang still wanted to pursue him, but Kenyi flung his cloak, and his figure quickly disappeared. Mo Huang's brows were tightly furrowed. He could only faintly feel that Kenyi hadn't left, and was still nearby, but he couldn't find any trace of him at all. The concealment technique of the great emperors was unparalleled in the world. This is bad. Serene Soul stared at the black spot, her expression grave. Just now, Kenyi had endured a round of fierce attacks from the three great emperors in order to use the secret technique. After using the secret technique, the black spot had appeared. Serene Soul detected a familiar aura from it. It was the aura of the demon territory. Behind the black spot, there was another world. The passage between the two worlds sealed by Yang Kai had been reopened. Bastard, what a waste of the trust this world had in him. Traitorous dog. Mo Huang was furious. He knew that Kenyi was nearby, so he cursed very harshly, not caring at all about his and the others' identities as great emperors. Though he looked rough as great emperors, which one of them wasn't a meticulous person? In this short instant he already understood how Kenyi had broken the seal. Kenyi was one of the great emperors of the Star Realm and was recognized by the world, but he also had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was related to both the Star Realm and the Demon Territory. It was this connection between the two worlds that allowed him to use himself as a bridge to connect the two worlds and open a passage. Others couldn't imitate this, not even other great emperors. The Demon Saint in the Demon Territory couldn't do it either. In the whole world, only Kenyi had this ability. It wasn't hard to understand this after the fact, but no one had expected Kenyi to do this. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. However, when connecting the two worlds, Kenyi would also be attacked by the two worlds, and would have to pay a price. But now that Kenyi was hiding, no one knew what the price was. Wu Hen went in. Yao Jun looked at the black spot, raised his eyebrows and said, he's back." Within the black spot, Zhang Wuhen's figure flew back quickly, his face slightly pale. After he steadied himself, the hand behind his back trembled slightly. His sharp eyes stared at the black spot in front of him and he shouted, "He's here!" Chapter 3689. What? Mo Huang stared blankly at Zhang Wuhen. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, his expression turned cold as he looked at the black spot in front of him. A pair of huge palms suddenly stretched out from the black spot and grabbed both sides of the black spot. Then, with a push, the black spot suddenly expanded, turning into a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, several figures of varying heights and sizes were lined up in a row. These figures had crossed over from another world, but they seemed to be strolling leisurely. When they stepped out of the darkness and revealed themselves, the pressure of the demon saints suddenly swept out, causing the astral plane to tremble. In the east, the first rays of dawn were slightly tipsy as the sun rose. The demon saint from the demon territory had all appeared. Mo Huang bared his teeth and finally understood what Zhang Wuhen meant. The demon saint had crossed over. He also finally understood why Zhang Wuhen's face was slightly pale when he rushed back. Presumably, he had already fought with the various demon saint in the darkness. However, there was one thing that Mo Huang couldn't understand. Why were the demon saint waiting on the other side of the passage between the two realms? Once Kenyi opened the passage, they appeared. Was it a coincidence? Or could it be that even if Kenyi was in the astral plane, he could still contact the demon saint from the demon territory? Otherwise, how could they work together so seamlessly? There was no time to think about it, as it was useless anyway. The passage between the two realms had already opened, and the demon saint had already arrived. There was only battle. Looking over, Mo Huang saw no less than 10 figures. Yang Kai had already reported all the information from the demon territory, so Mo Huang could distinguish who these 10 figures were at a glance. Power Demon Huang Wuji, Blood Demon Shueli, Flame Demon Qi Yen, Feather Demon Fuyu, Stone Demon Mo Ken, Bone Demon Gumeng, Sand Demon Yuqiu, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Qi, and Red Demon Huobu. Each and every one of them represented the pinnacle of the devil territory. Especially the devil Desolate Limitless, his tyrannical aura overflowed to the heavens, causing Mo Huang to involuntarily narrow his eyes. According to Yang Kai, this guy was the strongest in the demon territory. Now that he had seen him in person, this guy really lived up to his reputation. Compared to the other demons saint, Endless Wilds gave him the most pressure. Huang Wuji's face was expressionless. His eyes looked left and right like a hawk looking at a wolf. Beside him, Shueli grinned maliciously. The two balls of ghost fire in Gomeng's eyes flared. When no flower appeared, his figure blurred for a moment, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. In front of him, Kenyi gradually appeared. No flower urged on his demon essence, enveloping him and bringing him back to his camp. Swish, 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 Chang Tian, Yuru Meng, and Bai Liemo rushed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mo Huang and the others. Ripples appeared in the air as more people appeared. There were 4 of them. One was a dignified and beautiful woman, one was like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years, one had an incomparably strange aura, and one was an old man with white hair and beard. Hua Ying, Bing Yu, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill all appeared. 10 against 10, there wasn't any difference in numbers. Each of them was at the pinnacle of strength, the peak of martial arts. Although they hadn't really fought, the silent collision of their auras was enough to turn the universe upside down and shatter the 4 poles. The originally huge black hole suddenly expanded several times, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. With the demon saint and the great emperors as the center, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to involuntarily gasp for breath. Endless Wilds coldly swept his gaze over the great emperors, revealing a look of disdain. His gaze only paused for a moment on the iron-blood great emperor. Just now, Zheng Wuhen had rushed into the demon territory, fought with the demon saint, and escaped unscathed. Endless Wilds also felt that he was difficult to deal with. Turning his gaze to Yu Ru Meng and Bai Liemo, he coldly snorted, "Traitors!" Yu Ru Meng ignored him, while Bei Liemo cried out, "Eldest Wilds, I was forced, I didn't want to do this." Endless Wilds coldly snorted, "Get over here now and I'll spare your life." Bei Liemo's eyes lit up. Really? Her words moved, but there was no trust in her eyes. After speaking, she sighed faintly, "But this little sister is currently under someone else's control. If I go over, I'm afraid I'll die a miserable death. Eldest Wilds, why don't you help me kill someone? This little sister will turn over a new leaf." Endless Wilds snorted. "It's that stinking brat Yang Kai." Bei Liemo didn't hide anything. "That bastard planted a soul brand in my knowledge. See, I have no choice but to obey him." Endless Wilds narrowed his eyes. "Do you even believe your own words?" "But that's the truth." Bei Liemo's eyes flashed innocently. "Scram." Endless Wilds angrily pointed a finger at Bei Liemo. "Slut, you'll be the first to die." Bei Liemo's face paled as tears streamed down her face. "No one will believe me even if I tell the truth. Eldest Wilds, you're forcing this little sister to walk down a dark path." Turning to look at Yu Rumeng, she asked, "Why don't you help me talk to Eldest Wilds?" "Don't give me that." Yu Rumeng was too lazy to pay attention to her. What's with all this nonsense? She wasn't worried that Bei Liemo would return to the demon race's camp. Not to mention the fact that Bei Liemo was now under Yang Kai's control. Her previous actions had already caused her to lose her foothold in the demon race. Bei Liemo wasn't a fool. How could she really believe Endless Wild's words? If she really went over, even if she wasn't beaten to death, she would have her cultivation sealed. After a few words, they didn't agree. Endless Wilds no longer paid attention to these traitors and instead turned to the 7 great emperors of Star Boundary, grinning fiercely. "I've heard so much about all of you." Iron Blood gently nodded. "Likewise." "Do you want to fight or surrender?" Endless Wilds asked again. Iron Blood smiled faintly. "Are you so confident?" Endless Wilds slowly shook his head. "You don't have a chance. Star Boundary is already in the hands of my demon race. If you surrender, you may still have a chance to live, but if you fight, you will die without a doubt." Iron Blood lightly said, "Since that's the case, why waste your time talking nonsense? If you really have the ability, go ahead and kill us. As long as you can kill us, Star Boundary's beautiful world will naturally be yours." Endless Wild snorted, "Short-sighted and stubborn." Iron Blood smiled, "Born here, raised here, it is my duty to kill the enemy." "Then there's nothing more to say." Endless Wilds didn't say anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 demon saints' demonic chi suddenly surged and they all attacked together. In an instant, demonic chi filled the world and the destructive power of the divine technique bombarded the great emperors. The great emperors naturally reacted quickly. Led by Iron Blood Great Emperor Jianghu Hen, their emperor chi madly surged and their principles surged as they used the divine technique to meet the oncoming attack. With a series of rumbling sounds, multicolored lights bloomed and shockwaves spread out, shattering the void and shattering the sky wherever they passed. Star Boundary's 55 legions were instantly thrown into disarray, but fortunately, all of them had been practicing their battle formations during this period of time and were prepared for this, so they cooperated to resist this attack and didn't suffer too many losses. As the streams of light shot out, figures shot out from the battlefield one after another. They split up in different directions and flew into the distance. Jianghu Hen and the others were stunned. They never expected these demons saint to be all bark and no bite. After a feint, they actually scattered. From the looks of it, they didn't intend to stay here for long and were instead going deep into the Star Boundary. The great emperor's expressions turned cold, and when they exchanged glances, there was no need for words. Yu Rumeng and the other 2 demon saints split into 10 different directions and chased after a demon saint. If Endless Wilds and the others really stayed here to fight the great emperors, Jianghu Hen wouldn't have been afraid of them. It could even be said that the Star Boundary's side had at least a 70% chance of winning. After all, this was the Star Boundary, and the great emperors were all recognized by the world. With the world's will supporting them, it was better to fight in their homeland than the demon saint coming from afar. Who would have thought that the 10 demon saint wouldn't give them this opportunity and seemed to have other plans? No matter what Endless Wilds and the others were planning, the great emperors wouldn't allow it. And to deal with the demon saint, only the great emperors could take action personally. The others simply didn't have the ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battlefield had been emptied, leaving the 55 armies of the Star Boundary looking at each other in confusion. Open the array. At some point, Li Wuyi had appeared on the battlefield and was staring at the huge black hole between the heavens and earth with a solemn expression. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the world. The Seven Mist Seas flag was raised, and the 55 legions of Star Boundary seemed to have awoken from a dream. The 20 or so legions in charge of setting up the array gathered under the command of their respective legion commanders and generals and activated the array. Time was short, and no one had expected such an unforeseen event like today's. The Star Boundary's plan was to wait until the array was completely adjusted, then have Yang Kai open the passage between the two realms and lure the demon race to gather and kill them, gradually wearing down the strength of the demon race. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to counterattack the demon race's territory and devour the continent within their territory, finally ending the war between the two realms. Who would have thought that Kan Yi would suddenly appear today and use himself as a bridge to connect the two realms and forcibly open the passage between the two realms? The plan was completely disrupted. Fortunately, although the array hadn't been precisely adjusted, it could still operate, and the situation wasn't too bad. The 10 Demon Saint had already left, but the huge black hole was still there. Even if he couldn't see the other end of the black hole, Li Wuyi could guess that the demon race on the other side must have gathered their armies and were preparing to counterattack. Tens of millions of people flowed on the battlefield, and the various legions were faintly connected, gradually showing signs of becoming a whole. Moreover, as they ran, this sign became more and more obvious. In just a short time, with the black hole as the center, the Star Boundary's army had surrounded the area within a radius of 100 li. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Unknowingly, the roar of a dragon resounded. The Star Boundary's armies were connected head to tail, seamlessly forming a gap. Looking from high up in the sky, it looked like a huge dragon was crawling on the ground, circling its huge body and wrapping the huge black hole in the center. The coiling dragon array was formed. At the dragon's head, Li Wuyi personally led the Jianghu army under his command. Tens of millions of troops gathered in one body. A light breeze blew over, and Li Wuyi's clothes fluttered. His eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent surged like a tide. Rustling sounds came from the black hole, and at first glance, it sounded like a swarm of locusts. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth from the east, a figure seemed to fly out from the black hole, rushing out of the black hole and standing in the void. Chapter 3690. With dense demonic chi and surging demonic chi, the demon race had crossed the boundary and arrived. It wasn't just one. After the first demon race appeared, a dense swarm of demon race rushed out from the black hole. Looking from afar, the huge black hole was like a dam that had been breached, and thousands of demon race were pouring out at every moment. The originally quiet battlefield was suddenly filled with clamor. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of them, the astral cultivators in the array had solemn expressions, and many of them even quietly swallowed their saliva. 55 armies from the astral boundary had gathered here, and almost all of their forces were concentrated here. It could be said that they were formidable, but the enemy was not a soft persimmon that could be killed casually. They were hungry wolves that would devour people without spitting out the bones from another world. How many demon race would rush over? No one knew, but in just 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of demon race troops had gathered in front of the black hole, and this was just the beginning. The demon race troops were scattered, unlike the regimented armies of the astral boundary. In comparison, the demon race troops that had appeared were like an army that didn't know the rules. There were even some demon race soldiers who were laughing wildly, and there were even some who were pointing around with ferocious expressions. The sound of footsteps rang out, and the demon race troops that had gathered in front of the black hole seemed to be separated by a pair of invisible hands, revealing a passage in the middle. From the passage, a tall and burly demon race slowly appeared. The demon race was riding a fierce demonic beast that was covered in flames, and it carried a 10-meter-long heavy spear on its shoulder. It looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, giving off a strong visual impact. Riding the demonic beast to stand in front of the army, the demon race looked around and finally fixed its gaze on Li Wui. With a grin, it held the 10-meter-long heavy spear in one hand and gently pointed it forward. As its demonic chi surged, it shouted, "Kill!" Without wasting any time, the demon race troops followed the appearance of the half-saint and charged forward to kill the enemy. With a rumble, the earth trembled, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Ancient incantations rang out, and a peculiar melody sounded. Rays of light flickered from various parts of the coiling dragon array. The great wizard accompanying the army had already blessed their companions with ancient wizard spells. A bloodthirsty aura filled the air, and a deep blue light enveloped the entire coiling dragon array. The life force of everyone inside the array was closely connected. Unless one suffered a fatal injury such as having one's head chopped off, one would not die immediately no matter how serious the injury one suffered was. In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. The first to fight was the half-saint of demon race with the 10-meter-long heavy spear and Li Wui. Li Wui, who was at the head of the dragon, was too conspicuous. It was difficult not to notice him, so the first half-saint from the demon race territory directly went for him. The 10-meter-long heavy spear contained a destructive power. A fist-sized black hole flickered on the tip of the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, aiming for Li Wui's chest. Before the spear arrived, the fierce momentum of the spear made the cultivator behind Li Wui turn pale. Their bodies turned cold. They asked themselves, if they were to be stabbed by such a spear, would they still have an intact corpse? In the face of such a spear, Li Wui simply stretched out his palm towards the half-saint of demon race. Compared with the monstrous momentum of the half-saint of demon race, Li Wui appeared even more elegant. The palm and the heavy spear did not collide, but after a series of crackling sounds, the black sphere at the tip of the heavy spear was quickly annihilated. The half-saint of demon race also seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and his mount involuntarily let out a mournful cry as it was forced to retreat more than 100 meters. The half-saint of demon race, who had come aggressively and wanted to win, showed a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Another mournful cry sounded as his mount collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and its vitality was quickly fading. It seemed that it would not survive. On the surface, there was no injury, but its internal organs had been torn to pieces by the Space Force. Even for a demon beast with tenacious vitality, it was unable to withstand such a severe injury. Chi. Blood splattered everywhere. Arrows of blood shot out from the surface of the demon quasi-holy's body and dyed him red in an instant. The passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, and the half-saint of demon race confronted the human race's false emperor head-on. In just a single exchange, the half-saint was defeated. The half-saint of demon race was still in disbelief as he looked down at his mount. Although this mount was not as strong as he was, it was by no means an ordinary demon race. It had the bloodline of an ancient descendant. If not for this, how could he have ridden it to battle? But now, the first enemy he encountered in the star boundary had killed his mount in a single move and injured him. The half-saint had underestimated the enemy. Li Wui. The half-saint of demon race looked at Li Wui from head to toe and suddenly realized. He had long heard that there was an extremely powerful false emperor in the star boundary, known as the strongest under the great emperors. He had never had the chance to meet him before, so he did not pay much attention to him, but now he knew that the rumors were true. With such strength, there was no half-saint in the demon territory that could compare to him. Li Wui, however, was not interested in knowing his name. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Kill!" To him, any demon that dared to invade the star boundary was a mortal enemy. Since they were mortal enemies, he would just kill them. What was the point of talking so much nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Qi surged, and space principles lingered around Li Wui's body as he rushed towards the half-saint of demon race. When Li Wui moved, the Jianghu army moved, and the coiling dragon great array moved. Looking down from the sky, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers were like moths to a flame. Before they could get close, they were drowned by the overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. On the battlefield, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like a river. The several 100,000 demon race soldiers were not a small number, but in front of the coiling dragon great array, they were just an appetizer. In just an hour, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers who rushed out first had suffered heavy casualties. Except for some powerful demon race soldiers, the rest of the soldiers had long been buried in other places. In front of Li Wui, the half-saint of demon race was struggling to hold on. Without help, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. But the situation was not optimistic, because from the black hole, there was a steady stream of demon race soldiers rushing out, and more demon race soldiers joining the battlefield at every moment. With the black hole as the center, in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, more than 20 legions formed a giant dragon, circled around it. Wherever the giant dragon encircled, there were so many devils that it was impossible to kill them all. In this desolate western territory, in front of the passage between the two worlds, a desperate battle was waged between the two races. Every moment, there was a human or demon race soldier falling. On this merciless battlefield, the flames of life were as fragile as a delicate flower in a greenhouse, dying and withering. In comparison, the demon race suffered much more casualties. After all, this was the astral boundary, and the astral boundary army had long been prepared. Furthermore, with the support of the ancient wizard technique, the bloodlust technique allowed the astral boundary cultivator to become more bloodthirsty and excited, and the chains of life connected the vitality of everyone in the coiling dragon great array. At first glance, this was simply a one-sided slaughter. Often, hundreds of demon race soldiers would die, but not a single human would die. In the sky and on the ground, the light of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Under the dazzling light, there was a merciless slaughter. But as time passed, more and more demon race soldiers came out of the black hole. The Demon King and half-saint demon race soldiers gathered around the black hole, organized a charge, and brought casualties to the astral boundary army. Half a day later, the number of demon race soldiers that crossed over from the demon territory had reached tens of millions. Although the coiling dragon great array was strong, it also had its limits. With so many demon race soldiers, it could no longer encircle them. The demon race that Li Wui fought against had long disappeared. It was not killed, but rescued by another half-saint of demon race. Li Wui secretly felt that it was a pity. If he had been given an incense stick's worth of time, he had full confidence that he could have killed the half-saint of demon race. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to feel regret. He was the astral boundary army's commander, commanding the various armies of the astral boundary. He could dominate the entire battlefield and could not leave his post to chase down a strong enemy. The battle between the two realms was not about the life and death of a half-saint of demon race, so he could only watch as the half-saint escaped. At this moment, seeing the demon race's ferocious offensive and the coiling dragon great array showing signs of collapse, he immediately issued an order to the soldiers beside him. In the next moment, the 7 Miss Sea flag was raised high, and under the control of the Jianghu army's flag commander, it swayed rhythmically a few times. The Binghai army's army commander killed a demon king in the middle and north of the great array with a single slash of his blade. When he raised his head and saw the 7 Miss Sea flag, he immediately issued an order: change formation. The Binghai army moved in response and changed their formation in an orderly manner. Not long after, a faintly discernible gap appeared in the coiling dragon great array. The demon race had no lack of experienced demon king soldiers. Immediately, a large army of demon kings gathered and charged over. The two armies clashed. Men and horses were thrown off their feet, and corpses were strewn all over the place. The Binghai army seemed to be no match for the enemy, but they managed to hold on for a while, allowing the demon race army to leave through the gap. When the time was about right, the Binghai army commander shouted again, "Close!" The faintly discernible gap was immediately sealed up. The demon race army that charged out was about 200,000 people. All of them were dripping with blood, and their demonic qi was overflowing. Their killing intent was boiling. Under the leadership of the Demon Kings, they originally wanted to make a counterattack and attack the Binghai army from the inside and outside to break the coiling dragon great array. However, when they raised their heads, they saw a large army gathering in front of them with flags fluttering in the wind. The leader was a middle-aged man. He smiled happily as he looked at the group of Demon Kings and said indifferently, "The Jianghu army has been waiting for a long time." Rumble, chi chi chi. When the Jianghu army commander waved his hand, the army charged forward. The sky and the ground were densely packed with people, and the momentum was astonishing. The demon race soldiers that had just charged out of the coiling dragon great array were stunned. Only then did they realize that they had fallen into a trap. They originally wanted to attack the enemy from the inside and outside, but who knew that they would be surrounded by the enemy from the inside and outside. Behind them was the coiling dragon great array. Not to mention whether they could charge back. Even if they did, they would not have any good results. With this thought, the Demon Kings raised their hands and waved them down. The demon race army also charged forward. The distance between the two armies rapidly shortened. Looking from afar, it was like two meteorites that were moving at high speed colliding with each other. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Chapter 3691. The giant dragon coiled and turned into a giant meat grinder. Inside the great formation, blood rain and broken corpses flew everywhere. Gaps were, inadvertently, opened one after another. The demon race's army was released from the great formation one after another and handed over to the legions in the rear to deal with. Of the 55 armies of the Star Realm, only half of them were in charge of the coiling dragon great formation. What were the other half doing? Of course, they were surrounding the coiling dragon great formation and waiting for the enemy to charge out before attacking. This was the Seven Mist Seas plan. The pressure on the coiling dragon great formation was greatly reduced as the demon race's army of various sizes escaped from the coiling dragon great formation. The giant dragon, which was originally on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized. The giant dragon and the many legions guarding outside slaughtered the invading demon race in an extremely efficient and safe manner. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the Star Realm's army and the enemy from the demon territory had truly clashed head-on in a large scale. 20 years ago, when the passage between the two worlds opened for the first time, everyone in the Star Realm was caught off guard and invaded their territory. The great sects and cultivators in the Western Territory were defeated and lost large amounts of territory. Although the Star Realm quickly put up an effective resistance, they were unable to withstand the high morale of the demon race and were forced to retreat. At the most critical moment, the entire Western Territory was almost completely lost. The Star Realm's army retreated all the way to the border between the Western and Southern Territories. If it wasn't for the importance of the Battle of Eternal Heaven and the Demon Saint summoning all the half-saint back to the demon race, the Star Realm would have had no chance to catch a breather. Later on, Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, leaving the remaining demon race in the Star Realm isolated and helpless. Only then were they gradually eaten away. After more than 20 years, the passage between the two worlds opened once again. The demon race's army swarmed in. Although the astral realm was not fully prepared, it was not the first time that they were so defenseless. 55 legions gathered here, pressuring more than half of the astral realm's forces to collide and clash with the invading forces of another universe. The demon race had suffered heavy casualties, and the demon race had suffered a great loss. Although there was still an endless stream of demon race members charging out of the black hole to replenish their lost forces, it could not hide the truth of the demon race's decline. Under the double blessing of the life chains and the bloodlust technique, every cultivator was able to display more power than usual. The giant dragons constantly circled around the passage between the two worlds, and every time they circled, countless demon race cultivators would be ground to dust. Whenever Li Wui discovered that the great formation had exceeded its capacity, he would order his personal guards to wave the flag and open up a gap to reduce the pressure. At this moment, the various legions of the star boundary were closely linked together as a whole, and they were methodically slaughtering the alien races surrounded by the demonic qi. The situation was very good. If the battle continued like this, no matter how many demon race cultivators came from the passage between the two worlds, they would all be wiped out in the end. In the Great Formation, every cultivator's eyes were bloodshot from the killing, and there was a different kind of excitement in their expressions. Li Wui, on the other hand, was faintly feeling uneasy. The demon race were not fools. How could they still be so fearless despite knowing that the situation was not good? Although they were brave and fearless, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. What's more, this time, it was the demon territory that took the initiative to open the passage between the two worlds. 10 demon saints had come to the astral realm, so there was bound to be a conspiracy. However, Li Wui could not figure out what the demon saint was plotting. The conspiracy of the demon saint could only be stopped by the great emperors. On this battlefield, he could only lead the legions to kill as many enemies as possible and eliminate as many demon race as possible. Only then could he lay a solid foundation for victory in the war between the two worlds. Shaking his head and casting aside the distracting thoughts, Li Wui's heart was as calm as still water. He was in the Great Formation, overseeing the overall situation. Southeast of the passage between the two worlds, where the GZ army was defending, the army of 300,000 was at its peak. Their morale was high, and they were rubbing their fists and waiting solemnly. Hyoji was in the middle of the army. Scouts from Eagle Town constantly reported the situation on the front lines, allowing him to understand the situation on the other side as soon as possible. After learning that the astral realm held the absolute advantage, Hyoji could not help but feel a little surprised while overjoyed. Unlike Yang Kai, who had not participated in the previous war between the two worlds, Hyoji had fought the demon race for several years. He knew how difficult and vicious the demon race was. He had originally thought that it would be a difficult battle, but he did not expect his side to have the absolute advantage. Just like Li Wui's uneasiness, Hyoji also smelled the scent of a conspiracy. However, if Li Wui could not see anything suspicious, how could Hyoji think of anything? Just as he was deep in thought, a guard came in and reported, "Master, Firebull Town's commander Shilei requests an audience." In the army, military rules were strict, especially now that Yang Kai was not here and Hyoji was in charge of the GZ army. This was a war between the two worlds. If Shilei wanted to see him, he would have to be reported. If Yang Kai was here, Shilei would have come directly. There would not be so much trouble. Hyoji frowned when he heard this. He did not know why Shilei had come here instead of overseeing his own Firebull Town. He was also afraid that Shilei had something urgent to report, so he nodded and said, "Let him come." The bodyguard nodded and retreated. Not long after, Shilei walked in and cupped his fists. "Greetings, master." Hyoji nodded. "What's the matter?" Shilei smacked his lips and smiled. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Master, it's like this. I heard from the little ones that the other armies have gone crazy from the slaughter. I just wanted to ask when we should go into battle. It's not good to keep waiting here." After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists solemnly. "The GZ army's first battle. My Firebull Town is willing to be the vanguard. We will definitely show the might of the GZ army." Hyoji glanced at him in annoyance. "It's your turn to go into battle. What's the rush?" The various commanders did not know about the Seven Mist Seas arrangements. They only saw the demon race gathering in the Coiling Dragon Formation from afar. There were also other armies fighting the demon race nearby. However, the GZ army was biding their time, so they could not help but feel anxious. If it was an ordinary army, it would be fine. However, although the GZ army had just been formed, it was already recognized as the #1 army in the star boundary. If they did not make any contributions in this first battle, no one would be able to show their face. Shilei understood. Since the demon race was not coming, then they would just kill their way over. They had to lead their men and cut off a few heads of the demon king. Otherwise, how could they live up to their daily training? Seeing that Hyoji did not allow it, Shilei was unhappy. He muttered softly, "If the master was here, he would definitely lead us to charge and kill the enemy. Why would he stay here like an idiot?" "What did you say?" Hyoji glared at him. Shi Lei hurriedly waved his hands. No, nothing. This humble one will take his leave. Although Hyoji's strength was lower than his, he had single-handedly raised the GZ army. He also had prestige in the army. In the face of a great enemy, Shi Lei did not dare to talk back to him. His muttering just now was just a casual complaint. He did not mean any harm. Seeing that Hyoji was angry, he quickly slipped away. Bastard! Hyoji shouted angrily at Shi Lei's back. He turned around and said to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave his post without permission again, chop off his head. Yang Xiao obediently said, yes. He knew that these were just words of anger. Every member of the GZ army was a treasure in the Emperor realm. How could Hyoji bear to kill them? After interacting with Hyoji for a long time, everyone knew that he was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not have any of the arrogance of the son of the great emperors. Yang Shui held back her laughter and said, Master, there's no need to be angry. It's normal for Master Shi Lei to be eager to contribute. There will be a time when our GZ army will kill the enemy. She was extremely intelligent. How could she not see that Hyoji was as calm as a mountain on the surface? Actually, he was quite anxious. This was the first battle of the second opening of the passageway between the two worlds. With the reputation of the GZ army, it was natural for them to show off their might. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late and could not participate in the deployment of the coiling dragon formation. They could only wait outside the formation for an opportunity. But after waiting for a long time, the other armies were already engaged in fierce battles with the demon race. However, the GZ army did not see a single demon race charge out from the direction they were guarding. It was truly as lonely as snow. If they waited any longer, would there be any demon race to kill? Shi Lei was eager to contribute, and so was Hyoji. Yang Shui's words seemed to be exculpating Shi Lei, but in reality, she was also secretly advising Hyoji. As they spoke, Hyoji's expression suddenly brightened. He stood up and looked ahead. In the distance, the body of the coiling dragon was facing the GZ army. An opening was faintly discernible in the formation. From that opening, an overwhelming number of demon race swarmed out. Hyoji raised an eyebrow, and a smile appeared on his tense face. More and more demon race swarmed out of the formation. The one at the forefront was a powerful demon king. Just like the demon race that had escaped from the formation earlier, this demon king originally thought that he would be able to make a comeback after escaping. Who knew that when he looked up, he would see the GZ army blocking his path. 300,000 pairs of eyes were glaring at him. The demon king was not afraid of anything, but when he was stared at by so many pairs of eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder, why are these humans so excited? Report. A scout from Eagle Town flew over and knelt down in front of Hyoji. He cupped his hands and said, the GZ army has sent a message. There will be 600,000 demon race charging forward. The chief military master has ordered the GZ army to meet the enemy head-on. Hyoji chuckled. 600,000. How good. The chief military master has picked up a juicy piece of meat for us. Although the GZ army only had 300,000 people, Hyoji was not afraid in the face of an enemy that was nearly twice his size. In fact, he was even a little excited. His figure was straight, and his expression was solemn. He said in a sonorous voice, pass down my orders. Poison Scorpion, Fire Bull, and Divine Dragon towns will be the vanguard. Angry Dragon and Heavenly Fox will flank from the left and right. Falling Flowers and Spirit Snake will provide support in the middle. Heavenly Phoenix Hall will be at the rear. All troops will attack. The command flag was waved, and the war drums shook the heavens. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the GZ army moved out. Apart from the 30,000 people in the middle and the several thousand scouts from Eagle Town, the other 8 towns were all mobilized. For a moment, their momentum was unstoppable. The GZ army had been practicing ever since they came to this battlefield. Although this was the first battle, the army moved in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of panic. The various towns also carried out Hyoji's orders strictly. They majestically charged toward the demon race that had just charged out of the coiling dragon formation. Although the demon race had 600,000 soldiers, they had already expended a lot of energy in the fierce battle within the coiling dragon formation. They did not have time to recover after charging out of the formation, and they were like scattered sand. Now that they saw the GZ army charging toward them, the Demon King in the lead was actually a little stunned. For a moment, they were unable to react. Chapter 3692. The GZ army didn't care about the reaction of the demon race. The 300,000 soldiers had been biding their time, but when they saw their allies killing demons on both sides, they were impatient. Now that a piece of meat had been delivered to their mouths, how could they not eat it? Poison Scorpion, Fire Bull, and Divine Dragon's vanguard, a total of 80,000 soldiers under the leadership of Xie Wei, Shi Lei, and Zhu Qing, charged forward aggressively. The three commanders took the lead and charged at the very front, followed closely by the rest of the army. Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers flanked the left and right, while Spirit Snake and Angry Dragon provided support in the middle, and Heavenly Phoenix brought up the rear. The 600,000 demon race that had broken out from the coiling dragon formation were stunned. The Demon King reacted quickly and quickly gathered his tribesmen and reorganized his army. When they saw the coiling dragon formation behind them and the Astral Realm army in front of them, they made a prompt decision and charged head-on towards the GZ army. They had tasted the might of the coiling dragon formation before. It was definitely not something 600,000 soldiers could shake. Although the Astral Realm army in front of them had an impressive aura, they still had fewer people. If they really fought, it was still uncertain who would win. There was nothing fancy about the charging of an army. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. Before the two sides could get close to each other, the might of the secret treasures of each camp was released and blasted towards the opposing army. The multicolored light caused the rising sun to pale in comparison. The might of the secret treasures and secret treasures fell. In an instant, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the GZ army's side, the wizard accompanying the army chanted a complicated wizard incantation. When the light flickered, a dark red light appeared on everyone's body, and a layer of dark blue light connected everyone together. Although the secret techniques of the demon race's army were powerful, with the support of the life chains, the GZ army soldiers would have a strong supply of life force no matter how serious their injuries were. They wouldn't die immediately. Furthermore, the army had formation masters accompanying them. The formation plates activated one after another, turning into layers of protection to protect the safety of the soldiers. In the first round of long-range combat, the demon race suffered over 10,000 casualties while the GZ army suffered less than 100 casualties. Without stopping, the second round of fierce attacks was launched from the various camps. Charging without stopping, attacking without stopping, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Looking down from the sky, the two armies were like two giant ancient beasts, fiercely charging at each other. After 3 rounds of long-range attacks, the two armies clashed amidst the quaking earth. As the dragon's roar shook the sky, the two fiery red dragons revealed their true forms. One was more than 300 feet long, and the other was more than 500 feet long. The dragon's might swept out in all directions, and the demon race at the front were all stunned by the dragon's might. That moment of hesitation cost countless lives. The GZ army's vanguard, the Divine Dragon, the Poisonous Scorpion, and the Fire Bull towns were like 3 sharp blades, ruthlessly stabbing into the demon race's camp. Wherever the soldiers of the 3 towns passed, the demon race's soldiers were thrown off their feet, and rivers of blood flowed. A demon king at the very front dodged a divine technique, but when he heard the densely packed screams of his clansmen behind him, he was shocked, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Originally, he thought that the enemy's numbers weren't high, and that victory was already in his grasp. However, when he came into contact with the enemy, he discovered that this astral army wasn't something that an ordinary demon race could withstand. There was no other reason other than the fact that there were simply too many experts among them. His mind was in a daze, and he only felt an enormous force slamming into his head. Before he could react, his mind went blank, and his head was smashed into pieces. His headless corpse swayed a few times before it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Shi Lei waved his hand and cursed. His eyes bloomed with a crimson light, and his demonic chi rolled around him. He didn't even look at the dead demon king as he charged unstoppably into the demon race's army. Wherever he passed, the enemy soldiers were slaughtered like vegetables. In the sky, the siblings Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai transformed into their true forms. They raised their heads, opened their mouths, and spat out billowing flames towards the demon race's densest areas. How powerful was the fire dragon's breath? Even an ordinary demon king wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if they were hit by it. How many demon kings could there be among the 600,000 demon race's army? An ordinary demon race would immediately be burned to ashes if they were hit by the dragon's breath. After a few dragon's breaths, the demon race's army was emptied out. The GZ army's army was like a hot knife through butter. Although the demon race's army was nearly twice the size of the GZ army's army, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back against such a group of wolves and tigers. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, the army formation that they had painstakingly gathered was scattered, and hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers were thrown into chaos. Fire Bull, Poison Scorpion, and Divine Dragon towns weaved in and out of the demon race's army, plowing through the entire battlefield over and over again. Unable to face their enemies head-on, the demon race fled in panic. However, the Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers towns flanked them from both sides, cutting off their path of retreat. Behind them was the Great Coiling Dragon formation. For the demon race's army, there was simply no way out. Victory and defeat had been decided. In the first battle, the GZ army's army faced an enemy twice their size. They were practically crushing the demon race's army in a crushing manner. They had truly displayed their might. However, on the battlefield, victory and defeat were never the only thing that mattered. The 600,000 demon race soldiers were isolated and without any reinforcements. Hyoji had even given the order to wipe out these 600,000 demon race soldiers. Therefore, as long as a single demon race soldier was still standing, the GZ army's slaughter would never stop. In their excitement, the monster kings from the savage wilderness ancient lands all transformed into their true forms. Their demonic chi wreaked havoc as they rampaged across the battlefield. Their sharp claws were stained with blood, and their secret treasures bloomed like red flowers. They charged and killed as they went. When they reached the end, they turned back and charged and killed again. Not to mention the normal demon race soldiers, even the demon kings were filled with fear at this moment. They couldn't unleash their full strength in the face of the GZ army's might. Many demon kings didn't even have time to unleash their full strength before they were killed on the spot by the monster kings and the Emperor Realm's army. Eagle Town scouts kept reporting the situation on the battlefield. Hyoji, who was in the middle of the army, smiled. There was nothing more exciting than hearing the news of the first great victory. Yang Kai didn't do anything and entrusted the GZ army to him. He had spent more than 10 years building this army and expended an unimaginable amount of energy and effort. Now that he heard these battle reports, he instantly felt that his hard work over the past 10 years was worth it. The GZ army didn't let down its reputation as the #1 army in the astral realm. The only fly in the ointment was Yang Kai wasn't here. At the end of the day, the GZ army was Yang Kai's. Hyoji also wanted to share the joy in his heart with others. However, as the commander of the army, he had his own dignity. He couldn't possibly share the joy in his heart with Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Hyoji narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Has the master replied?" Yang Shao hurriedly replied, "Not yet." Hyoji's mouth twitched as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was the commander of the GZ army. It was fine if he didn't show up normally, but he actually didn't show up in the first battle of the GZ army. This was really too much. With 300,000 soldiers fighting bravely, it felt like something was missing without a commander. He secretly decided that when he saw Yang Kai later, he would give him a good scolding. If Yang Kai couldn't be the commander, Hyoji was more than happy to do it for him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his skin as a great crisis enveloped him. An aura of death enveloped him. Hyoji was shocked. In that instant he felt a faint murderous intent lock onto him. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and possessed great strength, he didn't sense the danger until the murderous intent was released. What's more, he was in the middle of the army surrounded by soldiers. The enemy was actually able to silently sneak up on him and assassinate him. It was obvious how strong this enemy was. I'm definitely not his opponent. Hyoji instantly understood the gap between himself and the enemy. At this critical moment of life and death, Hyoji's mind was surprisingly calm. A faintly discernible shadow strangely appeared behind Hyoji and stabbed a dagger towards his back. Before the dagger even reached him, a chill had already spread throughout his body. Hyoji didn't panic. As he pushed his Emperor Chi, a transparent shield appeared behind him. This shield glowed brilliantly as it revolved around his body. At a glance, it was obvious that this was no ordinary object. As the son of the great emperors, how could Hyoji not have some life-saving treasures on him? It could even be said that Hyoji had several things on him that were similar to the seal of the great emperor's divine technique, the army commander's seal. It was the biggest mistake for the assassin to choose him to assassinate. However, the enemy couldn't be blamed for this. The GZ army was in the limelight, and Hyoji was far too conspicuous with his position in the rear. It was obvious that he was an important figure. How could killing 10,000 random soldiers compare to killing a single commander? Silently, the dagger and shield collided. The dazzling light suddenly dimmed as the shield shattered. The dagger's momentum was reduced and it continued to stab forward. This momentary delay was enough for Hyoji to escape from the gates of hell. His figure flew forward, avoiding the fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the dagger was like a maggot that followed closely behind him. The dagger was grasped in the hand of a blurry figure, making it impossible to see the appearance of the attacker. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Hyoji's back, a large hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and slapped down on the blurry figure's head. A sinister grin appeared on his face as he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he had long since anticipated this assassination attempt. The wind from the palm whistled as demonic energy surged. When the palm slapped down, the sky changed color. A muffled groan rang out, and the entire world fell silent. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had been standing guard behind Hyoji, finally regained their senses. Yang Xiao's expression changed, and he hurriedly pounced on Hyoji. Faint traces of the law of time lingered around him as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Yang Shui drew her sword and used her divine sense to investigate the enemy. He ran. The old Qiong frowned and coldly snorted. He's quite slippery. The one who had intervened at the critical moment was naturally the Qiongqi. As an ancient vicious beast, the old Qiong was extremely powerful. In this world, among the sacred spirits, the only ones who could suppress him were the two elders of the dragon race on Dragon Island. However, no matter how powerful he was not part of the GZ army. The reason he was guarding this place was mainly to protect the two young masters, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He had concealed his presence and was hiding nearby. Even the assassin who had come to ambush him did not notice him. Caught off guard, the assassin was counterattacked. Not only did he fail to kill Hyoji, but he also suffered a loss. As he spoke, Qiongqi lowered his head to look at the ground. On the ground, specks of blood bloomed like plum blossoms. Chapter 3693. The assassin who came to sneak attack immediately retreated after failing to hit. He was quite proficient in the art of assassination. However, even though the assassin ran away, he was still injured by Qiongqi. The bloodstains on the ground were the best proof. At this moment, Eagle Town's commander Jianghu rushed over from the distance with an anxious expression. When he got close, he cupped his hands and anxiously said, "Master, Army Commander Li has sent news that several half-saint of demon race have disappeared from the battlefield." The army commander asked the master to. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly looked down at the blood sacrifice on the ground, then looked at Hyoji, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and the others' expressions. He suddenly said, "They're already here?" Hyoji nodded. "It's all thanks to Senior Qiongqi's help." Qiongqi didn't take the credit and just waved his hand. He returned to the group of personal guards and stood still. Besides his fierce appearance, there was nothing special about him. Hyoji looked up at Eagle Flying and said, "Did the army commander master say that several half-saint have disappeared?" 5. All Shadow Demon. Hyoji sneered, "I knew it would be like this." Apart from the Shadow Demon, there was no other race in the demon race that could silently sneak up on him and only alert him when he was in trouble. The Shadow Demon was already difficult to deal with, let alone a half-saint. This time, if it wasn't for Qiongqi guarding him, Hyoji would have definitely suffered a loss. He wouldn't be killed as he still had several life-saving treasures on him. It would be unavoidable for him to be covered in dirt. While the two were talking, they suddenly saw a huge figure appear a few thousand li away. The figure's head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was like a giant, but its figure was fleeting and not solid. Looking at the figure, it was impressively the appearance of the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul had already chased the demon saint away from this place. At this moment, he wasn't on the battlefield at all. At this time, his figure appeared a few thousand li away. It was clear that some army commander had activated the divine technique of the great emperors sealed in the army commander's order, summoning the projection of the great emperors. The figure of the great emperors of Serene Soul flashed and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene from afar, the GZ army understood that the 5 Shadow Demon half-saint had separated from the battlefield and had most likely split up to assassinate the various army commanders. The GZ army had Qiongqi secretly protecting them. The Shadow Demon half-saint who came to assassinate them had been repelled. The other army commanders might not have someone as strong as Qiongqi by their side. In this life and death crisis, they could only activate the divine technique sealed in the army commander's order to defend against the enemy. They didn't know if the army commander thousands of li away was dead or alive. Eagle saw the worry in Hyoji's eyes. He cupped his hands and volunteered, "This subordinate is willing to go and investigate." Hyoji pondered for a moment and nodded, "Be careful. Go and return quickly." Eagle nodded and unfurled a pair of enormous black wings on his back. The wind howled as he soared into the sky and rushed over. Hyoji no longer paid attention to the commotion thousands of li away. He turned his head and looked at the GZ army's battlefield. The 600,000-strong demon race army had long since lost the ability to retaliate in front of the GZ army's powerful battle formation. The 3 vanguard towns charged back and forth. Angry Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Falling Flowers, and Nimble Snake were not to be outdone. Even Heavenly Phoenix Town, which was responsible for overseeing the army, charged into the battlefield under the leadership of Lu Yen and Su Yen. Nearly 900,000 people were fighting to the death in the battlefield that spanned hundreds of li. The ground was muddy, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Hyoji observed for a while and knew that the overall situation was already decided. It was only a matter of time before the GZ army wiped out all 600,000 people. A moment later, Eagle returned. Hyoji glanced over and Eagle immediately reported, "The other 4 Shadow Demon half-saint have all appeared, but they haven't done anything. Apart from the Dingwu army's army commander Ma Qing, who is heavily injured, the other 3 have all failed." Hyoji lightly nodded and asked, "Is there any danger to his life?" Eagle replied, "Master, don't worry." When this subordinate arrived, the Wood Spirit race's matriarch Mu Na was already personally treating Master Ma's injuries. Although he won't fully recover in a short time, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. That would be for the best. Eagle turned his head and glanced at the clamorous battlefield behind him. He then turned back and stammered, "Master, the overall situation is already decided." "What do you think?" Hyoji chuckled. "You want to kill the enemy?" Eagle replied, "There's no point in just watching." He was a monster king after all, so he had a strong murderous nature. However, Yang Kai had assigned him to be the head of Eagle Town and put him in charge of scouting and gathering intelligence. But now that the demon race had been defeated, there was nothing left for him to gather. Naturally, he wanted to go into the battlefield and kill the enemy to satisfy his craving. Hyoji pondered for a moment, then waved his hand without saying anything. Eagle was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." He turned around and happily charged into the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to enter the battlefield, and wherever his sharp claws passed, a rain of blood would fly. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. When there wasn't a single demon race figure left on the battlefield, the GZ army gradually quieted down. They looked around and saw that everyone was filled with killing intent. It was as if they had walked out of a sea of blood. Their bodies were drenched in blood, some from the enemy, and some from their own. After a short period of silence, a clamor of cheers filled the air. The war drums were beaten, and the GZ army returned to camp to rest. After a quick count, the number of casualties was revealed. Hyoji nodded slightly as he listened to the report. Facing an enemy twice their size, the GZ army displayed unimaginable strength and wiped out the enemy. The price they paid was only 30,000 casualties. This number was within his expectations, and it was also within an acceptable range. However, those who survived were almost all injured. The GZ army's first battle was over, but the battle between the two worlds was still ongoing. The giant dragon coiled around the battlefield, killing the demon race invading at every moment. However, the demon race seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was no end to them. From the black hole, there was an endless supply of reinforcements. Even though the coiling dragon formation was formed by more than 20 armies from the astral realm, and there were close to 10 million soldiers, it was on the verge of collapse several times under the intense battle. Large and small groups of demon race were constantly released from the formation to reduce the pressure on the formation. Meanwhile, the astral realm armies guarding the outside had to block the demon race's path and kill them as soon as possible. After the GZ army rested for a day, the gap in the coiling dragon formation was opened. However, the demon race released this time was not as terrifying as the first time. There were only 200,000 of them. After a day of rest, the GZ army regrouped and faced the enemy again. Once again, they destroyed the demon race at a very small price. Morale was high, and several loud Monster King begged Hyoji to send a message to Li Wui and ask him to release more demon race. Such a ridiculous request was naturally rejected by Hyoji without mercy. The Monster King's strength was unfathomable. When they were in the mood to kill, killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even the Demon King would not be able to last more than a few moves against them. However, not everyone in the GZ army was Monster King. Although the majority of them were strong enough, they were not very strong. After 2 battles, not only were they injured, but they also needed to replenish their energy. Fighting too many battles was not good for the army. Only when they were relaxed would they be able to kill more demon race. Hyoji understood this principle, and Li Wui understood it even more. However, the GZ army and the other armies guarding the outside also had time to rest. However, what about the people inside the coiling dragon formation? Hyoji looked at the giant dragon crawling on the ground with a worried expression. If the passage between the two worlds was not sealed, the coiling dragon formation would be worn down by the demon race sooner or later. When that happened, no one would be able to stop the demon race from wreaking havoc. As time passed, Hyoji could clearly feel the fatigue of the coiling dragon formation. The most obvious sign was that the coiling dragon formation was opening more and more frequently. Less than half a day after the end of the second battle, the GZ army welcomed the third battle. This time, only a few 100,000 demon race were released from the coiling dragon formation. However, this few 100,000 was even more difficult to deal with than the 200,000 from the second battle. This could not be helped. Although the GZ army's morale was high after so many battles, their manpower was limited, and their stamina could not keep up. The coiling dragon formation was also unable to bear the burden. Although the formation was still working well, that was because the wizard was constantly using bloodthirst to stimulate everyone's potential. Furthermore, the life chains were a hidden danger that could not be ignored. With the support of the life chains, the damage suffered by everyone was spread out evenly. However, many a little makes a mickle, and when the life chains broke, the coiling dragon formation would definitely collapse. Hyoji estimated that the coiling dragon formation could only last for 2 more days. If they could not think of a way to break it within these 2 days, the GZ army would have to withdraw. At that time, millions of demon race soldiers would rush in, and the Western territory would definitely be lost. On the GZ army's side, only the 30,000 elites in the middle were unharmed. It was not that Hyoji was unwilling to send the middle army into battle, but after several days of bloody battles, Hyoji wanted to leave the middle army as a surprise force. Perhaps they would be able to play an unimaginable role at a crucial moment. At this moment, seeing that the situation inside the coiling dragon formation was tense, Hyoji was hesitating whether or not to send the middle army into battle when he suddenly heard an excited voice behind him. "Junior brother?" Hyoji turned around and saw a familiar face. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Master, you're finally back?" The one who had called him junior brother was none other than Xia Chang. Yang Kai had also appeared by her side. Yang Kai smiled at Xia Chang, but did not have time to say anything to her. He revealed a helpless expression and said, "I rushed over as soon as I saw your message. What's the situation like?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked forward. His expression could not help but tremble. Although he had participated in the War of the Two Realms, he had never seen such a magnificent scene. Compared to the scene in front of him, the scene of him leading the army to defend Roaring Tiger City and fighting the devil race more than 10 years ago was simply a small matter. Hyoji knew that this was not the time to criticize him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "As Master can see, the coiling dragon formation cannot be maintained for much longer. The armies of the GZ army are exhausted. If we don't think of a way to resolve this as soon as possible, the GZ army will definitely lose." Chapter 3694. When he said this, Hyoji was full of unwillingness. Yang Kai had sealed the passage between the two worlds and bought more than 10 years for the Star Realm. The armies of the 4 territories had been preparing for war, but the moment they came into contact with the Star Realm, the situation had already turned out this way. How could anyone be willing to accept this? This situation was not because the Star Realm army was unable to bear it, but because the demon race simply did not care about casualties. No one had expected the demon race to be so crazy. If they did not cut off the source of the demon race's army from the territory, the great coiling dragon formation would not be able to hold on sooner or later. After Hyoji said a few words, Yang Kai had already seen the situation on the battlefield clearly. He nodded slightly and said, "I'll go." The moment he finished speaking, he took a step forward and his figure faded. Before Xia Chang could even shout out to be careful, he had already disappeared. When he landed, he had already crossed 1,000 miles and appeared on the battlefield. The Demon King in front of him was standing 10 meters away, staring at him with a blank expression. He clearly did not understand how a person had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, he quickly recognized who the person in front of him was and shouted in a low voice, "Yang Kai." During the years when Yang Kai was in the demon race's territory, he had been in the limelight on almost every continent. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, he was even the focus of attention, so it was not strange that the Demon King recognized him at a glance. After shouting, the Demon King knew that things were bad. Although his strength was not bad, he knew that he could not escape with his life under the pursuit of the Demon Saint. However, the human in front of him could do so, so he made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. When he retreated, he saw Yang Kai gently raise his hand and a black crescent slashed at him. Wherever it passed, the clansmen in front of him were cut in half, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The Demon King shouted, his demonic chi wildly surging as he punched out. A heart-wrenching pain came from his fist. That black crescent had actually cut through his fist, slicing open his arm and passing through his entire body. The Demon King's body stiffened, and it stood there in a daze. It stared in the direction of Yang Kai and let out a few groans. In the next moment, its body split open, and blood spurted out. Its internal organs spilled all over the ground. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at this Demon King. As his divine sense surged, a large expanse of black clouds appeared around his body. A faint buzzing sound could be heard coming from these black clouds. Looking around, one could see that these black clouds were actually made up of insects. Soul-devouring insect. Generally, Kai Yang wouldn't easily use his soul-devouring insects, because as his strength increased, the soul-devouring insects became less and less useful. Against strong enemies, they wouldn't be useful, but against weak opponents, there was no need to use them. But in this kind of environment where there were enemies on all sides, the soul-devouring insects could play a huge role. With a buzzing sound, the large cloud of insects lingered around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and he shouted, "Go!" The insect cloud danced a few times, turned into a dozen groups, and scattered in a dozen directions, attacking the demon race from all directions. Wherever they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their knowledge seas were corroded by the tiny insects, and their souls were devoured. On the surface, there wasn't the slightest wound. After releasing the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai didn't care how useful these insects could be. His hands hung by his side, and with a flick of his 10 fingers, he shot out moon blades in all directions. As the moon blades swept past, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Swathes of demons were cut into pieces. Yang Kai strode forward, and the moon blades didn't stop. Wherever he went, there would be slaughter. Ordinary demon race members couldn't get within 100 feet of him, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand more than a few moves. His speed was extremely fast, and he covered a distance of several tens of kilometers in just a few steps. Wherever he passed, a death zone with a diameter of over 1,000 feet appeared. If one were to look down from above, they would find that there was not a single devilish being left alive in a straight line with a diameter of several tens of kilometers, starting from where he had landed and ending at where he was now. After walking and killing for a while, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little troublesome. Although the moon blades were powerful, he still had to do it himself when it came to killing the demon race, so he immediately summoned the wind gourd. Opening the gourd, the small wind gourd inside turned into wind blades and shot out in all directions. Another round of slaughter ensued. This wind gourd, which he obtained from the void crack in the depths of the Orthodoxy Palace, shone brilliantly on this huge battlefield. It was simply a supreme secret treasure for group attacks. This saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai only needed to rush forward, and with the mouth of the wind gourd aimed forward, the sharp wind blades were invincible. When he first appeared, not many people noticed him, but with the destruction of the soul-devouring insects, the moon blades, and the appearance of the wind gourd, he immediately became the focus of the entire battlefield. After killing so many people, it was difficult not to attract attention. At the dragon head of the coiling dragon formation, Li Wuyi's gaze swept over. When he saw the familiar figure, his tense mind relaxed, and he secretly sighed in relief. He's finally here, and it's not too late. Immediately, he passed down the order, and the coiling dragon formation changed. Its huge body rushed in the direction of Yang Kai, relieving the pressure on Yang Kai. Since Li Wuyi had discovered Yang Kai, the masters of the demon race had naturally discovered him as well. Yang Kai had devoured the demon race's territory, lured 2 demon saints from the demon race to rebel with Chang Tian, and then sealed the passage between the 2 worlds. Many masters of the demon race had long hated him to the bone. They had never seen him before, so now that they had discovered him, how could they let him go? In the middle of the battlefield, a sea of blood suddenly condensed and transformed into a streak of blood-red light that rushed towards Yang Kai. In just 10 breaths of time, it had rushed in front of Yang Kai. The smell of blood filled the air, and a fierce killing intent enveloped Yang Kai. The bloody light dissipated, revealing a figure that swooped down from the sky like an eagle trying to catch a rabbit. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. On the battlefield, the cultivator who saw this scene cried out, and some even shouted loudly, reminding Yang Kai that a powerful enemy was attacking. Just as the figure was about to approach, another person appeared strangely and went directly to the invader. With a few rumbling sounds, the sky shook and the earth shook. Demon chi swept in all directions, and the 2 figures separated, standing in the void. The newcomer narrowed his eyes and saw the appearance of the enemy in front of him. He said hatefully, "Baya? How dare you stop me?" Yang Kai was powerful, and only a half-saint could defeat him. The person who came to kill him was naturally a half-saint. In the demon race's territory, there weren't many half-saint, and each of them had a name. Even if they didn't have much contact with each other, they all knew each other. Since Baya appeared, how could the half-saint of demon race not recognize her? Baya said lightly, people of different paths cannot work together. On the opposite side, the half-saint of demon race shouted angrily, bullshit. Don't forget that you're from the demon race. Baya said helplessly, I'm just following orders. Don't make it difficult for me. Bastard. The half-saint of demon race was furious. He wanted to kill Yang Kai, but he was stopped by Baya, who was also from the demon race. His clansmen around him kept getting injured and killed. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he didn't care whether Baya was from the demon race or not. As he shouted, he had already rushed forward and fought with Baya. However, both of them were semi-sage experts. So, their strength was almost on par with each other. Therefore, this fight was like a thunderbolt striking the fire on the ground. The scene was extremely lively. However, it wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of this fight. Yang Kai was already far away, and he continued to run forward. Yang Kai forcibly plowed a path for thousands of miles. Although he had become the demon race's army alone, no one below the half-saint level could stop him. There were as many as 3 half-saint who came to kill him. It was obvious that the demon race not only hated Yang Kai, but also treated him as their #1 enemy. Otherwise, why would half-saint continuously come to kill him? The first one was blocked by Baya, the second one was blocked by Baizhua, and when the third one arrived, Yang Kai released his avatar into the sealed world bead. The 3 groups fought fiercely, and they were extremely eye-catching in this battlefield of tens of thousands of miles. Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the huge black hole. The demon race's army was still continuously rushing out from the black hole. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he fearlessly faced them head-on. When he activated his Devil Yuan, the astral winds that surged out of the wind gourd became even more violent. The wind whistled incessantly as it cut through the void and slashed into the black hole. Miserable howls sounded in his ears. Many demon race members were killed by the astral winds before they could rush out of the passage between the 2 worlds. The black hole was huge, but Yang Kai relied on his own strength to block this huge gap. The reinforcements of the demon race's army were directly cut off, and not a single demon rushed out. Outside the coiling dragon formation, Hyoji, who had been sitting in the middle of the army as steady as a mountain, was anxiously waiting. The battle reports from the front lines were continuously transmitted from the scouts of Soaring Eagle Town. Right at this moment, a scout flew over and half knelt on the ground. He cupped his hands and shouted, "Reporting, Army Commander Master has arrived in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. He has cut off the path of the demon race's army's reinforcements." Hyoji stood up, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He couldn't help but shout, "Good!" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Flag bearer." Fu Ling quivered and immediately took out the flag with the word, "Kill." In an instant, the huge red flag fluttered in the sky, dyeing the sky red. Hyoji was in high spirits as he waved his hand and pointed to the front. "Middle Army, listen to my order. Follow me to kill the enemy and support Master." Many soldiers in the Middle Army responded, and their voices shook the world. In the past few days of battle, the GZ army had killed countless enemies in the 9 towns and made great contributions. Even Soaring Eagle Town, who was in charge of gathering intelligence, had thrown themselves into the battle. Only the Middle Army was sitting in the rear, which made them very anxious. At this moment, when they heard Hyoji's order, they immediately became excited. The Middle Army had 30,000 soldiers. Not to mention Qiongqi, who was an outsider. Even Yang Shao and Yang Shui were not weak. In the Middle Army, most of them were from the Eastern Sea's Sea tribe. For more than 10 years, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had been searching for the remains of the flowing time Great Emperor in the Eastern Sea. They had also subdued a large number of the Sea tribe. Among the Sea tribe, there were many powerhouses. There were no less than 30 monster kings like Bang Bang Air. Once such a powerful army joined the battle, they might not be able to change the direction of the entire battlefield. However, in a small area, They were invincible. After a few days of peace, the middle army of the GZ army attacked. At this time, the GZ army's 9 towns were still fighting against the released demon race outside the Coiling Dragon formation. The middle army charged into the battlefield like tigers and wolves, slaughtering the demon race along the way. The GZ army already had the advantage. Now that they had the support of the middle army, they were even more invincible. In less than 2 hours, the dust had settled. On the battlefield of the GZ army, the corpses of the demon race were piled up like mountains. Chapter 3695. The cheers of the GZ army shook the heavens. Hyoji ordered someone to pass on the message to Li Wui while reorganizing the army. A moment later, Li Wui replied with only one word: wait. The GZ army immediately took the opportunity to recover their strength outside the Coiling Dragon formation. Those who had spirit pills swallowed them, those who were injured bandaged their wounds, and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Inside the passage between the 2 worlds, Yang Kai's wind gourd was wreaking havoc, killing the demon race that came from the devil territory. On the other side, Windchaser and Di Li were engaged in a fierce battle. Di Li was originally a half-saint under Yu Rumeng's command. Besides Bai Zhua, Yu Rumeng valued him the most. He was also extremely powerful. However, on the eve of the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Di Li colluded with Yu Sang and Yin Si to create an opportunity for Yu Sang to kill Yang Kai. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yang Kai's strength and the strength of his subordinates. Not only did they fail to succeed, they even caused a lot of trouble. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Yu Sang was killed by the great emperors of Bright Moon and died on the spot. Yin Si Di Li escaped death, but Yang Kai went to Yin Si's territory and single-handedly killed Yin Si. 2 of the half-saint of demon race that targeted him in the Eternal Heaven continent had died. Di Li was afraid that Yu Rumeng would settle the score with him in the future, so he betrayed her after the Battle of Eternal Heaven and joined another demon saint. After that, there was no news of him. This time, he came with the demon race's army to guard the passage between the 2 worlds in case anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai killed his way to this place, but Di Li caught him as soon as he entered the passage between the 2 worlds. Di Li had long found Yang Kai an eyesore. The reason why he betrayed Yu Rumeng was because of Yang Kai. At this time, he had nothing to say to Yang Kai, so he immediately wanted to kill him. Yang Kai had no choice but to release Shui Feng to entangle him. At this time, the 4 half-saint of demon race hidden in the sealed world bead had all taken action. Yang Kai no longer had any cards up his sleeve. If another half-saint of demon race blocked his path, he would have no choice but to turn back and ask Li Wu-yi for help. Fortunately, the half-saint of demon race wasn't a cabbage. Although a lot of them had been dispatched this time, most of them had been trapped in the battlefield. Moreover, 4 of them had been stopped by Yang Kai's 4 protectors. How could there be more? Inside the passage between the 2 worlds, Di Li was anxious. He tried his best to break through Zhui Feng's defensive line, but he still couldn't succeed. Although Zhui Feng's intelligence wasn't high, he was very strong. When Yang Kai first met Zhui Feng in the 100 Spirit Continent, the Lien sisters had told him that a half-saint of demon race had offended Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng chased him for 3 years and beat the half-saint until he complained incessantly. In the end, it still ended in tragedy. Although Di Li was strong, he was still a half-saint. When Zhui Feng went berserk, he was really afraid of him. The 2 half-saint level existences, 1 demon and 1 beast, were fighting desperately in the passage between the 2 worlds. The aftermath of the battle swept across and affected many demon race members who had come from the demon territory. Many demon race members died tragically on the spot, which indirectly reduced the pressure on Yang Kai. At this moment, the law of space surged around Yang Kai. He stretched out his hand and the invisible law of space shrouded the entire void corridor. The passage, which was already dark, became even more chaotic. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai was able to seal the passage between the 2 worlds when he escaped from the demon territory. In the past 10 years or so, he had been refining the universe and creating heaven and earth in the territory of the lower planes. His understanding and attainments in the law of space had more than doubled compared to before. The connection between the two worlds was gradually cut off, and the huge black hole in the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the battlefield, this scene was extremely eye-catching. Tens of millions of human demon race members saw it clearly. The expressions of many demon race members changed slightly. They had seen Yang Kai break into the passage between the two worlds alone before, and now, the passage between the two worlds had changed so much. How could they not know what he was doing? They immediately moved closer to the passage between the two worlds. How could Li Wui allow the demon race to do as they wished? As early as when Yang Kai rushed into the passage between the two worlds, the coiling dragon formation had already begun to change. Originally, the dragon's head and tail were connected, forming a huge circle around the battlefield, but now, the dragon's head was the first to reach the passage between the two worlds. It led the Jianghu army to defend the passage between the two worlds, not allowing any demon race member to get close. With Li Wui and the coiling dragon formation blocking the outside and the wind gourd slashing inside, who could stop Yang Kai unless a half-saint appeared in the territory of the demon race? The black hole was originally a huge object, but it had shrunk by half in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After another incense stick of time, it shrunk by half again. After an hour, the black hole was only a few dozen feet wide. Yang Kai's figure appeared, standing beside the passage between the two worlds with one hand in front of him. The law of space around him fluctuated. A few miles away, Windchaser and Di Li were still entangled with each other. Li Wui, who was fighting fiercely with a half-saint of demon race, felt this power and couldn't help but turn his head to look back, a bitter smile appearing on his face. There was no need to prove it. Just by feeling the fluctuation of the law of space, he knew that Yang Kai had already surpassed him in terms of the law of space. His bitter smile disappeared as he focused. At this critical moment of life and death for the Star Realm, Yang Kai's breakthrough was naturally a great thing. After 10 breaths of time, the black hole suddenly shrank, quickly turning into a black dot the size of a needle, which Yang Kai grabbed in the palm of his hand. When he let go, even the black spot the size of a needle's eye disappeared. The passage between the two worlds that Kan Yi had forcefully opened by using himself as a bridge existed for only a few days before it was sealed again by Yang Kai. On the battlefield, the cultivator of the Star Realm who saw this scene cheered loudly, his voice booming like thunder. They might not be able to participate in the important decisions of the various armies, but after fighting on the battlefield for so long, how could they not see the situation in front of them? As long as the passage between the two worlds existed, the demon race's reinforcements would be endless. The demon race had reinforcements to replenish their depleted forces, but the Star Realm didn't. The coiling dragon formation could no longer bear the burden and could collapse at any time. Once the formation collapsed, the various armies involved in setting it up would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Now that they saw Yang Kai cut off the demon race's reinforcements, they naturally felt excited without any worries. Li Wui smiled and ordered the personal guards beside him, "Open the formation." The Jianghu army's flag was quickly raised and waved a few times in the air with a strange rhythm. In the next instant, the coiling dragon formation staggered. The demon race's army was overjoyed at the sight and rushed towards the gaps. They also saw that the passage between the two worlds had been sealed, so how could they not know that they were in danger? Now that they saw the countless gaps in the coiling dragon formation that had always been airtight, how could they not run for their lives? However, before they could rush out of the gaps, they bumped into several ferocious armies. More than 20 armies from the Star Realm had been waiting outside the coiling dragon formation for a long time. They were only waiting for the moment a gap opened in the formation to charge in. When the two sides met, the demon race was a little stunned, but the armies from the Star Realm were like tigers descending from the mountains. Previously, these armies had only been guarding the periphery, waiting for the enemies to be released from the formation. Now, they were actively charging into the formation. One side was passive, while the other side was active. The morale was completely different. More than 20 armies charged in from all directions, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The coiling dragon formation had new reinforcements, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that victory was only a matter of time. After the armies charged in, the coiling dragon formation once again closed in and reorganized itself, surrounding the battlefield. The kill flag fluttered in the wind as the GZ army surged into the battlefield like a flood of steel. Everywhere they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties and were utterly defeated. Hyoji took the lead, followed by Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Qiongqi had his hands in his sleeves, his eyes drooping. He didn't seem to move, but any demon race soldiers who came within 10 feet of him were all knocked back by an invisible force, spitting out blood. After a while, Yang Kai finally met up with Hyoji. He cupped his hands and said, "Master?" Yang Kai nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Di Li, who was still entangled with Zhui Feng, and sneered, "Kill him." As soon as his words fell, he rushed straight towards Di Li with Lu Yen following closely behind. Her small body fluttered in the air, giving off an indescribable sense of elegance, her pair of big black and white eyes as clear as water. Di Li was startled. How could he dare to stay any longer? With a feint, he escaped and blended into the demon race's army. Yang Kai glanced in the direction Di Li had escaped, but after a moment of hesitation, he gave up on pursuing him. The battlefield was too chaotic, so it wasn't convenient to chase after him. Not to mention, Di Li was a half-saint of demon race, so it wasn't that easy to kill him. He immediately gave up on the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, and led the GZ army to charge left and right on the battlefield. The overall situation had been decided. The real overall situation had been decided. The 55 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here, surrounded by the coiling dragon formation. The demon race soldiers trapped in the formation had no way to escape. Apart from being gradually killed off, there was no other possibility. A long roar suddenly sounded from a certain part of the battlefield. The roar rolled across the battlefield like thunder. Many masters of the Star Boundary frowned and looked towards the source of the roar, only to see a tall and straight figure standing in the sky. His hair was as red as blood, and even his eyes were crimson. Such a clear indication that this person from the demon race was a blood demon. When the roar stopped, more than 20 figures flew out from all directions on the battlefield and gathered around the blood demon. These dozen or so demon race soldiers all exuded a monstrous demonic chi, indicating that they were all half-saint. "Master!" Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived beside Li Wuyi, looking at the many half-saint soldiers with a solemn expression. The demon race had suffered a crushing defeat and suffered countless casualties, yet the half-saint of demon race had suddenly gathered together in such a formation. Who knew what they were up to? Li Wuyi slowly shook his head, indicating that he should wait and see. The great emperors were not here, so with so many demon saint soldiers joining forces, how could the Star Boundary ignore such a large lineup? More than 20 half-saint of demon race soldiers stood behind the blood demon. The blood demon looked at Li Wuyi from a distance, obviously knowing that Li Wuyi was the one in charge on the battlefield. After a while, the blood demon grinned at Li Wuyi, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture on his neck. "Childish." Yang Kai sneered. Li Wuyi remained indifferent. However, to their surprise, after the blood demon made the gesture of cutting his neck, his figure flickered, and he turned into a bloody light, enveloped the half-saint beside him, and soared into the sky. Chapter 3696. Li Wuyi's expression changed as he quickly shouted, "Stop them!" A dense crowd of figures rose into the air as the light from their secret techniques and artifacts shot towards the blood-red light. But how could they stop it? The blood-red light only twisted a few times before evading all the attacks and breaking out of the encirclement by a hair's breadth. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small red. In the demon race, the shadow demon was the best at concealment, but in terms of escape techniques, if the blood demon were to claim second place, no demon race would dare claim first place. The blood escape technique was unparalleled in the world. Li Wuyi's face turned ashen. More than 20 members of the demon race were fleeing. Although it didn't seem like a lot, they were all half-saint. If they were to hide in the Star Boundary and commit crimes, it would inevitably set off a storm of blood. But at this time, no one could stop them. There were quite a few false emperors on the Star Boundary side, but after fighting for so many days, they were already exhausted. Not to mention whether they could catch up, even if they did, what could they accomplish? I'll go. Yang Kai's figure flickered and was about to move when Li Wui grabbed his arm and slowly shook his head. There's no need to chase. Yang Kai asked, are we just going to let them escape? Now that the situation was in their favor, if they didn't take this opportunity to exterminate them, there would be endless trouble in the future. Li Wui said, what can you do by yourself? He gestured towards the two sides fighting below and said, this is the most important thing right now. Yang Kai also knew that what he said made sense, but he was still unwilling to watch so many half-saint of demon race escape. Li Wui saw through his thoughts and advised, it won't be too late to deal with them after the battle here is over. They are all half-saint of demon race. It's fine if they hide, but if they dare to show their faces in public, their whereabouts will be immediately exposed. Yang Kai gently nodded and said suspiciously, why did they run away so decisively? Although the passage between the two worlds had been sealed by him, the demon race still had the strength to fight. If they continued to fight like this, even if Astral Realm won, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, those 10 or so half-saint of the demon race immediately fled as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand, ignoring the millions of demon race soldiers. Without these half-saint, how could the already disadvantaged demon race contend against the Astral World army? It could be said that although the half-saint of demon race's escape left a hidden danger in the astral plane, it was a great help in this battle. If one were to say that he was a brave warrior cutting off his wrist, the price he had to pay was a little too high. Moreover, Li Wui's words were not without reason. The demon race had demonic qi lingering all over their bodies, and their characteristics were obvious. If they fled this time, it would be fine, but if they dared to show themselves, they would definitely be surrounded by Astral Realm's powerhouses, so it was not a big deal. Yang Kai could not figure out what the demon race was doing. While he was pondering, Li Wui suddenly frowned. The situation is not right. Yang Kai was startled and looked in the direction of Li Wui's gaze. On the battlefield below, countless demon race demonic qi soared into the sky. Countless demon race soldiers seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, attacking all living things around them. Their targets were not only the Astral World army, but also their companions. The demon race was like this, the demon general was like this, the demon commanders were like this, and even many demon kings were not spared. In just an instant, the eyes of all the demon race had turned red, and they no longer cared about their own kin, only knowing how to kill. The demon race army, which was already at a disadvantage, became even more precarious. Although the half-saint of demon race had retreated from the battlefield, the remaining demon race soldiers were still a force to be reckoned with. But now, in their madness, the demon race was actually slaughtering each other. Not to mention Li Wui and Yang Kai, even the soldiers fighting the demon race below were dumbfounded. In just a few breaths of time, the demon race had suffered countless casualties. Li Wui and Yang Kai glanced at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. However, this was not the time to get to the bottom of the matter, and Li Wui immediately ordered his personal guards to change banners. Yang Kai's figure also flashed, and he withdrew from the GZ army. Master, what's going on? Hyoji asked anxiously. He had also seen the changes around him, and he was completely confused. I don't know, let's retreat first. Yang Kai looked around, found the weakest spot, and led the GZ army in that direction. Everyone was drenched in blood, and their killing intent surged to the heavens. The GZ army wasn't the only one retreating. The various armies that saw Li Wui's banner also retreated from the battlefield. On the battlefield, the 55 armies transformed into 55 armored torrents, crushing the demon race in front of them and slaughtering their way to victory. The armies gradually retreated from the battlefield, and Li Wui's Jianghu army was the last to retreat. When they turned around, the sounds of killing still hadn't stopped. However, there wasn't a single human left on the battlefield. Everyone was from the demon race. As night fell, a cold wind blew, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What's going on? Xie Wei muttered. Who the hell knew what was going on? Yang Kai couldn't give an answer. No one had expected such a situation. The coiling dragon formation had already dispersed. On the Jiazi army's side, Li Wui was also at a loss. Victory came too suddenly. It was so sudden that no one was prepared for it. It was precisely because of this suddenness that they felt uneasy. If the situation continued to develop, the demon race on the battlefield would eventually stop killing each other. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and looked at Bai Zhua and Bai Ya. Bai Zhua and Bai Ya were confused by his gaze. "What's wrong? Are you guys okay?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Kai wanted to ask them about the sudden change in the demon race. The two half-saints shook their heads. Even their avatars didn't react. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai raised his hand. Two figures appeared in front of him. In the small sealed world, the second territory had been separated and turned into stars. Yang Kai had left it in the lower star territory. There were still many demon race living in the third territory. Boya, Huolun, and Emo Xing were among them. Boya had always been by his side. Huolun was forcibly taken into the small sealed world by him. As for Emo Xing, his origins were clear. However, Yang Kai always felt that there was something wrong with this guy. That was why when he released the demon race in the small sealed world, he deliberately left him behind and ordered Boya to monitor his movements. Now that he had summoned Boya, the demon king, Yang Kai wanted to confirm his conjecture. When the two of them appeared, they were at a loss for a moment before hurriedly saluting. But before Yang Kai could ask anything, Boya suddenly let out a muffled groan, her face contorted in pain. Huolun was even more unbearable, his eyes turning bloodshot as his demonic chi surged, sending a palm strike towards Boya. Yang Kai was already prepared. How could he let him hurt Boya? He grabbed Huolun with one hand and his demonic chi surged, sealing his cultivation. Huolun didn't seem to notice that he was captured by Yang Kai. He still had a ferocious look on his face. It was as if he wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh even if he died. Everyone around him was shocked. Bai Zhua and Bai Ya looked at Huolun with solemn expressions. Master. Boya bit her red lips tightly, bleeding from them. Her expression was difficult, as if she was resisting something. She and Huolun were both mid-rank demon kings. Huolun's strength was lower than hers, so he went crazy faster than her. Although Boya could still resist, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Yang Kai saw this and understood. His divine sense surged and he took Boya and Huolun into the sealed world bead. Not long after entering the sealed world bead, the redness in Boya's eyes gradually receded and she slowly recovered. However, her clothes were drenched in sweat, revealing her exquisite curves. She was panting heavily and looked exhausted, as if she had just experienced a shocking battle. Huolun was the same. His red eyes gradually returned to normal. He glanced at Boya, who was kneeling on the ground and panting, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" He couldn't remember what had just happened at all. Boya ignored him because Yang Kai's voice had already sounded in her mind, asking about the incident just now. After thinking carefully, Boya said weakly, "I seem to have heard a voice in my mind, and then I couldn't control myself. After a while, I'm afraid." She was afraid that she would become like Huolun and not recognize anyone. Just thinking about it made Boya shudder. That feeling of not being able to control herself was too terrifying, as if she had become a marionette. "What kind of voice was it?" Yang Kai asked. Boya shook her head. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai could only give up. Outside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai told the two half-saint of demon race about what he had just discovered. Bai Zhua and Bai Ya both paled. Bai Zhua asked, "So, this incident was man-made?" Boya had heard a voice in her mind and her temperament had changed greatly. If this wasn't man-made, then what was? But what kind of person could have such a shocking divine technique that could affect so many members of the demon race at once? He and Bai Ya were not affected, probably because of their high strength. Under half-saint, even many demon kings could not resist the power of that voice. So, when Boya and Huolun were released by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, they were affected. Can a demon saint do such a thing? Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked. Bai Zhua and Bai Ya looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Bai Zhua said, "The saint seniors are omnipotent. Their cultivation is not something we can speculate about. It was as good as not saying anything. Obviously, they were not sure whether this matter was caused by a demon saint, but if they thought about it carefully, it was not very likely. The 10 demon saints had fled after appearing. If they had really left behind some kind of backup plan, the great emperors would not have been unaware. Although they did not know what the demon race was up to, at least they now understood how this incident happened. Yang Kai was about to tell Li Wu this news when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Not good." "Master, why are you so flustered?" Hyoji asked. "Where is Ru Meng's army stationed?" Yang Kai turned to Su Yan and asked. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed greatly. In the Western Territory, not only were there demon race troops from the demon territory, but also the 55 armies from the star boundary. There was also another army that had not shown up yet, Yu Ru Meng, Bei Liemo, and Chang Tian. Chapter 3697. This army not only included the elite masters of the 3 demon saints' territories, but also those who had been absorbed by the 3 demon saint in the past 10 years. This army had a total of 2 million people. However, because they were all members of the demon race, Li Wu didn't feel at ease using them in today's battle, so he ordered them to stay put. Now, the demon race on the battlefield had gone crazy, and even the 2 demon kings summoned by Yang Kai from the small sealed world were not spared. What would happen to the 2 million army? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Yan quickly pointed in a direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, leaving behind a voice. "Quickly report this matter to Army Commander Li." Thousands of kilometers away, the place where Yu Ru Meng and the others were stationed was already in chaos. When Yang Kai arrived, he saw the 2 million soldiers howling and roaring below. The camp was in a mess, and the corpses of the demon race were strewn everywhere. The ground was soaked in blood. Many members of the demon race went berserk, and their eyes turned red as they attacked everything around them. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai sighed in his heart. Sure enough, they weren't spared. Amidst the chaos, almost 30 figures had gathered together and stood in the sky. All of them were staring blankly at the ground below, and their eyes were filled with loss and sorrow. Shockingly, all of them were half-saint realm experts. These nearly 30 half-saints were half-saint subordinates of Yu Ru Meng and the other 3 saint venerables. There were also several half-saints captured by Yang Kai when he devoured the demon Saint Qi Yan's territory. Although these half-saints were loyal to the flame demon Qi Yan, they fell into the hands of Yu Ru Meng and the others. They had their own ways to make them obediently submit and not be disloyal. At this moment, these 30-odd half-saint soldiers were not affected at all. Just like Bai Zhua and Bai Ya, everything was fine. However, the sudden change in the army left the half-saint soldiers dumbfounded. There was no way to stop it. 2 million people going crazy at the same time, how could they stop it? Unless they were all killed. But could they kill all of them? They did not know how to explain to the 3 saint venerables when they returned. On the other side, there were over 100 figures sitting cross-legged. Demonic chi roiled around their bodies as demonic will surged. Yang Kai scanned these people with his divine sense and immediately knew that they were all high-rank demon kings. They were obviously affected as well, but their strength was still high, so they hadn't completely lost their minds. They were struggling to resist. However, looking at their posture, Yang Kai estimated that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they went crazy. His figure flickered as he arrived above the heads of the high-ranked demon kings and shouted, "Don't resist." Sweeping his hand downwards, Yang Kai's divine sense swept out like a tide, wrapping up the hundreds of high-ranked demon kings. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, many of the demon kings who were struggling to resist had disappeared, all of them taken into his sealed world bead. "Master!" The Lien sisters flew over, and when they saw Yang Kai, it was as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly begged, "Master, please save them. I don't know why they suddenly became like this." Yang Kai did not waste any time and nodded, "I came precisely for this matter." Saying so, he waved his hand and dozens of streams of light shot towards the half-saint soldiers, one for each of them. Many half-saint soldiers stretched out their hands and caught them. They discovered that it was a longan-sized bead. It didn't have any energy fluctuations, so they didn't know what it was. They all raised their heads and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You all know what the sealed world bead is. This thing has the same function as the sealed world bead. It can store living creatures and can be used without refining them. Let's split up and save as many as we can. The half-saint soldiers were overjoyed when they heard this, and all of them clenched the one-realm bead in their hands tightly. Yang Kai had already rushed into the army. His divine sense surged, and wherever he passed, the demon race soldiers disappeared. They were all taken into his sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had its own rules for accepting living people. As long as they did not resist, the consumption would not be too great. It would just be the amount of energy needed to open the sealed world bead's barrier, but if the person being accepted did not cooperate and resisted, the amount of energy needed to open the barrier would increase dramatically. Depending on the strength of the person resisting, the amount of energy consumed would vary. And if the person's strength exceeded Yang Kai's, then Yang Kai would be powerless. He vaguely remembered that when he first stored the behemoth embodiment into his sealed world bead, he was exhausted in an instant. The one-realm bead was an imitation of the sealed world bead, so it naturally followed this rule. Among the frenzied demon race soldiers present, none of them were stronger than a half-saint, so the one-realm bead could definitely play a role in the hands of a half-saint. And Yang Kai's current soul cultivation was far beyond that of an ordinary half-saint, so even if the demon race didn't cooperate, they couldn't delay their fate of being captured. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the half-saint soldiers scattered and ran around the battlefield, using the one-realm bead in their hands to collect the frenzied demon race. A moment later, the sealed world bead had transformed into a rolling beast. Its huge round body covered the sky and earth. It opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed down, causing a large number of demon race soldiers to disappear. However, this was the star boundary, so Yang Kai didn't dare to let the rolling beast devour everything. Otherwise, if it swallowed the entire star boundary, he would become an eternal sinner. So, even if the rolling beast appeared, it couldn't solve the problem in a short time. In addition, the more than 2 million demon race soldiers were too scattered, so it was impossible to collect them all in a short time. The half-saint soldiers spared no effort and were burning with anxiety. They all knew that every time they collected a member, they could reduce the number of casualties. However, there was a limit to human strength. Even for someone as strong as a half-saint, forcibly collecting demon race soldiers without their cooperation would consume an unimaginable amount of soul power. After a short while, the faces of the half-saint soldiers turned pale. This was a sign that they had exhausted their divine sense. And looking at the battlefield, there were still half of them that hadn't been collected. Fortunately, at this time, Li Wui led a large number of legion commanders to rush over. Li Wui had received Yang Kai's report. After learning that he had come here, he immediately thought of a lot of things. He immediately ordered the various legions to wait for orders and the legion commanders to follow him, just in time to see the pale faces of the half-saint soldiers. After a brief understanding of the situation, Li Wui found more than 30 legion commanders with slightly stronger soul powers to replace the half-saint soldiers and continue to collect people. After bustling about for a long time, all the demon race soldiers who were still alive were collected. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. Seeing the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't take a detailed count, in this incident, at least 500,000 demon race soldiers had died. The casualty rate was as high as 20%. Such heavy casualties were simply inexplicable. Just now, he was busy collecting people and didn't have time to investigate. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to investigate the situation inside the small sealed world. After being collected into the small sealed world, the crazed demon race soldiers gradually regained their senses and no longer attacked everywhere. Only then did Yang Kai feel relieved. Since the situation inside the small sealed world was like this, the situation inside the one realm bead must be the same. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the one realm bead he had painstakingly refined in the star territory would come in handy so quickly, and in such a way at that. Master! The Lien sisters flew over and quickly adjusted their breathing. Although they hadn't fully recovered, their complexions were at least much better, no longer as pale as before. "Where are the 3 Saint Seniors?" Yang Kai replied. "The 10 demon saint soldiers from the demon territory are here. They've gone to chase after the others." The Lien sisters' expressions became solemn when they heard this, and they asked again, "What happened just now? Does Master know?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know. I asked a demon king and he only said that a voice suddenly sounded in his mind and he couldn't control himself." The Lien sisters' expressions changed again as they glanced at each other in disbelief. They didn't hear any voice, but they knew that Yang Kai wouldn't fool them about this kind of thing. "This matter needs to be investigated carefully before we can come to a conclusion. When the 3 Saint Seniors return, I'll ask them." At this point, there was no other choice, so the Lien sisters gently nodded. Li Wuyi beckoned to Yang Kai and Yang Kai flew over. Li Wuyi gestured to the many corps commanders and said, "Why are you still holding on to it? Return it to them and let Yang Kai take away the demon race." The group of corps commanders glanced at each other, none of them moving. However, several corps commanders smiled meaningfully at Li Wuyi while others looked eagerly at Yang Kai. They had just experienced the benefits of the One Realm bead, so how could they be willing to return it now? They couldn't wait to put it all away and never take it out again. Yang Kai obviously knew what they were thinking and chuckled. "Time was tight, so I couldn't refine too many. There's not enough to go around for now, but I'll refine more in the future when I have some free time. I'll make sure that every corps gets one." The group still didn't move. Since there wasn't enough to go around, there must be someone who came first. Everyone wanted to be the first to get their hands on the One Realm bead. "You're not young anymore. Don't you have any shame?" Li Wuyi said with a straight face. Seeing him like this, the corps commanders reluctantly handed the One Realm bead to Yang Kai. Every One Realm bead contained a lot of demon race that had just been collected. Yang Kai transferred all of the demon race into the small sealed world. These One Realm beads would eventually be handed over to the various corps commanders, so naturally, there couldn't be any remnants of the demon race in them. When it was Bing Yun's turn, Yang Kai looked up and saw Bing Yun looking at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly and transferred the demon race into the small sealed world. He then immediately returned the One Realm bead to her. "Senior, this is a token of my filial piety on behalf of Su Yen." Bing Yun said, "This isn't appropriate, is it?" She took it with a smile. "How could it be inappropriate?" Of course. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. "Kid, don't forget which family's elder you are." When Zi Shan handed the One Realm bead over but didn't let go, he kept winking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. "Temple Master, this One Realm bead is my contribution to the temple." When Zi Shan laughed, "You're worth teaching." Chapter 3698. The remaining commanders looked at each other, speechless. One of the commanders stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Lord Yang, I have a disciple who is in the prime of her youth. She's beautiful and virtuous, and she's still unmarried. She admires heroes the most. I think Lord Yang is a good match for her, so I'm willing to matchmake the two of you. What do you think, Lord Yang?" The commanders turned to look at him indignantly, but this person said sternly, "Men should marry when they're of age, and women should marry when they're of age. What's wrong with that?" Another army commander stepped forward and said, "Sir Yang, I have 63 unmarried women in my clan. They are all different in temperament. When you have time later, you can come to my place and I will call them over. You can take your pick." Yang Kai was completely speechless. He knew that the One Realm bead in his hand was truly enviable. Otherwise, these two commanders wouldn't have put down their pride like this. Seeing that the others were ready to act as matchmakers for him, Yang Kai hurriedly gave all the One Realm beads to Li Wuyi. Let him have a headache. As expected, Li Wuyi was immediately surrounded. The commanders tried to reason with him, but they all wanted to get a One Realm bead from Li Wuyi. Yang Kai removed himself from the matter and looked at the messy battlefield around him. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. The demon race had gone crazy for no reason, and there were countless casualties. This was a good thing for this war, but this was definitely a conspiracy. No one could be at ease until they found out what this conspiracy was. But now that the great emperors weren't here, how difficult would it be to find out what was going on? It was at this moment that Yang Kai felt a throbbing in his heart, causing his expression to change. Millions of kilometers away, in the sky above Black Frost City in the Northern Territory, two figures stood silently. One radiated righteousness, the other radiated demonic intent. In the sky above this small, unknown city, the astral Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Demon Territory's #1 demon saint, Endless Wilds, had both appeared, silently confronting each other. After several days of chasing and exchanging blows, the two had finally chased each other all the way from the Western Territory to this place. Here, Endless Wilds stopped, an enigmatic smile on his face as he quietly looked at Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked around. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had nowhere to hide. Endless Wilds had inexplicably stopped here, leaving Zhan Wuhen puzzled. Inferring from the previous situation, Endless Wilds seemed to have come straight here, but what was so special about this place that could attract the attention of a demon saint? Although Zhan Wuhen was one of the great emperors of Astral, he wasn't omniscient. At the very least, he couldn't see what kind of chess game the demon saint was playing, so he could only react accordingly. Recalling the scene when the demon saint appeared, Zhan Wuhen faintly felt that there was a shocking conspiracy waiting for Astral. Endless Wilds had come here and didn't leave, but what about the other 9 demon saint? Did they also go somewhere else? What did the demon saint want to do? Although he didn't know, the only thing he was certain of was that the demon saint had entered Astral Boundary. Although it was dangerous, it also put the great emperors of Astral Boundary into a passive situation. The small city below was not big, with only a few 100,000 people living there. There were very few cultivators above the Origin King realm. Such a small city was lacking in resources, so it naturally couldn't attract masters. What's more, Astral Boundary had been recruiting everywhere for more than a decade, so most of the few Origin Kings in Profound Frost City had joined the army. Therefore, even though Endless Wilds and Zhan Wuhen had been here for a while, no one in the city below had discovered their tracks. Since Endless Wilds didn't make a move, Zhan Wuhen didn't want to make a move casually. Facing the #1 demon saint in Demon Territory, even though he was in Astral Boundary, Zhan Wuhen didn't dare to lower his guard. Once he made a move, he would have to go all out. When the aftermath of the battle spread, how many people in the small city below could survive? Unless he could find a flaw in Endless Wilds and give him a fatal blow. In the silent confrontation, Zhan Wuhen's face was indifferent, but Endless Wilds' expression was somewhat dignified. It wasn't that Endless Wilds didn't want to fight Zhan Wuhen. If there was a fair environment, the two of them would probably be evenly matched. However, this was the star boundary after all, so there were some subtle differences between the natural laws of heaven and earth here and in the demon domain. Zhan Wuhen was also someone who was blessed by the natural laws of heaven and earth, someone who was recognized by the natural laws of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Huang Wuji was an invading demon, and the natural laws of heaven and earth held enmity towards him. Zhan Wuhen was also full of confidence. If Endless Wilds didn't run away, he was confident that he could severely injure this demon at a certain price. However, the hundreds of thousands of people in the small city below made him unable to make a move easily. The great emperors had been recognized by the world, so they were the protectors of this world. If they didn't have this heart to protect, how could the world recognize them? Talk. Zhan Wuhen was the first to break the silence. Endless Wilds said lightly, "What advice do the great emperors have for me? I don't dare to give advice. I only hope that the two worlds will be peaceful, and that there will be no more innocent deaths." Endless Wilds smiled. The war has already begun, and the casualties of the two worlds are incalculable. Who can let go of the blood feud? The great emperors are deceiving themselves. Zhan Wuhen said, "The demon race will retreat from Astral Boundary, seal the passage between the two worlds, and never step into Astral Boundary again. The war will end here." Do you think that's possible? Endless Wilds laughed lightly. Everything depends on effort. Zhan Wuhen usually used his fists to talk to others. This was one of the few times he tried to reason with others. However, if he wanted to avoid more casualties in astral boundary, this was the only way. I know that the demon race's territory won't last for long. They invaded astral boundary just to find a place to live. In fact, there's no need to do this. If there's another world for the demon race to live in, why start a war between the two worlds? As one of the great emperors, he naturally knew what Yang Kai's plan was. The so-called other world was the territory that the sealed world bead had swallowed. Endless Wilds shook his head slowly. You don't understand. It's useless to tell you. Zhan Wu Hen frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Endless Wilds suddenly opened his arms and said softly, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Life will eventually die. Spirits will eventually perish. All things will eventually perish. At first, his voice was not loud, but after he said the first sentence, his voice was like a great bell that resounded throughout the world. Not only that, there were 9 other people's voices that echoed and mixed together, but there was no sense of confusion. It was as if the same person was using 10 different tones to say the same sentence. In an instant, the entire world was filled with this sentence. Billions of living beings looked up at the sky in fear. At this moment, Kai Yang's heart was throbbing with excitement. On the battlefield in Western Territory, many legion commanders were gathered around Li Wui. In order to obtain the One Realm bead first, they were arguing until their faces were red. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Life will eventually die. Spirits will eventually perish. All things will eventually perish. When the voice was heard, the world was silent and the noise stopped. Everyone looked up at the sky. With Li Wui at the lead, the legion commanders looked extremely solemn. Although the 10 voices were mixed together, one of them was particularly loud and clear. The legion commanders had heard Endless Wild's voice before, so they naturally recognized him immediately. 10 demon saint voices could be heard in the astral plane. How shocking was this? Not good. Yang Kai's expression changed. What's wrong? Li Wui asked anxiously. Although he knew that something bad must have happened, he had no idea what it was. However, judging from Yang Kai's tone, he seemed to have sensed something. It was not that his strength was inferior to Yang Kai's, but Yang Kai had inherited the recognition of heaven and earth from the great emperors, so he had a unique perception of heaven and earth. Barrier of heaven and earth. Yang Kai said a few words before his expression suddenly changed again. He turned his head and looked not far away. Not far away, the corpses of the demon race were rolling with demonic qi. In the blink of an eye, the 500,000 corpses gathered together to form a dense black demonic qi, which turned into a dragon that shook its head and wagged its tail and rushed into the sky. This was not only the case on the battlefield nearby, but also on the battlefield beside the passage between the two worlds. Yu Ru Meng and the others' army only suffered 500,000 casualties, but on the main battlefield beside the passage between the two worlds, the demon race had suffered more than 10 million casualties. In just a few days, the number of people killed by the Star Boundary Army had reached 10 million, and the number of people killed by each other was likely no less than this number. Tens of millions of demon race corpses were strewn across the ground, and demonic qi gushed out from the incomplete corpses and gathered in one place. As far as the eye could see, the heaven and earth there were pitch black. Dense demonic energy soared into the sky, and an incomparably huge pitch-black pillar towered into the sky. It was as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. With a bang, the column exploded and split into 10 directions, turning into 10 black tides that quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone could clearly see that the 10 directions were the same as the 10 demon saints' escape routes. Li Wuyi's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly took out a space spirit bead and sent out a message. He wanted to ask Zhan Wu Hen what had happened and inform him of the changes here. Unfortunately, after the message was sent out, there was no response at all. At this moment, how could Zhan Wu Hen have the time to reply? After Huang Wuji shouted those inexplicable words, Zhan Wu Hen suddenly waved his hand, and a blood-red flag appeared out of thin air, covering mysterious Frost City below. The Iron Blood War flag. The manifestation of Zhan Wu Hen's cultivation could almost be said to be his symbol. The Iron Blood Great Emperor wanted to attack Huang Wuji, but he couldn't ignore the hundreds of thousands of lives below, so he could only think of a way to get the people of mysterious Frost City away first. When the hundreds of thousands of lives looked up, they saw the sky covered by a dark red color, and they immediately panicked. The Iron Blood War flag enveloped the small city, and then it turned into a red light that sped away into the distance. There was not a single living creature in the city. All the creatures, including the kittens and puppies, were swept away by the war flag. It was not until more than 10 breaths later that the residents of mysterious Frost City gradually saw the light of day again. The dark red light that enveloped them gradually disappeared, and they all appeared in a wasteland. There was no one around, and no one knew where this place was. Chapter 3699. When the Iron Blood War flag swept up the residents of Black Frost City and fled, Jianghu Hen made a brazen move. He didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure suddenly appeared in front of Huang Wuji, his fist wrapped in the will of heaven and earth, raging with its power. Huang Wuji's eyes flashed wildly, and his open arms slammed together in front of him, catching Jianghu Hen's punch with a bang. Demonic Qi tumbled and Emperor Qi surged. In the sky, two balls of light, one black and one red, collided with each other like two planets colliding. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and with the two as the epicenter, the void shattered inch by inch like a mirror. Huang Wuji's face was ferocious, as if he was trying his best to resist Jianghu Hen's fierce attack, but he laughed loudly, "Many thanks." Jianghu Hen's expression didn't change. Although he knew what the consequences of his punch would be, he had to do it. He wanted to pull back his fist, but Huang Wuji clamped his fist tightly, not giving him any chance at all. However, Jianghu Hen didn't panic. When he activated his Emperor Qi, his fist energy overlapped like 3 layers of waves, each more ferocious than the last. Huang Wuji operated his secret art to dissolve the force, his demonic Qi whistling nonstop. However, he was in a passive position to clamp down on Jianghu Hen, and this was the star boundary. How could he compete with Jianghu Hen like this? A moment later, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but Huang Wuji laughed wildly, unmoved. Suddenly, rolling demonic Qi shot out from the distance like a dragon, rushing into the shattered void. The demonic Qi was like ink, dyeing the sky black. In an instant, a black spot appeared between heaven and earth. This spot was no different from the one that appeared on the battlefield in the Western Territory. It was a tunnel that connected the two worlds. Jianghu Hen was suddenly enlightened. Only now did he understand the intentions of the Devil Saints. The battle in the Western Territory was just a cover. The Demon Saints' real goal was to completely open up the connection between the astral plane and the Demon Territory. However, he didn't quite understand. Qin Yi had been able to open the passageway between the two realms because of a special reason. He could use himself as a bridge to connect the two realms. How did Huang Wuji do it? He was the demon saint of the demon race and had nothing to do with the astral boundary. Although the battle between him and Yang Kai had caused the void of the star boundary to become unstable and the heaven and earth barrier to weaken, it was not to the extent that it would be broken so easily. So how could he build a bridge with himself? Were there any other powerful forces in the demon territory that could provide support? Otherwise, how could he have done this? Also, where did the demonic Qi that was shooting over from afar come from? Since Desolate Infinite was in such a situation, the other 9 demons saint must be in the same situation as well. A single passageway between the two realms in the Western Territory was enough to make the astral boundary's entire military force stand a chance. If 10 such passageways appeared in the astral boundary, who could stop the invasion of the demon race? There was no time to think. Jianghu Hen only knew that if he didn't quickly deal with Desolate Infinite, the astral boundary would definitely face a great disaster. In his fury, he unleashed 120% of his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, blood continuously flowed from the corner of Desolate Infinite's mouth, but his smile became even more deranged. The newly formed ink spot was not large, only a few dozen feet in radius. However, the aura of another world came from the other end of the ink spot. Jianghu Hen had also been to the demon territory, so he naturally sensed that this aura was the aura of the demon territory. The two realms were connected. In the next instant, Zhan Wuhen's expression changed. He looked up and saw an unimaginable amount of demonic qi gushing out from the ink spot. It was endless and unending. Previously, the demonic qi that had shot over from afar was already massive enough, but it had only opened up a passageway between the two worlds with a radius of around 100 feet. However, at this moment, the demonic qi that was surging out from the new passageway was more than 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than before. The demonic qi was like nutrients. Every time a little bit gushed out from the passageway would expand a little. In just a few breaths, the passageway that was originally only a few dozen feet in radius suddenly expanded to 100 feet. Moreover, it didn't slow down and continued to expand. As far as the eye could see, the sky seemed to be covered by thick and heavy dark clouds. It also seemed to be filled with ink. In this place filled with ink, the laws of the two worlds intersected and merged, turning the vast world into the demon land. Zhan Wuhen shouted angrily, "Open!" The muscles on his arm were tight. Under the raging laws, his fist, which had been suppressed all this time, suddenly punched forward and hit Endless Desolation's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Even though Endless Desolation was the #1 demon saint in the demon territory, he didn't have much of an advantage in this situation where he could only defend and couldn't attack. Zhan Wuhen's punch had already caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, Huang Wuji refused to let go no matter what. His demonic qi surged wildly as he tried to wrap around Zhan Wuhen. He looked like he was going to take him down with him even if he had to die. He couldn't stop laughing as he said, "The great emperor of iron and blood lives up to his name." An intimidating pressure descended from the sky. The pressure was so strong that even Zhan Wuhen's expression changed. He looked at Huang Wuji in shock and bewilderment, only to see that his mouth was full of blood. He chuckled and said, "He's here." These words were inexplicable, but as soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand that covered the sky descended from the huge ink, reaching towards the two people who were in a deadlock. The speed of the giant hand was very slow, but as it fell, the world seemed to collapse. With every inch it fell, Zhan Wuhen's shoulders became heavier. He wanted to escape, but Endless Desolation didn't give him the chance. He would rather suffer injuries than let him escape. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but it also seemed like many years had passed. When the giant hand that covered the sky grabbed down, the demonic qi that filled the sky suddenly dispersed. The already eroded demon land suddenly expanded by several hundred li. Meanwhile, Zhan Wuhen and Endless Desolation, who had been in a deadlock, both disappeared. There were 9 other similar scenes in the astral boundary. The 13 demon saint disappeared, and so did the 7 great emperors. Under the clear sky, 10 more demon lands appeared in the astral boundary. The rolling demonic qi was still eroding the demon land from the demon territory, constantly expanding the area of the demon land. The speed was extremely fast, and it took less than the time to drink a cup of tea before the movement gradually disappeared. Above the demon land, armies of the demon race crossed the boundary and appeared in an orderly manner. A great disaster descended in an instant. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, Yang Kai's face was pale, and cold sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Li Wui had never seen him lose his composure like this before. He quickly asked, "What happened? What did you mean by the heaven and earth barrier just now?" Yang Kai turned to look at him, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle. He took a deep breath and said, "Just now, I felt the heaven and earth barrier suddenly become much weaker, and then it was broken. There were 10 places in total." It was impossible for ordinary people in the emperor realm to sense these things, not even fake emperors. However, Yang Kai had inherited the legacy of the great emperors and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. If there were any changes in heaven and earth, he would naturally be able to sense them. As soon as he said this, all the commanders were in an uproar. Li Wui frowned and said, "Perhaps the great emperors are fighting with them." Every action of the great emperors involved the heaven and earth. The demon saint was a powerful enemy, and if they really fought, it would definitely cause a landslide. It was not surprising that the heaven and earth would be affected. When the demon race first invaded the astral boundary more than 10 years ago, the great emperors did not dare to act rashly because of this concern. But now that the demon saint had arrived, they had no choice but to act even if they had this concern. Hearing this, all the commanders nodded in agreement. Yang Kai's face was still pale as he stared fixedly at Li Wui and said, "The auras of the great emperors have disappeared." The hustle and bustle came to an abrupt end as everyone stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Li Wui's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Which one is it?" Yang Kai gulped and said bitterly, "Everyone." "Impossible." Li Wui blurted out. It was indeed impossible. The great emperors already stood at the peak of this world. No matter how strong the demon saint was, it was not necessarily stronger than them. Moreover, the great emperors always had some natural advantages when fighting with the demon saint in the astral boundary. How could they just disappear for no reason? If it was one or two of them, it might be possible, but if it was all of them, Li Wui would be the first to not believe it. Li Wui knew that Yang Kai would not speak without thinking. Since he said so, he must have sensed something. Then he remembered that he did not get a reply from Zheng Wuhen just now, so he could not help but frown. He took out a space spirit bead and activated the space spirit bead's power with his divine sense. Li Wui's expression sank as the space principles fluctuated. This space spirit bead was connected to the martial beast Mo Huang. If the great emperors were still in this world, Li Wui would be able to instantly reach Mo Huang's side as long as it was not in a great array that isolated the world. But now that the space spirit bead did not react after it was activated, there could only be three possibilities. The first possibility was that the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand had shattered. How could the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand shatter for no reason unless he was dead? The second possibility was that Mo Huang was in a great array that isolated the world, so the space spirit bead did not work. But what great array in this world could stop the great emperors? Then there was only one last possibility left. Mo Huang was not in this world. Seeing Li Wui take out the space spirit bead to verify, Yang Kai immediately took out a space spirit bead as well. This space spirit bead was connected to Yu Rumeng, but after the space principles fluctuated, it encountered the same result as Li Wui. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The great emperors had really disappeared, and they had disappeared at the same time. This was a big mess. If the great emperors did not come out, who could stop the demon saint? Could they have gone to the territory of demons? Li Wui guessed. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's possible, but how could they have disappeared at the same time?" Yang Kai could not understand this. The great emperors had chased in 10 different directions before, so logically speaking, they should have encountered different things. So how could they have disappeared at the same time? Chapter 3700. Although he thought so, Yang Kai didn't say it out loud. This matter was of great importance. If it were to spread, it would inevitably affect the morale of the star boundary, so he could only extrapolate on the positive side. In this current situation, the great emperors being in the demon territory was the best result. "Master, I'll go to the demon territory to take a look." Yang Kai took the initiative to volunteer. He had the space spirit bead that could communicate with Yu Rumeng, so if the missing great emperors were in the demon territory, he only needed to go in and investigate. Li Wui pondered for a while before waving his hand and saying, "Don't be in such a hurry. At the very least, we need to figure out what happened to the great emperors before making any plans." Yang Kai could only nod when he heard this. Although there was a worried look on his face, the anxiety in his heart had subsided a lot. Just now, he had noticed that the auras of the great emperors had disappeared in an instant, which had really frightened him, but now that he had calmed down and thought about it carefully, how could the great emperors suddenly meet with misfortune? Even if they had encountered some trouble, there would definitely be no danger to their lives. The great emperors and the demon saint were chasing after each other, so the commotion they caused would definitely not be too small. At this time, they only needed to inquire a little and they would be able to find some clues. Immediately, with Li Wui taking the lead, the various corps commanders took out the space spirit bead and sent out jade slips to the 4 territories of the star boundary to inquire about information. While waiting quietly, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Today's events had been changing one after another. First, the demon race in the star boundary had gone crazy, not recognizing their own family and friends, and the millions of soldiers had killed each other. Then, the world barrier had shattered, and the auras of the great emperors had disappeared. Not long after, another change occurred. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw a black dot the size of a needle appear out of thin air, as if someone had dropped a drop of ink into the void. The ink spread out, soaking the star boundary, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded a little. Rolling demonic chi escaped from the black dot, turning the vast world into a demon land. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Everyone noticed the change in his expression and followed his gaze. In the next instant, their expressions changed. Everyone present was a top-notch cultivator. Naturally, their eyesight was extraordinary. Although the change in the heavens and earth was a little far away, everyone could still see it clearly. A channel between the two worlds? Fu Renjie exclaimed, How could there be a channel between the two worlds over there? For a long time, everyone had thought that there was only one channel between the two worlds, which was the center surrounded by the coiling dragon great array. After all, the place where the two worlds were connected was definitely the place where the world barrier between the two worlds was the weakest, and such places were generally very rare. Therefore, Li Wui arranged the great array and the core of the star boundary all stared at the channel between the two worlds. Yang Kai had entered the depths of the star boundary army alone and sealed the channel between the two worlds, laying the foundation for the star boundary army's victory. Although the demon race had killed each other afterwards, the sealing of the channel between the two worlds had resolved the worries of the star boundary army. But now, in the distant sky, another channel between the two worlds had appeared. How could everyone not be shocked? Where did this channel between the two worlds come from? Before anyone could figure it out, Yang Kai had already soared into the sky and pounced in that direction. No matter how this channel between the two worlds had appeared, it was best to seal it as soon as possible. As soon as Yang Kai moved, Li Wui also quickly followed. Many corps commanders and even the half-saint of demon race also rose into the sky. In an instant, many masters rushed towards the demon land. Before they arrived, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and saw an army of the demon race crossing the demon land. This army was at its peak, and there were several powerful auras lingering in the air. Yang Kai's brazen charge naturally attracted attention. In the demon land, more than a dozen sharp gazes looked over from afar. The demon king in the lead was sitting on a tall demonic beast with a mocking smile on his face and bloodthirsty eyes. When he waved his hand, the army of the demon race that had crossed the border stood ready, waiting for Yang Kai to walk right into their trap. But soon, the demon king could no longer smile as a large number of streams of light followed closely behind Yang Kai. These streams of light all exuded auras that made one's scalp tingle. The demon king was horrified. How could he not know that he had fallen into a tiger's den? Clamping his legs together, the demonic beast beneath him hurriedly turned around, wanting to rush back into the channel between the two worlds. But at this moment, the army of the demon race was still pouring in from the other end of the channel between the two worlds, so how could he return in a short time? In a moment of desperation, the demon king's demonic chi surged as he attacked without mercy, forcibly cutting a bloody path through his own camp. The surrounding demon race were all shocked, not knowing what their demon king was thinking. Dragon! Transform! A loud shout came from the sky. The demon race raised their heads and saw a resounding dragon roar coming from the sky, shaking heaven and earth. A small figure suddenly swelled up, turning into a huge monster that smashed into the center of the army. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, when Yang Kai's 300-meter-long body landed, the earth trembled violently and a violent shockwave spread out from where his feet landed, causing the demon race army in a radius of several kilometers to be thrown off their feet. Yang Kai slowly straightened his body, looking as majestic as a mountain. His pair of pale golden dragon eyes were filled with endless majesty. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The demon king, who was leading the fleeing army, felt the space around him tighten. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In a panic, he roared and turned around, thrusting the demonic treasure spear in his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk sparks flew in all directions, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The spear hit the back of Yang Kai's hand, covering it with dragon scales, leaving only a white mark. However, that big hand had already seized the heaven and earth, and caught the Demon King in the palm of his hand by a hair's breadth. With a fierce squeeze, the Demon King let out an earth-shattering scream, and the sound of bones shattering rang out. When Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, both man and beast exploded into fine powder. For the current Yang Kai, killing a Demon King didn't even require a second move. He could even fight to the death with a fake emperor, so what was a Demon King worth? After killing a Demon King with a single grab, Yang Kai leaned back slightly, his chest caved in, and took a deep breath. This breath seemed to suck the heaven and earth away. Amidst the whistling of the wind, the surrounding demon race members couldn't stand still, and those with weaker cultivation were sucked towards him. Just as the demon race members thought they were about to be swallowed, Yang Kai exhaled. A dragon's roar shook the sky, and scorching flames swept out, instantly turning the area in front of him into an empty space. The dragon race had countless secret techniques, each with its own unique characteristics, but Yang Kai only loved the fire dragon's breath because it was extremely lethal. Perhaps it was also because Zhu Qing was a fire dragon. In the area covered by the dragon's breath, the demon race members died. Without waiting for Yang Kai to spit a second time, the commanders of the various armies had already arrived. There weren't many of them, only 30 or so, but many of them were fake emperors, and even the weakest was a third-layer emperor. Like a group of ferocious tigers in a flock of sheep, they spread out and started killing without a word. On the other hand, the half-saint of demon race members stopped not far away and didn't make a move. Although they had followed Yu Rumeng and the others to the star boundary, they were still members of the demon race and couldn't bear to slaughter their own kind. There was no need for them to participate in this one-sided battle. This army that had crossed over from the demon territory didn't have a half-saint in command, or perhaps they originally did, but they had already fled when they sensed that something was wrong. The strongest remaining was only a high-rank demon king. Although there were many of them, how could they resist the joint attack of a group of commanders? The army was defeated like a landslide. They had crossed over excitedly, thinking that they would be able to reap a bountiful harvest, but who would have thought that they would fall into a tiger's den? Several 100,000 demon race members were completely defeated before they could do anything. Behind them was the passage between the two worlds. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the demon race members naturally fled towards the passage. Yang Kai and the others pursued them all the way into the demon territory. Along the way, corpses were everywhere. Only then did they sound the gong to retreat. Half an hour later, under the black dot, a group of commanders returned from the demon territory one after another. Yang Kai was the last to return. Seeing him appear, Li Wui immediately looked over and asked anxiously, "How was it?" Yang Kai shook his head. Li Wui frowned. "I also tried, but the space spirit bead didn't respond." Yang Kai said, "The situation in the demon territory is special. The continents are connected to each other through the realm gate, but they are also independent. Each continent can be considered a small world. If the great emperors are really in the demon territory, it's not strange that the space spirit bead can't contact them. Perhaps they are on another continent." Li Wui nodded. "That's the only possibility." He then looked up at the sky and said, "The situation here is a little different from the passage between the two worlds. Can you seal it?" Li Wui noticed the difference here, so how could Yang Kai not? This didn't seem to be a simple passage connecting two worlds. Instead, it gave Yang Kai a feeling that it was more like the influence of a great world, just like when his own Hung Luo star field was swallowed up by the Grand Desolation star field. "I'll try." Yang Kai nodded gently, flew up, and took a deep breath, his space principles fluctuating. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Yang Kai landed with a pale face and a head full of sweat. Clearly, he had consumed a lot of energy. In the sky, the black dot had disappeared, clearly sealed, but the contaminated demon land showed no signs of recovery. The demonic chi was everywhere, and the demon intent was clear. Standing here, an ordinary cultivator would feel extremely uncomfortable. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai was stunned. Where is everyone? Nearby, Li Wui and the others were nowhere to be seen. Even the core commanders had disappeared. 90% of the half-saint of demon race was gone, leaving only the Lotus Sisters waiting. Just now, when he was sealing the passage between the two worlds, he noticed some movement below, but at the critical moment of sealing, he didn't pay much attention to it and only noticed it now. Black Lotus stepped forward and handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. Li Wui asked us to give this to you. He said you will understand after you read it. Yang Kai frowned and took it, his divine sense surging as he probed the jade slip. After a quick scan, his expression changed drastically and he cried out, "How could this be?" Chapter 3701. When the passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, the 10 demon saint from the demon race crossed over, and the great emperors left in hot pursuit. A few days later, a sudden change occurred. The demon race's 10 million troops lost their minds and killed each other. At the same time, the great emperors disappeared, and the demon saint went into hiding. On the same day, in different locations of the 4 territories of the star boundary, there were signs of the connection between the two worlds. The star boundary was eroded by the demon territory, and the heaven and earth barrier was shattered. A large area of beautiful mountains and rivers turned into demon land. The demon race's troops crossed over from different demon land, and with the various demon land as their base, they gradually spread out and invaded the star boundary. The star boundary was in chaos. When Yang Kai was sealing the passage between the two worlds, the various army commanders received information that more than 30 demon land had been born in the 4 territories of the star boundary, and they were scattered all over the place. This was only the information obtained in a short period of time, so the real number was probably even higher. The jade scroll that the Lien sisters gave to Yang Kai already explained everything. The matter was urgent, so Li Wui and the various army commanders could not wait for too long. They left behind a jade scroll explaining the situation and left early. Most of the half-saint from the demon race were taken away by him, and only the Lien sisters, who were familiar with Yang Kai, were left behind to relay the message. Yang Kai had just finished reading the contents of the jade scroll, but before he could digest this sensational news, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade scroll appeared out of thin air. The jade scroll had Bian Yuqing's aura, so it was clearly information sent from the High Heaven Palace. This time, when the GZ army went to the Western Territory, almost all of the High Heaven Palace's cultivators with decent cultivation were taken away by Yang Kai. However, such a large sect had to be guarded by someone, and Bian Yuqing was the person he had left behind to guard the sect. Now that Bian Yuqing had sent a message, there was no doubt that something had happened at the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, probing it with his divine sense. The next moment his face turned ashen. "You're courting death." Crushing the jade slip, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he was about to return to the GZ army's main camp. Unexpectedly, his vision darkened and he felt dizzy, almost falling to the ground. Just now, in order to seal the passage between the two worlds, he had expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, the demonic qi in his body was a little sluggish. White Lotus reacted quickly and supported him. Yang Kai glanced at the sisters and said in a deep voice, "Take me back to the camp." The Lien sisters nodded and activated their devil qi. They turned into streaks of black light and sped towards the GZ army's main camp. Yang Kai, on the other hand, hurriedly swallowed the elixir and circulated his qi to dissolve the elixir. He wanted to recover as soon as possible. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Lien sisters appeared in front of the GZ army's main camp with Yang Kai wrapped around them. The various main towns immediately surrounded them. Hyoji asked in a deep voice, "Master, what happened? Why did the other armies withdraw?" At this moment, the 55 armies of the star boundary had all disappeared, leaving only the GZ army behind. Therefore, this group of people had no idea what had happened. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the jade slip that Li Wui had given him to him. "Take a look at it yourself. Pass this message to each other." Also, pass down my orders to assemble the entire army and return to the northern territory. Yang Shao accepted the order and immediately passed it down. The army that was in the midst of recuperating hurriedly got into formation. After a short while, Hyoji handed the jade slip to Xie Wei with a grave expression. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and asked, "Master, is this true? How could it be false?" Also, Protector Bien sent a message saying that the demon land has appeared 3,000 kilometers away from the High Heaven Palace. A large number of demon race members are attacking the High Heaven Palace. When everyone heard this, they immediately became anxious. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. It transformed into a huge rolling body and bit down ferociously. The GZ army was swallowed into its stomach. They had experienced this before, so they didn't panic. Even if Yang Kai didn't warn them, no one resisted. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hyoji. After pondering for a moment, he still said, "The great emperors are missing. This matter couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, the whole world would know about it. Since it couldn't be hidden, he could only tell the truth. The others wouldn't mind, but as the son of the great emperors, Hyoji should know about this." Hyoji turned his head with a confused expression. He clearly didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai sighed. "Not long ago, the great emperor's auras disappeared. Army Commander Li and I both tried, but the space spirit bead couldn't teleport to the great emperor's side. They are no longer in this world." Hyoji's face paled. He couldn't believe it. Yang Kai patted his shoulder and said, "The great emperors are extremely powerful. Their lives shouldn't be in danger. Perhaps something happened." Hyoji nodded blankly. When the GZ army set off, they had 300,000 soldiers. Now they had lost 50,000 soldiers. These 50,000 soldiers had died on the battlefield, and their blood dyed the Western Territory red. However, compared to the casualty rate of the demons and the other legions, such a loss was still acceptable. After a while, the GZ army was all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead and stepped out, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already on High Heaven Peak, in his own palace. He had left the space spirit bead in his palace, so he could naturally return quickly. When he reappeared, he felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The rumbling sounds were endless. Without stopping, Yang Kai rushed out of the door. The High Heaven Palace was in chaos. Streams of light were fleeing from the mountains like headless flies. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had been activated. World energy lingered on the spirit peaks as white light flashed. The sect defending array absorbed the power of the earth veins and spirit peaks to form a protective barrier, blocking the invading enemies. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that when he returned, he would see the sect defending array broken. If that were to happen, who knew how many people would die in the High Heaven Palace? The High Heaven Palace had a total of 100,000 disciples, including the main sect and its branch sects. Anyone with a little cultivation was stuffed into the GZ army. When they set off, other than Bian Yuqing, who had a slightly higher cultivation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were not strong enough. Once the sect defending array was broken and the demon race entered, they would not have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was personally set up by the Southgate army. When he set up this sect defending array, Yang Kai spared no effort. He gave the people he needed and the materials he needed to make this sect defending array impregnable. Although the demon race's army came aggressively, they were unable to break through the sect defending array in a short period of time. Although the sect defending array was not broken, at this moment, the sect defending array was on the verge of collapse. Fine cracks appeared on the sect defending array's light barrier. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, it would be completely broken. Seeing this, the demon race's army attacked even more fiercely. Bian Yuqing held the palace lord's order and mobilized the world energy of the spirit peaks in the High Heaven Palace. She continuously strengthened the sect defending array and tried her best to delay the sect defending array. However, her cultivation was still a little low. Using the palace lord's order without sparing any effort, she was already drenched in sweat. Her face was as pale as paper, and her body was swaying in midair. It seemed like she would faint at any time. Seeing this, Yang Kai rushed towards her. Halfway through, a person rushed over from the side, but Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Staring at him coldly, Yang Kai saw that this person was very unfamiliar. His cultivation wasn't high, but he was at least a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace who were above the Origin King Realm had been taken away by him. How could there be a Dao Source Realm cultivator left? However, the High Heaven Palace was the base for alchemy in the star boundary, so there were still many outsiders. This person was obviously an outsider. There was a faint pill fragrance on his body, so he should be an alchemist. "What are you panicking for?" Yang Kai shouted. The man's face was pale. He was suddenly captured and did not even know how to resist. He was undoubtedly scared out of his wits. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he instinctively replied, "Hurry up and run. The High Heaven Palace can't be defended. If we don't run now, it will be too late." "Bullshit." Yang Kai was furious. "Instead of killing the enemy in front of you, you're trying to cause chaos. You should be glad that you are not in my GZ army. Otherwise, I would have killed you." Hearing this, the alchemist raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Only then did he recognize him. "Yang? Palace Master Yang." Scram. Yang Kai casually threw him away. He was too lazy to waste time with him. He took a step forward and arrived beside Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing was struggling to hold on. When she suddenly sensed someone approaching, she could not help but be shocked. When she turned her head, she was overjoyed. "Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded. "Rest for a while." As he spoke, he waved his hand and Hua Qingxi appeared. Yang Kai ordered, "Receive the Palace Master's order and hold on for a while." Hua Qingxi nodded, took the Palace Master's order from Bian Yuqing, and continued to maintain the spirit array. Bian Yuqing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The only reason she was still holding on was because of the conviction in her heart. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai appear, Hua Qingxi took the order and her mind relaxed. She directly fainted, her body falling limply to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took her into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead before instructing the two little wood spirits to take good care of her. Bian Yuqing was only exhausted, but her life was not in danger. She only needed to rest for a while to recover, so Yang Kai was not worried. A person flew over from below. When he came close, he was surprised to see that it was Ji Ying. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and said, "Brother Yang, what is going on? Where did this demon race come from? Also, why can't I contact Honored Master?" The sudden appearance of the demon race and the sudden attack on the High Heaven Palace made Ji Ying feel that something was wrong. He immediately contacted the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill Palace to ask about the situation, but he could not get in touch with the great emperors at all. He could not even send a message through his jade slip. This was something he had never encountered before. Yang Kai said, "The situation is a bit complicated. I will tell Brother Ji in detail after I solve the immediate crisis." Raising his hand again, 3 figures were summoned from the sealed world bead. They were Qiongqi, Yang Shao, and Yang Shui. Old Qiong, escort Shao to Dragon Island and inform the 2 elders about this matter. Ask Great Elder and Second Elder to come out and take charge of the situation. This was Li Wu Yi's arrangement. It was mentioned in the jade slip. Li Wu Yi also knew that Yang Kai had a close relationship with Dragon Island. If he stepped in, Dragon Island would definitely not ignore it. Now that the great emperors were all missing, the situation of the demon saint was still unknown. If the demon saint was still in the star boundary, then the only ones in the world who could compete with them were the 2 elders on Dragon Island. However, the dragon race abided by their ancestral teachings and never left the island easily. It was fine if it was an ordinary dragon race, but Great Elder and Second Elder had not come out for tens of thousands of years. Last time, Second Elder Fu Xiu also came out because he was worried about Yang Shao. Li Wu Yi was not sure if he could ask them to come out, so he could only leave it to Yang Kai. Chapter 3702. Yang Shao was clearly aware of the urgency of the situation. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yes, I won't disappoint foster father. Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Big brother, be careful. Keep an eye on father and mother too." Yang Shui reminded. The demon race was invading, and the only thing she was worried about was the safety of her parents. Yang Kai smiled and rubbed her head. "Don't worry, as long as big brother is here, no one can harm a single hair on our parents." Yang Shui nodded. Only then did she set off with Yang Shao and Qiongqi. They rushed towards the main hall where the Law of Space was located. Dragon Island was also a small world, so the space spirit bead couldn't be used at all. They could only use the Law of Space to cross the territory and arrive outside Dragon Island before entering the island. After watching the three of them leave, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, the Southgate army was anxiously busy. They were leading a group of their disciples to urgently repair and reinforce the array. The entire High Heaven Palace's protective array was set up by him, so no one knew the mysteries of the array better than him. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't need to spend any effort to completely repair the array. However, right now, the demon race was attacking nonstop. Although his repair speed wasn't slow, he still couldn't make ends meet. In his anxiety, he cursed a few of his disciples who weren't nimble enough. Just as he was cursing, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. The Southgate army was furious. "Who the hell is it? Palace? Palace Master? Palace Master, you're back?" The anger on his face turned into surprise and joy. His hanging heart also calmed down. Since Yang Kai was back, the crisis in front of them was easily resolved. After following Yang Kai for so many years, they had an inexplicable confidence in their palace master and the Southgate army. Yang Kai's gaze passed through the light screen of the array and looked forward. There was an extremely powerful aura there. It was like a bright light in the dark night. It was extremely special among the many demon race members. Half-saint. This time, there was a half-saint among the demon race army that came to attack the High Heaven Palace. When the half-saint sensed that someone was spying on him, his powerful divine sense immediately surged out and turned into a fierce attack. Like waves crashing against the shore, his divine sense pierced into the depths of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and his divine sense surged, causing the seawater in his sea of knowledge to rotate and turn into a huge whirlpool. At the same time, he opened his divine sense and took the initiative to welcome the half-saint's divine sense. The invisible force fell into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, but before it could exert any force, it was swallowed up by the vortex. 100 miles away, a tall and sturdy half-saint of demon race riding a tall and big magic beast let out a muffled groan. His body slightly swayed on his mount, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Sensing the sudden appearance of a relatively powerful aura, this half-saint wanted to show off his strength, so he didn't hesitate to launch a divine sense attack. But who would have thought that his divine sense would be inexplicably cut off, and even his mind would be shaken? A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He clearly sensed that the other party's divine sense was comparable to a high-rank demon king, but the other party's divine sense was much more powerful than his own. This kind of thing that went against common sense left him scratching his head. Before he could figure it out, his vision blurred, and a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Standing on the head of his mount, the figure was less than 3 feet away from him, quietly looking at him. Seeing that face, this half-saint vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Yang Kai who had caused havoc in the territory of demons, but why was his hair somewhat white? While he was in a daze, the other party had already formed a series of hand seals, quickly changing them a few times, and slapped down on him. When the palms slapped down, this half-saint only felt that everything around him had become incomparably slow, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped working. Between heaven and earth, only this palm was rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai had only learned a superficial knowledge of the principles of time, but this didn't hinder the formidable might of the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal. Seeing that the palm was about to hit the half-saint, he unexpectedly roared, his face flushed red, and he forcibly broke free from the influence of the principles of time. His big hand grabbed at the void, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear shook, and like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, it pierced towards Yang Kai. Demon chi burst forth, and a loud bang resounded. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, and his body flew out like a kite. In this head-on clash, even though he had taken the initiative, he had still suffered a loss. After all, his cultivation was still lacking. A high-ranked demon king facing off against a half-saint, there was no second person in the world who could do what he did. Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his face pale, and he cut a sorry figure. The half-saint of demon race, however, didn't spare him. He leapt up from his mount, and his spear shot out like a dragon, enveloping Yang Kai in a brilliant spear, and even sealing off the world around him. He sneered, "Die." Regardless of whether this person in front of him was the Yang Kai who had wreaked havoc in the demon territory, as long as he killed him and brought back his corpse for his clansmen to identify, everything would be clear. As his voice fell, the half-saint of demon race's heart suddenly throbbed, as if something bad was about to happen. At his level of cultivation, when facing danger, he had a mysterious feeling. Perhaps he himself didn't know what kind of danger he was about to face, but before it arrived he could sense it and avoid it. The last time he had this feeling was when he was a high-ranked demon king. At that time, he was facing a powerful enemy and had almost been killed. After so many years, this feeling once again struck his heart. The half-saint of demon race was decisive and immediately withdrew his spear, just in time to see the strange smile on Yang Kai's face. With a few swishes, Yang Kai raised his hand, and several figures appeared out of thin air, each of them exuding an aura not inferior to a half-saint. Just as the half-saint of demon race landed on his mount, he turned his head and found himself surrounded by several people. His eyes swept over their faces and his expression changed, by joie, by ya. In addition to these two half-saint, there was also a pair of twins. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be the Black Lotus and White Lotus sisters of the 100-spirit continent. All of them were existences whose strength wasn't inferior to his own. In an instant, the half-saint of demon race's expression became solemn, and fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He finally remembered a rumor. That boy called Yang Kai was not only proficient in the law of space, he also had a space artifact that could hold living things. Seeing the strange appearance of the four half-saint of demon race with his own eyes, how could he not know that the guy he sent flying with his spear was Yang Kai? And these four should have come from his space artifact. He complained inwardly. If there was only one half-saint, he wouldn't be afraid, but there were four of them. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Could it be that his luck was so bad that he accidentally bumped into Yang Kai's territory when he just came from the demon race's territory? Otherwise, why would that bastard appear here? "I'll leave it to you." Yang Kai released the four half-saint and borrowed their strength to fly, directly landing in the middle of the demon race's camp. From the moment he stepped out of the High Heaven Palace to the moment he exchanged blows with the invading half-saint, it only took a moment. It was so fast that the demon race members didn't even have time to react. The demon race's army numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They covered the mountains and plains, and almost half of the High Heaven Palace was surrounded. The scene was huge, and although the movement here wasn't small, it couldn't be heard outside. So when Yang Kai landed, only some demon race members in the vicinity noticed the abnormality. The demon race members in the distance didn't see anything at all, and were still attacking the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array. When Yang Kai landed, the surrounding demon race members were startled, and immediately attacked him without hesitation. In an instant, he was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. A roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a violent power was released. The demon race members gathered around Yang Kai were thrown off their feet. Many demon race members were sent flying into the sky, and exploded into a bloody mist. Blood fell down like raindrops. In an instant, there wasn't a single person within 300 meters of Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned Wind Chui. With a series of neighs, Yang Kai mounted his horse and raised his hand again to summon his embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment flew 10 kilometers away, suddenly transforming into a behemoth midair and smashing into the demon race army. Another loud rumble was heard, and the earth trembled. Gravel from the surrounding mountains rustled down. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand, and the demonic warhammer appeared in his hand. He swung it horizontally, and no one could get close to him within a radius of 1,000 feet. Just the strong vibration of the demonic vitality alone was enough to kill the demonic clan. While the embodiment was on a killing spree, a large number of people had already appeared around Yang Kai. The space wasn't very spacious, so he couldn't release his army all at once. Yang Kai could only pull the 10 garrisons out of the sealed world bead in batches. There was no need for further instructions. When Yang Kai flashed out of the High Heaven Palace, he had already communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed the situation here to the 200,000 soldiers. So, as soon as he appeared, his army was ready to set off. Under the leadership of the vice-town commander, they rushed out in a certain direction. The 270,000 soldiers were divided into 10 different directions, plowing 10 empty paths on the battlefield outside the High Heaven Palace. Wherever they passed, all the demon race members were killed on the spot. The demon race army had a lot of people, even more than the GZ army, but no one had expected that the enemy would attack from the middle of their army. They were completely unprepared. On the other hand, the GZ army was already prepared. Because of this, it was a one-sided battle. What's more, in the GZ army, there were masters above the Emperor realm. The pressure on the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was greatly reduced. When the demon race members who were attacking the sect defending array heard the strange movement behind them, they stopped what they were doing and turned around. What they saw was a stunned expression. Hua Qingxi, who was controlling the sect defending array, and the Southern Gate army who were repairing the sect defending array couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this. On the day the great emperors disappeared, when the two worlds were connected, hundreds of thousands of human demons fought a decisive battle outside the High Heaven Palace. In this battle, rivers of blood flowed outside the High Heaven Palace, and mountains of corpses were piled up. The scene was so tragic that it wasn't inferior to the battlefield in the Western Territory. In this battle, the GZ army killed countless enemies. Nearly half of the demon race's hundreds of thousands died, and even a half-saint died. It was a heavy loss. Chapter 3703. The half-saint of the demon race who led the demon race's army to attack the High Heaven Palace wasn't weak. He was born a stone demon and had an innately strong defense. However, he was facing Bai Zhuo, Bai Ye, and the Lian sisters all by himself. How could he possibly have a good ending? While his army was charging left and right to kill the enemy, the stone demon half-saint was killed on the spot by Bai Zhuo and the others. The stone demon's defense was indeed outstanding, but everyone was a half-saint. One had a strong shield, while the other had a strong spear. Fighting 1 against 4 would naturally end in tragedy. However, Bai Ye also suffered heavy injuries. When the stone demon half-saint saw that there was no hope of escaping, he desperately fought back. Even with the 4 half-saints' combined forces, they couldn't escape unscathed. When the stone demon half-saint died, the demon race's army, which was already at an absolute disadvantage, became even more flustered. Even if they had the courage to fight 10,000 men, they wouldn't be willing to take the initiative to seek death. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. The GZ army chased after them for 1,000 miles before retreating. When Yang Kai saw Bai Ye again, he saw that he was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a pale face. There was a bloody hole in his abdomen that almost pierced through his entire body. "How are you?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Ye opened his eyes and weakly shook his head. "I won't die, but I'm afraid I'll have to recuperate for a year or so." Yang Kai said, "The most outstanding alchemists in the entire star boundary have gathered in my High Heaven Palace. We have the best pills. You can recuperate in the palace and also take care of my High Heaven Palace while you're at it." Bai Ye naturally didn't have any objections to this arrangement. Yang Kai immediately arranged for Hua Qingxi to lead him into the palace and settle him down properly. "Master, look around." Hyoji walked up and whispered with a grave expression. Without his reminder, Yang Kai had already noticed the strange situation around him. This battle had killed many members of the demon race. It could be said that at this moment, outside the High Heaven Palace, there were corpses of the demon race everywhere. In the past, the death of the demon race was nothing special. However, at this time, the corpses of the demon race were emitting demonic chi. If it was only one or two, it would be fine. However, if all the dead demon race were like this, it would be a little scary. 200,000 to 300,000 demon race corpses were emitting demonic chi. Under the guidance of an invisible force, they floated in a certain direction. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the demonic chi was steaming and shrouded in darkness. Even though the sky was clear, it still made people feel as if they were in the middle of the night. Yang Kai looked in the direction where the demonic chi was drifting and saw a huge black dot in the sky. It was as if someone had splashed ink on a painting of the blue sky and white clouds. Under the black dot, there was demon land everywhere. The black dot was some distance away from the High Heaven Palace. It was estimated to be at least a few thousand miles away. However, its scale was huge. In Yang Kai's field of vision, it was already the size of a millstone. One could imagine how huge it would be if one were to personally experience it. Yang Kai frowned. Such a demon land appearing a few thousand miles away from the High Heaven Palace was exactly the same as the situation near the battlefield in the Western Territory. In the entire astral realm, who knew how many places had been corroded and turned into demon land? After the battle, the GZ army was still recuperating and wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation over there, he saw Hua Qingxi running over in a hurry. Palace Master, the branch sect is under attack. In addition, Temple Master Wen of the Azure Sun Temple has requested reinforcements. The demon race is attacking the Azure Sun Temple. There is a half-saint among them. The temple is invincible. Yang Kai's face turned cold. The battle in the Western Territory and the great victory in the astral realm was originally thought to be a decisive battle. Who knew that the chaotic situation had just begun? Now, the entire astral realm was like a house with a broken roof, leaking wind and rain everywhere. It gave people a feeling that the astral realm was on the verge of collapse. Just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple had encountered such a situation. One could imagine what would happen to the other sects. It was too late to pull the GZ army out. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before ordering, "All those from the Emperor realm and above who still have the strength to fight, come with me to the branch sect." He turned to look at the Lotus Sisters. "I'll have to trouble the two of you to go to the Azure Sun Temple to hold the line. I'll rush over later." The Lotus Sisters naturally had no objection to this. Now that Chang Tian was not here, they could only follow Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai had the space spirit bead that was connected to Gao Shueting, so he immediately urged the space spirit bead to send the Lotus Sisters to Gao Shueting's side. Then, he put the Emperor realm into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he was already at the space array. Stepping on the array, the space law fluctuated, and he appeared in the Southern Territory's branch sect. There were 100,000 disciples in the High Heaven Palace. The number was too many. Even though the High Heaven Palace occupied a large area, it was still not enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore, half of the disciples were accommodated in the branch sect, totaling 50,000 people. However, the situation in the branch sect was the same as before. There were no masters in the branch sect, and they only relied on the sect protecting array to defend against external enemies. When Yang Kai arrived at the branch sect's sect protecting array was rumbling nonstop, but it was still solid and showed no signs of damage. The main reason was that Yang Kai arrived quickly. The demon race had only attacked for a short time before he arrived. Otherwise, the branch sect's sect protecting array would not have lasted for too long. The branch sect's disciples were in a good state of mind. Although they were panicking, they were not in a panic. At this moment, some of the stronger brothers and senior sisters were arranging the troops to fight. They were waiting for the sect protecting array to be broken. They didn't know that Yang Kai had appeared in the space array. Time was running out, so Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything to the branch sect's disciples. He flashed out of the branch sect's sect protecting array and stood in the middle of the demon race's army. He swept with his divine sense and understood the situation of the demon race's army. The number of people wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 100,000 of them. There was no half-saint, and the strongest was only a high-ranked demon king. With a sigh, Zhui Feng appeared. Yang Kai jumped on his horse and waved his hand. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm stood beside him, along with several half-saint. He stretched out his hand and held the myriad sword in his hand. He pointed the sword forward and shouted, "Kill!" A group of people from the Emperor realm grinned and scattered. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and rushed into the demon race's army. Like a pack of wolves breaking into a sheep pen, the demon race's army couldn't resist at all. Even if the demon king could resist for a moment, he couldn't escape the fate of being beheaded. Although Yang Kai didn't bring many people with him this time, all of them were from the Emperor realm or above. Among them, there was Bai Zhuo, embodiment, and Zhui Feng, 3 half-saint of demon race. There was also Zhu Qing, Zhu Lai, and Fu Ling, 3 dragon race experts. How could the demon race's army be a match for them? Zhui Feng rushed through the army. Whether it was the demon commander or the demon king, all of them exploded into pieces. Yang Kai rode on Zhui Feng's back. His myriad sword surged, and the sword chi danced in the air. The demon race's army was beheaded. Until the demon race's army scattered and fled, the disciples hiding in the formation finally reacted. They realized that reinforcements had arrived. They fixed their eyes and saw the figure riding on the back of a strange beast. It was none other than their palace master. Immediately, cheers shook the sky. The formation opened, and the disciples of the sub-school rushed out and chased after them. To be honest, the strength of the disciples who were still in the sub-school was somewhat weak. After all, Yang Kai had recruited all of them into the GZ army. Naturally, the disciples who were left behind were slightly weaker. With such a group of people, it was likely that any random devil king would be able to annihilate them all, but they still rushed out and chased after the devil race in high spirits. However, the devil race that was being chased didn't even look back and hurriedly fled. The disciples of the sub-school still had some sense. They knew that their strength was not good enough. If they chased too deep, they wouldn't have a good ending. So, after chasing for dozens of miles, they returned home. After seeing Yang Kai, they saluted him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Wait until the demonic chi of the demon race's dead body dissipates. Then we can clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, we will become the demon race." Many disciples nodded. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go back. If there are any more enemies, remember to send a message to the great general manager." After a little tidying up, he put the people he brought back into the sealed world bead again. The space spirit bead flashed and teleported away again. The place where he reappeared was in the temple. Beside him was a beautiful figure holding a long sword, fighting a demon king. Yang Kai was teleported here through the space spirit bead, which was connected to Gao Xueting, so he naturally appeared beside her. The long sword in Gao Xueting's hand danced in the air, and sword chi filled the air. A round mirror hung above her head. The mirror's surface shone brightly like a round sun, and from the mirror, streaks of ardent sun true flames transformed into ferocious fire serpents that attacked the Devil King. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this was Gao Xueting's natal emperor artifact, the fierce sun mirror. This mirror's power was extraordinary, and Yang Kai had only seen it a few times. Gao Xueting's opponent was a high-ranked demon king with a profound cultivation. Logically speaking, it was stronger than Gao Xueting, but Gao Xueting's natal emperor artifact was extraordinary, and this was the star boundary. The world principle's subtle differences made the invading demon race somewhat uncomfortable. So, even though it was slightly stronger, it was still flustered by Gao Xueting's attacks. Even if it wasn't in danger of losing its life, it was still in a difficult situation. The Demon King was furious and was about to use a dangerous secret technique when it suddenly saw a white-haired young man riding a majestic strange beast appear. The white-haired young man was nothing special, but the strange beast's body was filled with the aura of a half-saint. At such a close distance and with such a strange appearance, the high-rank Demon King was so scared that it trembled, and its mind was thrown into chaos. When Zhue Feng glanced at it, the demon qi in its body started to circulate erratically. When Gao Shueting saw this, how could she miss such a good opportunity? The fierce sun true flames gushed out from the fierce sun mirror, burning the demon king to the brink of collapse. When it managed to resist the power of the flames with great difficulty, a long sword pierced through its vision. It felt a sharp pain in its chest as the long sword pierced through its body. When Gao Shueting circulated her emperor qi, she waved the sharp weapon in her hand and directly cut the demon king in front of her into pieces. Gao Shueting withdrew her sword and gently waved it, causing the demon blood on the sword to scatter. She swept a glance at Yang Kai and said, "Quite impressive." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Senior sister, you flatter me." His expression turned solemn and he asked, "How's the situation?" Gao Shueting breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, thanks to the help of the 2 half-saint you called, the temple would be in big trouble this time." Yang Kai looked around and saw that the flames of war were everywhere in Azure Sun Temple. The demon race had already broken in. In other words, the sect protecting array of Azure Sun Temple had been broken.